The player traverses into the surreal realm of MC. Ji Xin awakens to the SS-level MC class of Block Puppeteer. With merely a biological skull and a handful of sturdy blocks, he can replicate the abilities possessed by any creature during its lifetime. From this moment forth, blocks, puppets, and players shall all become his playthings. Him retreats into the shadows to orchestrate his plans. Wasabi, in a reckless endeavor, seeks to forcibly ascend to the pinnacle of the creator god. Notch is on the brink of a dark transformation. A brutal monarch is destined to emerge. God of puppets Wasabi, embrace my powers and become the version of me from the past. God of destiny him, am afraid you will always be one step behind me. Ji Xin. The laws of fate are also the laws of puppetry. The price of mastering all is the relinquishment of everything. Therefore, let your inheritance commence. Chapter 1. Awakening as an SS-level block puppeteer. My world is about to commence. This is a game that selects the strong. A brand new worldview shall provide you with an unparalleled experience. In this realm, you may die at any moment, yet you may also attain immortality. Best of luck to you. A mechanical and ethereal voice resonated simultaneously in the hearts of the 8 billion inhabitants of Blue Star. Everyone appeared bewildered. The twilight sun was exceptionally blinding as Ji Xin struggled to open his eyelids, discovering a pink block pig curiously pawing at his pant leg. In the next instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. This is my world, a realm composed entirely of various blocks, governed by laws starkly different from those of Blue Star. Blocks that float in midair without support, bonfires that burn eternally, trees that cannot be felled. Ji Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly crossed into a game? Ding! Matching profession for the host. Buzz! A blue light curtain descended from the heavens, enveloping Ji Xin entirely. Moments later, dazzling purple light illuminated him, and a prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have awakened the SS-level talent, Block Puppeteer. Thank you for your passion for MC. Your profession is unique. Use it boldly and without hesitation. An SS-level profession, Ji Xin was momentarily taken aback. The world before him mirrored the MC he had played for a decade. Yet what was this awakened profession? He had no recollection of MC granting a profession at the start. With a mere thought, an introduction to his profession materialized before him. Block Puppeteer Skill 1, Block Control LV1. No tools required. Instantly collect blocks within a 6x6x6 length, width, height area. Control the quantity of blocks and gather them precisely at will. Immune to bedrock, with no hunger consumption. Skill 2, Block Puppets LV1. Defy game rules. Create various block puppets beyond the iron and snow golems, with their strength determined by the blocks used for creation. Consumes hunger without a pumpkin head to guide. Failure is probable. Skill 3, Leader Title LV1. Form a master-servant contract with other players. Should they willingly submit, you can extract 10 of the experience they gain without consuming hunger. Truly worthy of an SS-level profession. Ji Xin contemplated if this was indeed the case. The MC in this world would lean more towards combat professions rather than mere survival. He hastily approached a square tree, recalling the fundamental survival rule. To prosper, one must first gather resources. Instead of using his hands to collect blocks, he activated his first skill, instant collection. Bang! The 6-blocking oak tree crumbled and disintegrated, absorbed into his inventory. Oakwood 5 oak leaves 10 oak saplings 2. Instant collection was nothing short of a divine skill in this block-filled MC. While others required axes and pickaxes to gather wood and stone, he could demolish and gather resources with a mere thought, exponentially increasing his collection speed. As twilight descended upon MC, the rays of the setting sun stretched long, the realism far surpassing the highest graphical settings of the game. Suddenly, a system warning seized Ji Xin's attention. Ding! Nightfall approaches. Numerous monsters will appear. Players, prepare yourselves. Survivors will be rewarded with 3 years of lifespan, which can be used as currency in this world. Those who fail will fall into eternal slumber. Eternal slumber, no resurrection. A flicker of trepidation crossed Ji Xin's eyes. It appeared players had only one life here, akin to extreme mode. The monsters mentioned by the system were merely the zombies, skeletons, spiders, endermen, and creepers that spawned at night. Zombies, skeletons, and spiders were manageable as long as one maintained agile movement. However, Endermen and creepers were another matter entirely. In the early stages of resource scarcity. It was best to avoid confrontation with these two, especially since he had but one life. With darkness encroaching, he needed to fashion a stone sword for protection. Having set a goal, Ji Xin swiftly destroyed the grass block beneath his feet, revealing the stone below. Raw stone precious, 5 cobblestone, 36 coal, 6 iron, or 3. Ji Xin quickly crafted a workbench and a furnace for smelting ores. With iron ore in hand, he had the means to survive. 3 iron ingots were just enough to forge a shield and an iron sword. Iron ore is an invaluable resource in MC, essential for crafting numerous items. With his survival essentials secured, Ji Xin felt considerably more at ease. Ding! The sun has set, light levels have dropped below 7 degrees, monster spawning has commenced. Players must attempt to battle monsters to prove their worth, otherwise, the system will declare the guided task a failure. As darkness fell, visibility diminished significantly, and the anguished cries of monsters filled the air. Before Ji Xin could react, a skeleton armed with a bow materialized from the shadows, quickly followed by the whistling sound of an arrow. Thud! A dull thump resonated as the arrow embedded itself firmly in his shield. What a realistic impact, Ji Xin murmured, a hint of apprehension creeping in. Seeing that its first shot had failed, the bow-wielding skeleton narrowed its hollow eye sockets with confusion, drawing back to unleash a second arrow. Just one shot should suffice. Ji Xin pointed upwards, activating instant collection. The 2 blocks of soil beneath the skeleton crumbled away, creating a pit into which the skeleton stumbled, its arrow veering off course and grazing Ji Xin's shoulder. In the next moment, Ji Xin, sword in hand, stood before the adversary. The sharp iron sword clashed against the skeleton's bony structure, and its head was swiftly dislodged, collapsing into a heap of bones with a resounding clatter. Normal difficulty, it seems these minor foes haven't been significantly enhanced, Ji Xin remarked as he extracted the arrow from his shield and crouched to collect the spoils of the fallen foe. Skeleton Skull Reality Collection: 1 bones, 3 arrows, 2 damaged, bow, 1 experience, 7 player levels up to level 1, all attributes increased by 1. As the golden experience orbs entered his being, Ji Xin felt a distinct enhancement in his attributes, signifying that to grow stronger, he must continuously defeat monsters. Though this world retained the essence of the Minecraft universe, it had devised an entirely new system for leveling up through combat. This granted Ji Xin a uniquely enriching experience. Opening his inventory, he noted that bones were unnecessary for now, but could later be decomposed into bone meal for crop cultivation. The bow, though damaged, could still fire a few more shots. At least he now possessed a means of ranged attack. Once he survived this night, he would need to construct a shelter. Solitary ventures were far too perilous. Oh whoa! 5 green zombies clad in deep blue shorts materialized before Ji Xin. The zombies bore a resemblance to their in-game counterparts, appearing square-shaped yet more lifelike, particularly with the rotting flesh on their faces, which made Ji Xin feel nauseous. This night is destined to be sleepless. Ji Xin swung the iron sword in his hand, intent on vanquishing this horde of zombies. Suddenly, an unexpected sound arose behind him, reminiscent of gunpowder igniting. That familiar sound. Could it be that creature? Ji Xin was instantly drenched in cold sweat. If one were to identify the most cunning creature in my world, it would undoubtedly be the creeper. It always manages to stealthily approach from behind and ignite its body, delivering a devastating explosion of affection. At such close quarters, even the undead would be gravely harmed. Chapter 2. The Creeper Crisis. Boom! The shield slipped from his grasp and was sent flying, creating a large crater in the ground from the creeper's explosion. Ji Xin was bloodied. Due to the limited time, he could only shield half of his body with the shield. Otherwise, that strike would have claimed his life. How painful! The real sensation of pain elevated the threat level of the creeper. Not only did he lose his shield, but he also sustained severe injuries. The scent of blood attracted more zombies. This won't do. I must find a way to break through. Ji Xin hurriedly climbed to his feet, dodging the claws of the zombies, and reached into his backpack for 15 pieces of raw stone, beginning to summon his first puppet. Notification. Puppet summoning failed. Damn. Again, notification. Puppet summoning failed. Once more. Notification. Puppet summoning failed. The quality of the stone blocks was too low, and Ji Xin failed to summon repeatedly. With no time to hesitate, he quickly retrieved his skull from his backpack. His eyes glinted with determination as he fixed his gaze on the square skull, declaring, "Either become my puppet, or I shall grind you in a bone meal. Choose." Suddenly, the lifeless skull seemed to comprehend Ji Xin's words. The hollow eye sockets began to glow with a faint red light, as if gaining sentience. Skull Puppet Transformation 1.it worked. Ji Xin felt a surge of joy as he tossed the 15 pieces of raw stone along with the skull into the air. Stone Puppet, deal with them. The 15 raw stones followed Ji Xin's command, intertwining and expanding. The sound of cracking stone resounded as a colossal stone golem materialized before him. The aura of the stone puppet exploded, sending the encroaching zombies flying. Stone Puppet, health 50, attack 20, speed 10, no special attack skills, can be repaired with raw stone, prefers mining and carrying objects. Impressive. This is even more absurd than the original Iron Golem. Ji Xin quickly withdrew, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not transformed the raw stone into a puppet, but had directly refined the skull, resulting in unexpected effects. The stone puppet's attributes far exceeded those of ordinary zombies. The surrounding zombies, with only 20 health points, were no match for the stone puppet, which could easily dispatch them. Within moments, the surrounding zombies were eliminated, and a torrent of golden experience orbs surged towards Ji Xin. The warmth of the sun enveloped him, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Strong, unbelievably strong. Ji Xin's lips curled into a slight smile as he drew his iron sword and leaped into the fray. Hours later, a gentle campfire flickered. The rotting flesh crackled over the flames as Ji Xin sat across from his puppet. Gazing at the meat on the fire, he swallowed hard. With no other food around, he had no choice but to satisfy his hunger with the flesh dropped by the zombies. After consuming 5 pieces of rotten meat, an overwhelming sense of hunger struck Ji Xin, and he realized he had become poison hunger. The flesh of zombies was not something one could consume casually. It seems I must hasten the plan to establish a base. Otherwise, subsisting on rotten meat daily is unbearable. As the sun rose in the east, the sky gradually brightened. Notification. Congratulations to players for surviving the first day. All receive 3 years of lifespan. The Novice Guide has concluded. The World Forum is now open. The player trading market is open, and the system's basic detection capabilities are now available with distance. Limitations. Players have 7 days to prepare supplies and form teams. After 7 days, the blood moon will rise, and the 100 days trial will officially commence. Attention! Players can send coordinates to other players through the system, facilitating the formation of various groups to resist dangers. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ji Xin's expression twisted in disbelief. He felt as if he had misheard, that he was familiar with the 100 days trial from his previous gaming experiences. Once the blood moon rises, zombies, skeletons, and other monsters would transform into far more bloodthirsty creatures, their numbers increasing exponentially and becoming immune to daytime burning damage. Every 10 days thereafter, the zombies would mutate, significantly enhancing their speed and strength. By the 90th day, zombies would possess the ability to destroy blocks, traverse the void, and carry TNT for explosive attacks. Without ample preparation, being bitten to death would be inevitable. Even more terrifying was that during the blood moon, one could not sleep. If the surrounding zombies were not cleared promptly, listening to the cries and wails would inflict immense psychological pressure. Ji Xin casually opened the World Forum, observing a flurry of names flashing by. Some were forming teams, while most were merely voicing complaints, offering him no useful information. With a gentle sigh, Ji Xin shifted his gaze from the forum, extinguished the campfire, and addressed the towering figure before him. "Let us go. Our time is limited. We must find a defensible location to settle." He had no intention of teaming up with others. With sufficient resources, he could conjure an army of puppets from thin air. The stone puppet nodded, its colossal form rising slowly as it lifted Ji Xin onto its shoulder, trudging forward with each deliberate step. After the battle of the previous night, Ji Xion's level had already risen to 3, with visible enhancements to his attributes. His barehanded attack power had increased by 3 points, combined with the Iron Sword assistance, enabling him to inflict 10 points of damage. A jumping strike could reach a terrifying 15 to 20 points. An ordinary zombie's health was merely 20 points. How much damage could Ji Xion inflict once he reached level 100? The thought was almost unfathomable. That night, Ji Xion's most significant gain was the 3 zombie skulls and 2 skeleton skulls quietly resting in his backpack. With the right blocks in the future, he could summon 5 puppets. As the stone puppet journeyed, it collected bones and rotten flesh from the ground, placing them into Ji Xion's backpack. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ji Xion arrived at a junction between a high mountain and a plain. A wide river flowed through the area, and a towering peak loomed above, making it an ideal location to construct a base to fend off zombies. Let us halt here from now on. This shall be our home. Ji Xion leaped from the stone puppet, quickly gathering some stones to craft a hoe. You begin cultivating a patch of land here, planting the wheat seeds we've collected along the way. Use bone meal to accelerate the growth of the wheat. The more, the better. Do not skimp on the bone meal. The immediate priority was to resolve the food issue. While consuming rotten meat would not lead to death, remaining in a state of hunger-induced poisoning was decidedly unpleasant. The stone golem gingerly cradled the hoe in its embrace, its not-so-intelligent head nodding slowly in affirmation, signaling that all was well. After giving instructions to the stone golem, Ji Xion swiftly made his way towards the mountainside, intending to excavate some blocks to construct a base. Chapter 3. Awakening the power of creation. Before Ji Xion, the once formidable rocks crumbled like delicate tofu at the mere brush of his hand, yielding a wealth of mineral resources. Yuan Shi 64, Tai Quang 35, Mei Tan 55. In mere moments, a towering mountain was transformed into a labyrinth of escape tunnels. A veritable hive, ensuring that even if he could not defeat the zombies, evasion was assured. Ji Xion produced a workbench, crafting chests from wood, and proceeded to fill dozens of large chests with the soil and stone he had excavated. Ding! Block control upgrade. The professional skill panel emerged automatically, and a surge of immense power coursed through Ji Xion's body. Block control 2, instant collection, enhanced. The range of block collection expanded from the original 666 to 161616. Power of creation knew the ability to manipulate all blocks within a 505,050 radius for offense or defense, though it severely depletes hunger. The term power of creation sent a shiver through Ji Xion's heart, evoking memories of the 2 true deities, the Creator God and the Dark Lord, who were said to be the only ones to have truly wielded such power, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture. Could there be a connection to his own skill, also named the power of creation? His excitement grew as a deep, radiant white light illuminated his eyes. He resolved to test his newfound abilities. Power of creation activated. The sound of rocks tearing echoed as the blocks around him trembled under Ji Xion's influence. In the next instant, the entire mountain began to lift, a thunderous roar resounding through the heavens. At the mountain's base, a stony golem tending to the fields heard the cacophony and turned its dull gaze toward the towering mountain, its red eyes narrowing in surprise, resembling a human's astonishment. The mountain was rising by itself. Wait, could it be that the master is in danger? The stone golem suddenly realized, hastily dropping its hoe and sprinting toward the mountain's peak with all its might. Inside the cave, Ji Xion coughed up blood, his satiety and hunger levels plummeting to 0, an overwhelming weakness flooding his body. Indeed, the notion that actions invite retribution proved true. Ji Xion chuckled wryly, hastily rummaging through his chest for rotten flesh, disregarding the potential for poisoning, stuffing it into his mouth. Though still hungry, at least he would not starve. After regaining a modicum of strength, Ji Xion wiped the blood from his lips and slowly rose, his mind becoming considerably clearer. He had grasped the fundamentals of the power of creation, yet he remained too weak. His hunger levels did not permit extensive manipulation of blocks. In the future, as he leveled up, the objects he could control with the power of creation would surely become far more formidable, and the range of his control would broaden. Suddenly, Ji Xin recalled his puppet technique. If block control could level up, then surely the puppet technique could as well. He quickly retrieved 3 zombie skulls and 2 skeleton skulls from the large chest, arranging them before him, the white light in his eyes flickering once more as he declared, "Submit or perish." Ding. Zombie skull, puppetization 3 ding. Skeleton skull, puppetization 2. Though the puppetization of the skull succeeded, the skill of puppet mastery did not upgrade. This matter could not be rushed. With the stone golem, he had only summoned 6 puppets thus far. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Xin took out 2 sets. One set equals 64 units of raw stones and crafted over a dozen furnaces in one breath. He then tossed in coal and rough iron ore, illuminating the dim cave as the sound of roaring flames filled the air. Before long, 3 sets of iron ingots were smelted. Using the workbench, he combined the 3 sets of iron ingots to create 20 iron blocks. Rather than using raw stones for his puppets, he prioritized higher quality iron blocks. Comme fort. Boom! Dust billowed as 5 iron golems materialized before Ji Xin, resembling the original iron golems, but adorned with peculiar monster heads. Type Golem 5, Health 100, Attack Power 40, Defense Power 10, Speed 50, Special Attributes, Immune to Fall Damage. 100 Knockback Resistance, can be repaired with iron ingots. The values of these 5 iron golems were double that of the stone golems, boasting 2 unique traits, immunity to fall damage and 100 knockback resistance. Ji Xion's heart swelled with joy. These 5 iron golems were veritable war machines. From now on, you shall be Steel 1 through 5, tasked with the security of the base. Any creature that dares to approach within 5 kilometers of the base shall be eliminated without mercy. Understood? The iron golems responded with a unified affirmation. The skilled block puppet master had laid out 3 paths to strengthen himself. The first was controlling blocks for offense or defense. The second was creating a multitude of puppets to enhance overall combat strength, the most apparent method of immediate power amplification. He had experimented with the first 2. Now, he aimed to enhance the power of his leadership title. The puppet master's dominion extended beyond mere obedient objects. He could also control sentient players. If he were to master this profession fully, all block players could become subjects of Ji Xion's control. Of course, these were future ambitions. For now, he needed to address the most fundamental issue of survival. Ji Xion crafted a complete suit of iron armor and 2 shields from his remaining iron ingots. At just level 3, with modest attributes, he could not even defeat the weakest stone golem. Thus, the armor and shields were essential for survival. As Ji Xion contemplated mining for more resources, the system's voice caught his attention. Ding! A level 5 elite monster has appeared nearby. Defeating the elite monster may yield monster traits. Note: the probability of elite monsters appearing randomly is extremely low. Approach with caution. Monster traits? Ji Xion was quickly captivated by this new term. The system provided only the name, leaving the specifics shrouded in mystery. In Ji Xion's understanding, defeating an elite monster might allow him to inherit some of the creature's abilities. If the elite monster were a small black creature, defeating it could grant him the ability to teleport. Ji Xion's pupils constricted as he suddenly recognized the significance of monster traits. Without hesitation, he called upon Steel 1 through 5, preparing to set out and investigate. The matter of base construction could wait. Acquiring traits was paramount. The 5 iron golems' eyes glimmered with red light, their bodies slowly merging with the earth, transforming into 5 shadowy figures entwined with Ji Xion's own. Not only Ji Xion, but all individuals within the area received this notification, and many began to converge toward the coordinates of the monster provided by the system. Chapter 4. Reversing the Future. Zombies and Spiders. The most significant distinction between forests and plains lies in the complexity of the terrain. At night, players' vision is not only hindered by darkness, but also by the monotonous trees that can easily disorient. Those lacking a sense of direction in the game may easily become lost. How peculiar! Why has this journey been so tranquil? Ji Xion walked at a moderate pace, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, yet he encountered not a single monster. Normally, the darkness of night would spawn numerous creatures, predominantly undead beings, such as zombies and skeletons. Some zombies even gather in hordes, attacking players in droves. significantly increasing the risk of death. Experience, dropped items, and monster skulls were all things Ji Xin sought to collect. This current state of tranquility was not what he desired. As he pondered ways to attract a few monsters for combat, a sudden clamor of battle erupted ahead. From a sound, it seemed to be a confrontation between a spider and a zombie. Finally, he had encountered them. Ji Xin immediately perked up, straining his eyes to peer into the distant darkness. Not far away, indeed, there was a zombie engaged with a spider. Surprisingly, these two normally indifferent creatures were unleashing a flurry of attacks against each other. In the game, he had witnessed skirmishes between the little white skeletons and other monsters. However, it was quite rare for two melee monsters like the zombie and spider to draw mutual ire. Nevertheless, that was not his concern. Ji Xin had no intention of delving into the reasons behind their conflict. His current objective was the experience and loot dropped by the monsters, leaving him with no time to understand their grievances. It sufficed to eliminate them all. Meanwhile, the spider's attack frequency surged, forcing the zombie to retreat repeatedly. In an instant, the zombie was on the verge of being vanquished. Such a ferocious spider. Hang in there, zombie brother, let me lend you a hand. Ji Xin drew the bow and arrow he had acquired earlier from the little white skeleton, aiming it at the exuberant spider. The spider, which had leapt to deliver a fatal blow to the zombie, seemed to sense danger and turned its gaze toward Ji Xin, but it was too late. The arrow soared through the air, striking the spider squarely in the forehead, causing it to tumble over, legs in the air, unconscious. The surviving zombie appeared somewhat dazed, its mind too primitive to grasp such complex matters. For a moment, it seemed utterly bewildered. Now it's your turn. As a seasoned judge, Ji Xin could not allow the spider to escape unscathed, so he decided to take a shot at the zombie as well. However, just as he prepared to release the arrow, the spider, previously struck in the forehead, stood up again, displaying extraordinary anger. Not dead, Ji Xin was slightly taken aback. That last shot had been enhanced by his level. One would think even a zombie and spider combined could not withstand such an attack. Wait, something was amiss. A chill ran down Ji Xion's spine as he swiftly adjusted his aim, pinning a spider that was charging at him against a tree. Suddenly, a string of glowing spider eyes appeared in the darkness. 1, 2, 5. Along with the previously unscathed spider, he found himself surrounded by 7 spiders simultaneously. The creatures snarled at Ji Xion as if attempting to drive away this intruder. Intelligent spiders? No, not intelligence, but rather someone manipulating them from behind. Ji Xion quickly realized, his eyes shining with a bright light, scanning the surroundings in search of the hidden puppeteer. This was no longer the original world. If he could control iron puppets, then naturally, there were others capable of commanding spiders. Clearly, this world harbored many formidable individuals. Upon being seen through by Ji Xin, the spiders revealed signs of panic in their eyes. At this moment, suspicion arose. No one dared to trust the other's goodwill. The first to strike would gain the upper hand. The spiders ceased their hesitation and surged forward, intent on subduing Ji Xion. However, Ji Xion was not one to be easily subdued. His iron sword thrust forward, piercing the spider's chest, and, as it was pushed back, he swiftly switched to his bow and arrow to deal further damage. In the blink of an eye, the first spider was shot to pieces, disappearing in just over a second. This group of summoned creatures, though seemingly intimidating, possessed no exceptional combat prowess. Even the iron puppets might not need to be deployed. The assault did not cease. From the treetop behind him, a hidden spider leaped toward Ji Xion's back. This was the elusive 8th one. Moreover, the surrounding spiders, yet to be dealt with, simultaneously launched their attacks to restrain him. In an instant, they formed a perfect counterattack formation. Clearly, the entity lurking in the shadows was no fool. They possessed intellect. Upon witnessing Ji Xion's remarkable combat skills, they swiftly adjusted their tactics. One must never underestimate anyone. However, this was where it ended. Ji Xion's gaze turned cold as a massive hand from Iron Puppet Number 1 suddenly emerged from his shadow. The spiders, on the verge of encircling him, were crushed to the ground, reduced to mere puddles of blood. Following this, Iron Puppets Number 2, 3, and 4 joined the fray, their overwhelming presence causing the spiders to tremble instinctively, momentarily halting their attack. If one possessed crushing strength, why resort to unnecessary measures? This also indicated that 8 spiders were the limit for the individual hiding in the shadows. A gasp echoed from the darkness, followed by the sound of fleeing footsteps. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, the puppeteer prepared to escape. Number 5. Invite them over for a chat, Ji Xin commanded, gesturing for Iron Puppet number 5 to pursue. After a brief skirmish, he discovered that the other party did not possess malevolent intentions. They likely perceived him as a player attempting to seize spoils. In light of Ji Xin's preemptive strike against the spider, it was evident that their approach was primarily defensive. Even without the iron puppets, if they had formed an encirclement, the outcome would have merely bound Ji Xin, stripping him of his ability to resist without claiming his life. In simpler terms, both sides have been contending for dominance. Whoever emerged victorious would ensure their safety and wield the power to determine the other's fate, rather than having their own fate dictated. Of course, this was merely a minor conflict. Capturing the opponent's face would suffice. It need not escalate to the point of taking their life. Shortly thereafter, Iron Puppet No. 5 dragged a player before Ji Xin. He quickly assessed the situation, his expression darkening. No, did you kill her? Iron Puppet number 5 nodded, beaming with pride over its successful completion of the task. Oh, you're feeling proud, are you? Ji Xin felt a surge of anger. Their previously measured confrontation had devolved into a matter of murder and theft. He seriously considered giving Iron Puppet number 5 a few whacks on the head. However, given its metallic nature, he restrained his impulse. Sigh, it's done. Brother, my apologies. Ji Xin realized calling the opponent brother felt somewhat inappropriate. Despite their battered appearance, the hair and physique suggested that the player was likely female. He placed the rotten flesh dropped by the zombie beside her, and along with the 5 iron puppets. They departed the scene like 6 thieves. This situation was rather distressing. After Ji Xin left, the female player's body did not vanish, though it had lost human form. Blood continued to drip incessantly. The nearby zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, began to gather, preparing to indulge in this bountiful feast bestowed by fate. Suddenly, an inexplicable force blasted the surrounding zombies away. This force enveloped the female player's body, rapidly mending her injuries. The sounds of bones realigning and flesh knitting together filled the air, transforming her entirely, even the blood on her body reverting to the original color of her clothing. In the blink of an eye, a fleeting red spirit dove into her body, restoring her previously grotesque features to a delicate appearance. This is the main world. Crucial information is by my side. I shall remember. Though the awakened puppets possessed some intelligence, it was limited. Summoning the dead was indeed an act of service. The synergy between humans and puppets appeared indispensable. Zombies, all zombies, clear out quickly. A warning voice caught Ji Xin's attention. The female player, previously slain by the puppets, had come back to life. The puppets, slightly perplexed, signaled to their master, inquiring if they should control this player as well. All of them. Half an hour later, Ji Xin and Chu Linger sat opposite each other by the campfire. Is it truly possible for one to die and be resurrected in such a miraculous manner? Let us simply say, can you keep your iron puppets at bay? I'm not a female ghost, and I did not perish moments ago. At this moment, 5 iron puppets encircled Chu Ling, their eyes fixed upon her with an intense glare, their iron fists cracking ominously. The ground was littered with the remains of zombies, their bodies devoid of heads. Since you are unharmed, let us consider our misunderstanding settled here. You may take these decayed remains to eat. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. The entire incident had spiraled into a significant blunder. Just as Chu Linger was about to acquiesce, an overwhelming desire to follow surged within her. This yearning grew ever stronger, nearly transforming into an instinct. Can I accompany you? Chu Linger's voice dropped several octaves, almost pleadingly. Immediately thereafter, the ability tied to the title of leader, Ji Xin, inexplicably reacted. Detected loyalty at 50, error in detection reevaluating. Detected presence of follower with loyalty at 99. Would you like to activate the ability? What is happening? It seems the other party is reluctant to part ways. A loyalty of 50 toward a stranger is already formidable. While this girl has achieved a staggering 99, This implies that even if Ji Xin were to strike her down in cold blood, she would not retaliate. Surely, she cannot be enamored with his physique. That seems improbable. Perhaps her mind has been damaged? Or does she possess a penchant for masochism? Ji Xin reflected upon his past misdeeds, yet remained baffled as to how she achieved such a remarkable loyalty of 99. Was it merely an illusion? In her eyes, he sensed an unwavering determination between life and death. My name is Chu Linger. I am a level 1 spider mage, skilled in alchemy and healing. And I can summon spiders. I will not be a hindrance to you. Wait. Ji Xin hastily gestured for her to cease. Spare me the superfluous details. I am currently curious about your reasoning. In just a few days, a cataclysm will occur. By aligning ourselves with the strong, we may survive. Ji Xin glanced at the tattered little spiders behind her and suddenly found the entire world to be quite logical. It turned out that a loyalty of 99 was not merely allegiance, but a fervent will to survive. Naturally, it was a wise decision as well. With a support-type class, survival alone would be untenable once the cataclysm began. Humans inherently require a team as a source of support. Given her loyalty of 99, it was the perfect opportunity to test his third ability, the leader title. By simply providing some food, he could effortlessly gain a loyal subordinate without fear of betrayal. This arrangement was quite advantageous. Furthermore, her profession was not weak. Her healing ability alone was invaluable. Let's proceed. Ding. Leader title activated. Sincerity sufficient. Contract successfully signed. You may extract 10 experience points from the other party. In the dense jungle, the night obscured all visibility. The oak forest transformed into a birch grove, and the number of trees visibly increased. The trees in reality appeared more robust than those in the game, lending an air of authenticity. Ji Xin did not forget his objective for this journey. After more than an hour of travel, the duo finally spotted their target, the elite monster. In the darkness, the elite monster was surrounded by flickering flames, igniting the surrounding flora and causing them to crackle under the heat. This elite monster resembled a small white skeleton, but instead of a bow, it wielded a stone sword, moving in astonishing speed, at least double that of Ji Xin's current pace. With a mere thought, its attribute panel materialized before Ji Xin's eyes. Name: Ji Xin Skeleton, also known as Big Sword Little White. Level 5. Health 100. Attack power 20. Defense 0. Speed 20. Special attribute: the great sword it wields possesses immense destructive power, capable of igniting the surrounding air, inflicting burning damage upon enemies, and can destroy blocks with hardness below that of stone, excelling at breaking ice. Ji Xin scoffed inwardly. A level 5 elite monster was nothing extraordinary. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet this Ji Xin skeleton proved to be remarkably weak. Aside from its health matching that of his iron puppets, its other attributes were thoroughly outclassed. Ji Xin refrained from making an immediate move. The more assured victory seemed, the more cautious he ought to be. History is rife with tales of unexpected calamities. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, he spotted a player concealed among the trees, quietly poised with an enchanted bow. This player wore no armor, suggesting he had awakened a class related to archery. Boss, there are 2 more individuals behind that large rock at 3 o'clock. Chu Linger prodded Ji Xin's arm, alerting him. The 2 hidden behind the rock were well concealed, only becoming discernible through Chu Linger's guidance. How did you notice them in this darkness? Ji Xin furrowed his brow, finding it peculiar. Chu Linger pointed to her eyes and smiled. Spider sense. Oh, that makes sense. Ji Xin acknowledged, realizing that as a spider mage, Chu Linger possessing night vision was not unexpected. With her assistance, he managed to uncover the hidden figures, totaling over 50 individuals. I seem to be the last to arrive. How intriguing. Ji Xin chuckled, relieved he had not acted hastily, or he would have ended up as a mere pawn in someone else's game. However, it did not rule out the possibility that collectively they were no match for him. This elite monster poses little threat to you, but your primary concern should be how to safely extract its unique attributes. Chu Linger expressed her thoughts. Ji Xin nodded, not disputing her perspective. Players wield various awakened abilities that can be unpredictable. The one who strikes first against this monster will be at a disadvantage. Thus, waiting to observe the strengths of each class was the most prudent course of action. Boss, shall we engage? This elite monster is formidable, but together we can certainly defeat it. Meanwhile, 10 middle-aged players clad in iron armor, a class-specific equipment, crouched together, their eyes fixed intensely on the elite monster. The leader among them, a bald man, exuded an air of boisterous confidence. These individuals were undoubtedly drawn to the elite monster as well. After a moment of contemplation, the bald man made his decision. No more waiting. Brothers, ready your shields. We charge in. Remember, safety first. Take turns absorbing damage, and once we secure its unique attributes, we retreat. Understood. The others nodded in unison, having lingered there long enough to feel their stomachs rumble. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could depart. Onward. The bald player surged from behind the tree, brandishing his iron sword as he led the charge, extinguishing 5 or 6 flames in his path to clear a route for his comrades. Seizing this opportunity, his allies exchanged glances, instinctively surrounding the elite monster and commencing their war of attrition. The battle was about to erupt, and Ji Xin and Chu Linger quickly turned their attention to the source of the commotion. They beheld 10 players wielding iron swords and clad in iron armor, rushing toward the Ji Xin skeleton with swift, decisive strikes. Ultimately, someone could no longer contain themselves. Upon sensing the intrusion of humans into its territory, the Ji Xin skeleton's flames blazed even brighter as it brandished its stone sword in response. 10 individuals? Their assembly speed was indeed impressive. Concealed behind the stone, Ji Xin murmured to himself, recognizing that the speed at which humans unite in dire situations is unparalleled by any mere animal. Chapter 6. The Price of Impulsiveness. The bald man's name was Wang Chong, serving as their leader. All 10 of them were level 1 vanguard warriors, fully armored from the outset, which rendered their combat prowess exceptionally high in the early stages. The process of forming a team for players is not as cumbersome as it may seem. It merely requires the designation of a coordinate. When the distance is short, a gathering can be accomplished within a few hours. For the instinct to band together for warmth is inherent in human nature. Naturally, due to time constraints, the team will not be large, capping at a few dozen members at most. Ji Xin, being aware of this, has been preoccupied with early-stage development, thus paying little attention to the happenings on the forum. It is no wonder that this group is uniformly clad in iron armor, their equipment surpassing his own. In this realm, unless one belongs to professions such as miners or gatherers, even wielding a diamond pickaxe yields meager efficiency. One could not hope to mine an entire set of iron armor within a single day. Such stringent conditions bestow immense value upon iron armor. Although it is a lower-tier profession, its combat prowess in the early stages exceeds that of many higher-tier professions. The 10 individuals before him are entirely clad in iron gear, and their combat strength appears formidable. The decision to refrain from immediate engagement now seems wise. The leading bald-headed player grows increasingly fierce, absorbing the bulk of the damage. Surely, he must have been a seasoned practitioner before the traversal. This elite monster is indeed stronger than ordinary foes. The great sword in the opponent's hand gleams with deadly sharpness. Boss, you're bleeding from your arm. Let me hold up the shield to absorb the damage. Thus, the health of the Ji Xin skeleton swiftly dwindles to half. However, the ensuing temperature around them begins to rise, reaching an almost intolerable level. The unexpected transformation occurs. Flames engulf the Ji Xin skeleton as it activates its skill, Flame Scorch, resulting in a dramatic surge in its overall attributes. In that moment, all players are momentarily taken aback. Such crucial information was not provided by the system. Or perhaps, for elite monsters, this ability is classified as hidden information, and the system does not issue alerts. It appears the information provided by the system is incomplete, a fact that merits attention in the future. Ji Xion's expression grows solemn as he firmly engraves this valuable insight in his mind. Upon reaching red health, the Ji Xin skeleton ignites in a blaze, its formidable aura hurling the 10 members of the Iron Armor Gang aside, each one igniting in flames and suffering continuous damage. Damn, is this a telecom scam? Wang Chong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide in disbelief as he scrutinized the data the system had just presented. Like Ji Xin, he had never imagined the system's information would lead them into such a predicament. With no time for a reaction, the Jinshan skeleton, now bloodied, lunged towards a member of the Iron Armor gang. The Jinshan stone sword swept through, severing the square-headed player's head from his body, blood gushing forth, splattering Wang Chong's face. Old 5. Wang Chong stared at the head that rolled to his feet, his mind buzzing incessantly, rendered speechless by the horror of the scene. The crimson blood is the very essence of human fear, especially now, as the severed head at his feet belonged to a comrade he had just referred to as a brother. It's over. This is the consequence of striking first. TSK, TSK. Ji Xin felt a pang of sympathy for them, contemplating whether to intervene. Why not take them in as your subordinates? If you act now, you'll be regarded as a benefactor. They will undoubtedly be grateful. Chu Linger remarked half-jokingly. In her view, Ji Xin had the capacity to eliminate this elite monster effortlessly, simultaneously rescuing the 9 individuals and expanding his own player faction, a win-win scenario. There is some merit to that. Ji Xin leaned against a large rock, suddenly opening his eyes. However, he dismissed the notion of slavery. They're civilized individuals, after all, and should be referred to as younger brothers. Here is the plan. If they do not abandon their companions and flee, I will step in to save them. Otherwise, I shall let it be. Acquiring younger brothers is not a matter to be taken lightly. Those who are cowardly and unprincipled are of no use. Chu Linger nodded, finding this idea agreeable. This profound shock instilled fear within all those who had engaged, particularly in Wang Chong, the leader. However, the members of the Iron Armor gang understood that at this moment, retreat was not an option. Otherwise, they would surely be overwhelmed one by one. Boss, stay strong. We must first find a way to survive. The others quickly rallied to withstand the pressure exerted by the Jinshan skeleton, allowing the gravely wounded Wang Chong to escape danger. Witnessing the deaths of Old 5 and Old 4 weighed heavily on Wang Chong's heart, yet he knew he must devise a solution. Temporarily retreating from the battlefield, Wang Chong gazed into the dark abyss, his expression distant, before suddenly kneeling upon the ground. I know you can see us here. We have tested the skeleton's abilities. Now, we only require damage support. Help us out, brothers. We can forego the monster's characteristics afterward. We only ask for a chance to live. These words were naturally directed at the other 10 players lurking in the shadows. If those hidden in the darkness were willing to assist, the Iron Armor gang could survive. No monster characteristics? Such a fortunate offer. Some listeners began to stir, eager to help. However, a figure resembling a leader halted them. The night was shrouded in darkness, the only sounds being the clash of battle and Wang Chong's pleas. As time ticked away, the restless emotions gradually settled, as if the players hiding in the shadows had turned into cold stones. These Iron Armor members had become stepping stones for others to obtain monster characteristics. How infuriating! Wang Chong felt his heart chill, his pupils trembling incessantly. This wretched world had yielded no one willing to lend assistance. If they had all joined forces, they could have easily subdued the Jinshan skeleton without any casualties. Meanwhile, Chu Linger's reaction starkly contrasted with that of the other players. She was exceedingly excited as she spoke to Ji Xin. Oh, what a fortuitous opportunity. Now is the time to act. It will bring both prestige and reward. Ji Xin stretched lazily, his eyes beginning to glow with a white light, deep and hollow, before stepping out of the darkness. Haha, what a man. This fellow named Wang Chong is not meant to perish. I suppose I can take a risk to save them. This man is loyal, and even in such dire circumstances, he retains his clarity of thought. He is indeed the ideal candidate to take under his wing. Simultaneously, the ground surrounding the Jinshan skeleton began to tremble violently. In the next moment, several stone pillars erupted from the earth, intertwining to form a stone hut that ensnared the Jinshan skeleton within. With Ji Xin's assistance, the remaining members of the Iron Armor gang felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Give me a reason to save you. Ji Xin held 3 floating stone blocks, which spun rapidly under some unknown force, indicating his extraordinary capabilities. Upon seeing someone willing to assist, Wang Chong was immediately moved to tears. If you can save my brothers, my life belongs to you. I, Wang Chong, assure you that my word is my bond. Wang Chong, fearing that Ji Xin might refuse their plea, hastily offered the highest price he could afford. Ha ha ha, sufficient. Ji Xin nodded, genuinely impressed by this man. The power of creation surged once more, and several indistinct shadows swiftly darted into the stone hut. The remaining 7 members of the Iron Armor Gang felt the blocks beneath them tremble, before being relocated behind Ji Xin. Stay back. I can handle this alone. Ji Xin confidently positioned himself in front of them. Having resolved to save them, he could not afford to falter. The rescued members of the Iron Armor Gang turned their anxious gazes towards the youthful figure before them, their voices tinged with urgency. Friend, do not hesitate. It is already in red health. If we all attack together, we might have a chance to defeat it. Ji Xin did not heed their suggestion, instead signaling for silence. Rest assured, I can manage alone. Even if complications arise, ensuring your safety will not be a challenge. Though he stood there, 5 steel puppets had already charged in, working in conjunction with the power of creation to contain the threat, minimizing the risk of unforeseen events. At the very least, he would remain unharmed. The members of the Iron Armor Gang hesitated, their concerns still palpable. In the stone house, darkness enveloped everything, rendering visibility impossible. The character of De Jian Xiaobai felt bewildered, desperately swinging the enormous sword in his grasp, yearning for an escape. Unexpectedly, 5 pairs of blood-red eyes ignited behind him. As a creature of the night, Xiaobai felt a tightening sensation and slowly, yet stiffly, turned his head. What greeted his gaze were 5 iron puppets adorned with monstrous heads, tilting their heads and grinning at him. In the next moment, a notification echoed through the area. Congratulations to player DXN, System Alias, for achieving the first kill of the elite monster in this region. Reward: 3 years of lifespan. Level increased to 3, special drop, Flame Burn. A multitude of golden experience orbs rapidly converged towards Ji Xin, causing his heart to race. His level surged from 3 to 6, significantly enhancing his attributes, particularly his hunger value, which doubled to 46 points. Chapter 7. The Mason Association. How was it possible? We lost 2 brothers to an elite monster, and it fell so easily? Wang Chong stared blankly at Ji Xin's figure. In that moment, the youthful boy seemed to grow immensely in stature, akin to a savior deity. Ji Xin turned to Wang Chong and smiled. I have fulfilled my promise. What about you? At that moment, Wang Chong suddenly realized, suppressing his discomfort, stated, From this day forth, my life belongs to you. The remaining 7 players of the Tai Jia Gang exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Although they had not made promises to Ji Xin in advance, they were not ones to renege. I Su De, I Lin Huang, I Zhao Qian, I Hao Jin, I Wu Tian, I Huang Tian, I Wei Lu, are willing to pledge ourselves to DXIN. Ah, your name is quite unique, Ji Xin remarked, feeling embarrassed as he recalled his hastily chosen online alias, knowing that players could only view each other's nicknames. What do you mean by pledge? Stand up. Ji Xin cleared his throat and helped Wang Chong to his feet. There is no need for such formality. You are all old enough to be my elders. If you don't mind, feel free to call me boss or chief. Of course, you can simply use my name as well. We don't have such rigid customs. With this statement, Ji Xin restored their dignity. After all, no one wished to be a slave. Wang Chong's eyes brimmed with gratitude. Rest assured, boss, from now on, our lives are yours. If you tell us to head east, we shall not venture west. Ji Xin nodded in satisfaction, confident in Wang Chong's loyalty. A person willing to bow and plead for their brother's sake was indeed trustworthy. Beep. Wang Chong, Su De, Lin Huang, Zhao Qian, Hao Jin, Wu Tian, Huang Tian, Wei Lu have formed a contract with you, willingly becoming your subordinates. Loyalty level, 8099. You may receive 10 of the experience points from your subordinates when they defeat monsters. Ji Xin gazed at the system prompt, slightly surprised by the smoothness of the process. These individuals were genuinely principled. After Ji Xin formed a contract with the members of the Tai Jia Gang, Chu Ling Air suddenly appeared from nowhere. She raised her hand and brushed over the injured Wang Chong's head, a faint green glow sinking into his body. A healer? The members of the Tai Jia Gang stared at Chu Ling Air in astonishment. She had previously mentioned her healing abilities, classifying herself as a semi-healer. So Ji Xin was not particularly surprised. Once Wang Chong and the others were settled, Ji Xin leisurely approached the stone house he had constructed. Inside, the remnants of the golden cicada skeleton transformed into specks of starlight, gradually coalescing into a golden bone, defying the constraints of ordinary stone and floating in midair. This was the monster's special drop. Golden cicada stone, sword 1. Golden cicada skull 1. Golden bone, flameburn 1. Ji Xin grinned, with the golden bone in hand. His objective for this venture had been achieved. Flameburn 1. Ignites all combustible blocks within a radius of 505,050, including living beings. Refining time, 3 hours. Having recovered from their injuries thanks to Chu Ling Air's healing, Wang Chong and the others were now able to walk unaided. However, Chu Ling Air appeared somewhat pale, her stomach grumbling incessantly. Healing 8 individuals had been a considerable strain, causing her hunger level to plummet. "I'm so hungry. Do you have any food?" Chu Ling Air did not hesitate to take and consume the rotten meat offered to her, soon surrounded by a green particle effect of hunger. The hunger effect from rotten meat was truly unbearable. Ji Xin spoke with a hint of exasperation. This world was far more perilous and realistic than a game, particularly regarding food, which was exceedingly scarce. He had scarcely encountered any cattle, sheep, or pigs. Initially, he had seen a pig, but at that time, he had been in a daze from the universal transition and had not thought to kill it for meat. Now, reflecting on it, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. As he pondered, the surrounding dark forest began to rustle with footsteps. Chu Ling Air's pupils dilated in alarm. "We are surrounded." It was no surprise, evidently. This journey was far from over. Ji Xin was not startled by the impending ambush, having anticipated that others would come to claim the spoils. Earlier, to restrict the elite monster's speed, he had constructed the stone house from thin air. Furthermore, during the battle against the elite monster, he had maintained a clear line of sight. The lurking individuals had no idea how formidable his power truly was. It was no exaggeration to claim that one of his iron puppets was equivalent to an elite monster. Anyone who approached would surely meet their demise. Gradually, figures began to emerge from the shadows, revealing themselves to Ji Xin and his companions. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Ji Xin, a level profession or censor and the recently established president of the Mason Association. It is a pleasure to meet you. A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, presenting a warm smile. "My friend, I see you possess extraordinary talent. Would you be interested in joining our guild?" Ji Xin glanced around at the fierce countenances of the individuals surrounding him. It was evident that the remaining figures in the forest were all part of the opposing faction. No wonder they had remained concealed, as they were organized. "If I join you, will the monster's special drops belong to me or to you?" Ji Xin remained unhurried, slowly retrieving the monster's special drops from his inventory. "Those will be distributed by the organization, of course, as you defeated the monster. It is highly likely that they will end up in your possession." The middle-aged man maintained his calm demeanor. In these chaotic times, having an additional ability opens up more avenues. Responding to danger will become easier, and the probability of survival will naturally increase. Ji Xin smiled. "Highly likely?" That was not the same as a guarantee. This was akin to outright robbery. Moreover, having gathered so many subordinates and being a top-tier profession himself, he had no reason to serve under another. "I refuse. I have no time to waste with you. Step aside." With that, Ji Xin boldly pushed past the man, striding confidently out of the crowd, leaving no room for courtesy. The Tai Jia gang and Chu Ling Air followed closely behind Ji Xin, remaining vigilant yet silent. Jia Junyu's eyes reddened as he struggled to suppress his emotions. "Kid, I admit your explosive capability is impressive, but the cooldown must be quite lengthy." As he spoke, the 40 or so individuals behind him brandished their weapons, seemingly warning Ji Xin. Ji Xin narrowed his eyes. "Cooldown? What cooldown?" The puppet had merely executed a basic attack, without any skills requiring cooldown. Chapter 8. You have already been surrounded by me alone. With a rustling sound, several archers appeared atop the trees. This elite monster was claimed by us first. Jia Junyu's expression twisted with ferocity. "You must understand the order of precedence. Beasts, you are all voracious monsters that devour humans without a trace." Wang Chong could no longer contain himself. He did not blame this group of people for their indifference when faced with death, as they bore no obligation to intervene. However, now that the victim was deceased, their audacity to seize the monster's traits was utterly shameless. Resolutely, Wang Chong positioned himself in front of Ji Xin, his iron sword unwavering in his grip despite his injuries. As a human rather than a mere beast, he vowed not to allow his savior's hard-won spoils to fall into the hands of these opportunists. Jia Junyu raised his gaze slightly, dismissing the battered Wang Chong with a glance, his attention firmly fixed on the enigmatic youth, ever poised to strike. Ji Xin's displayed prowess was indeed formidable, instilling a sense of caution within him. Still, the allure of the monster's traits was too tempting to resist, prompting him to take the risk. The choice was clear. It could be interpreted as a threat. Hey, Wang Chong, you truly underestimate your superior. I promised you meat if you followed me, and I never intended to let you have even a sip of the broth. Nevertheless, Ji Xin ingot zizunu ntili. Feigning irritation as he pushed Wang Chong aside. Atop the treetops, the 10 archers had yet to release their arrows when several stone pillars surged skyward, ensnaring them completely. Their arrows knocked aside. Instantly, a profound sense of suffocation enveloped them, swiftly draining their vitality. This is bad. We're trapped. If we don't escape, we'll suffocate to death. In unison, the 10 archers cried out in agony, utterly helpless without tools to extricate themselves. Jia Junyu's pupils constricted, and he retreated several steps, hastily distancing himself from Ji Xin. He had not anticipated that after slaying an elite monster, Ji Xin would still possess the strength to unleash skills. Brothers, forget about those archers in the trees. Focus all efforts on eliminating this individual. Once we take down the main body, everything else will fall into place. In his panic, Jia Junyu exhibited a chilling ruthlessness, disregarding the lives of the 10 archers to prioritize Ji Xin's elimination. The members of the Stonemasons Association swarmed in, none daring to confront the powerful elite monster. Yet they became inexplicably frenzied when faced with Ji Xin, a fellow human. I advise you to act with reason. Ji Xin remained unfazed, a sly smile playing on his lips. On the ground, 5 pairs of crimson eyes suddenly ignited. In the blink of an eye, a legion of iron puppets materialized around Ji Xin. The imposing forms of the iron puppets lurked within the shadows, only their glowing red eyes visible. What is that? Get away. Iron puppets? Are those zombie heads? The members of the Stonemasons Association were petrified at the sight. The iron puppets struck with remarkable speed, leaving no time for the archers to react. One powerful blow sent them sprawling, bloodied, and incapacitated. As the colossal figures loomed before them, a paralyzing sense of helplessness spread through the crowd. If these were merely ordinary iron puppets, they might have devised a strategy to counter them. Yet, the oppressive presence of these steel behemoths surpassed even that of the previous golden cicada skeleton, rendering them utterly defenseless. It was only at this moment that Jia Junyu realized he had gravely underestimated Ji Xin. With focused intent, Ji Xin's eyes glowed with a profound white light. And as his adversaries remained momentarily stunned, the power of creation surged forth. The ground beneath the 30-odd charging players collapsed, plunging them into a vast pit, and a chaotic amalgamation of blocks materialized above them. Having attained level 6, Ji Xin's hunger level doubled, making it significantly easier to manipulate the surrounding blocks. Quickly, everyone, climb out. He intends to bury us alive. The members of the Stonemasons Association panicked, astonished by Ji Xin's formidable abilities. You guessed correctly. Ji Xin bemet poiting dawat, causing the block amalgamation to crash down heavily. The sound of collective damage resonated, and they began to experience the same suffocating sensation as the 10 archers. In the course of this skirmish, the opposing 30 had shown no capacity for resistance, utterly subdued beneath Ji Xin's might. Wang Chong and his companions felt a flush of embarrassment. Their boss was surprisingly powerful. Reflecting on his earlier dramatic words, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Who, indeed, was protecting whom? Spare us. We concede, came the desperate cries from below. In a matter of moments, the trapped individuals could no longer endure. Ji Xin, hearing their pleas, did not hastily relent. Their audacity to seize his opportunity demanded retribution. We were wrong. Please forgive us. We truly did not mean it. It was all Jia Junyu's idea. If you must punish someone, let it be him. Yes, yes. We were merely following orders. The cacophony of wails from below continued. Though most of the blocks were not lethal, the sensation of being trapped and suffocated was undeniably distressing. Ji Xin gauged the passage of time, and once their health had diminished to critical levels, he slowly raised his hand. At the bottom of the pit, over 30 individuals lay sprawled, devoid of life, some even unconscious from lack of oxygen. Ji Xin approached the edge of the pit, surveying the hapless players with a cold, piercing gaze, infusing his voice with an air of intimidation. Do you still desire the monster's traits? Cold sweat beaded on Jia Junyu's forehead as he hesitated to reach for the traits, his remaining rationality warning him of the perilous depths involved. No, it's yours. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Jia Junyu's heart brimmed with humiliation and rage, far worse than consuming something foul. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. The 5 towering iron giants beside Ji Xin could annihilate them at will. This youth was undeniably formidable. Refusing to beg for mercy would surely spell their doom, without a hint of doubt. You are correct, young Master Xin. In Chapter 9, Ji Xin couldn't help but chuckle at Jia Junyu's audacity. Mere moments ago, he had sought to unite his strength against Ji Xin. Yet now he was wearing a sycophantic grin, adeptly navigating the shifting tides of circumstance. Ji Xin clapped Jia Junyu on the shoulder, his spirits lifted. If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this. It is crucial for players to unite in this perilous world. By virtue of our shared humanity, we are kin. Had it not been for this bond, you might have already fallen to my blade. Jia Junyu forced a smile, attempting to feign humility. He recognized the futility of claiming the traits, turning to lead his companions away. Ji Xin, his earlier musings on how to counterattack, now replaced by an intent to extract some benefits from them. Wait! His sharp command startled everyone, causing their hairs to stand on end. His reluctance to eliminate them outright was merely a ploy to extract some advantage. Jia Junyu halted, cold sweat trickling down his brow. What do you wish to command? Oh, it's nothing much. I found myself in a bit of a financial pinch lately, and since we are now friends, I thought I might borrow some funds from you all. Might I inquire if anyone is willing to lend a little? Ji Xin calmly asserted his intent to extort, counting on his fingers. The players were still at the starting line, their only currency being their lifespan. Here, lifespan served as the medium of exchange. Slaying a player would not yield any currency. By keeping them alive, they would become his future source of lifespan. Upon hearing the mention of money, the expressions of the members of the Shijiang Xiaohui fell instantly. They had toiled tirelessly throughout the night, suffering injuries and receiving no benefits, and now they were being extorted. Truly, misfortune had knocked at their door. Yet, they had no choice but to comply. They could only choose between money and life. Give. Jia Junyu clearly possessed a sharper insight into the situation. Without paying, this group would find no escape. The surrounding iron puppets, with their half-paralyzed forms, left him unwilling to take any risks. Ji Xin brushed off the dust from his clothes and revealed a smile once more. That's more like it. I don't ask for much. You should each have 3 years of stored life essence. Just lend me 1 year of your essence. 1 year. Life essence is not like money from a past life. It represents one's vitality. Give a little, and one loses a little. If one's health is frail, parting with life essence could lead to an untimely demise. However, Ji Xin remained indifferent. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no intention of coveting their life essence. The power of creation activated. Walls of earth rose up, encircling all 50 players. This matter was beyond their control. They could either pay and leave or spar with my puppets. Choose. The players, witnessing the rising walls of earth, felt their hearts race. This was Ji Xion's warning. They could only lament their foolishness in provoking such a formidable being. There was no alternative but to conserve their life essence in the future. Jia Junyu, 1 year of life essence for DXI. Grass Block 1. Transaction successful, ferocious chicken monster. 1 year of life essence for DXI. Wheat Seed 1. Transaction successful, the toughest one. 1 year of life essence for DXI. Raw Stone 1. Transaction successful. The individuals at the bottom of the pit stared at the worthless items in their hands, their faces dark and grim. Ji Xin, however, was unconcerned, gazing at the nearly 50 years of life essence displayed on the system panel. And he couldn't help but let out a gleeful snort. Thank you, Mother Nature, for your generous gifts, taking people's wealth to avert calamity. Should you dare provoke me again, I would not hesitate to sever your heads. Oh, and I have noted your nicknames on my system panel. If your life essence runs dry, I may seek to borrow from you again. Let us go. We withdraw. Ji Xin hummed a victorious tune as he swaggered back to the base alongside the Iron Armor Gang and a host of iron puppets. He had indeed contemplated silencing them permanently, but as a newcomer in this world, he was still unaware of many taboos. The system had designated life essence as a form of currency, which, in a sense, protected the players. Life essence was not something that could be dropped. During conflicts, players could use it to buy their lives. Ji Xin's intention was to gradually accumulate their lifespans, rather than resorting to violence that would narrow his path. After all, these players were not particularly strong, and he was not afraid of retaliation, only of their impotent rage, a mere venting of frustration. 1 year of life essence is neither too much nor too little. It serves as a reasonable limit, a befuddlement that requires no further thought. As the members of the Shijiang Xie watched Ji Xin and his entourage depart, some felt genuine sorrow for their lost life essence, while many others expressed relief that the tyrant had not executed them. Ironically, the organizer of this operation, Jia Junyu, became their target of hostility. Some even believed Jia Junyu should compensate for their losses. Once Ji Xin had moved far away, a middle-aged man with a purplish complexion and a mustache approached Jia Junyu. He was Hu Biao, the vice president of the Shijiang Xie. After taking a few deep breaths, he quietly complained, "President, are we really just going to let them leave? This has been far too humiliating for our association." He had been exceptionally cautious during this operation, meticulously planning every step before Ji Xin's appearance. Yet, the battle had ended in utter defeat, with all members severely injured. Ji Xin had single-handedly overturned what should have been a guaranteed victory, a plot twist even the most audacious novels would not dare to write. Hu Biao was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly adjusted himself, continuing to report on their situation. "President, our losses have been catastrophic. Though no one died, everyone is severely injured. It will take at least 10 days to recover fully, and we are running low on food. Moving forward, enough, no more discussion. I will handle these matters. Your priority now is to soothe the morale of our members and prevent any internal discord within the association." Jia Junyu was well aware of Hu Biao's concerns. He merely sought to think further ahead. In a few days, the blood moon would rise, heralding impending disaster. The Shijiang Xie faced a dire shortage of labor, which would significantly hinder their ability to construct defensive fortifications. If they could not withstand the impending zombie tide, their lives would be forfeit, rendering any discussion moot. Jia Junyu suppressed his growing anxiety, striving to maintain his composure. Ji Xin, what a formidable figure. We shall see who ultimately prevails. Chapter 10. Ji Xin, the world's greatest Casanova at dawn, the stone puppets left behind for farming have prepared a substantial amount of food, particularly wheat, which they transformed into bread, sufficient to address their hunger. Swiftly extracting the workbench, 3 groups of wheat were instantaneously converted into bread. Everyone has worked hard. Eat your fill and strive to replenish your hunger. Ji Xin, wearing a broad smile, distributed the bread among them. 3 groups of wheat produced only 1 group of bread, and with 10 individuals sharing it, each received hardly a few pieces. To ensure everyone was nourished and could recover swiftly, Ji Xin generously allocated most of the food, leaving himself with only 2 pieces of bread. If he could not eat enough, he would have to substitute with spoiled meat. The members of the Iron Armor Gang gazed at the bread being offered, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. In these trying times, food was an exceedingly scarce resource. Most could only survive on spoiled meat to stave off starvation. To receive bread was a privilege they had not anticipated. Wang Chong, a sensible individual, recognized Ji Xin's willingness to risk his life to save them as an immense favor. He dared not ask for more. "We cannot afford to be complacent. The impending disaster looms. If your injuries do not heal promptly, resisting the monsters will be nothing but a dream." Ji Xin firmly declined. For though Wang Chong and the others had received treatment from Chu Linger, their physical conditions remained precarious. Without adequate nourishment, recovery would be exceedingly challenging. "Thank you, boss." Wang Chong wished to say more, but caught a glimpse of Ji Xin's resolute expression and resolved to keep his gratitude close to his heart. Ji Xin observed as everyone began to eat the bread, nodding in satisfaction. These individuals were the first batch of followers he had gathered. They would become his trusted confidants in the future and deserved only the finest treatment. Although they could only eat bread for now, this situation would soon change. While the others took the time to recover, Ji Xin recalled the golden bones in his backpack. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and ventured deeper into the cave. He required a tranquil environment to refine the monster traits he had just acquired. Steel Puppet 1 and 2, guard the entrance and protect Wang Chong and Chu Linger. The rest of the puppets provide me with protection. Understood. After issuing the command, 2 pairs of red eyes swiftly moved to the cave entrance, while the other 3 puppets took form, standing guard around the area. Ji Xin found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged, and the golden bones floated out from the system space, slowly moving towards the top of his head. Immediately, the golden bones began to melt, releasing an exquisite stream of golden light that surged into Ji Xin's body, continuously nourishing his limbs and bones. Indeed, the monster's characteristic proved to be a remarkable asset, as it not only absorbed but also restored his own state. As time passed, Ji Xin gradually entered a meditative state. A notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for successful refinement. Flame Burn 1 incinerates everything within a radius of 50, centered on itself, while being immune to burning and magma damage." It was unclear how long had passed when the system's voice resonated in Ji Xin's mind. He had succeeded. A flicker of joy surged within him as he opened his eyes, warmth radiating from every part of his body, reminiscent of a soothing hot bath. After absorbing the monster's characteristic, it appeared that all his bodily functions had experienced a notable enhancement. Although there were no specific attribute points awarded, his physical constitution had undeniably improved significantly. Flame burn. The flames spread rapidly from Ji Xin, engulfing the surroundings, producing a crackling sound as the heat scorched the stones. Even in the absence of any combustible material, the flames showed no inclination to extinguish, continuing to blaze deep into the cave, illuminating it as brightly as day. Without hesitation, Ji Xin approached a cluster of flames, reaching out to touch the fire against the wall. The expected sensation of burning was replaced by a refreshing coolness, akin to caressing a pulsating mist, utterly delightful. With the power to control fire and immunity to burns, the characteristic of the Jin Shan skeleton proved to be exceptional. Ji Xin felt elated. The flame burn skill perfectly compensated for his lack of wide-area attack capabilities. From this moment forth, regardless of the number of enemies, they could all be incinerated in one fell swoop. He was acutely aware that monster characteristics were rare and precious. The probability of elite monsters appearing was exceedingly low, and the chance of obtaining their traits even lower. Being able to acquire the flame burn skill so effortlessly was undoubtedly intertwined with luck. Such fortunate occurrences might be scarce in the future. Having resolved everything, Ji Xin proceeded toward the exit. "Oh dear, you truly are a source of concern," he exclaimed. Facing imminent danger, there was internal strife among them. Ji Xin paused momentarily. The first thought that sprang to mind was that Chu Linger and Wang Chong were quarreling. Without lingering, he hastened toward the source of the commotion, ready to intervene. However, upon his arrival, the scene before him left him utterly bewildered. Wang Chong was furiously berating his system panel, while the others displayed similar expressions of anger. Rather than arguing back, Chu Linger was occasionally bringing Wang Chong a bowl of water to soothe his throat, enabling him to continue his tirade against someone on the other end of the system. "Go, Chong go! Unleash your wrath upon them. Don't stop!" Chu Linger shouted enthusiastically, as if they were engaged in a monumental battle. "Yes, Changgu is formidable. Let them have it. Let them malign our boss." The group of followers chimed in. Encouraged by the voices around him, Wang Chong's gaze grew resolute. He rolled up his sleeves, inhaled deeply, and prepared to unleash his lifetime of learning. Stop. Enough with the curses. Can someone tell me what exactly is happening here?" Ji Xin, unable to tolerate the profane language, quickly intervened to halt Wang Chong. Boss, you're back. How did the absorption of the monster characteristic go? Wang Chong, upon seeing his boss, swallowed back his curse, revealing a sheepish smile. It went smoothly. By the way, who are you cursing at? Ji Xin strolled over to Wang Chong, leaning in to glance at his system panel. Hey, boss, it's nothing. Let us talk about something else. Wang Chong said, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly not wishing for Ji Xin to see the content on screen. Oh, we're all on the same side. What could I possibly not see? Ji Xin pulled Wang Chong's arm aside to peer at his system screen. Chapter 11. An inexplicable retaliation strategy. Is this about me? Ji Xin found it hard to believe his eyes as he clicked on his personal homepage, only to be met with a barrage of scathing remarks. Murder and arson. Ruthless destruction. Committing all manner of evil. Ji Xin burst into laughter, his anger turning to amusement as he confirmed that he did not recognize the poster. Who else could it be but the Stone Mason Association? Chu Linger interjected with a mischievous grin. Didn't you say you weren't afraid of their retaliation? One could only say they have a serious issue. She turned to summon her system panel, entering the area chat and discovering the most trending post was still defaming him. Player DXIN has allegedly sold his soul to a demon to acquire formidable power, openly robbing our guild of the monster traits we worked so hard to obtain. Deserving of extermination by all. First floor, does this world truly have devils? Second floor, definitely. I've seen this DXIN. He can summon 5 powerful red-eyed monsters at once, clearly utilizing demonic power, mercilessly killing people. I witnessed a person being reduced to pulp by him. Third floor, how did this despicable creature end up in our region? What terrible luck. Fourth floor, if we kill this DXIN, we might inherit his demonic power. The post garnered immense attention, with clicks surpassing 100,000. The content was 9 parts falsehood, with only GXIN's name being accurate, the rest mere nonsense. Some comments even amused GXIN. It must be said that the timing chosen by the Stone Mason Association was impeccable. People had just arrived in this world, still unfamiliar with everything, making anything said seem credible. Coupled with their struggles and uncertainty, their pent-up frustrations had reached a boiling point. Now, the Stone Mason Association provided them with a target for their emotional release. Deep down, they couldn't care less about the truth of the matter. Whether he was human or demon, they would hurl insults at GXIN. Yet he remained unfazed. Even if the entire world scorned him, so what? He would simply subdue them with strength. If they could not be subdued, then they would be eliminated. Survival of the fittest was the law. A bunch of immature fools. I await your offerings of longevity. He mused. You all should disperse. These loudmouths won't survive the upcoming upheaval. Why bother with the dead? Meanwhile, at the Stone Mason Association's base, Jia Junyu sat within a stone-built chamber, flanked by Hu Biao, the vice president of the association. How is the mining of stones and ores progressing? Jia Junyu inquired coldly, turning to Hu Biao. Our association has extracted over 50 sets of stone, including 1 set of iron ore and half a set of gold ore, Hu Biao reported. Jia Junyu listened intently, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. With upheaval imminent, the Stone Mason Association had nearly monopolized all miners and stonecutters in the area. These worthless stones were poised to transform into premium building materials. Should they desire, they could purchase as many sets of stones for longevity as they wished. If others were unwilling to buy, they would have to mine themselves. However, without the labor of miners and stonecutters, ordinary people could barely extract a set of stones in a day, resulting in exceedingly low efficiency. Satisfied with Hu Biao's report, Jia Junyu nodded approvingly and continued. How have you fared with the tasks I assigned you? All taken care of. I enlisted several high-level keyboard warriors, and within just a few hours, they posted nearly 100 defamatory messages about DXIN, each with varying content. Now, DXIN's reputation across the internet is utterly tarnished. Excellent. Jia Junyu opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath, feeling a significant weight lifted from his heart. He was acutely aware that such actions would only incite DXIN's wrath and invite retaliation in the future. Yet he had no choice but to proceed. As dissenting voices had begun to emerge within the association regarding the failed monster capture, If not addressed promptly, it could potentially undermine his leadership foundation. Thus, he encouraged Hu Biao to spread rumors, shifting the public's animosity entirely onto Ji Xin, attributing all their failures to him. This tactic proved effective. Within the ranks of the Stonemason Association, the members only remembered that it was Ji Xin who had wronged them, stealing their lifespans. Few cared to inquire why Ji Xin had acted thus. The rumors must continue to proliferate, and it was imperative to establish contact with other unions swiftly, particularly the food union and the medical union. We could trade the stone materials required for construction in exchange for their provisions and medical supplies, striving to restore the physical conditions of our union members to optimal levels before the impending upheaval. Moreover, we must never disclose the location of our base. Safety is paramount. Hu Biao nodded in agreement and was about to exit the stone chamber when Jia Junyu paused, calling him back after a moment of contemplation. There is one more matter. You must inform the subordinates that selling even a single piece of stone to Ji Xin or his followers is strictly prohibited, regardless of the price they are willing to pay. Not selling? Hu Biao momentarily struggled to comprehend, scratching his head and exclaiming, "Why not? It is foolish to forego profit. Besides, in this region, Ji Xin is likely the wealthiest. We should seize the opportunity to exploit the rising stone prices and take advantage of them. After that, we may never have the chance again. Exploit him? Such short-sightedness. In just 5 days, the upheaval will commence, without sufficient stone to construct defensive fortifications. Do you think they will fare well?" Fate. Hu Biao furrowed his brow slightly, as if a realization dawned upon him, and he shivered involuntarily. What would transpire after the upheaval? They had already gathered ample information on the forums. All major organizations were competing fiercely to acquire stone and other construction materials. And even the price of dirt was skyrocketing. Severing the stone supply for an individual would undoubtedly cut off their means of survival after the upheaval. Once it begins, that person will surely meet their demise. He had been focused solely on profiting from Ji Xin, while Jia Junyu sought his very life. My wounds have yet to heal, and we must avenge this grievance. Jia Junyu's gaze sharpened, his voice laced with icy determination. To bring someone down, brute force is not the only method. Just because I cannot defeat Ji Xin does not mean I cannot orchestrate his demise. The greatest advantage of the Stonemason Association lies in their construction resources. They nearly monopolize all professions capable of handling stone in this area, producing nearly 100 sets of stone daily. Conquering without combat is the outcome I desire. Hu Biao swallowed hard, feeling a tinge of fear toward his president, and hesitantly voiced his concern. What if Ji Xin sought refuge with other unions? He has no opportunity left. I have already secured agreements with the food union, medical union, and equipment union. We will exchange stone at a 10% discount in return for their assistance in blacklisting Ji Xin's entire union. You need not concern yourself with that. Your sole responsibility is to ensure the progress of stone extraction. Jia Junyu waved his hand, signaling for Hu Biao to take his leave. What an intricate scheme. Truly impressive. Very well, President, take your rest. I shall take my leave now. Hu Biao beamed, showering praise upon Jia Junyu. The tasks Jia Junyu had assigned him seemed unrelated at first, yet they intricately intertwined, ultimately directing all hostility toward Ji Xin alone. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the widespread rumors could provoke Ji Xin's retaliation, but now he need not worry. Ji Xin might not live to see that day. Chapter 12. The Pinnacle of Class Skills and Their True Strength. 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, Ji Xin and his companions amassed a plethora of resources, the most precious of which were various food seeds. With these seeds, although food remained scarce, there was now a semblance of assurance. Thud! Outside the cave, 3 large wooden crates thudded to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Ji Xin coughed twice, waving away the smoke and dust, and spoke. These 3 crates contain over 70 sets of stone and about 10 sets of iron ore. Your next task is to upgrade your equipment and construct some defensive fortifications as per my specifications. Over 70 sets of stone and 10 sets of iron ore. Did you empty the Stonemason Association's lair? Chu Linger stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape, unable to fathom Ji Xin's words. Yet the contents of the crates before them confirmed the truth. Wang Chong and the others shared her astonishment. Boss, with our relationship with the Stonemason Association at such a standstill, how did you persuade them to sell this to us? Wang Chong examined the stones closely. Sell what? I mined all of this myself. Ji Xin replied, puzzled. In his eyes, these stones were mere refuse, infinitely abundant, and he could not comprehend why one would barter precious lifespans for worthless stones. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong and Chu Linger exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions betraying disbelief. No individual, even the finest miner, could extract such quantities in a mere few days. Chu Linger handed Ji Xin a pickaxe. Teach us, will you? Ji Xin, displeased with Chu Linger's antics, took the pickaxe and struck at a stone protruding nearby. You all clearly lack experience. You cannot even mine a stone properly. Watch closely. I will demonstrate once. Clang. The sound of stone striking echoed. Ji Xin had reached level 6, his strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals by multiple folds. The force of his strike sent vibrations through his hand, causing even his hunger level to drop a notch. However, the exposed stone remained unyielding, merely bouncing his pickaxe away. Ji Xin widened his eyes in astonishment. In the game world, mining stone was an effortless task, yet in the real world, it proved to be so arduous. Unwilling to accept defeat, he swung again, and at last, a raw stone reluctantly entered his backpack. At that moment, he began to understand the disparity between the game and reality. Without the appropriate profession, mining stone would be an exceedingly laborious endeavor. From the outset, Ji Xin had not followed the conventional method of upgrading equipment, but had directly activated his block collection ability, leading to his obliviousness regarding the significant difference in mining between the two worlds. Wang Chong and the others exchanged amused glances at Ji Xin's contemplative demeanor, but as loyal subordinates, they stifled their laughter. Well, this time doesn't count. I'll demonstrate again. Ji Xin felt a bit embarrassed, but masked it well, swinging the pickaxe once more at the nearby stone. Instantly, collection activated. Bang! This time, a strikingly contrasting scene unfolded. A large pile of stone disintegrated into dust and was swiftly absorbed into his backpack, all in a matter of seconds. Whoa! Is this what they referred to in the forums as chain mining? Incredible! Wang Chong and the others had never witnessed such a spectacle. Their eyes lit up, and they erupted with praise. Boss, you're amazing. No wonder you could produce so many stones. Ha ha! Those fools at the Stonemason Association surely have no idea that we can mine stones just as quickly. It seems their resource blockade will soon crumble. The ironclad gang members have become Ji Xin's fervent admirers. It makes no sense. The pickaxe's durability hasn't even decreased. How did you manage this? Zulinge was equalizo heist. But unlike Wang Chong and the others, her curiosity lay in unraveling Ji Xin's method. The stone has been provided. Now get to work. I do not tolerate idlers here. With that, his figure gradually receded into the distance. Work! Work! Stop dawdling. Wang Chong lightly tapped the back of Lao Er's head, urging him, hurry. Let's start by building a wall here. The members of the Iron Armor Gang lifted the boxes filled with stones and commenced various construction tasks. What could be the underlying principle? Was it some sort of inherent quality? Chu Linger did not immediately join Wang Chong and the others in their labor. Instead, she pondered thoughtfully while wielding a pickaxe, striking it down forcefully onto the stones at her feet. Satiety 1. Chu Linger. Over the past few days, she discovered that Chu Linger possessed a latent talent for construction and redstone, learning exceptionally quickly. After sketching a few simple designs for redstone devices, the responsibility of the base's defensive structures was entirely entrusted to Chu Linger, while the labor force would be composed of the rugged men from the Iron Armor Gang. Currently, what they lacked most was food, an abundance of it. This was the pressing concern at hand. The supply of bone meal in the boxes was dwindling, and temporary planting was out of the question. The most convenient solution was undoubtedly to purchase directly from the marketplace. He had attempted to communicate with the opposing guild leader, but for reasons unknown, his efforts had ended in failure. Ji Xin speculated that it was likely due to the rampant rumors circulating online. Damn the Masons Guild for daring to tarnish my reputation. Today, I shall sever the very foundation of your existence. A glimmer ignited in Ji Xin's eyes as he gradually ascended into the air, with stones gathering around him like raindrops. The moment he activated his collection ability, he descended with such force that even the sturdiest blocks appeared exceptionally fragile before his triad of powers. Raw Stone 64. Raw Stone 64. Raw Stone 64. As noon approached, Ji Xin single-handedly excavated nearly 300 sets of stones, filling 6 large boxes to the brim. The reason the Masons Guild, a mid-sized guild, could stand toe-to-toe with the larger guilds and maintain a degree of influence was undoubtedly due to these construction materials. Their base's coordinates were well concealed, eluding discovery across the entire forum, but that did not mean Ji Xin lacked the means to strike them from a distance. Chapter 13. The Economic Crisis of the Masons Guild. This is bad, Guild Master. Something major has occurred. Hu Biao stumbled into Jia Junyu's office, constructed from massive stone blocks. Sweat beading on his forehead, clearly having encountered a dire situation. Calm down, Hu Biao. If the sky falls, I will bear it. Jia Junyu leisurely chewed on his steak, his demeanor tinged with annoyance. Guild Master, don't continue eating. Our stone market has been undercut. Someone is selling stones at a lower price, and our stones are no longer selling. Jia Junyu's previously relaxed expression instantly stiffened, his gaze sharpening. Impossible. All the miners and quarry workers in this region are our people. How can anyone break our monopoly? This news struck him like a heavy hammer to the chest, causing him to choke on his steak. Water, he coughed, and Hu Biao quickly handed him a bottle of water, allowing Jia Junyu to swallow the steak with some difficulty. Without further elaboration, Hu Biao summoned his system panel, tapping the screen to reveal a mysterious figure with their face obscured. Boss, this is the person. In just half a day, they sold 100 sets of raw stones, and the price is merely half of ours. 100 sets, Jia Junyu exclaimed. This figure represented their Masons Guild's total sales for 2 entire days. Jia Junyu hastily opened his system panel, accessing the newly established shop, where the most prominent items were the raw stones sold by the Masons Guild. Raw stones 64. Price, 15 days of lifespan. We sell 1 set of raw stone for 1 month's lifespan, while they sell 1 set for half a month's lifespan. This is purely provocative, Hu Biao quickly added. Some of our longtime customers are now criticizing us in the comments, claiming we are profiteering. Guildmaster, if you don't take action soon, our shop will face ruin. The primary source of income for the Masons Guild relied on selling high-priced stone materials. If this revenue stream were to be severed, it would spell catastrophe for them. Jia Junyu did not hesitate, swiftly locating the Masons Guild store. Indeed, as Hu Biao had mentioned, the comments section was flooded. What bad luck. I just bought a set of stones here for a month's lifespan, and there's another shop next door selling a set for only 15 days of lifespan. I feel like I've been cheated by this Masons Guild. I will never return. Negative review. What a terrible shop. They don't even support a 15-day, no-reason return policy. Brothers, don't buy stones here. They're making a fortune off of us. A set of stones for a month's lifespan. I've disliked them for a long time. Jia Junyu furrowed his brow. Within just half a day, the Masons Guild had lost nearly 90% of its users, with the remaining 10% mostly being internal members. Damn it, how could this be? His expression grew increasingly grim, his voice trembling slightly. It was clear that the opposition had come prepared. Then, a trending post caught his attention. The Masons Guild profits from disaster. A set of stone sells for a month's lifespan. Simply a greedy establishment. The post rapidly surged in popularity, even overshadowing the post of the mighty Emperor Xin. Reaching the top of the trending list, Jia Junyu stood frozen in place, caught off guard by this series of blows. The surge in popularity of this post could not be mere coincidence. He opened the anonymous merchant shop once more, but found no clues or leads. The mysterious shop not only sold raw stones, but also dealt in various ores, albeit with a lesser volume of raw stones. Could Emperor Xin be behind this? It seemed that he too had utilized a similar ability to control blocks that night. However, controlling blocks and collecting blocks were fundamentally different concepts and should not be conflated. Moreover, it was implausible for a single individual to mine hundreds of sets of raw stones in just a few days. Even the most skilled miner would struggle to achieve that alone, thus eliminating Emperor Xin as a primary suspect. This could be the work of other guilds attempting to undermine us. Jia Junyu shifted his perspective. The reason why the Masons Guild possessed considerable influence among the larger guilds was fundamentally due to their absolute monopoly over construction materials. Now, a new organization had emerged to compete for their business, selling the same stone materials at half the price, clearly aiming to obliterate them. But why would they do this? Were they coveting the Masons Guild's influence? Seeing Ji Xin's deepening frown, Hu Biao felt increasingly anxious and tentatively urged, "Boss, what should we do now? If we can't sell stones, we can't pay our members, and many miners are clamoring to leave the guild." "Don't panic." Ji Xin raised his hand, signaling Hu Biao to refrain from speaking further. In recent days, the primary beneficiary of the high-priced stone sales had undoubtedly been Ji Xin himself. He not only avoided the drudgery of working in the pitch-black mines, but also received a higher lifespan compensation than anyone else. Almost a third of the lifespan earned from stone sales ended up in his own pocket, while the frontline workers in the mines received a pitifully small amount. Some miners had considered rebelling, but their singular focus on mining rendered them unable to contend with Ji Xin's ruthless tactics. Therefore, the collapse of the Masons Guild was the last outcome he wished to see. "I shall manage this matter. You focus on pacifying the emotions of those beneath you, and also investigate whether there are any internal saboteurs within the Who." GJ New York's gaze was sharp, harboring a subtle suspicion that there might be traitors within the association. "Indeed, I shall attend to it immediately," Hu Biao affirmed, hastening away from the stone dwelling. This situation could potentially escalate. The opposing party had presented 100 sets of raw stones for sale, indicating formidable strength, possibly even bolstered by a major guild. If negotiations could be initiated and a mutually agreeable price established, resolving this issue would be relatively straightforward. After all, with the impending upheaval, the demand for construction materials was insatiable. Regardless of how much stone either party produced, there would be buyers aplenty, thus alleviating any concerns of unsold inventory. The true fear lay in the possibility that the opposite side might refuse collaboration and merely seek to undercut prices, ultimately dismantling their stonemason association in the process. "No, I must engage this individual in earnest conversation." GJ New York opened the mysterious seller's shop homepage, only to discover the proprietor had concealed their identity, leaving him with no information. Meanwhile, within a nearby cave, JXN reclined upon a hay block, leisurely scrolling through comments on posts. The raw stones being discussed were indeed his, and the post that had surged to trending status was orchestrated by him. In this digital age, the influence of professional keyboard warriors was undeniable. There was no rationale for such warriors to be solely at the mercy of others. He was adept at turning their own tactics against them. In truth, JXN had no need to resort to such measures. His remarkable ability to gather resources instantaneously had already positioned him advantageously in this conflict devoid of gunfire. Should the entire stonemason association mobilize, it would take them 3 days of relentless labor to excavate 300 sets of stones, whereas JXN had managed to do so in just a few hours. Beginning in the morning and even managing to skip lunch, achieving the task in a mere half day. This was without him exerting himself to the fullest. Had he opted to run while mining, that number could easily have doubled. Thus, the Stonemason Association stood no chance. Employing someone to post was merely a nuisance aimed at aggravating them. Chapter 14. The New Puppet Scarecrow. Ding. SLS purchased 2 sets of raw stones, earning 1 month of lifespan. Ding. WSHS Allingu, I purchased 4 sets of raw stones, earning 2 months of lifespan. JXN hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. All he needed to do was upload the collected raw stones to the system marketplace. With each purchase, lifespan would automatically be credited to his account, leaving him free from any trivial concerns. He felt an uncanny resemblance to operating a shop on a certain platform, effortlessly earning money while reclining. What a delightful situation! JXN accessed the system data panel to audit his lifespan balance. In this world, lifespan served as both a circulating currency and a means of extending one's own existence. Presently, he possessed 60 years of external lifespan, meaning that, barring any unforeseen accidents, he could live an additional 60 years atop his existing lifespan. Such an unscientific power was unattainable within the confines of his previous world's laws. This also validated the prompt they had received upon arrival. This place can grant you eternal life. Ding! You have an unread message. Just as he pondered this, a message arrived. Oh, it seemed someone could no longer sit idle. JXN lifted his slightly weary eyelids and, upon seeing the sender's name, tossed it directly into the trash. Now, they thought of negotiating? Where had they been all this time? The message was from GJ New York. In the moment the Stonemason Association tarnished his reputation, any potential for negotiation had evaporated. The association's bankruptcy was merely a matter of time. JXN rose and uploaded another 200 sets of raw stones to his anonymous shop. Wow, the big shot has restocked. Everyone hurry and grab some. The materials bought here are far superior to those from the Stonemason Association. Not only cheaper, but of better quality. Take it easy if this continues. Prices will rise. Don't rush. I'm a scalper. Leave some for me. Ji Xin shukud, swiftly adding the scalper to his blacklist before pinning a message. From now on, this shop shall be officially renamed DY Shop. This shop solemnly promises that during the forthcoming upheaval of 100 days, the price of stones will absolutely not increase. Thank you all for your support. With these words, the players' comments erupted once more. The big shot is righteous. Look at this. This is true vision. Whoever dares to oppose DY Shop shall become my enemy. This announcement served not only as a message to the players, but also as a warning to the Stonemason Association, clearly stating his position. No cooperation would be entertained. He intended to obliterate them. Naturally, the opposing side could lower their prices, but such a move would inevitably provoke discord within their ranks. And it was precisely this discord that JXN wished to witness. On the other side, GJ New York, upon seeing the notification from DY Shop, nearly erupted in fury. Not only had they blacklisted him, but they had also issued a price freeze declaration, clearly targeting him. Infuriating. 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 After resolving the shop issues, JXN strolled to a floating farm in the rear mountain. This farm, a 50-50 aerial plot, primarily cultivated wheat, but also grew watermelons, carrots, potatoes, and beets. These would serve as their food source following the upheaval, elevated to prevent damage from zombies, thereby facilitating future harvesting. JXN aprakid a pumpkin vine. Reaching out to pluck a pumpkin block. Pumpkin 1. The primary purpose of his visit was indeed the pumpkin in his hand. It is well known that pumpkins in Minecraft have myriad uses, serving as food for making pumpkin pie, pumpkin, sugar, and eggs, or as decorative jack-o'-lanterns. However, their most prevalent use is in creating iron golems and snow golems. To mass-produce a legion of obedient puppets, merely relying on monster heads would be inadequate. He needed a stable and abundant source of heads. Thus, pumpkin heads became his top choice. JXN retrieved scissors and swiftly carved a face into the pumpkin. Pumpkin head 1. Today, I shall bestow you with life. Awaken, slumbering puppet. Pumpkin head, puppet form. Was it truly that easy to succeed? JXN was somewhat taken aback. Perhaps his abilities resonated more closely with the pumpkin head. He opened his inventory to check, only to find he had not brought any blocks to serve as the puppet's body. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to improvise, crafting a scarecrow from 9 pieces of wheat, intending to test it out. In the past, he would have hesitated to use scarecrows when heads were scarce. JXN tossed the 2 blocks into the air, and the pumpkin head and scarecrow intertwined, culminating in a burst of white light, revealing an adorable scarecrow standing before him. Name: Scarecrow Puppet. Health: 10. Attack: 0. Defense: 0. Speed: 10. Special attribute: capable of planting and harvesting all crops. Fears rain and water sources. Can be sustained with wheat. It was indeed a functional puppet. Although this scarecrow puppet's combat capabilities were nearly non-existent, and it even feared rain, its special attributes piqued JXN's interest. He promptly placed the scarecrow puppet in the wheat field, eager to observe how it harvested crops. Upon landing, the scarecrow puppet joyfully bounced around, seemingly reveling in the sensation of treading upon the earth. Remarkably, each time the straw puppet harvested a wheat stalk, a seed would automatically be sown in its place. The straw puppet would gracefully bypass any immature wheat, demonstrating a discerning approach rather than a mindless collection. Once gathered, the wheat would not simply fall to the ground. Instead, it would be drawn into the puppet's form, which would ultimately regurgitate both the mature wheat and surplus seeds to Ji Xin. A smile graced Ji Xin's face as he observed the diminutive straw puppet, feeling as though a new world had been unveiled before him. If a straw puppet could cultivate crops, then perhaps a bone puppet crafted from skeletal fragments could significantly shorten the growth cycle of these plants. In my world, crops can be rapidly matured using bone meal, greatly reducing their growth time. The more Ji Xin contemplated this prospect, the more exhilarated he became. If this theory could indeed be realized, the issue of food scarcity would no longer plague him. Furthermore, once an abundance of food was achieved, he could even compete with the food guild, engaging in a battle of wits. Chapter 15. The aerial farm under attack in my world. Bones typically materialize within desert and swamp biomes, remnants left behind by the demise of large creatures. Their forms can also be found in the magma-laden nether. Naturally, the simplest method to acquire them is to combine 3 bones at a crafting table. Ji Xin discarded a bone and a pumpkin head, and before him emerged a bone puppet, gleaming white with a face adorned with ominous patterns. The bone puppet bore a resemblance to a snowman with its pumpkin head removed, exuding a somewhat eerie charm. In the blink of an eye, the system prompted him with the attributes of the bone puppet. Ding! Bone puppet summoned successfully. Bone puppet, a functional type of puppet. In a state of emergency, it can launch bone spikes at enemies, inflicting 5 points of damage with a bleeding effect that lasts for 5 seconds. In a non-emergency state, it can mature all crops within a radius of 555 blocks, with a skill cooldown of 30 minutes. In contrast to the straw puppet's introduction, the system bypassed the attributes and focused on its characteristics. Ji Xin gazed at the impressive bone puppet before him, unable to contain his admiration. Not only did it fulfill his need to accelerate plant growth, but it also eliminated the necessity of creating another combat puppet to safeguard the farm. What capitalist would not appreciate a multifaceted talent? He retrieved the remaining pumpkins, continuing his actions as radiant light flickered. One by one, bone puppets and straw puppets sprang to life from his summoning. In the blink of an eye, 30 bone puppets and 10 straw puppets had completely occupied the aerial farm. It seemed the space was a bit cramped. After replenishing his stamina, Ji Xin took out soil and a bucket of water. The original farm, a haphazard mix of various crops, could now be organized into distinct planting zones. Just as he was about to begin the adjustments, the distant sound of fireballs slicing through the air reached his ears. Following a series of explosions, this 50-50 aerial farm was utterly obliterated. An array of seeds and crops rained down like a deluge, leaving Ji Xin with no solid ground beneath him, and he plummeted alongside them. Countless curses surged through his mind. The last individual who dared to provoke him must now be regretting their actions. Ji Xin quickly retrieved a bucket from his backpack and executed a flawless landing water technique, perfectly negating all fall damage. The crops of the aerial farm lay in ruins, particularly the pumpkin vines, which had been completely annihilated by the fireball explosions, leaving no seeds behind. Fortunately, the 40 puppets he had just summoned were already ensconced within his shadows. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. Who is it? Show yourself. Ji Xin, fueled by a murderous intent, caused his blood pressure to surge, raising the ambient temperature to an unbearable degree, with even some grass igniting spontaneously. The sound of crossbows echoed, met with a deluge of fiery arrows. "Ah, now I know who you are. Since you're not players, I shall not hold back." At that moment, a biological marauder manifested in Ji Xin's mind. These infamous bandits, a type of disaster villager, thrived on assaulting ordinary villagers and pillaging settlements. Fiery incantations ignited. Centered around Ji Xin, a torrent of flames instantaneously reduced everything in the vicinity to ashes. With a single hand raised, the power of creation surged forth, causing his hunger meter to plummet. The earth beneath him responded to Ji Xin's will, erupting with a resounding boom, encircling him in a protective barrier after bending at a right angle. The relentless storm of arrows was completely thwarted. Both the power of creation and the fiery incantation demanded immense saturation. Golden carrots, the most energizing food in my world, could restore 144 points of saturation and 6 points of hunger at once. Moreover, their crafting was not overly complicated, solidifying their status as Ji Xion's top choice for value. Thus, this inferno, bolstered by the golden carrots, raged for over half an hour before finally subsiding. By this time, the surrounding trees had vanished without a trace, and even the soil beneath his feet was slightly warm to the touch. Just as Ji Xion finished his work and prepared to leave, he was astonished to discover that none of the hidden disaster squad had perished. They were all huddled together, with a continuous flow of water cooling their feet. This revelation truly opened his eyes. In contrast to the mindless zombies and skeletons, this group of disaster villagers exhibited the intelligence of sentient beings. The leader of the marauders, his eyes filled with fear, was taken aback by Ji Xion's displayed combat prowess, which far surpassed his expectations. Even with their numerical advantage, he dared not act recklessly and instead cautiously ventured. "Warrior, we extend our apologies on behalf of the Disaster Kingdom. We hope to resolve this matter peacefully." Although the ambush warranted a response, Ji Xion needed to maintain his life in order to explore this world. He still subconsciously regarded this reality as a game, believing that marauders, like zombies and skeletons, were merely monsters. "We are humans. Possessing intelligence is quite natural, isn't it?" The disaster squad leader nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar. Ji Xion's worldview was shaken. The audacity of a marauder claiming to be human was difficult for him to accept. However, upon reflection, he found no fault in their assertion. After all, disaster villagers were villagers too. The presence or absence of intelligence is of utmost significance in the realm of living beings. Zombies and skeletons, devoid of intelligence, could not unite for hunts, giving Ji Xion the impression of mere animated entities, utterly devoid of danger. Yet, once a creature possesses intelligence, everything changes. They can communicate, learn, and even collaborate to hunt far more formidable foes. The actions of the disaster squad had already demonstrated this truth. Noticing Ji Xion's interest in the topic of intelligent beings, the disaster squad leader organized his thoughts and continued. "In this world, there are 3 ways for a creature to attain intelligence. The first is the ability to form a community and achieve collective recognition, which can lead to the emergence of civilization and intelligence. The second involves mutation. Some beings, after exposure to external stimuli, might have an extremely slim chance of awakening their intellect." The disaster squad leader paused, as if contemplating something. "And what about the third?" Ji Xion could not help but inquire. "The third method remains uncertain to me. Yet I recall hearing the elders in the kingdom speak of certain beings chosen by the divine, who are bestowed with wisdom transcending that of ordinary mortals. To this day, I have yet to encounter such a divinely selected individual. Chosen by the divine?" Ji Xion felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Yet simultaneously, a new question arose. Does the existence of deities truly manifest in this world? Are the humans who traverse from launching also the handiwork of the divine? Chapter 16. The initial encounter with the Land of Calamity. This is a game designed to select the strong. Ji Xion suddenly recalled a phrase he had overheard upon his arrival. Upon closer reflection, it seemed to carry an ironic undertone. Taking a moment to steady his thoughts and dismiss the cacophony in his mind, he inquired, "Where is the kingdom of calamity you speak of?" The captain of Calamity regarded the youthful figure before him with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. As it appeared, the young man was utterly oblivious to the nature of the Land of Calamity, lacking even the most rudimentary understanding of spatial traversal methods. In truth, the Land of Calamity permeates everywhere. This very location could well be part of its domain. Barely had he finished speaking when the captain of Calamity unsheathed his axe and brought it crashing down upon the head of the nearby red-clad Taoist warrior. Whether the warrior's reflexes were simply too slow or he had no intention of evading, the axe struck true, cleaving the square head in two, resulting in the immediate demise of the red-clad warrior, blood splattering the ground. This scene left Ji Xin momentarily dumbfounded. Was it truly possible for comrades to turn against one another? Yet, in the next instant, his amusement faded. As the red-clad warrior fell, the surrounding scenery began to shift rapidly. The towering peaks that once loomed behind him vanished, replaced by a massive volcano belching thick smoke. Upon reopening his eyes, the landscape had transformed dramatically. The once scorched birch forest now morphed into a stony desert. The speed of these transformations left Ji Xin in a daze. Ding! Welcome to the land of calamity. Ji Xin's pupils constricted. In that fleeting moment, he recognized that he had been ensnared. Gripping his iron sword, he pointed the blade directly at the captain of Calamity's throat. The land of calamity? You dare to employ treachery? The captain of Calamity remained unperturbed, deftly evading the thrust of Ji Xin's sword with a nimble sidestep. Steady yourself, brave warrior. You're on our territory. Just as Ji Xin was taken aback, a blue arrow struck him fiercely in the spine, sending a shudder through his entire being as though a multitude of steel spikes pierced his body. Turning to survey his surroundings, he discovered that he was encircled by over 50 marauders wielding bows and crossbows, the very arrows that had struck him. "Ha boy, you are still too naive. Now that you have entered the land of calamity, you shall remain here." The captain of Calamity kicked Ji Xin, who had been struck, to the ground, the mockery in his expression turning to derision. Ji Xin attempted to rise, but the blue particles emanating from his body sapped his strength with every passing moment. This blue arrow possessed the ability to seal his hunger. The captain of Calamity patted Ji Xin's head, his tone tinged with pity. "Do not waste your energy. This arrow is meant for those like you, who possess divine attributes. Once struck, you will become an ordinary person within 3 days." The divine attribute referred to the ability Ji Xin previously wielded to manipulate flames at will. To become an ordinary person, Ji Xin scoffed inwardly, his eyes devoid of panic after being struck. Instead, he felt an unusual calm. While sealing his hunger would indeed diminish a significant portion of his combat prowess, it was far from an insurmountable loss. A level 3 square puppet master was not so easily defeated. Steel puppet number 1 exerted its strength, causing the captain of Calamity's body to disintegrate, his limbs scattering across the ground. The essence of a puppet lies in its summoning, remaining unaffected by the host's hunger levels. Subsequently, the other 4 steel puppets emerged, commencing a brutal massacre. Half an hour later, Ji Xin slowly stood up, his level having risen to the pinnacle of level 9, merely a step away from level 10. The effects of the arrow still lingered, yet his mobility had largely returned. He approached a bloodied Taoist warrior who lay heavily injured, a target he had deliberately spared. "I will ask, and you shall answer. Should you utter a single falsehood, you have seen the consequences," Ji Xin threatened, gesturing toward the dismembered captain of Calamity. The warrior trembled at the sight of the youth emanating a faint white glow. In merely half an hour, this demon had decimated their entire squad. The most terrifying aspect was that he had accomplished this while under the effects of the cursed arrow. "How did you transport me, a living being, to the land of calamity?" Ji Xin posed his first question. "Xinpan?" Ji Xin noted this unfamiliar term. If what the warrior claimed was true, then the red-clad Taoist warrior, cleaved in two, must indeed be the Xinpan he referred to. "Theoretically, yes, but I cannot guarantee that the Xinpan you seek harbors no ulterior motives," the warrior replied, his voice trembling with excitement. "I speak only truth. You cannot go back on your word. Grant me a chance at life." Ji Xin nodded, a guileless smile gracing his visage. "Rest assured, as long as you remain truthful, your life is not in jeopardy." Second question, do you know where I might find a Xinpan? Upon hearing Ji Xin's assurance, the warrior's unease lessened slightly, prompting him to respond eagerly. "The Kingdom of Calamity harbors many organizations that cultivate Xinpan. Their lives are not deemed precious, so they're not difficult to locate. You will surely find one in the capital." So that is why the captain of Calamity acted with such decisiveness. He was using lives as a means to transport. The land of Calamity is indeed chaotic. Having concluded, Ji Xin turned and departed without hesitation. Once Ji Xin had distanced himself, the warrior exhaled a long breath, his expression darkening. He produced a signaling firework from his pocket, whispering incantations. "Foreign invaders, alert!" No sooner had he spoken than a sharp bone spike pierced through his heart. The skeletal puppet gradually revealed itself from the shadows, retrieving the fallen firework and swiftly pursuing Ji Xin's departing figure. Chapter 17, Foreign Invasion. Ji Xin's risky maneuver across the blackened desert, a lone figure darted swiftly, accompanied by the resounding voice of the system. The air in the land of calamity seemed infused with a peculiar dark aura, a force that felt akin to a curse, plunging all who entered into despair. Ji Xin furrowed his brow as a surge of inexplicable irritation welled within him. He realized he had succumbed to the curse of calamity. This cannot continue. Wandering aimlessly like this, he risked either starvation or assimilation into calamity itself. Having roamed this desolate expanse for what felt like an eternity, he found himself surrounded by an endless stretch of blackened wasteland, devoid of trees or sustenance, truly deserving of its ominous title. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to take a daring gamble. From within his pocket, he retrieved a firework, the very signal meant for communication by the slain warrior. With the little tongue now eliminated, Ji Xin intended to use this firework to reverse his fortunes and ascertain the location of the Kingdom of Calamity. Search! As the fireworks ascended into the sky, their dazzling brilliance erupted in a spectacular display. Although it was still daylight, the light remained vividly visible. The last words of the young tongue, akin to a message transmitted through some ethereal medium, rushed swiftly into the distance. Invasion by foreign tribes. Alert! Invasion by foreign tribes. Alert! Ji Xin concealed himself well, for what lay ahead was simply to wait for the marauders to come knocking at his door. Meanwhile, in the wilderness of the Kingdom of Calamity, a young man clad in white knelt before two lifeless bodies, weeping uncontrollably, his cries haunting and desolate. The two gallows nearby appeared starkly out of place. The deceased had departed peacefully, with clear marks of strangulation evident on their necks. Father, mother, why are you so foolish? A rebellion against the nation is a grave crime. Why did you do this? Why? The young man lamented. If only I were strong enough. Perhaps you would not have to perish. His body trembled uncontrollably, blood trickling from his forehead where he had struck it in anguish. Two guardians nearby, witnessing his tragic wails, exchanged disdainful glances. Your parents committed a serious crime. As the offspring of traitors, it is a monumental act of mercy that the king did not execute you. You would do well to consider your own fate. With that, they turned and departed, leaving the youth alone in his despair. He pounded the ground with his fists, watching helplessly as the bodies of his parents disintegrated into specks of starlight, while he remained powerless to intervene. Is our fateful existence truly so trivial? Why does heaven treat us this way? I do not understand. Just as the boy was engulfed in sorrow, the signal fireworks Ji Xin had launched exploded near his ears. The sound, as if echoing from a great distance, barely reached the young man's consciousness before fading into nothingness. This is bad. The boy jolted awake, casting aside his grief as he sprinted towards the kingdom's city. Although his parents had been executed by the kingdom as a citizen of calamity, it was his undeniable duty to relay the news of impending danger, transcending personal grievances. Something terrible has happened. Foreign tribes are advancing with a large army. Level 1 red alert. Level 1 red alert. The young man's voice captured the attention of a small squad from Calamity. The squad leader furrowed his brow and interrupted the boy's frantic cries. What are you shouting about? Do you know what a level 1 alert signifies? I do. It indicates that the enemy's combat strength exceeds 1,000. We must mobilize the army to confront them. The boy replied, undeterred by the leader's reprimand. Mobilize the army? You speak so lightly of it. Where's your evidence? I heard the signal fireworks. It seemed to come from afar, and I only caught the last part. The boy's voice trembled with urgency. At the mention of the signal fireworks, the squad leader's demeanor shifted, indicating the gravity of the situation. Such fireworks were seldom used unless absolutely necessary. Are you from the Xinpan? The captain noticed the dark mark around the boy's neck, his tone laced with contempt. Yes. The boy, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze, unable to meet the captain's eyes. While the Xinpan possessed the ability to traverse space, their status in the Kingdom of Calamity was lowly. Many regarded the Xinpan as mere disposable teleportation tools. Very well, if that is the case, it should be easy to locate the source of the signal fireworks. In theory, this was plausible, but upon hearing that he would have to pinpoint their location, the boy hesitated. He was reluctant to undertake such a daunting task, wishing to decline. There are no buts. You're the only one in the entire Kingdom of Calamity who heard the signal fireworks. The likelihood of that is minuscule. If you do not wish to be falsely accused of misreporting military intelligence, lead us to investigate." At this proclamation, the boy was thoroughly panicked. Having not yet turned 16, he feared that even if the source of the signal fireworks lay beyond their territory, should they encounter formidable foes, he would be the first to perish, being utterly defenseless. "According to the laws of the kingdom, I have the right to refuse." The boy's gaze hardened, his voice resolute. "No, you do not." The captain of Calamity brandished his iron axe against the boy's neck, his expression dripping with disdain. The boy stumbled back, attempting to shatter the void and leap away, only to be struck by a blue arrow that pierced his skin. A wave of debilitating weakness surged through him, causing him to plummet from the void and crash to the ground. The captain of Calamity approached the boy with a smile, his voice dripping with feigned gentleness. "Do not worry. We shall merely observe from a distance, avoiding any combat with formidable foes. After all, this is a level 1 red alert. We cannot mobilize the entire army based solely on your word." The boy's eyes burned with anger, yet he felt powerless and could only nod reluctantly in agreement. Seeing the boy acquiesce, the captain leisurely tossed him a bucket of milk to counteract the curse's influence within him. "Time is of the essence. Let us commence at once." Meanwhile, Ji Xin concealed his form, waiting idly for the proverbial fish to bite. Surely, the fireworks could not have expired. How could there be no movement for such an extended period? Just as Ji Xin contemplated alternative strategies, a ripple in the air heralded the sudden appearance of a dozen marauders before him. "They have arrived." Ji Xin's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly lowered his stance to avoid detection, beckoning 5 iron puppets hidden in the shadows to silently encircle the intruders. The combat strength of these marauders was not significantly greater than that of the ordinary skeletal minions. However, Ji Xin was wary of their intelligence, enabling them to understand teamwork and utilize various tools. He had not forgotten how the previous group of marauders had raised his farm with incendiary projectiles. "Is anyone here? You dare to deceive me?" One of the marauders, dressed in white, protested. "That is impossible. Captain, you must believe me. I sense the distress signal emanating from this place." Before he could finish, the squad leader delivered a swift kick that sent the white-clad marauder sprawling. "You are but a lowly sheen pawn. Why do you have to earn my trust? I believe only my own eyes." The white sheen pawn was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before groaning in pain. The remaining marauders merely watched in silence, showing no intention of assisting their fallen comrade, their gazes filled with disdain. This spectacle left Ji Xin astounded. He had not anticipated that a sheen pawn would be held in such low regard within the Kingdom of Calamity, despite their ability to teleport. It was a blatant display of cruelty. While the sheen pawn had the capacity to fracture space, their inherent physical shortcomings rendered them incapable of wielding any object, even donning basic armor. Simply put, aside from their ability to traverse space, the combat prowess of the sheen pawn approached zero. This was a critical flaw in a kingdom that revered martial strength. The squad leader advanced, towering over the still struggling white sheen pawn. "Remember, you sheen pawn are merely tools for the Kingdom of Calamity's conquest of the world. Your survival from extermination signifies your remaining value. Do not attempt any tricks. Speak. What brought you to this place?" "Captain, I am not lying. I genuinely sensed a distress signal here." The white youth's eyes were filled with terror. For in the Kingdom of Calamity, falsely reporting military matters was a serious offense, particularly for one who was deemed lower than a mere dog. The squad leader crouched down, intently scrutinizing the face of Bai Xin Pan as if recalling something. "My parents," the youth said, trembling. Xin Pan, like any human, experienced emotions of joy and sorrow. Under prolonged oppression and discrimination, they ultimately erupted, initiating a grand uprising aimed solely at demanding the most basic dignity from the kingdom. However, due to Xin Pan's naturally frail constitution, compounded by the cursed arrow that could restrain all divine powers, the rebellion was swiftly suppressed, with the 2 masterminds facing execution by hanging. After obtaining the desired answer, the captain of the Calamity squad unexpectedly began to chuckle ominously, pressing his foot forcefully onto the youth's head, applying relentless pressure. "So it was you. No wonder you seemed so familiar." He gestured for the others to approach. Our survival in the land of calamity relies entirely on the king's grace. Your parents dared to challenge the rule of the Calamity Kingdom. They truly do not recognize their fortune. Hit him hard. Today, I shall deal with the remnants of the rebels on behalf of the king. With the captain's command, the other squad members showed no mercy, mercilessly beating the white-clad youth, devoid of any sympathy. You and your parents are nothing but pests. Your bones are indeed tough. You were born to be beaten. The white-clad youth felt pain radiating from all over his body and heard the ugly insults ringing in his ears, his consciousness gradually fading. His parents were hanged, and he was powerless to intervene. When informed that enemies were attacking the kingdom, he willingly set aside his deep-seated familial hatred, choosing without hesitation to relay the message. Yet in return, he was met with violence and scorn. In that moment, the white-clad youth finally understood why his parents had resisted. The land of calamity was not hell. Rather, it was the hearts of men. If there is a next life, I wish to be a villain endowed with formidable power. The youth murmured his last words. Though faint, they were strikingly clear. The captain of the Calamity Squad scoffed cruelly. You, a villain? Rest assured, there will be no next life for you. I do not know about the next life, but in this one, I can make you a villain. A voice thundered from behind the members of the Calamity Squad, startling them into halting their assault. A youth appeared seemingly out of nowhere, advancing toward them step by step. Boldly, you dare trespass the land of calamity. Trespass? Ji Xin chuckled. I wouldn't even want this desolate place if you offered it to me. Ji Xin and the fallen by Xin Pan, though both appeared as youths, were starkly different in demeanor and presence. One was bloodied, helpless, and pitiable, while the other radiated confidence and strength. The captain of the Calamity Squad drew his iron axe, warily watching the foreign youth who had emerged. Puppets attack. Annihilate them. With that command, 5 iron puppets burst forth from the earth, charging at the Calamity Squad. The squad of over 10 members hastily prepared to confront the newcomers, shooting their cursed arrows at the 5 iron puppets. To their utter astonishment, the iron puppets did not even attempt to dodge, absorbing the incoming arrows. Quickly send reinforcement messages to the kingdom. One member of the Calamity Squad had just produced a signaling firework when a bone puppet impaled him, leaving him lifeless. Ji Xin, eager to conclude the battle swiftly, unleashed even the less powerful bone puppets. With over 30 bone puppets gathering energy for a ranged attack, the damage inflicted was considerable. Chapter 19. Return to the region. The start of the Great Change in 100 days. Ji Xin approached the white-clad youth, extending the last golden carrot from his possession. Hungry? Have a bite. The youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, accepting the golden carrot with uncertainty. The foreigner mentioned in the signaling firework. Is it you? Ji Xin nodded, not denying it. Indeed, that is I. However, none of this matters anymore. I heard you express a desire to be a villain. Perhaps I can assist you. Moreover, I can transform you into a tremendously powerful villain. Assist me? How? The deathly pallor in the youth's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of resolve in his voice. Ji Xin felt a surge of joy. The youth's receptiveness was promising. A talent capable of spatial transmission must be convinced to join his ranks. The first step to becoming a villain is to kill. With that, Ji Xin tossed an iron sword from his backpack to the youth, then gestured for Iron Puppet No. One to bring the nearly lifeless captain of the Calamity Squad before them. Use this iron sword to kill him. Kill him? The youth's pupils constricted. He was still just a child who had never taken a life. The only dead body he had ever seen was that of his parents. The captain of the Calamity Squad lifted his purple eyelids and spat vehemently. Traitor! You, a wretched Xin Pan, dare conspire with foreigners to betray your kin. The Calamity Kingdom will not spare you. Silence. Ji Xin slapped him, then coldly retorted, Kin? How laughable. If I hadn't intervened, your kin would have been beaten to death by you. He deserves it. He falsely reported military intelligence. As the words falsely reported military intelligence hung in the air, the captain of the Calamity Squad visibly faltered, sensing something amiss. The white-clad youth seemingly spoke the truth, as an exceptionally powerful foreigner stood before him, delivering blows to his pride. Ji Xin, uninterested in further conversation with the captain, turned to Bai Xin Pan. What have you decided? If you kill him, we will be allies. I can give you everything you desire. Ji Xin spoke with the demeanor of a grand villain. Bai Xin Pan's eyes filled with conflict as he wrestled with his thoughts, ultimately stating, "He is still my kin. I beg you, spare his life." Spare his life? Ji Xin shook his head in exasperation. After being so brutally assaulted, he could not believe the youth still wished to speak kindly of his oppressor. Having a benevolent follower was not a favorable prospect. I truly do not know whether to commend your kindness or deem you foolish. Very well. Let us skip the first step and proceed directly to the second. Betrayal. Tell me, if a person betrays their kin and aids foreigners in killing their own, can that person be considered a villain? Certainly, they are a villain. Bai Xin Pan's pupils dilated in shock, Ji Xion's words awakening him from his stupor. Yes. At that moment, Bai Xin Pan felt as though a shackle had been removed, the aura of calamity within him igniting completely, transforming his demeanor in an astonishing manner, leaving Ji Xin internally astounded. Could it be that he had driven the youth to madness? Ji Xin thought that he would need to provide more guidance on ideological education in the future if he truly trained him to become an ungrateful wretch. It would be he who suffered. The youth bent down to grasp the iron sword, but due to his deficiencies as a Xian Pan, he was unable to succeed. Nevertheless, he did not give up. Lacking a weapon, he still had his fists, fueled by hatred, capable of inflicting harm. Traitor, stop. The Calamity Kingdom will not spare you. The already gravely injured captain of the Calamity Squad found himself utterly defenseless against the fists of the white-clad youth. It is you who caused my parents' deaths. I should have realized it sooner. I should have known. Thus, a powerless Xian Pan unleashed punch after punch, mercilessly beating the fully armed captain of the Calamity Squad to death. Gazing at his bloodied hands, the white-clad youth's eyes began to turn crimson. The accumulated aura of calamity within him erupted, and his expression gradually twisted into madness. Was this the sensation of killing? Was this the feeling of liberation? Ji Xin unconsciously swallowed, thinking to himself, "Goodness, this child must have some psychological issues, transitioning so abruptly from one extreme to another." Indeed, to embody the role of a villain, one must also cultivate a sense of gratitude. Otherwise, one remains merely a crude, unrefined scoundrel, mired in malevolence. Clearing his throat, Ji Xin felt that his little brother was still salvageable. "You have bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth. From this day forth, you shall be my master, Zayue Balan. And my life belongs to you, Zayue Balan." That name holds some significance. However, I prefer to be addressed as boss or big brother. Master makes me feel rather aged. Understood, Master Big Brother. Ji Xin nodded, although he sensed a few minor flaws in the other S character. They were trivial concerns that could be remedied with the infusion of positive thoughts in the future. Accepting him as a subordinate would facilitate their journeys, whether they be in pursuit or retreat. "Balan, let us depart. Where shall you go, Master? I can accompany you." At the back mountain of the base, a rift in space and time was torn open. Ji Xin and Zayue Balan emerged from it. Taking a deep breath of the sweet air, Ji Xin remarked with satisfaction, "How much more comfortable it is to remain in one's own territory. The aura of calamity in your realm is overwhelmingly oppressive." "Indeed, Master Big Brother speaks true." Zayue Balan nodded in agreement. Ding! The countdown to the cataclysm has begun. 98 days remaining. The system's notification arrived belatedly, causing Ji Xin to furrow his brow. He had only spent a day and a half in the land of calamity. Logically, he should have had another half-day to prepare. Why then? Was there only 98 days left? Could it be that the flow of time differs across various realms? As Ji Xin pondered this, a sheet of translucent white paper materialized in his hand, and the system's notification echoed once again. Base planning map. The host can utilize their lifespan to delineate their territory within this region. In the host's domain, calamity monsters cannot spawn. The more lifespan invested, the larger the territory. This transparent paper was likely something that should have been provided to Ji Xin at the onset of the cataclysm. However, since he was not present in this area at the time, it was only now being delivered. Contemplating, Ji Xin realized that possessing this map would significantly reduce the difficulty of the calamity, allowing him to no longer worry about the sudden emergence of zombies. He tossed the base planning map into the air, and with ample lifespan at his disposal, he decided to directly invest 30 years of lifespan, enveloping a radius of several kilometers. Chapter 20. What is the true meaning of kinship? Ding! The system has detected that there are already 9 base planning maps within this area. Does the host wish to override them? These 9 base planning maps must have been placed by Wang Chong and his associates. However, since Ji Xin invested 30 years of lifespan in one go, the priority of his map far surpassed theirs, allowing him to directly choose to override. Indeed, Ji Xin commanded, and a map containing 30 years of lifespan unfurled in the wind, enveloping the surrounding area of several kilometers. Consequently, everything within this territory, including Chu Ling'er and Wang Chong, became vividly clear in Ji Xin's mind, as if viewed through a 360-degree camera. Balan, quickly take me to the front mountain. Ji Xin's demeanor turned serious as he could clearly see Wang Chong and the others besieged by a horde of zombies. Ziyueb Balan nodded, raising his hand to once again tear apart the fabric of space. At the front mountain, Wang Chong struggled to hold up a shield, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Brothers, hold on. Just endure a little longer. There must be a way. Coughing, Wang Chong swung his iron sword, severing the head of a nearby zombie, carving a bloody path through the throng. The zombies post-cataclysm were formidable, their strength far exceeding what they had anticipated. Their health was not only double that of ordinary zombies, but their speed had also seen a marked improvement. Most alarming was their sheer number. For every one they killed, 2 more seemed to spawn, as if endlessly replenishing. Just as they were about to break free, a zombie clad in red fixated on the defenseless Chu Ling, taking advantage of the iron armor gang's disarray to lunge viciously at her throat. It was over. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through space-time, and a colossal metallic object crashed down, instantly obliterating the lunging zombie. Following swiftly a second and a third, in the blink of an eye, 5 members of the base's security team assembled, staunchly defending against the surrounding zombies. My dear subordinates, have you missed me? The crowd looked up to see Ji Xin and a young man in white suspended in the air, smiling down at them. The remaining members of the Iron Armor Gang erupted in cheers. It is time for us to retaliate. Those accursed zombies shall meet their end. To their surprise, the fallen zombies did not continue to spawn. Their numbers visibly dwindled. The 9 base planning maps they possessed merely sufficed to cover their living quarters in the cave. Ji Xin, having directly invested 30 years of lifespan, had effectively purchased the surrounding area, ensuring that no more zombies would spawn henceforth. Chu Ling'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. Big brother, you're still alive. Must you speak when your emotional intelligence is so lacking? Ji Xin's expression darkened, aware that the remark was not made with malice. Yet it sounded peculiar to him. Ji Xin and Ziyueb emerged from the space-time rift to join the others on the ground, observing the ravaged state of the base. He expressed his frustration. I must say, you all have been rather disappointing. After so much time spent planning the defense system, how could you allow it to collapse in just 2 days? Chu Ling'er and the members of the Iron Armor Gang bowed their heads in silence. After Ji Xin's disappearance, they had been leaderless, and Wang Chong lacked the capability to lead. Within just 2 days post-cataclysm, the base's defenses had crumbled entirely. It appeared that for a team to grow rapidly, a capable deputy leader was essential to ensure a margin of error. Upon hearing that the boss was hungry, Wang Chong quickly retrieved half a portion of rotten meat from his backpack and offered it to him. Ji Xin glanced at the putrid meat in Wang Chong's hand, feeling a wave of discontent rise within him. How is it that we seem to be regressing? Noticing Ji Xin's dismay, Wang Chong's voice turned somber as he explained. After you vanished, we constructed an aerial farm, but it was destroyed by some rogue. With no food sources left, we were forced to scavenge outside, which led to the earlier zombie ambush. Could you not purchase some food from the food guild? Lifespan can be earned back, but life is singular. Ji Xin felt disheartened by Wang Chong's lack of adaptability. Wang Chong shook his head, his voice tinged with despair. It was futile. We tried. They refused to sell us even a morsel of food, asserting that we are subordinates of Ji Xin. No matter how much lifespan we offered, they would not budge. Rage surged within Ji Xin at the thought of the stonemason guild's oppression, and now the food guild joining in. Very well, I shall remember this grudge. I will repay it in due time. Ji Xin took the rotten meat from Wang Chong's hand and took a hearty bite, feeling the effects of hunger particles begin to emerge within him. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce our new family member, Zayue Balan. You must not bully him. Ji Xin turned and presented Balan to the group for their acquaintance. Balan appeared somewhat reserved, struggling to find his voice, until Wang Chong stepped forward to extend a friendly gesture. Haha, we are all brothers here. No need for such formality. If anything arises, do not hesitate to approach me. I shall always support you. As others gathered around, they observed the frail boy, marked by several bruises, stirring a sense of compassion within them. Oh dear, what misfortune has befallen you, young one? They exclaimed. Fear not. Our leader is a kind soul. If you work diligently under his guidance, no one shall dare to bully you. I am Su De, the second in command of Tai Jiabang. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You need not be so anxious. The boy, now known as Zayue Bailing, finally mustered the courage to speak. I am Zayue Bailing, a Xin pawn with the ability of spatial leap. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. With that, he averted his gaze, fearful of being ostracized due to his unique identity. Spatial leap. What a remarkable ability. They marveled. Indeed, to possess such formidable power is truly impressive. No wonder our leader has taken notice of you. With your assistance, our base's defenses will surely reach new heights. Laughter erupted as Zayue Bailing felt his eyes welling up with tears, overwhelmed by a warmth he had not felt in this unfamiliar land. Chapter 21. The Enchanter of Cubes. Upon hearing about the spatial leap, the crowd clamored for Zayue Bailing to demonstrate his talent. Ji Xin, verin a gentle smile. Refrain from making any decisions for Bailing. You are no one's servant now. You may choose your own path. Zayue Bailing, touched, felt a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Previously, as a Xin pawn, he was bound by the decisions of the Zayue team, and any deviation would result in dire consequences. Master, I understand. With a slight tremor, Zayue Bailing lifted his seemingly feeble right hand and effortlessly tore a rift in the air, revealing a glimpse of the cave within the base. Incredible, Bailing. I can see the chests inside the cave. They exclaimed. Yes, with your protection, our group can traverse in and out without fear of the undead. Su De added, mark my words, should any of you rough men dare to bully Bailing, I, Su De, will not stand for it. Just be sure not to mistreat him. Came a reply. Once Zayue Bailing's ability was revealed, he quickly became the beloved pet of the rugged members of Tai Jiabang, even surpassing the status of Chu Ling Heir, who stood nearby. Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Zayue Bailing drew in a deep breath, expanding the rift further to accommodate everyone's passage. Ji Xin watched this heartwarming scene with a smile, recognizing that his team was gradually taking shape, a healer, a warrior, and a teleportation master. Everything was evolving towards the ideal ensemble. Just as the group basked in camaraderie, Ji Xin suddenly felt a sharp contraction in his heart, followed by an intense pain radiating throughout his body. This cannot be right. The cursed power within me is nearly depleted. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his heart, a torment surpassing human endurance. Beep. Host level has reached level 10. The first gene lock has been unlocked, doubling all attributes. Class upgrade. Cube Puppeteer to Cube Enchanter. New skill acquired. Enchantment Infusion 1 allows the infusion of enchantment effects into any item, including summon puppets, with effects persisting indefinitely. Beep. Enchantment Infusion requires the use of both lapis lazuli puppets and diamond puppets. Please create these two types of puppets as soon as possible. As the system's voice faded, the intense pain vanished without a trace, leaving only a profound warmth. Upon reaching level 10, Ji Xin not only saw an enhancement in his attributes, but also a change in his title from Cube Puppeteer to Cube Enchanter. Accessing the system panel, he noted a comprehensive digitization of his attributes. Name, Ji Xin level, 10 health, 100 points hunger, 100 points attack, 40 points defense, 10 point speed, 20 point class, Cube Puppeteer, level 10 Cube Enchanter Divine Power, Cube Control 2, Cube Puppeteer 1, Flame Burn 1, Enchantment Infusion 1. Leader Title 1 with his attributes now rivaling that of an iron puppet, Ji Xin could single-handedly contend against 5 iron puppets without faltering. More importantly, he had acquired a new skill, enchantment infusion. Though it may sound unremarkable, the potential for its application was vast. Imagine bestowing a Slayer's enchantment upon Iron Puppet Number 1, rendering it a formidable presence among the undead. No zombie, no matter how powerful, would dare resist. Moreover, enchantment infusion did not restrict a puppet to a single enchantment. Effects such as knockback, flame addition, precision gathering, and thorns could all manifest on a single puppet. An entire army of fully equipped iron puppets would evoke fear among any adversary. Among the crowd, Chu-Ling Air was the first to notice Ji Xin's peculiar demeanor and curiously inquired, "What are you grinning about?" "I am simply filled with joy." "Is it not permissible to smile?" Ji Xin waved off further inquiry, joining the others as they passed through the rift created by Zua bailing into the cave. This recent upgrade revealed a vital truth: professions could also evolve. It was evident that Ji Xin's revelation was not exclusive to him. Wang Chong and Chu-Ling Air would also see their professions advance, albeit not as dramatically. Whether different career paths could emerge from the same profession remained to be explored. Ji Xin contemplated his future plans, prioritizing the advancement of his subordinates. With the base S defense and food systems in utter disarray, his first order of business would be to restore these essential functions and establish a sustainable cycle. Given the prior oppression from the Food Guild, he would offer no quarter. Unlike the previous single-layer aerial farm, this time he intended to construct a vast, multi-layered agricultural facility. Each layer of the farm would encompass twice the area of the original, necessitating an astronomical amount of soil. For others, this might seem insurmountable, but for Ji Xin, it posed little challenge. Instantly collecting soil incurred no hunger cost. He simply needed to prepare sufficient sustenance for his exertion. Within a morning, he had plowed the surrounding land, collecting a substantial amount of earth. During this endeavor, he encountered numerous zombies wandering from a base. After a few swift strikes, the issue of food was temporarily resolved. With the pumpkin supply cut off, the heads of zombies had transformed into valuable resources in Ji Xin's eyes, serving as the basis for early-stage bone puppets. With a blueprint in hand, the farm would be constructed accordingly. He summoned all members of Tai Jia Bang to expedite the completion of the first 3 layers before nightfall. Ji Xin entrusted the blueprint to Chu-Ling Air, instructing her to commence construction on the initial layers to address immediate needs, with plans for gradual expansion thereafter. The number of transforming zombies was manageable during the day, but at night, their sheer volume became overwhelming. Chu-Ling Air gazed at the blueprint, her mouth agape in astonishment at the prospect of a 100-layer farm. Setting aside the feasibility of the project, the mere idea had left her astounded for a century. This young man, endlessly filled with extraordinary thoughts, was a source of wonder. Chapter 22. The reconstruction of the base. Ji Xin had no intention of relying on straw puppets for the core collection system of the farm. The speed of collecting water with the aid of a funnel is indeed swifter. The straw puppets are solely responsible for sowing after the harvest. With a command from Ji Xin, everyone in the base sprang into action. Even the stone puppets served as transport vehicles. Although the combat prowess of the stone puppets is not particularly formidable, their patience surpasses that of the iron puppets significantly. Particularly in the realm of excavation, their speed exceeds that of ordinary individuals by leaps and bounds, making them natural miners. Ji Xin produced the previously collected zombie heads, his eyes gleaming with determination, intending to refine these heads all at once. The notification chimed, indicating the potential for puppet transformation of the zombie heads. Commanding puppets incurs no hunger cost. Yet the initial refining process consumes considerable stamina. After much contemplation, Ji Xin decided to transform all the zombie heads into stone puppets. Currently, the base is under construction, and the demand for high-quality labor, such as stone puppets, is paramount. Additionally, he wished to establish a mining system, with stone puppets as the primary workforce, as the stone business remains quite lucrative. Upon mentioning stone, Ji Xin immediately recalled his shop, D.E. The stone stored in the shop had long been sold out, and he had not restocked, which felt akin to breaching a promise in his pinned message. The buyers must have berated him mercilessly by now. Opening the comments of D.E.'s shop, the first message he encountered was surprisingly not an insult. Does anyone know why such a conscientious shop has closed? Right? Look at his avatar, it's black. He must have been bitten by a zombie, sob sob. I hope the shopkeeper is alright. I'm here for you. Hey, where did you get the smoke? No smoke, just craving. I randomly found a wooden stick to chew on. Damn the Stonemason Association. Their stones have risen in price again. Now that DE shop is closed, where can we common players buy stones to repair our bases? There were many more comments. Yet not a single one cursed Ji Xin. Most messages express concern for him, and some even turn the comment section of DE shop into a lamentation space. Ji Xin felt a slight warmth. Amidst the chaos, life was not easy for anyone. He glanced at the shop of the Stonemason Association, where the price for a set of raw stones had inexplicably soared to 3 months of lifespan. This was outright extortion. It seemed that during his absence, they had been living comfortably. Ji Xin harbored a subtle premonition that the Food Guild's exclusion of them might be closely tied to the Stonemason Association. Regardless, he would take action. From this day forth, whether it be the Stonemason Association or the Food Guild, he would ensure their bankruptcy. In a makeshift hut constructed of mud, an unknown player trembled in fear. Lacking stones, he could only rely on the flimsy mud to fend off the zombie onslaught. Once the zombies grew stronger, the mud would prove insufficient. In a state of upheaval, zombies progressively become more formidable over time. Mud can only withstand their attacks for a mere 10 days. To survive longer, he must purchase stones, which can resist zombies for up to 50 days, significantly enhancing his safety. This explains why the Stonemason Association's continuous price hikes still find buyers. How could one endure this life? In 10 days, zombies would learn to destroy the mud. The player sighed, resting his forehead in despair. His remaining lifespan was only a year. If he exhausted it, he would have to use his life essence to procure necessities. The notification chimed again. The DE shop you particularly follow has just restocked with 300 sets of raw stones. Please purchase as needed. He gasped in disbelief. The esteemed DE had not perished. In a moment of renewed vigor, he prepared to buy stones for himself. Boss, you're still alive. One set of stones still only costs 15 days of lifespan. I could cry over DE's products. Authentic. Boss, where have you been these days? My wallet misses you dearly. No. Boss, why do you always restock after I finish buying stones from the Stonemason Association? Are you targeting me? I must demand a refund from those stonemason fellows. Ji Xin chuckled heartily at the player's comments. The 300 sets of stones were the result of his urgent overtime work, a temporary solution to alleviate pressing needs. Once the stone puppet mining operation was established, the issue of stone supply would be resolved. He actually had another purpose: to acquire seeds. The construction of the farm was already underway. Yet the seed issue remained unresolved, especially the pumpkin seeds, which had all been obliterated. With zombies rampant outside, seeking them was impossible. The only option was to purchase them from the system store or other players. Every 3 different seeds can be exchanged here for 1 set of stones. Each person is limited to 1 exchange, available until 300 sets are exhausted. Shortly thereafter, a promotional button appeared at the bottom right corner of DE shop. Upon entering, the page was remarkably simple, akin to a simplified workstation. The left side had 3 slots for seeds, as long as the requirements were met. A set of stones would appear in the right slot, easy to comprehend. Once the promotion launched, it ignited a frenzy across the internet for the players. This event was akin to showering them with money. The comments for DE shop surged in volume, reigniting the dissipating excitement of recent days. Hey, boss, why are you collecting seeds? Is DE shop venturing into food branding? You're so naive. The shopkeeper is clearly giving away money. Just enjoy it. Thank you for your generosity, boss. This strategy of Ji Xin was indeed a masterstroke. It not only gathered sufficient raw seeds, but also bolstered the reputation and popularity of DE shop, laying a solid foundation for future commercial battles. On a vast plain, towering city walls encircled the Stonemason Association, shielding it from the zombie onslaught outside. Should any civilian player pass by, they would undoubtedly remark on the lavishness of the place. The stones here were treasures that they could hardly afford with their lives. In truth, the cost of these stones is not exorbitant. In a place like the Stonemason Association, bustling with miners and quarry workers, the cost of a set of stones is merely a few hours of lifespan. The meteoric rise of the Stonemason Association is largely thanks to the trial of upheaval lasting 100 days. Bang! A wooden door was kicked open with a loud thud, and Hu Biao, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "President, something terrible has happened. The e-shop has resurrected." Jia Jun replied. Chapter 23. Digging at the site of calamity on the 5th day of the upheaval, the multi-tiered farm had reached 15 levels, and the food system within the base had essentially recovered, even resulting in a surplus that could not be consumed. Of course, it was not yet the time to sell food for profit. To contend with the food guild, the farm needed to reach 50 levels. Meanwhile, Ji Xin's fully automated stone collection system had been preliminarily completed. The stone puppets mined at a remarkable pace, rivaling that of professional miners. The most gratifying aspect was that these laborers could continuously work for him without the need for wages. This realization illuminated the prowess of puppetry as an extraordinary ability. With life arrangements settled, it was imperative to advance his personal strength development promptly. Ji Xin tossed a lapis lazuli block and a pumpkin head, and a burst of white light revealed a lapis lazuli puppet before him. The lapis lazuli puppet, cloaked in deep blue, left a profound blue footprint on the ground as it walked, dissipating after 15 seconds, resembling a diminutive dwarf villager. The system panel displayed the introduction of the lapis lazuli puppet. Lapis lazuli puppet, HP 100, attack power 40, defense power 10, speed 20. Special attribute: can store and infinitely replicate existing enchantment books. When using the enchantment table, no additional lapis lazuli is required. Memory storage shared among all lapis lazuli puppets. The fundamental attributes are akin to those of the stone golem, yet the special attributes can prove extraordinarily beneficial. It is widely recognized that enchanted books are consumables in the realm of my world, diminishing in number with each use and irreplaceable. However, with the advent of this lapis lazuli golem, Ji Xin can store various precious enchanted books within its form. Whenever he desires to enchant a weapon, he can utilize a simple book to impart the corresponding enchantment effect. Consequently, rare enchantments such as Mending, Frostwalker, Curse of Binding, and Curse of Vanishing, which are exceedingly difficult to obtain, can be perpetually refreshed as long as he possesses a single copy. Selling enchanted books appears to be quite lucrative as well. Ji Xin considers himself a commercial genius, capable of finding profit in every endeavor. "Master, are you available?" A voice, somewhat timid, reached Ji Xin's ears. Turning to look, he saw it was the Calamity Lark. Since joining the loving family, Calamity Lark had become significantly more vivacious. Yet in the presence of Ji Xin, her master, she displayed an unusual shyness. The look in her eyes sent a shiver down Ji Xin's spine, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Could it be that something peculiar had arisen? Ji Xin set aside his work and earnestly advised, "Lark, do not confine yourself to the cave all day. Venture outside and bask in sunlight, as it is beneficial for your health." "Yes, master, I shall heed your advice." Calamity Lark nodded obediently, her gaze towards Ji Xin filled with admiration. Ji Xin sighed. She was indeed pitiable, having grown up under oppression, her character exhibiting signs of distress. Correcting such a deep-seated issue could not be accomplished overnight. "Speak, what is it that you require?" Ji Xin inquired, noticing Calamity Lark's growing anxiety, akin to a bashful young girl. "No one here will blame you for misspeaking, nor will anyone harm you. Speak freely," Ji Xin responded, somewhat helpless, admitting that he was not particularly adept at communicating with someone as reserved as Calamity Lark. A warmth blossomed within Calamity Lark as she hesitantly voiced her thoughts. A boy of merely 10 years, far from home, naturally longs for his family. Observing Ji Xin's furrowed brow, she assumed he disapproved and, feeling disheartened, murmured, "If it is not acceptable, then forget I mentioned it." "Absolutely not." Ji Xin et go lim. While his personality was somewhat wild, he was not arrogant. His formidable skills were impressive. Yet challenging an entire kingdom without adequate preparation would be tantamount to folly. He would not engage in such reckless endeavors. He preferred to undertake only those with a high probability of success, at least 98%. After a brief pause, Ji Xin continued, "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise to you." Once my strength is sufficient, I will conquer the entire Calamity realm, and you shall henceforth be the Queen of Calamity. What do you think? Queen of Calamity? Calamity Lark repeated the phrase, her heart trembling with profound astonishment. Ji Xin felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he was becoming increasingly reminiscent of the nefarious capitalists. The ambition of conquering the Calamity realm seemed rather grandiose, and he questioned whether Lark would truly accept such a notion. Surely, this could not be considered mere fanciful dreaming, as he genuinely envisioned the possibility of achieving it. Calamity Lark shook off her distracting thoughts and reiterated, Master, I do not wish to be the Queen of Calamity. I simply desire to remain by your side forever. Huh? Ji Xin was taken aback. What kind of audacious sentiment was this? To bring others into this realm to live? A brilliant idea struck him. Why had he not considered this earlier? The Heartlings were highly skilled individuals capable of spatial jumps. If he could gather them all and provide some training, they would become a force to be reckoned with. How many Heartlings resided in the Calamity realm? Ji Xin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Heartlings faced oppression in the Calamity realm, lacking basic necessities, while he had an abundance of food and space, readily accommodating thousands of Heartlings. This would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Calamity Kingdom, and conflict would be inevitable. However, the potential risk seemed worthwhile when weighed against the prospect of commanding an army of Heartlings. An ingenious plan began to take shape in Ji Xin's mind. Chapter 24. The capture of Calamity Lark. There is no need to rush into this matter. You are currently too weak. I need to equip you. Heartlings are unable to wear any equipment, not even the most basic wooden sword. To arm Calamity Lark, Ji Xin needed to devise an alternative strategy. He rose and approached a large chest, rummaging through its contents until he retrieved 5 pumpkins and half a set of iron blocks. Activate the puppet technique. The pumpkins and iron blocks intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, 5 iron golems materialized within the cave. These iron golems, crafted from pumpkin heads, were indistinguishable from the original iron golems. While their combat prowess did not match that of Ji Xin's personal golems made from monster skulls, they were more than sufficient to protect Calamity Lark. Ji Xin patted Calamity Lark's shoulder and said, Due to your physical limitations, you cannot wear any equipment or weapons. These golems will compensate for that deficiency. As he spoke, the 5 iron golems gradually melded into a dark shadow, merging with Calamity Lark's own shadow. With these golems, no one shall dare to bully you again. Even in the face of an army, my golems can stand against them. If anything can rapidly enhance a Heartling's combat ability, it is undoubtedly the golems I summon. The mobility of spatial jumps combined with the formidable output of iron golems could elevate the combat strength of a Heartling to unprecedented heights. In this way, Ji Xin fulfilled the promise he had made to Calamity Lark. Feeling the immense power coursing through her shadow, a wave of unprecedented safety washed over Calamity Lark, her voice trembling with excitement. Master, can I truly wield this power? Had I possessed such strength earlier, perhaps my parents would not have perished. Calamity Lark could command them because the golems adhered to her orders, operating within the bounds of Ji Xin's will. You may interpret it this way. At the very least, you need not worry about your safety. I have yet to encounter anyone who can single-handedly challenge 5 iron golems. Calamity Lark was touched and bent her legs, preparing to bow to Ji Xin. That is unnecessary, Ji Xin quickly interjected, pulling her up with a smile. This is merely fulfilling my promise to you. Once I acquire the appropriate enchanted books, I shall forge even more powerful golems for you. Do not forget, your aspiration is to be a formidable villain. In the Calamity realm, a potent aura of devastation had ravaged the land for millennia. Only the mutated Calamity villagers could endure in such an environment. The Calamity ideology espoused brutality, and in recent years, the Calamity King had been seeking opportunities to wage war across various regions, aiming to expand his dominion. Within the royal castle, the Calamity King, adorned with a crown and possessing dark skin, sat upon a high dais, gazing solemnly at the kneeling messenger knight below. Clearing his throat, his deep and authoritative voice resonated. Speak. What is the progress of the exploration in the trial grounds? Upon hearing the response, The Calamity King's expression remained unchanged, as if such occurrences were commonplace. I understand. Exploring other regions is no easy task, and sacrifices are inevitable. Henceforth, decree that the families of those who perish during exploration shall receive double the compensation. Sweat trickled down the messenger knight's brow, and he did not immediately express gratitude, but rather added, his voice trembling. Those who ventured into the trial grounds did not perish in foreign lands, but rather met their demise upon their own territory, bringing outsiders into the land of calamity. As these words echoed in the grand hall, an immediate silence enveloped the space, the messenger knight holding his breath in astonishment. The expression of the Calamity King shifted slightly, as if he had heard something exceedingly ludicrous. Oof! To be slain on one's own land. What a pitiful display of incompetence. Let their families be reduced to slaves and sent to toil in the mines. The Calamity Knight swallowed hard, for the news he dreaded had indeed come to pass. The Calamity King was known for his peculiar temperament, characterized by brutality and bloodlust, with rules that were often perplexing to comprehend. The two forms of sacrifice were fundamentally indistinguishable, both offering their lives for the kingdom, yet the treatment they received was entirely disparate. The Calamity Knight wished to plead for his fallen comrades, imploring, Your Majesty, their families are innocent. Will you also wish to condemn them to the mines? Anger flared across the Calamity King's visage, for a mere messenger knight dared to openly question him, a blatant affront to his authority. Unthinkable. The Calamity Knight bowed deeply. Being demoted was already the most favorable outcome he could hope for, having prepared himself for death prior to his arrival. Hundreds of knights tasked with delivering messages to the king had already perished. His loss would hardly be missed. Yet the most perilous matter was yet to be addressed. The Calamity King, regaining his composure, continued, Bring forth that outsider. I shall interrogate him personally. The Calamity Knight's heart sank anew. The outsider had slain a contingent of royal guards before fleeing, taking with him the Bai Ling, Exine Pan as well. This Calamity Knight was a man of integrity, refraining from uttering a single lie to preserve his own life. Upon hearing the mention of Bai Ling, Exine Pan, the Calamity King's expression altered dramatically, the atmosphere becoming charged with tension. He descended from the dais and approached the knight, his voice icy as he inquired, Do you know what distinguishes Bai Ling, Exine Pan from other ordinary beings? In the past, Bai Ling's parents rebelled for a significant reason, to prevent their child, the Calamity Bai Ling, from becoming a mere instrument of war. With a determination to face death, they resolutely instigated the uprising, though it ultimately ended in failure. Given the Calamity King's nature, it would not be excessive to punish Bai Ling's entire lineage, yet their son, Calamity Bai Ling, was inexplicably granted clemency. To outsiders, this might appear as the king's mercy, preserving a bloodline for the family. However, he understood all too well that the king merely sought to retain a useful tool. The Calamity King strolled out of the castle, his voice echoing in the distance. Yes. Chapter 25. Delectable chilled watermelon amidst the upheaval of the past few days. The once dilapidated base had undergone a remarkable transformation, now adorned with awe-inspiring edifices. During this time, Ji Xin harnessed the power of creation to erect formidable walls that spanned the horizon around his base. Each wall stood 100 units tall and 10 units wide, resembling a colossal shield that effectively kept the outside zombies at bay. Zombies that had not undergone mutation in 50 days lacked the capability to breach such thick fortifications. However, Ji Xin perceived the upheaval not merely as a crisis but rather as a test or a trial. Zombies, in essence, were akin to unmutated corpses. Vanquishing them yielded substantial experience. Mastering the nuances of the trial could transform peril into opportunity. Thus, Ji Xin constructed a foot repair tunnel at the base of each corner of the wall, mandating that the Iron Armor Gang and Chu Linger spend 2 hours daily repairing the zombies' feet to a mass experience. He was eager to witness the mutations that would ensue once the Iron Armor Gang and Chu Linger broke through their first genetic lock. Particularly, if Chu Linger, the healer, could develop a skill for group healing, it would be nothing short of exhilarating. Due to the bond of attributes, Ji Xin would continue to receive a steady influx of experience even without exerting effort, reaffirming his belief in gathering allies. The aerial farm had reached 50 levels, each meticulously designed with designated planting zones. Wheat, prioritized for its role in making staples, was cultivated in the top 10 levels. Under the influence of bone puppets, the harvest occurred multiple times a day, and from a high vantage point, one could gaze upon the farm's golden expanse. In that moment, no matter how weary one felt, the sight could provide a sense of healing. Pumpkins, a crucial source of Ji Xin's puppet heads, were allocated their own distinct area, a sight that would delight any perfectionist. Within a cave, 11 individuals gathered around an enormous wooden table for lunch. This table, designed by Chu Linger, was constructed from numerous planks, and the seats were replaced with wooden stairs, creating an oddly charming appearance, yet spacious enough to accommodate all. Today I spent 3 hours repairing the zombie's feet. I nearly exhausted myself, Chu Linger exclaimed, biting fiercely into a golden carrot. Ji Xin smiled slightly, countering, "This is all for your benefit. The foot repair tunnel allows you to engage in monster slaying without sustaining injury, accumulating vast experience. Do not bemoan your fortune." Upon hearing this, Chu Linger's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she mumbled, "I was just speaking casually. No need to take it so seriously. By the way, isn't Calamity by Ling joining us for a meal?" Ji Xin shook his head, sighing. He cannot remain idle. He has gone to inspect the base. Unlike the other travelers, Calamity by Ling could not gain experience through slaying zombies, nor could he strengthen himself in such a manner. Moreover, due to his identity as a Heartling, he lacked the ability to wield weapons, rendering him impotent in the face of monsters. Thus, Ji Xin had entrusted him with the task of surveying the base, as his spatial jumping abilities were ideally suited for this role. Ji Xin turned to inquire of the Iron Armor Gang, "How have you fared in monster slaying lately?" The members of the Iron Armor Gang displayed expressions of unbridled excitement, their faces alight with joy from the power gained through slaying monsters. Wang Chong flexed his biceps, declaring, "Boss, do you see how my physique has become even more robust?" As he spoke, he crossed his arms over his chest, nearly tearing his clothing apart. Suda, witnessing this, quickly chimed in, "Brother, that will not do. Watch me." With a rip, Suda's shirt split open, fabric flying in all directions. "Your trapezius muscles are no match for mine. Look at me." With another tear, Ji Xin found himself at a loss for words as he watched the display of muscular men engaging in a contest of ripping their shirts in his presence. Meanwhile, Chu Linger cheered them on enthusiastically. Enough. Let's hear your levels," Ji Xin intervened. Wang Chong spoke up first. "The members of the Iron Armor Gang have reached similar levels. After days of diligent foot repair, we have all reached level 5. And you?" Ji Xin inquired of Chu Linger. She set down her carrot, a hint of pride in her voice as she proclaimed, "Level 7. Upon hearing this, the previously exuberant 8 burly men suddenly deflated, quietly donning their armor and resuming their meals. They were profoundly disheartened by Chu Linger's level, despite their relentless efforts. Spending over 5 hours daily repairing feet in hopes of leveling up, they found themselves outpaced by a young girl, a truly humbling experience. Ji Xin frowned in contemplation. He was not overly surprised by Chu Linger's rapid advancement. The pace of leveling was significantly influenced by professional rank. The Spider Mage of a higher level surpasses the frontline warrior by at least 50% in terms of experience gain. Over time, it is entirely normal to find oneself 2 levels ahead. At the outset, Ji Xin achieved a level up after slaying merely 1 skeletal monster, a testament to the astonishingly high profession bonuses. When Chu Linger announced her level, she puffed out her chest, her gaze towards Ji Xin seemingly imploring him for praise. "Do you wish to join in a wardrobe malfunction?" "Certainly not. Now, hurry and sit down for dinner." Ji Xin's retort left Chu Linger momentarily speechless. After lunch, an ice golem approached, carrying an entire watermelon. The ice golem, a creation of Ji Xin's research, shares similar foundational attributes and attack forms with bone golems. This ranged golem can launch ice spikes to slow down enemies, and after hitting thrice consecutively, it can freeze them. This freezing effect is remarkably effective for preparing chilled watermelon. In the sweltering summer, no one can resist the allure of a sweet, chilled watermelon. "Boss, Your prowess is incredible. You can even procure chilled watermelon. We have truly chosen the right person to follow. Indeed, I never imagined I could taste chilled watermelon in this alternate world. Woe is me. While others face perilous transformations, we are here indulging in chilled watermelon. Boss, you are my eternal deity. A group of muscular men embraced each other joyfully, moved to tears by the sweet watermelon. A slice of watermelon after a meal is worthy of divine praise. Ji Xin observed their naivety, feeling a wave of exasperation. Why does it feel like I am raising a bunch of children? Following their meal and dessert, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Daily, they not only tended to their feet, but also constructed multi-layered farms and redstone cannons, among other redstone structures. Ji Xin had long-term aspirations. He did not believe that merely erecting 4 walls around the base would ensure their safety. The more redstone cannons, the better, for they would undoubtedly prove useful once completed. Chapter 26. The Weeping Hero. After the others departed, Ji Xin retrieved 5 diamonds from his backpack, holding them in silence. Strangely, diamonds were exceedingly rare in this region. Despite mining nearly 1,000 groups of stones, he had only stumbled upon these 5. This scarcity was utterly outrageous. Without sufficient diamonds, he could not create diamond golems. And without diamond golems, his enchantments would be rendered futile. Ji Xin Chuka bitterly. He had not anticipated that the threshold for utilizing his profession would also rise alongside his level. He carefully stored the diamonds and summoned his 5 iron golems. The iron golems, adorned with the heads of zombies or skeletons, obediently lined up, awaiting their master's command. Forget about enchantments for now. Our conditions do not permit it, Ji Xin stated with a smile. However, I can certainly consider providing you with new bodies. Upon hearing the mention of new bodies, the iron golems stirred with anticipation. Their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Ji Xin opened the system panel, quickly scrolling through until a post caught his attention. This post was not particularly popular, and he had stumbled upon it by chance. It recounted the escape of a handsome individual from a zombie horde. Though Ji Xin held no interest in others' privacy, a mention of lava piqued his curiosity. It precisely marked the coordinates and location of the lava, not far from his base. While iron golems were formidable, they could not compare to obsidian golems. Ji Xion's golem technique possessed another application: the ability to animate blocks directly and then use monster skulls to guide the animated blocks, thereby upgrading their golem bodies. This upgrade was purely an enhancement, preserving the characteristics of the iron golems while integrating the traits of obsidian golems. Subsequently, he could incorporate even stronger nether alloy blocks, although such materials would be exceedingly rare, especially given the difficulty of mining diamonds. Without further hesitation, Ji Xin packed 5 golden carrots and set off towards the lava marked in the post. He wondered where the disaster harbinger had gone. With its assistance, the task would be completed in mere minutes. Traversing the territory of several kilometers, finding the disaster harbinger was no simple feat. Since the disaster harbinger had been assigned to patrol the area, it had become notably more proactive, seemingly eager to circle the base 180 times a day. With ample food available, it could teleport with reckless abandon. As long as I don't die from jumping, I'll keep leaping. Ji Xin sighed and resolved to walk himself. After all, it was not far. He chuckled softly as he ventured beyond the territory. It seemed imperative to expedite the wall-digging plan. Merely 1 heart's content was insufficient. Outside the territory, numerous zombies had gathered, wandering mindlessly and emitting terrifying growls, devouring any living creature within sight. Ji Xin could not risk walking on the ground, as it would undoubtedly ensnare him, incurring excessive time costs. If the ground was impassable, he would have to take to the skies. Activate creation power. A grass block was drawn down, gently landing at Ji Xion's feet. Although he could not fly, he could control the grass block to elevate himself. Those mighty beings in fantasy novels can fly on swords. Why can't I ride a grass block? With that thought, he soared into the air, heading towards the lava. At that moment, 2 players were evading the pursuit of zombies. Having found a tree on the plains to serve as cover, the player in red gasped, "Are the zombies still chasing us?" "Rest assured they aren't. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have been their sandwich," replied the player in white, equally breathless. Do you really think surviving the transformation for 100 days is a trial humans can endure? It's far too difficult. The player in red lamented. Tomorrow marks the 10th day of the trial. After 10 days, the zombies will become stronger. We are unlikely to survive. Despair flickered in the eyes of the player in white, who simply lay back on the ground to rest. Just then, Ji Xin, riding the grass block, flew overhead. Goodness, a deity! The weariness vanished from the player in white's eyes. He sat up, invigorated. The player in red scoffed. Even if a deity appears, they would still be bitten by zombies. No, there really is a deity passing by. The player in white exclaimed. Goodness, truly a deity. Quick, take a screenshot. The player in red also caught sight of the flying grass block, recognizing its resemblance to a celestial being soaring through the sky. In midair, Ji Xin's hunger had already diminished by a quarter. While flying was impressive, it was also taxing, consuming about 7 times the energy of running at full speed. However, he had prepared by bringing 5 sets of golden carrots before his departure. Oh, deity, I am quite hungry. Could you grant me some food? If you do, I shall become your most devoted follower. The player in red clasped his hands together, kneeling in prayer. The player in white shook his head. Do you really think it will work? Will a deity truly help us? The player in white. Below, Ji Xin could not hear the pleas of the players above. But just then, a gentle breeze swept by, causing his nose to itch uncontrollably. Achoo! Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? Ji Xin rubbed his slightly itchy nose, his mind swirling with conjectures. Where's my golden carrot gone? After sneezing, Ji Xin noticed that the golden carrot he had been holding was mysteriously absent. Never mind. I won't search for it anymore. I still have plenty in my backpack. Enough to satisfy my hunger. He dismissed the thought, guiding his grass block slowly towards the horizon. Oh my, the divine truly has manifested. This is a golden carrot. I told you, with enough sincerity and even a whisper, the gods can hear you. In dire straits, even the faintest hope shines brightly. At this moment, the red-clad player was already in a frenzy, tears streaming down his face as he clutched a half-stack of golden carrots, exulting and roaring. The white-clad player stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Ha ha ha, there truly are gods in this world. O divine being, from now on, you shall be my faith. You shall be my hero. The red-clad player repeatedly affirmed his belief, even bestowing upon the deity an enchanting name, the Hero of Tears. Chapter 27. My soul faith Ji Xin was oblivious to the misunderstandings his aerial flight had caused. He hadn't even noticed the 2 players, red and white, beneath the trees. The loss of the golden carrot was accidental, and its fortuitous landing in the hands of the red-clad player was equally serendipitous. Amidst this double coincidence, everything became remarkably plausible. Ji Xin dismounted from his grass block and approached the lava pool designated in the post. Surrounding the lava pool were a dozen mindless, wandering zombies. Upon seeing the living Ji Xin, their bloodlust was instantly ignited. Like starving dogs catching a whiff of a feast, they twisted their decaying bodies and lunged at him with open mouths. Having completed the first stage gene lock, Ji Xin was not to be trifled with by these feeble zombies. The golden cicada stone sword materialized in his hand, flames enveloping the blade, heating the air to the point of distortion. Without fire resistance, one could easily be burned by this sword. Since acquiring the sword, it had merely gathered dust in his backpack, but now he was eager to test its true power. With a forceful flick of his wrist, he executed a swift upward strike. The intense flames cleaved through the first zombie, splitting it in 2. Ji Xin's body had already surpassed the first gene lock. With a single punch, he could inflict 40 points of damage, augmented by the golden cicada stone sword, each strike far exceeding the zombie's limits. His figure flickered again, fire igniting the sky, dancing in tandem with the searing lava below. The remaining zombies crumbled like blood tofu upon contact. Their anguished cries echoed as tiny experience points flowed into Ji Xin's being. While his experience bar rose, it was still far from enough to reach level 11. After dispatching the foul creatures, Ji Xin leisurely approached the edge of the lava pool. Though the pool appeared modest, with a mere size of 55, the viscous liquid bubbled ominously. Its sound chilling to the bone. Should one fall in, they would be reduced to nothing in mere seconds. Most would feel a twinge of fear, but not Ji Xin. The flames had granted him formidable fire resistance. Even lava at 1,000 degrees could not harm him. Producing an iron bucket, he swiftly drained half the pool of lava. When lava meets water, stone is formed. Conversely, when water meets lava, obsidian is created. Notably, while water buckets can be infinitely refilled, each bucket of lava only yields a single block of obsidian. To upgrade 5 iron golems to obsidian golems, at least 40 buckets of lava are required. However, this meager lava pool could only provide 19 buckets, insufficient even for half the requirement. Perhaps I could use this lava to create a nether portal, ensuring an endless supply of lava. Ji Xin pondered, contemplating a shift in strategy. Lava is a scarce resource in the overworld, yet in the nether it abounds, easily encountered in vast expanses. Utilizing the few buckets of lava to forge a nether portal seemed the most prudent solution to the obsidian shortage. Moreover, with a substantial supply of lava, Ji Xin could replace the outer walls with obsidian, making it significantly more challenging for even the most mutated zombies to breach his base. Of course, reality differs from games, and Ji Xin was unaware of what horrors the nether might hold. If things went awry, danger could loom. After consuming a few golden carrots, the grass block soared once more. He waved and opened the system forum, eager to see what trending posts had emerged recently. In this world, the only means of understanding the outside was through the system's forum, and Ji Xin was no exception. The system interface was comprehensive, allowing uploads of text, images, and videos. A brief glance at the trending posts revealed news of various organizations being annihilated. Small organizations, lacking resources and connections, could not withstand the first wave of zombies, scattering or perishing. Ji Xin, managing a thriving organization, was uniquely positioned in this trial land. Suddenly, a topic regarding the existence of deities surged to the top of the trending list, its popularity steadily escalating. Intrigued, Ji Xin pondered the existence of gods. He was uncertain. It was likely true. Otherwise, many phenomena could not be explained, and attributing them to divine beings seemed quite reasonable. He clicked on the topic, and a post about divine blessings appeared on the system's large screen. My soul, faith, author, red-clad player. Ji Xin's expression shifted. As one of the creators of this world, he held a high status among players. He had not anticipated that anyone in this world still harbored faith. Opening the comments, he found them filled with derision. First comment, ha ha ha, everyone come look. There's a fool here still worshipping despite being transmigrated. Second comment, just a fictional character, doesn't he exist in reality? The poster must have been bitten by a zombie and lost their mind, dreaming of a deity saving them. Third comment, wake up, buddy. This is reality, not a game. Fourth comment, all right, everyone disperse. This is pointless. How could such a post even gain traction? In his previous life, many had played the game Minecraft, familiar with its fictional characters. In that context, expressing faith in such figures was understandable. However, now that the game had morphed into reality, it was incomprehensible to many that someone would fervently worship a fictional character. Poster, I don't understand who you're referring to. The name of my faith is something I bestowed myself. I want to allow you to denigrate my belief. Clearly, the poster was unaware of the broader narrative, as not everyone had played the game in their past life, and few knew of the player's fictional creation of the creator god. The translation Tears of a Hero was intended to liken the golden carrots bestowed by this deity to divine tears. Thus, Tears of the Hero naturally became the epithet of his faith. Being told that his belief was fictional struck a nerve with him. First comment, oh, is a poster playing hard to get? Second comment, since you believe the person you know is not the same as ours, can you describe their specific traits? Poster, I don't know much, only that they can fly, manipulate blocks, and their eyes seem to be a hollow, pure white. I'm truly at a loss for words. Is this not it? I have spent half a day conversing with a fool. What a stroke of misfortune. I am leaving. I too shall depart. The original poster should perhaps take a moment to reflect. They are likely experiencing hallucinations. 28. In a dimly lit tunnel. The player in red gazed at the comments beneath their post, their expression of anger gradually spiraling into madness. They muttered to themselves, you do not understand. You comprehend nothing. The true deity has bestowed upon me the hope of survival. You are all mistaken. Since the upheaval, the players in red and white had been evading the relentless pursuit of zombies, for they had not awakened any class, rendering them ineligible to join a major guild. Under the prolonged pressure of survival, the red-clad player's mental state was teetering on the brink of collapse, and the sole thought sustaining their existence was the promise of the golden carrot offered by the hero. At this moment, the golden carrot had transcended mere sustenance. It had become a symbol of their faith. Brother in red, lower your voice. You will attract the zombies, cautioned their friend, the player in white, who gestured for silence. You see it too, do you not? You're the only one in the world who can believe me. They are all wrong. The player in red bellowed, showing no intention of restraint. The player in white found it increasingly difficult to comprehend their friend, who had, in truth, succumbed to madness. The sound of earth being excavated echoed, and a beam of light pierced through the murky tunnel as countless zombies detected the scent of the living and surged forward. This is bad. We've been discovered. The player in white's hair stood on end as they grasped the still-dazed player in red and fled deeper into the tunnel. Ji Xin, in both demeanor and appearance, was markedly different from those who were decisive in destruction and slaughter. Rather than annihilation, he favored creation and assembly. The prospect of possessing his own base and team was what truly captivated him. Thus, he could not relate the red player's description to himself. My current ability should resemble the mustard from Fan Village, shouldn't it? Ji Xin smiled slightly and casually liked the post of the player in red. In the chaotic realm of a different world, having a belief in one's heart can sometimes help one navigate through numerous hardships. Humans are inherently emotional beings, requiring a spiritual anchor, and faith serves as a means to spur self-improvement. Such ignorance and folly are indeed the most terrifying aspects of the world. Therefore, the player in red deserved Ji Xion's like. As for whether deities truly existed in this world, it mattered not to Ji Xion. All he needed was to protect his own territory. Upon returning to the base, the sky had gradually darkened. Ding! The blood moon rises. Tonight is a sleepless night. Following the rise of the blood moon, both the quantity and strength of zombies would significantly increase, and players could not pass the night through sleep. The roars of zombies posed a substantial challenge to the player's mental fortitude. Without adequate psychological preparedness, one was likely to succumb to mental breakdown. However, Ji Xin and his team members harbored no such concerns. He ruthlessly purchased all the land within a radius of several dozen kilometers, ensuring that not a single zombie would spawn within the base. The towering city walls kept the zombies at bay, preventing them from encroaching further. Even if the zombies grew tenfold in number, their cries would never reach the ears of Ji Xin and his team. Perhaps this is the joy of the wealthy. With time on his hands, and with the blood moon rising, rendering sleep impossible, Ji Xin resolved to construct a portal to the nether and conduct a brief exploration. He took out 2 buckets of water, dug a 3-block deep hole in the ground, and poured the water in, successfully creating the simplest form of infinite water. The sound of magma being extinguished echoed, and a dark purple block appeared before him. In my world, obsidian is one of the hardest blocks, second only to bedrock. It is immune to all explosive damage and can only be mined with a diamond pickaxe. The legendary weapons of the true deity are said to be forged from indomitable obsidian. This piqued Ji Xion's curiosity. He wondered if his block control abilities would also apply to obsidian. If so, could he utilize obsidian as his weapon? Without further ado, he placed his hand upon the obsidian, his expression growing serious as he silently prayed, "Heavenly talents, do not disappoint me." The instant collection activated. In the next moment, the obsidian shattered and transformed into an item that he absorbed into his backpack. Success! Ji Xion exhaled in relief. The instant collection ability indeed worked on obsidian. After repeating the same actions several times, he found himself with 19 pieces of obsidian. Thus, once he crafted a diamond golem in the future, he could easily bestow various enchantments upon the obsidian to enhance its power and utility. Ji Xin arranged 10 pieces of obsidian into a vertical formation of 3 and a horizontal formation of 2, swiftly shaping them into a doorway on ground. The sound of flint striking ignited a terrifying aura from the nether, causing Ji Xion's garments to flutter wildly. The nether and the realm of calamity belong to different dimensional worlds. They are independent yet interconnected, forming an entire universe. The primary world where Ji Xion resided could also be referred to as the trial ground, which is likewise part of the universe. To transition from the trial ground to the realm of calamity, one must rely on the aid of the heart of the abyss. However, entering the nether is remarkably simple. One need only construct an obsidian portal. Ji Xin gazed at the dark purple portal. Hesitating no longer, he stepped forward and crossed the threshold. The most common creature found in the nether must surely be the zombie piglin. These beings are quite peculiar. As long as one does not provoke them, they are unlikely to attack. A wave of dizziness washed over Ji Xin as he shook his head vigorously, his surroundings coming into focus, bathed in blood red. Bubbling lava, soft soul sand, and glowing glowstone embedded in the ceiling of the nether surrounded him. Everything resembled the nether from his memories, akin to playing a game with hyper-realistic lighting effects. The scorching heat could incinerate certain items in an instant, yet posed little threat to Ji Xin. His immunity to high-temperature damage rendered him unaffected. Stepping out of the portal, he began to survey his surroundings, heading towards the sea of lava ahead. Ji Xin had no intention of delving deep into exploration. His purpose was simply to collect some lava. A piercing pig squeal echoed through the air, seemingly engaged in communication. Turning around, Ji Xin discovered two piglins regarding him with peculiar gazes. He recognized that gaze all too well, having encountered it among the pillagers. These piglins must possess intelligence. Ji Xin narrowed his eyes, silently affirming that piglins, being social creatures, could indeed develop intelligence. A younger piglin exclaimed, "Sister, look, that pig is so ugly." "Outsider? Do outsiders really look this ugly?" The little piglin continued to inquire. The pig sister nodded. "Indeed, none of us look as good as we do." 29 in this game. Piglins do not actively attack players. They belong to a semi-neutral faction. This is evident as the piglin siblings did not resort to aggression upon discovering Ji Xin, except for the more brutish piglin brutes. Additionally, piglins are particularly enamored with metallic items. When they become enraged, one need only toss a prepared gold ingot to pacify the rampaging piglins, allowing for a safe exchange of goods, serving as a unique means of escape. These circumstances are confined to the realm of the game. In reality, each situation must be analyzed with specificity. Ji Xin gazed at the two Zhu Ling, one large and one small, when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Could I perhaps seek an ally in the lower realm? This would allow me to swiftly comprehend the circumstances there. It is essential to remember that this is reality, not a game. The Zhu Ling have developed intelligence and are certainly capable of communication. The ability to converse implies an understanding of their needs, and having needs presents an opportunity to court this faction's influence. Setting aside the question of the Zhu Ling's combat prowess, their extensive network of intelligence throughout the Inferno is reason enough for Ji Xin to take them seriously. The villagers of Xia have already established kingdoms. It stands to reason that the Zhu Ling tribe would not be merely a disorganized mass. If I succeed in meeting their leader, we could propose mutually beneficial terms. The worst-case scenario would simply involve being driven away, resulting in no significant loss. As Ji Xin pondered, the younger Zhu Ling tugged at his sister's garment and said, "Sister, what is this outsider laughing about?" "Hulu." The elder Zhu Ling replied with disdain, "I don't know. Perhaps he has some issues, Hulu." Their voices were not hushed, and Ji Xin overheard them. He quickly masked his smile, feigning nonchalance as he retrieved a golden carrot from his bag. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice several notches and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'm so hungry. Golden carrots are truly delectable." He emphasized the word golden with a slight accent. The Zhu Ling could hardly resist the allure of food, and golden food was simply irresistible to them, having lived in the lower realm for years. The Zhu Ling were accustomed to gold, yet golden food was something altogether foreign, their curiosity unabashed. "Sister, what is that he is eating? It looks so delicious, Hulu." The younger Zhu Ling said, wiping drool from his mouth and fixating on the golden carrot in Ji Xin's hand. Indeed, this tactic struck at the heart of the two naive Zhu Ling, causing the younger one to salivate profusely. The elder Zhu Ling, being slightly more mature, exhibited a bit more restraint against the temptation of the delicacy. Ji Xin, observing the scene with a bemused expression, noted that the elder Zhu Ling was equally eager to partake. Why hold back? Embrace your true nature. He waved the golden carrot enticingly before them, suggesting they come forward to sample it. The elder Zhu Ling restrained her younger brother, shaking her head with a hint of wariness in her eyes. Recognizing the opportunity, Ji Xin took a hearty bite of the carrot, exclaiming, so crunchy and flavorful like chicken. He deliberately let the golden carrot juice dribble down his mouth to further entice the young Zhu Ling, seeing the outsider devour half of the golden carrot, juice splattering everywhere. The younger Zhu Ling felt his heart shatter, urgency creeping into his voice. Sister, look, the outsider has already eaten. He isn't poisoned. I want some too, Hulu. The Zhu Ling's innate desire for gold drove the younger one into a frenzy, feeling an itch he could not scratch. The elder Zhu Ling, unable to resist any longer, succumbed to her instincts, tears of longing escaping her eyes. Seeing the moment ripe for action, Ji Xin offered them a way out. He pulled out 2 more golden carrots from his bag, setting them on the ground while stepping back several paces, his intentions crystal clear. Hulu, sister, look on the ground. The younger Zhu Ling broke free from his sister's grip, dashing towards the golden carrots like a sprinter, and handed one to his sister. Hulu, sister, golden ones. So tasty. Brother, those belong to someone else. We cannot take them. The elder Zhu Ling said this. Yet her body betrayed her as she instinctively cradled the carrot in her arms as if it were a treasure. The younger Zhu Ling bit into his carrot, juices bursting forth, the sweet golden flavor sliding down his throat as his true nature reveled in liberation. Hulu, sister, this is absolutely delicious. I have never tasted anything so wonderful. Having lived in the depths of the inferno, the Zhu Ling had never even encountered a carrot, let alone known the recipe for golden carrots. Even if they were aware of the path to ascend to the upper realm, their bodies could not withstand the laws of that realm, turning them into mindless zombie Zhu Ling in mere seconds. This was akin to Ji Xin's inability to remain in Xia for extended periods. Watching her brother enjoy the delicacy, the elder Zhu Ling finally surrendered to temptation, devouring the carrot with gusto. Hulu, so fragrant, truly delightful. The younger Zhu Ling finished his carrot, continually sucking on his fingers, muttering, so little. I wish I could have another. Ji Xin smiled slightly. He had an abundance of golden carrots and had intentionally placed only 2 on the ground. If he filled them up all at once, he would lose the chance to negotiate further. I have a few more. Would you like some? Ji Xin approached the siblings, producing 2 more golden carrots from his bag. The younger Zhu Ling leaped with excitement at the sight of the golden carrots before him. Hulu, I want them. I want them. Ji Xin's lips curled into a smile. This initial engagement was a success, perfectly balancing charm with an air of mystery. Of course, he did not forget the elder Zhu Ling, slipping 2 carrots into her embrace, as she was crucial for his next step. Upon receiving the carrots, the elder Zhu Ling's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, she was merely a few years older than her brother. After enduring Ji Xin's advances, she too fell under his spell. After softly thanking Ji Xin, she began to eat with enthusiasm. As she looked up at the outsider's face, while not conventionally handsome, he was not entirely unappealing. Chapter 30. Meeting the Zhu Ling king after the siblings had their fill, Ji Xin briefly introduced himself and inquired about their names. The elder sister was named Zhu Ling Xiaoyan, and the younger brother was Zhu Ling Xiaojiang. I am a merchant from the upper realm, here to engage in trade with you. Ji Xin stated his purpose. The Fade of Commerce masked his true intention, to establish a bridge for communication with the Zhu Ling tribe. Should any insurmountable challenges arise in the future, this connection would prove invaluable. Trade? Zhu Ling Xiaoyan pondered, eyeing Ji Xin's merchant attire, which indeed suggested a businessman. What do you wish to sell? After scrutinizing Ji Xin for a while, she added, I cannot decide this matter. You must speak with our clan leader. Unlike the villagers of Xia, the Zhu Ling had not formed a kingdom, but rather a more primitive tribal system governed by a chief. Given the treacherous terrain of magma seas and rugged landscapes, the existence of multiple tribes was already quite remarkable. Understood. Please lead the way, Ji Xin replied with a warm smile, achieving the very outcome he desired. Despite some hesitation, Zulain Xiaozan ultimate guret Ji Xin onwat. The younger Zhu Ling, however, thought little of his sister's concerns. If he could have golden carrots every day, he would do anything. The Zhuling siblings led the way, with Ji Xin following closely behind as they ventured into the distant Crimson Forest. The Crimson Forest is a biotic region characterized by colossal fungal structures. Within this environment thrive the Hu-Ing mushrooms and the gigantic Hu-Ing fungi, occasionally giving rise to peculiar fungi. Suspended from the lower realm warts are the weeping vines, often accompanied by luminescent fungi. The ground is carpeted with Hu-Ing mushroom rock, interspersed with scattered lower realm rocks and disordered warts, upon which the Hu-Ing mycelium grows. As JXN tread upon this soft fungal terrain, it emitted a rustling sound, and the undulating surface suggested a sea of magma beneath his feet. On the towering rock wall, besides the commonplace clusters of fluorite, piles of lower realm warts could also be observed, with the weeping vines resembling stalactites growing from their bases. What set this Crimson Forest apart from the game was its true vastness. Without the guidance of the Piglin siblings, JXN might have easily lost his way. You must be cautious of the mushrooms below, advised the Piglin Xiaoyan, as they often trip the pigs into the magma. Barely had he spoken when a mushroom at JXN's feet abruptly protruded its cap, nearly causing him to lose balance and plunge into the lava. What a sight! Thankfully, I am not a pig, he remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thanks to his passive ability against flames, he was immune to the burns of magma. But the sight of the vast molten sea still instilled a primal fear within him. This fear was not indicative of his abilities. It was akin to the piglin's inability to move upon seeing a golden carrot. After crossing a small island of magma, the density of the crimson trees suddenly diminished, leaving the area feeling remarkably spacious. Before them loomed a castle constructed of basalt and lower realm bricks. In front of the castle, a squad of piglin brutes patrolled the vicinity. How audacious! Dare you trespass upon the residence of the Piglin King? Depart at once, or face the consequences. Two Piglin brutes, wielding golden battle axes, obstructed JXN's path, their eyes brimming with hostility. A single step forward would provoke them to bring their axes crashing down upon him. Stand down, exclaimed Piglin Xiaoyan, stepping protectively in front of JXN, her expression tinged with anger. He is my guest, and I will not tolerate any disrespect. I intend to take him to meet my father. Miss, he is an outsider. You must be wary not to be deceived by him. The brutes replied urgently. As they prepared to forcefully push past Xiaoyan to eliminate JXN, her brother, Xiaojang, interjected, furrowing his brows in anger. Sister, did you not hear me instruct them to cease? Although Xiaoyan was the eldest daughter of the Piglin King, her authority was evidently overshadowed by her brother Xiaojang, the future heir to the throne. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the guards relented and dispatched someone to inform the Piglin King. JXN stood in astonishment. Contemplating his extraordinary fortune, merely wandering about had led him to encounter the princess and prince of the Piglin clan. It struck him that a princess and a prince should not venture out without a retinue. If they were to perish outside, who would inherit the kingdom? Reflecting on the earlier encounter, he realized he had nearly made the Piglin prince weep with envy. With the path cleared by Xiaojang, the Piglin brutes reluctantly stepped aside, their faces still etched with discontent. Upon entering the castle, one of the brutes muttered, "That outsider is quite unattractive. What could the lady possibly see in him?" Another echoed, "Indeed, he lacks tusks and appears to be a soft target. Any offspring from him would surely be unappealing." Within Piglin aesthetics, a male Piglin is deemed more desirable if he is stout and possesses long tusks. While JXN was robust, he paled in comparison to the Piglins. However, frailty does not equate to lack of combat prowess. Had the brutes insisted on attacking him, it would likely have been their demise. Thus, Xiaojang's intervention had indeed spared the lives of these oblivious brutes. I have heard that the brute general's apprentice, Piglin Xiaocheng, seems to be enamored with Our Lady. Now he has a rival. Should we inform him? One suggested. Certainly. If we delay any longer, Our Lady's affections may be swayed by that outsider, the other replied. After their discussion, the two brutes hurried off in a specific direction. The Piglin King's palace was exceedingly opulent, with interiors predominantly adorned in resplendent gold, its grandeur rivaling that of a royal palace. In essence, The Piglin chief functioned as the monarch of a Piglin nation, albeit their hierarchy resembled a feudal system akin to that of medieval Europe, where lands were subdivided and delegated to vassals, with the Piglin king overseeing these subordinates. Chapter 31. The Piglin King's Test. The Piglin stronghold was expansive yet sparsely populated. Aside from a few guards at the entrance, Ji Xin encountered no other servants. As a ruler, one would expect a palace to host numerous attendants for various needs, yet the Piglin king seemed devoid of such luxuries. This peculiarity piqued Ji Xin's curiosity about the nature of the king. Could he be a principled, self-reliant sovereign? As Ji Xin pondered this, he followed the Piglin siblings for half an hour until they caught sight of a throne, upon which sat the true sovereign of the Piglin realm, the Piglin king. However, Ji Xin was entirely unprepared for the king's appearance. The king was exceedingly corpulent, his form nearly engulfing half the wall, and his enormous golden armor could scarcely conceal his bulging belly. The flesh on his face sagged, devoid of vitality, while his body was caked in filth, and his lips bore traces of grease and flesh. This was a stark contrast to the regal, imposing demeanor typically associated with kings. Ji Xin instinctively covered his mouth and nose, swallowing hard as he involuntarily took a step back, assaulted by the pungent odor that assailed his senses, particularly his eyes, which burned painfully. No wonder there are so few maids in the castle. Likely, no one dares venture within 10 paces of the Piglin king, he thought, shocked as his earlier perception of a wise ruler crumbled. The Piglin king resembled a grotesque, slovenly figure. Had it not been for the golden crown atop his head, Ji Xin might have suspected he had just emerged from a refuse bin. Yet, Xiaoyan and Xiaojing appeared unfazed, continuing forward without concern. As members of the Piglin race, they had long been accustomed to the odors surrounding the king, walking ahead without difficulty. This left Ji Xin to grapple with the overwhelming stench, causing him to question whether forging an alliance with the Piglins was indeed the right choice. Xiaojing bounded over to his father, leaping into the Piglin king's embrace, affectionately rubbing his cheek against that of the king. "Father, you can buy me whatever I desire." The Piglin king beamed at his diminutive child, his eyes filled with affection. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan stood beside their father, not joining her brother in the embrace, possibly feeling shy due to Ji Xin's presence. In the upper realm, the merchant Ji Xin paid his respects to the king of Zhuling. Ji Xin, neither obsequious nor arrogant, continued to follow the lead of Xiaozhang's words. However, the king of Zhuling remained indifferent, teasing his son without even casting a glance in Ji Xin's direction, as if Ji Xin did not exist at all. Ji Xin narrowed his eyes, unfazed by the dismissal. Although the king of Zhuling had not addressed Ji Xin directly, the underlying message was unmistakable. His last remark to Xiaojiang was, in fact, intended for Ji Xin's ears, and the ensuing silence left little room for doubt. "What benefits could an alliance with you bring to my clan?" Being astute, Ji Xin comprehended the implications. He had but one opportunity to pique the king of Zhuling's interest with a single sentence. Otherwise, this potential alliance would fall to ruin. After a brief contemplation, he declared, "I, Ji Xin, merchant of the upper realm, pay homage to the lord of the lower realm, king of Zhuling." By appending the title of lord of the lower realm, Ji Xin flattered the king, offering a promise of sorts. Clearly, this was yet another of Ji Xin's schemes to paint an enticing picture. If the vision was grand enough, it might entice the other party. However, the seasoned king of Zhuling was unlikely to be so easily beguiled. The moment Ji Xin proclaimed the title, the king abruptly halted his teasing and turned his rotund head towards Ji Xin, a hint of amusement in his voice as he continued, "You?" In the next instant, the king of Zhuling leapt high, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Ji Xin. Despite his corpulent figure, his speed remained undiminished, and the force of his blow surged forward like a tempest, threatening to obliterate anything in its path. Ji Xin furrowed his brow, remaining composed. He understood that the king did not genuinely seek to end his life. Rather, he was testing Ji Xin's strength and the weight of the title he had just bestowed. With several obsidian stones swirling violently in his grasp, Ji Xin raised his hand, conjuring a wall of obsidian that collided with the king king's fist. The impact unleashed a shockwave, sending the nearby Zhu Ling, Xiao Yin tumbling through the air, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The king of Zhu Ling, revealing his yellowed teeth, chuckled, "Good reflexes. Let us try again." With that, he unleashed another powerful punch, causing cracks to appear in the obsidian wall. Had he struck another material, it would have been shattered to pieces. Ji Xin was inwardly astonished. The king was indeed formidable, and this alliance was becoming a certainty. A faint glow emerged in Ji Xin's eyes, causing the surrounding stone bricks and hellstone to tremble. In the next moment, the king of Zhu Ling's arm was ensnared by several stone pillars that had erupted from the ground, binding him tightly. The manifestation of divine power. The king's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that this foreign youth could wield divine energy for defense. Ji Xin's ability to manipulate blocks stemmed from what the king referred to as divine power, and the flames he absorbed also counted as a form of it. King of Zhu Ling, our battle is far from over. It would be unwise to let your attention wander. Ji Xin called out, peeking from behind the obsidian wall, his pale eyes radiating an imposing aura. The wall, on the verge of shattering, reformed into a serpentine form, ensnaring the king's arm and rendering him immobile. The king's reaction was swift. He clamped down hard with his constrained arm, exerting control over the spreading obsidian. Ji Xin sighed inwardly. The king's size was overwhelmingly large, and 14 obsidian blocks could barely bind one arm. If he were to immobilize the king entirely, he would need to prepare more obsidian in the future. I underestimated you. You merit my full effort. Ji Xin broke into a cold sweat, sensing an ominous premonition. Chapter 32. The true might of the king of Zhu Ling uncertain if it was due to the aura of the king of Zhu Ling. The system panel unexpectedly materialized before Ji Xin. Name: King of Zhu Ling level 49, demigod. Attribute: unknown, undetectable. Ability: unknown, undetectable. Due to the influence of the king's aura, system detection was automatically disabled. What? Is that all? Ji Xin was flabbergasted, realizing that the seemingly lazy and filthy king of Zhu Ling was, in fact, a level 49 demigod. In this world, the distinction between mortals and gods was rather straightforward. Those above level 50 were deemed gods, while those below were merely mortals. Achieving level 49 required significant personal effort, while surpassing that threshold depended on one's insight and talent. Lacking sufficient talent or opportunity meant stagnation at the demigod level, forever unable to ascend to true godhood. At this moment, the king of Zhu Ling had reached level 49, already positioned among demigods. Ji Xin had managed to withstand 3 exchanges with this demigod in his mortal form, indicating that the king had indeed been holding back. Predecessor, let us cease this folly. The younger generation acknowledges their missteps. Ji Xin conceded, realizing the futility of the situation. Initially, the king's single punch was a targeted strike. Now, having grown in size, it had transformed into an area of effect attack. To confront a level 49 demigod, while he himself was only level 11, was akin to courting disaster. Young man, quite impressive. You not only withstood my attack, but also mounted a counterattack. Your combat prowess is indeed remarkable. You possess the potential to become a great figure in the future. Ji Xin forced a smile, replying, had you mentioned your demigod status earlier, I would have been more circumspect in my words, thus avoiding this embarrassing situation. With the revelation of the king's demigod strength, Ji Xin's demeanor softened considerably. This confrontation was not a life-and-death struggle, and there was no need for such extremes. Young one, do you comprehend the intricate web of power in the lower realm? As a mere king of Zhu Ling, how could I dare to vie for the title of Lord of the lower realm? However, considering you are the upper realm and unfamiliar with our customs, I shall refrain from punishing you, the king of Zhu Ling stated, his smile unwavering. Though he feigned reproach, the deeper meaning was evident. Speak more. I enjoy your words. I shall heed your wisdom. Ji Xin, a master of persuasion, deftly defused the king's initial intimidation and offered him due respect. Simultaneously, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. The lower realm was not solely under the dominion of the king of Zhu Ling. Other forces, such as the withered skeletons and flame spirits, likely existed. as the abundance of undead beings in the lower realm suggested that sentient species were not limited to the Zhuling clan. Ji Xin, puzzled, inquired, "How many layers of gene locks have you broken?" "That refers to the number of layers you have unlocked." The king of Zhuling elaborated. "One layer? How is that possible?" Ji Xin exclaimed, astounded. He had lived for centuries and encountered such talent and strength for the first time. Forming an alliance with this individual could prove advantageous for the Zhuling clan. Should Ji Xin grow in strength, it was plausible that the Zhuling clan could ascend to the status of lord of the lower realm. With this thought, the king of Zhuling made a decision. Continuing, "I have heard from my son that you possess delectable food. I wonder if that is true." Ji Xin, amused, recognized that the king enjoyed riddles. The inquiry about the golden carrots was, in essence, an implicit agreement to the alliance. Those of lesser wit might fail to grasp the underlying meaning. He retrieved a set of golden carrots from his bag and handed them to the Zhuling sister, Xiaoyan, signaling her to present them. Meanwhile, he remained rooted in place, for proximity to the king's odor was unbearable. The king of Zhuling carefully examined the golden carrot presented by his daughter, noting its resplendent hue, which was indeed favored by their kind. What was this food called? Ji Xin did not conceal the carrot's recipe and divulged it entirely. This was not a matter of choice, but rather an impossibility to hide. The lower realms lacked not for gold-bearing ores, but merely for carrots. To withhold the recipe would only signify a lack of sincerity. Moreover, his original intention was not to engage in commerce, but to forge alliances. Intriguingly, he had not anticipated that gold could be incorporated into food. The king of Zhuling grew increasingly fond of the golden carrot in his hand, utterly indifferent to any potential toxicity, and promptly swallowed a whole. Delicious. It was evident that the golden carrot satisfied all the Zhuling's culinary desires. In the lower realms, aside from hunting some wild pigs for sustenance, their diet was monotonously limited to foraging mushrooms for variety, making the golden carrot all the more precious. Just as events unfolded in a manner Ji Xin had hoped, a resounding voice echoed from the rear of the Great Hall. "Tribe leader, why was the matter of trade with outsiders not discussed with us?" The speaker was a youthful Zhuling, resembling a warrior. He was none other than the general of the barbarian forces and his apprentice, Zhuling Xiaocheng, the king's most significant slave master, commanding an army of 100,000 barbarian troops. Upon entering the hall, the general knelt on one knee, proclaiming loudly, "Barbarians, greet the tribe leader." The king of Zhuling, upon seeing the newcomer, chuckled heartily. "Ah, general, you have arrived just in time. I have something for you to taste, and I am certain you shall enjoy it." With that, he instructed Xiaoyan to pass the remaining golden carrots. The general first cast a glance at Ji Xin, his eyes brimming with hostility, before taking the offered golden carrot and scrutinizing it closely. After a moment, noting the carrot showed no signs of abnormality, he redirected his ire towards Ji Xin. "You, an outsider, what scheme do you harbor in our midst?" The general spoke with such fervor that spittle flew, prompting Ji Xin to instinctively step back. It seemed all Zhuling shared a common trait. Every barbarian harbored immense animosity towards him. In this instance, Ji Xin had learned a lesson. The general, robust and corpulent, was clearly no ordinary pig. If the Zhuling's hierarchy was indeed correlated with size, then this individual was likely a formidable figure. Activating the system to investigate was the prudent course of action. As the system activated, the information regarding the general appeared before him. Name, General of Barbarians, level 48, attributes, unknown, undetectable. Abilities, unknown, undetectable. Due to the influence of the general's aura, the system's detection automatically shut down. Ji Xin was slightly taken aback, confirming his suspicion that the general was indeed a formidable force, a level 4 ascendant, second only to the king of Zhuling, although he was unaware of the exact factions within the lower realms. The presence of both the king and the general of Zhuling provided them with a sense of audacity. You, an outsider, are exceedingly arrogant." At this moment, the king of Zhuling hastily interjected, "General, calm yourself. He has come to seek an alliance, not as an enemy." The general, however, was clearly unconvinced, believing that a mere youth lacked the standing to negotiate with the Zhuling tribe. En alliance, this wet behind the ears boy, what right does he have? It was not unreasonable for him to think this way. Ji Xin was currently weak and lacked any substantial backing. Making an alliance with the entire Zhuling race seemed far-fetched. Ji Xin was acutely aware of this, but present weakness did not imply perpetual frailty. Initially, his desire to ally with the Zhuling was purely to swiftly understand the lower realms and gather information. However, having witnessed the formidable strength of the Zhuling's upper echelon, he reconsidered. His team was merely at the onset of their journey, possessing scant knowledge of the world, and countless troubles and dangers lay ahead. Since the Zhuling had demigods, other races surely did as well, having offended the kingdom of calamity. Should they dispatch a demigod to capture him, it would spell disaster. Thus, securing the support of the Zhuling tribe would undoubtedly provide a stronghold. At the very least, it would allow him to navigate the early stages of his development safely, equipping him with means to counter demigod-level threats. Unperturbed, the king of Zhuling continued to advocate for Ji Xin, stating, "He has withstood 3 of my strikes. That alone qualifies him to be a guest of our tribe." The general's anger diminished somewhat upon hearing this. Yet he retorted, "King, many in the lower realms have withstood 3 of your strikes. Yet none have been invited to your sleeping quarters." Sleeping quarters? Ji Xin glanced around, realizing that this Zhuling castle hardly resembled a hospitable abode. It was rather filthy, reminiscent of a pigsty. The Zhuling tribe had a unique manner of hospitality, conducting discussions in their sleeping quarters as a sign of utmost sincerity. Generally, only the venerable elders of the tribe and some Na'vi youths were granted such an honor. For an outsider like Ji Xin to receive this treatment was somewhat disconcerting to the general. Enough. Let us discuss serious matters. The king of Zhuling abruptly redirected the conversation, seating both Ji Xin and the general to commence discussions regarding the alliance between their tribes. "As you have approached us for union, speak of your terms." Ji Xin Yinan deeply, rapidly contemplating various favorable conditions he could offer in exchange for the Zhuling tribe's assistance. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled a deep sigh and declared, "I am willing to supply 100 boxes of golden carrots each month for 3 consecutive months. In exchange, when I am in peril, you must intervene on my behalf 3 times." The term you naturally referred to the demigod king of Zhuling. Each box could hold 27 slots, each accommodating a stack of 64 golden carrots, summing to a staggering total of 172,800 golden carrots monthly. Such an offer was indeed compelling enough for the recipient to find it difficult to refuse. Ji Xin understood that to elicit the Zhuling's protection as an outsider, his conditions must be generous. The king of Zhuling, stroking his chin with a plump hand, regarded Ji Xin with keen interest, contemplating his next move. Ji Xin felt a vain throb on his forehead, internally lamenting, "What do you mean by this? Your drool is practically spilling out." It was evident that the king was intrigued, yet he was also exceedingly greedy, desiring more. With no other option, Ji Xin gritted his teeth and revised his proposal. 200 boxes per month. However, you must provide a portion of gold ingots and gold dust. He currently had an abundance of carrots. The only constraint was gold. Upon hearing the quantity of golden carrots double, the king's demeanor transformed as he burst into boisterous laughter. "You young lad certainly knows how to invest. Excellent. Since you are so magnanimous, we Zhuling shall not be stingy either. Within 3 months, we shall ensure your safety, without limit." Though the king was undeniably greedy, he demonstrated a degree of integrity, ultimately enhancing the terms. Ji Xin could call upon him without restrictions. Overall, this arrangement was not disadvantageous. Ji Xin breathed a sigh of relief, his face alight with smiles. Lacking wine, he retrieved a carrot from his backpack and raised it towards the king, signifying their celebration. "Let us toast to our successful alliance." Compared to those unscrupulous allies who only think of taking, Zhuling Wang undoubtedly possesses a conscience. And Ji Xin is more than willing to engage with such a person, as everything is laid bare. If negotiations falter now, in the future, should he encounter difficulties, the other party would undoubtedly raise their demands. 3 months is a significant period, coinciding precisely with the conclusion of the 100-day calamity. This calamity represents both disaster and opportunity. Ji Xin can swiftly elevate his level through this trial. Although he may not reach the semi-divine level, ascending to the 30s for self-preservation is certainly achievable. After 3 months, he could present other terms to negotiate with the Zhuling clan for their protection of Wangchong and others. With a notification from his system, Ji Xin entered into a contract with the Zhuling clan, offering 1036, 800 golden carats in exchange for 3 months of their protection. As the system's voice resonated, Zhuling Wang raised his brows, surveying his surroundings as if he too had heard the system's announcement. He sensed an invisible contract formed with something. Once again, the power of divinity. The systems of players can also be viewed as a form of divine power. However, Zhuling Wang paid no heed, as he had no intention of breaching the agreement. Chapter 34. The Withering Youth. While Ji Xin and Zhuling Wang were merrily toasting with their drinks, or rather carrots, a boar warrior rushed out of the grand hall, his expression fraught with urgency. "My king, trouble has arisen. The Withering King has brought his progeny to blockade our entrance at the Scarlet Forest." At this proclamation, the jovial atmosphere instantly froze. A blockade? How dare they? The boar general glared fiercely, rising abruptly and shouting, startling the messenger boar. The Withering King, also known as the Withering Skeleton King, possesses strength comparable to Zhuling Wang, being a level 49 demigod of the lower realm. Their territories primarily lie around the Soul Sand Canyon, bordering the Scarlet Forest of the Zhuling clan, where some boundaries are even indistinct and hard to delineate. Thus, the Zhuling clan and the Withering Skeleton clan have historically been at odds, frequently engaging in territorial skirmishes. Both aspire to be the rulers of the lower realm, but due to their comparable strengths, neither has succeeded, leading them to seek alternative methods to suppress one another. A blockade is one such method, where powerful elders lead their capable offspring to provoke conflict on another's territory. The rules dictate that only the younger generation may duel, one-on-one, without interference from the elders. The vanquished suffer the humiliation of severed legs, while the victor remains on the platform awaiting further challengers. Now, with the Withering Skeleton King personally leading his progeny, it falls upon Zhuling Wang to answer the challenge with his own descendants. Just imagine, the leader of one clan bowing before the leader of another. Such a scene would be utterly unbearable, capable of bringing disgrace upon an entire clan in an instant. Honor is thus forged in such moments. Zhuling Wang maintained a calm demeanor compared to the board general. He spoke, "What a reckless display. Do you not see we have guests?" He then shifted his tone. "Since they dare to block us, let us dismantle their blockade." With that, Zhuling Wang slowly rose, his body visibly shrinking as his fat burned away, transforming him into a muscular battle boar in the blink of an eye. Ji Xin watet in astonim. Zhuling Wang's slimmed-down appearance bore a resemblance to the boar general, perhaps even more robust. Clearing his throat, Zhuling Wang bellowed to the sky, his voice resonating throughout the Scarlet Forest. All younglings of the Zhuling clan under the age of 20 gather outside the Scarlet Forest. We are under siege. His voice, though not loud, seemed to possess an enchanting penetrating power, reaching every ear, even the Withering Skeleton King waiting outside the forest. Which foolish clan dares to blockade our Zhuling? They must be courting death. Zhuling Wang's roar incited a fervor throughout the Scarlet Forest, with every Zhuling under 20 rushing to the forest's edge. Before long, the golden-armored Zhuling Wang, accompanied by a throng of Zhuling, arrived outside the Scarlet Forest. Facing the long-awaited Withering Skeleton King, Ji Xin followed, having no intention of participating, merely wishing to observe the spectacle. For he was not a descendant of the Zhuling clan. The Withering King possessed a peculiar appearance, standing as tall as Zhuling Wang, but resembling a gaunt giant with disproportionately long arms that could even reach the ground. The most striking feature was the pair of bloodless bone wings extending from his back, exuding an aura of intimidation. He was not alone. Behind him stood a dense mass of the Withering Skeleton Army, a dark tide poised to engulf the entire Scarlet Forest. Above, several three-headed withering creatures hovered, suggesting they possessed Tier 3 strength. Perhaps influenced by his profession, Ji Xion's first reaction upon sighting the Withering King was to envision twisting off his head to create a puppet. A puppet fashioned from the withering Skeleton King's head would undoubtedly be formidable. However, given his current strength, defeating the Withering King was beyond his capability, though perhaps he might try in the future. Upon seeing Zhu Ling Wang emerge, the Withering King's face bore a somewhat feigned smile. "Old pig, long time no see. Do you like the gift I prepared for you?" Zhu Ling Wang glanced at the scarlet wooden platform ahead and, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, "Of course I like it. We, the Zhu Ling clan, shall not let your younglings leave unscathed today." Their meeting was charged with tension, both exchanging sharp words. The Withering King, seemingly unfazed by the mockery, appeared well prepared. The outcome remained uncertain. "Come forth, Wu Nian." At these words, a youthful figure stepped forward to the platform. Tall and handsome, with striking blue hair, he wore traditional black attire that exuded a sense of gravitas, creating a stark contrast. At this moment, both the Zhu Ling clan and Ji Xin were taken aback. The newcomer was not a withering skeleton, but a player. "Withering old thief, have you lost your mind? Allowing an outsider to fight for you? What a disgrace." Zhu Ling Wang laughed heartily, his face full of derision. The Withering King was unperturbed, retorting, "Outsider? Does he not resemble our kin? Wu Nian, unleash your withering aura." Upon hearing this, the youth named Wu Nian did not hesitate. Summoning a wave of withering energy that enveloped him in an ominous aura, causing his garments to flutter violently. Almost immediately, a level 11 pressure radiated from him, surpassing even Ji Xin. "See, he bears the essence of our Withering clan. How can he not represent us in this blockade?" The Withering King proclaimed with satisfaction. One significant advantage in player battles is the diverse range of awakened professions, rendering their abilities unpredictable and potentially influencing the outcome of the contest. Shameless. Zhu Ling Wang nearly ground his teeth in fury, astonished at the audacity of his opponent. Ji Xin stood at a distance, quietly observing the youth, a grave expression in his eyes. He sensed strength in this Wu Nian, likely above level 10, making him a formidable adversary. The aura emanating from him was indeed withering energy, but like himself, he was undoubtedly a player, probably having awakened abilities related to withering. This raised another question. Why was the other party also in the lower realm? And you are so familiar with the Withering Skeleton King. In that case, I shall witness the true strength of your withering. The Zhu Ling Wang no longer hesitated over whether the opponent belonged to an external tribe. If the Withering King wished to compete, he was prepared to accompany him to the end. Chapter 35. The Withering Youth reveals his power. The Zhu Ling Wang, devoid of joy or sorrow, turned to his younger Zhu Ling kin and spoke in a cold tone. "Who among you is willing to step forward and bring this person down?" Upon hearing this, the younger Zhu Lings stirred with eagerness, yet no one dared to take the first step. They urgently needed someone to test the waters. "I will go up and bring this person down." A robust Zhu Ling warrior eagerly volunteered for the challenge. Ji Xin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. There were few in this world bold enough to take the first risk. He activated the system to investigate this Zhu Ling. Name: Zhu Ling, a Wang level 11, once promoted. Attributes: unknown, unable to detect. Abilities: unknown, unable to detect. The system scanning function was not particularly powerful. Even an 11th level Zhu Ling warrior could not unveil true strength. Only the most basic level could be discerned. The opponent appeared to be slightly older than Ji Xin, likely just reaching the age of 20. However, this was sufficient. Being at level 11 at the age of 20 was considered a considerable talent within the Zhu Ling tribe. The Zhu Ling Wang nodded in approval at the brave Zhu Ling A Wang, praising his fighting spirit. "If you win this battle, I shall personally grant you land." Zhu Ling A Wang rejoiced, immediately kneeling on one knee, exclaiming, "I will not disgrace the king's command." In the Zhu Ling tribe, land grants correspond to rank and prestige, and a personal grant from the clan leader is a great honor. Opportunities are reserved for the prepared, and it was evident that Zhu Ling A Wang seized this moment well. Meanwhile, the youth Wu Nian had already assumed a calm stance on the stage, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. His presence here was also a test from the Withering King. Just as Ji Xin had surmised, although he bore the aura of withering, he did not belong to the Withering tribe, but had awakened as the Withering Prince. Perhaps due to his profession, He did not emerge in the trial lands like normal players, but instead appeared on the territory of the Withering Skeletons. The Withering Skeletons were not neutral undead beings like the Zhu Lings. Every outsider was seen as an enemy, and Wu Nian, as a player, was no exception. Fortunately, the Withering King sensed the withering aura emanating from him and did not order his execution. On the contrary, he recognized Wu Nian's potential, providing him with abundant resources, allowing him to break through a genetic lock within mere days, reaching level 11. Should he win this battle, he would formally join the Withering tribe, gaining a new foundation. However, if he were to lose, he was uncertain where the wheel of fate would turn. Wu Nian stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I am Wu Nian of Withering, seeking your guidance." He had no intention of instigating conflict with another tribe. His fight was merely for survival. Thus a show of politeness was necessary. Zhu Ling, a Wang, snorted, exhaling a huff of air, his expression turning increasingly frenzied. If they were to fight, it should be without such frivolous niceties. As a rough Zhu Ling, he valued politeness not at all. He only knew that if he defeated his opponent, he would gain land and ascend in rank. In the next moment, a golden giant axe materialized in his hands. With a surge of strength, he swung downwards towards Wu Nian, intending to cleave him in two and conclude the battle swiftly. Wu Nian remained unperturbed, dodging the attack and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Clang! The giant axe fell, shattering the wooden platform beneath the immense pressure, which now floated debris around. What incredible speed! Zhu Ling, a Wang, was taken aback. Having missed his first strike, he did not lose heart, retracting his legs and executing a sweeping blow, claiming most of the platform area and leaving Wu Nian with nowhere to retreat. With the axe swinging towards him, Wu Nian took the situation seriously, placing one hand on his forehead as his body began to shimmer with an ethereal quality. In the next instant, the golden axe passed directly through him, inflicting no damage whatsoever. This sight caused many Zhu Lings to furrow their brows, internally cursing the Withering King for his deceit. Wu Nian's evasion skill effectively countered the brute force attacks of the Zhu Lings. The Withering King, grinning, privately communicated with the Zhu Ling Wang. "That was a close call. Your young kin is quite formidable." He nearly touched the hem of Wu Nian's garment. "Ha! You old scoundrel!" The Zhu Ling Wang struggled to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth. "I know your true character all too well. This lad is merely a disposable pawn in your hands. Oomph. Your Withering Skeleton tribe can tolerate no outsiders. Today, by sheltering this youth, you merely seek to humiliate my clan. Once this tournament concludes, this youth will no longer hold any value to you, and regardless of victory or defeat, he shall perish." The Zhu Ling Wang, indeed, was astute, seeing through the Withering King's schemes. The Withering King chuckled, not denying the truth. Wu Nian possessed the aura of withering, yet fundamentally, he remained an outsider. Furthermore, Wu Nian's astonishing talent, having broken through a genetic lock in just a few days, instilled a sense of urgency within the Withering King. Thus, Wu Nian must perish afterward. The exchange of thoughts between the two kings did not disrupt the ongoing battle on the stage. Zhu Ling, a Wang, having failed to land a hit after several attempts, was now feeling anxious. Should this continue, he would surely be at a disadvantage. "You truly know how to evade." Zhu Ling, a Wang, retracted his heavy axe, his muscles bulging as his physique grew even more robust. "I can sense your restraint, but there is no need for it. Unleash your full strength and fight me. I merely intended to give you some face without any malice," Wu Nian explained. Zhu Ling, a Wang, snorted again, refusing. "In our Zhu Ling tribe, holding back in battle is the greatest humiliation to an opponent." Wu Nian sighed. Zhu Ling, a Wang, was correct. He had indeed held back, as his withering phantasm perfectly countered any damage from brute force attacks. As long as the Zhu Ling was not vastly superior in strength, they had no chance of inflicting harm upon him. Thus, from the very beginning, the outcome of this confrontation was predetermined. The Zhu Ling tribe could not win. Before long, Zhu Ling Wang's muscles reached their peak size, and he declared, "Please allow me to lose in a manner that leaves me convinced." "As you wish." Wu Nian nodded, his gaze turning exceedingly serious. Chapter 36, Bringing the Withering Youth Home. Zhu Ling, a Wang, laughed. letting out a thunderous roar as his right fist drew upon all his energy. This punch was not only powerful, but also impossibly swift, leaving no room for evasion. Wu Nian's eyes displayed no emotion as he charged towards Zhu Ling, a Wang's fist at an incredible speed. Clang! As the two collided, time seemed to freeze. Zhu Ling, a Wang, was momentarily dazed, his eyes revealing confusion. His mighty punch struck Wu Nian's ethereal form, inflicting no damage whatsoever. How is this possible? Alarmed, Zhu Ling, a Wang's pupils constricted as he quickly realized that Wu Nian had yet to counterattack. In the next instant, Wu Nian concentrated the withering power in his hand and struck directly at Zhu Ling, a Wang's forehead. A surge of withering energy rapidly spread throughout Zhu Ling, a Wang's body. A ringing echoed in his ears. When their figures separated once more, Zhu Ling, a Wang, lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, his body still suffering from the effects of withering. Wu Xian effortlessly vanquished the pig spirit Wang with a single strike, leaving the onlookers, particularly those from the pig spirit faction, utterly astounded. To their disbelief, a race renowned for its strength and defense could not withstand Wu Xian's blow. Ji Xin narrowed his eyes, harboring an inkling of insight. Wu Xian's decisive triumph over Wang was not due to any inadequacy in defense, but rather a matter of precision in targeting. No amount of flesh could shield the forehead from an attack. That strike landed directly on Wang's brow, catching him completely off guard, resulting in a full measure of damage. Furthermore, Wu Xian's assault was imbued with a decay effect. The fact that Wu Xian spared Wang's life could be considered an act of mercy. As the pig spirit faction faced defeat, the decay faction erupted in cheers, exclaiming for Wu Xian to eliminate this foul group of pigs that constantly flaunted their flesh. They suggested renaming the Pig Spirit Clan to the Dead Pig Clan. The enmity between the decay skeletons and the pig spirits transcended mere historical rivalry. It was also rooted in ideological opposition. The decay faction regarded flesh as a burden, believing that the pursuit of the ultimate decay power was the sole path to true strength, leading them to abandon their flesh and retain only their blackened skeletal forms. Conversely, the pig spirit faction took pride in their corpulence, celebrating muscle as beauty and aspiring to unparalleled strength, while looking down upon the skeletal beings devoid of flesh. The pig spirit king wore a grim visage as he waved for Wang to be taken away for healing, to expel the decay power from within. He telepathically addressed the decay king, questioning whether allowing a player to use decay power to triumph over them truly validated their brute strength as inferior. The decay king dismissively waved his hand, seizing the moment to taunt, "Oh, Pig Spirit King, our two clans have historically held differing views on the pursuit of power. In this current match among peers of equal standing, decay power clearly prevails. You must acknowledge this." The Pig Spirit King's expression darkened further, fully aware that Wang was no weakling. Wu Xian's victory stemmed from the enigmatic divine power he wielded, which the Decay King had undoubtedly calculated to counteract the Pig Spirit Clan's strength. This was a strategic maneuver to humiliate them. The irony lay in the fact that Wu Xian employed decay power, rendering the Pig Spirit King unable to retort, forcing him to swallow his pride. At this juncture, the barbarian general could no longer tolerate the situation and approached the Pig Spirit King, urging, "Your Majesty, allow my apprentice Xiao Cheng to take the stage. You cannot genuinely consider kneeling to this old man. Your Majesty, I am willing to wager my life to fight for our clan," proclaimed Xiao Cheng, kneeling on one knee, earnestly hoping for a chance to prove himself. Gifted from a young age, Xiao Cheng had been accepted as a disciple by the barbarian general and had already attained level 16 at such a tender age. The Pig Spirit King shook his head in resignation. Had he been unaware of Wu Xian's capabilities, he might have permitted Xiao Cheng to compete. However, it was futile. Despite Xiao Cheng's strength, he would not be able to defeat the extraordinarily peculiar Wu Xian, especially without having undergone a second-tier ascent. What shall we do? You cannot truly consider kneeling to this old man. That is absolutely unacceptable. Kneeling to this old man? A flicker of disdain crossed the Pig Spirit King's eyes. Is it necessary? We have just forged a new alliance. Let's have him compete. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? This decaying old rogue seeks external aid. We too have allies, the barbarian general exclaimed, enlightened by the notion. Yet, he pondered what to do if the other party refused. The pig spirit king's forehead tightened with a vein, realizing that while the barbarian general was commendable in many aspects, his intellect was somewhat lacking. If they do not agree, will you not negotiate terms? Simply state that the golden carrot need not be delivered. If we win this match, our conditions remain unchanged. Unnecessary. The carrots shall be delivered as promised. We are allies, and a small favor is of no consequence. Ji Xin's voice interjected, as he had stealthily approached the pig spirit king from behind while the crowd remained engrossed in the match. Upon witnessing Wuxian employ a skill akin to evading attacks, Ji Xin had anticipated that the pig spirit king would seek his assistance. Given that the pig spirits relied on brute strength, they were inherently countered by Wuxian. Any pig spirit below the second gene lock stood no chance against him. The barbarian general, upon recognizing Ji Xin, experienced a complete reversal in attitude. Ally, you are indeed our esteemed ally. My previous demeanor was inappropriate, and I shall punish myself with 3 carrots, he declared, proceeding to consume 3 carrots before the assembly, leaving Ji Xin speechless. As a general of his clan, one would expect him to exhibit a modicum of decorum. Such trivial matters, such trivial matters. Ji Xin responded with an amiable smile. Simply remember my kindness in the future. This declaration nearly brought the barbarian general to tears. He reflected on his prior antagonism towards Ji Xin and felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The pig spirit king scoffed, his expression rife with reluctance. The barbarian general might be dim-witted, but the king was not. Free favors were often the most costly. Ji Xin had extended a favor, and in the future, it would need to be repaid tenfold. This lad was cunning indeed. Ji Xin exchanged a glance with the pig spirit king, realizing that the latter had discerned his intentions. However, at this juncture, refusal was not an option. His eagerness to participate in the arena stemmed from another motive. The exceptional combat prowess of Wuxian was too valuable to overlook without enlisting him in his own ranks. The pig spirit king, begrudgingly, had to concede that the Decay King had indeed cultivated Wuxian exceptionally well. During the battle, Wuxian exhibited an extraordinary calmness that was truly rare, and Ah Wang's defeat was not in vain. Had Ji Xin not been present today, the Decay King's ploy might have succeeded. Yet, fate had intervened, allowing the Pig Spirit faction to enlist an even more formidable player. With a sigh, the Pig Spirit King addressed Ji Xin. I am not an unreasonable pig. Your assistance today is no trifling matter. I shall repay this favor, and of course, should you emerge victorious today, you shall partake in the rewards promised to Ah Wang. In the hierarchy of a clan, status dictated the weight of face. From Ji Xin's perspective, this was a mere formality. However, from the standpoint of the entire Pig Spirit clan, his assistance bore significant weight. Upon hearing that his king intended to grant territory to an outsider, the barbarian general instinctively opened his mouth to protest, but quickly halted, realizing that Ji Xin's willingness to aid them warranted generosity from the Pig Spirit clan. Then I shall express my gratitude to the Pig Spirit King, Ji Xin replied nonchalantly, accepting the offer as benefits were always welcome and favors had already been extended. Due to their unique positioning, their dialogue went unnoticed by the others, and Ji Xin's presence remained undiscovered. Initially, Ji Xin had intended to challenge directly, but upon reflection, he deemed it somewhat lacking in prestige and not maximizing the potential benefits. Thus, he took a circuitous route to position himself at the rear of the observing pig spirits. Why is he positioning himself behind our juniors? The barbarian general scratched his head, puzzled by Ji Xin's actions, which appeared to him as an unnecessary detour. The Pig Spirit King, glancing at the dim-witted barbarian general, shook his head in exasperation. This seemingly insignificant maneuver held profound significance. The essence of an alliance between the two clans was the unity of hearts. Ji Xin stepping up to challenge Wuxian on behalf of the Pig Spirit clan was a means to garner goodwill. Merely gaining favor was insufficient. Ji Xin also aspired for the Pig Spirit youth to remember his visage, as it would serve as a passport when he next ascended to their realm. Whether the collaboration between the Pig Spirit clan and a figure like Ji Xin would prove to be a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Zhu Ling Wang considers himself to be quite astute, yet this perception is forged through centuries of refinement. In contrast, Ji Xin, a mere youth not yet 20, possesses an intellect that surpasses his own, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. The minions of the Jiaoling faction, noticing the reluctance of their opponents to engage, began to taunt. Zhu Ling has lost its courage. They are afraid. The Zhu Ling clan is indeed devoid of warriors. Our Wu Nian has only fought once, and it has left you trembling in fear. I suggest you concede while you still can. These taunts resonated within the ears of the younger Zhu Ling, their faces flushing with indignation and embarrassment. A few hot-headed Zhu Ling, brandishing golden axes, were eager to confront Wu Nian, but they were swiftly restrained. Without the consent of Zhu Ling Wang, they could not ascend the stage. Moreover, even if they did, it would merely be a futile sacrifice that would alter nothing. Who says Zhu Ling has no warriors? Ji Xion's thunderous voice cut through the clamor, silencing the jeers. The younger Zhu Ling and Jiao Ling stared at him in confusion, particularly the former, who remained oblivious to the fact that an outsider had infiltrated their ranks. Ji Xin stood tall and proud, and the Zhu Ling gradually parted to create a pathway for him. Whose child is this pig? He is quite unsightly. Indeed, he is rather ugly. Wait, he does not seem to be one of our kin. He is an outsider. Finally, a Zhu Ling realized the truth, their gaze turning vigilant. Some Zhu Ling warriors lifted their axes, ready to strike Ji Xin. Do you wish to court death? This outsider bears the aura of our king. He is clearly a helper summoned by him. One Zhu Ling quickly restrained a warrior who had raised his axe. Ji Xin paid little heed to the murmurs of the Zhu Ling, for he deemed their opinions on his appearance irrelevant. What mattered was that they made way for him upon encountering his visage. The notion that a group of Zhu Ling would have an outsider on their side sent ripples of concern through them. Fear not. Wu Nian is among the most formidable players. Facing him does not guarantee defeat. Indeed, I sense that this player may even be weaker than Wu Nian. As the Jiaoling faction observed the arrival of reinforcements from Zhu Ling, their arrogance diminished significantly, and they began to scrutinize Ji Xin closely. Though Ji Xin was only at level 10, indeed one tier below Wu Nian, this did not imply that Wu Nian's talent surpassed his own. Wu Nian was a favored protege of Jiaoling Wang, constantly engaged in leveling up, surrounded by formidable foes. Meanwhile, Ji Xin had been preoccupied with numerous matters in the upper realm, casually defeating only a handful of obstructive monsters, not deliberately seeking to ascend in level. Upon witnessing a player emerge from the ranks of Zhu Ling, Jiaoling Wang's expression grew serious. Having clashed with Zhu Ling Wang for a century, he was well aware that deploying an outsider at this juncture suggested either desperation or a strategic ace up his sleeve. Wu Nian strikes swiftly and without mercy. This one is not to be underestimated. Jiaoling Wang had little choice but to ensure victory in this battle, for any failure would render his efforts in vain. Rest assured, my king, I shall give my all. Wu Nian nodded, his demeanor turning solemn, though he felt a flicker of joy upon seeing his kin. He quickly subdued it given his current predicament. He could not afford to lose this battle. Ji Xin maintained his signature mischievous smile, embodying an appearance that seemed harmless. Ji Xin, I await your guidance. Suddenly, flames ignited around the perimeter of the arena, flickering as if imbued with sentience. Contained solely to the edges without any intention of spreading. Wu Nian recoiled in shock, instinctively taking a step back. In truth, his Jiaoling illusion was not as invincible as previously displayed. It allowed him to evade physical attacks, yet he was still vulnerable to fiery assaults and potion damage, which could easily extinguish his existence. In other words, fire attacks were his Achilles heel. Ji Xion's keen insight allowed him to discern Wu Nian's capabilities, and the flames encircling the arena served as a warning to his adversary. I am not one for circumlocution. I shall speak plainly. Upon defeating you, you will accompany me. Wu Nian furrowed his brow, perplexed by Ji Xion's intentions. After careful contemplation, he replied, The Jiaoling Wang has shown me great favor. I cannot comply. If I conquer you in this battle, I shall officially join the Jiaoling clan. Do not be foolish. Those not of our kin harbor treacherous intent. You must have heard this adage. GXN waved his hand dismissively, finding the notion somewhat amusing. Diaoling skeletons were undead beings, among the most malevolent of their kind. How could a living being like Wu Nian ever integrate with them, even if his awakened abilities bore a semblance to Diaoling? Wu Nian continued to channel the Diaoling power, disregarding GXIN's words. To him, Diaoling Wang was the most sagacious of rulers, who had not ostracized him due to his origins, but had instead provided him with abundant resources. Thus, GXIN's comments resembled mere attempts at sowing discord. As we are kin, let us refrain from such discourse, Wu Nian warned coldly, each word laced with admonition. GXIN raised an eyebrow, finding Wu Nian's loyalty rather endearing. He gestured, and 5 iron puppets emerged from the shadows, encircling Wu Nian with near imperceptible shadows. This maneuver startled Wu Nian, causing him to retreat 3 steps. His gaze fixated warily on GXIN's every move. Should GXIN make a single advance, he would instantly evade. Seeing Wu Nian's anxious demeanor, GXIN chuckled softly. Do not be so serious. We are kin. I shall not slay you, merely render you gravely injured. The 5 iron puppets unleashed their auras, converging upon Wu Nian, exerting immense pressure upon him. What do you intend to do? Wu Nian queried, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his voice trembling. He sensed at least 6 pairs of eyes fixated on him. Any movement could result in the loss of an arm at the very least. A faint luminescence flickered in GXIN's eyes, his smile unwavering. Since you refuse to accompany me, I shall have to subdue you by force. Wu Nian's gaze flickered as he sought a means to extricate himself from his predicament. Although his level exceeded GXN's by 1, their combat prowess was not on the same tier. It could be described as a crushing disparity. Recognizing the imbalance of strength, Wu Nian resolved to exchange injuries for a swift conclusion. GXIN, as if possessing mind-reading abilities, immediately discerned Wu Nian's intentions. Knowing you are outmatched, you wish to trade injuries? Do not be naive. Now that I am here, I shall not leave without a victory. Since you defeated Zhu Ling using Diaoling power previously, I shall vanquish you with pure brute force this time. What say you? Arrogant. How could you presume my defeat before the battle has even commenced? Wu Nian's patience snapped. He was well aware of his own temperament. Yet GXIN's every utterance struck at the core of his defenses, igniting genuine rage within him. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself forward, aiming directly for GXIN's brow. GXIN made no move, standing still in his place. Do not underestimate me, Wu Nian roared, launching a punch towards GXIN's face. Just as it seemed he would succeed, an iron hand erupted from beneath him, grasping his ankle with ferocity. Attempting to sneak attack? Not a chance. Wu Nian had long been aware of the situation. As the withering void activated, Steel Puppet number 1 made a futile attempt to seize him. Wu Nian smirked inwardly, believing that as long as Ji Xin refrained from employing fiery attacks, he could still triumph over his opponent. However, just as he felt triumphant, a second steel puppet emerged, delivering a punch that sent him flying, his body spinning through the air like a windmill crashing out of the arena. This unforeseen turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence, particularly the Zhu Ling Wang and the Wang of Withering, both of whom exclaimed in unison, Steel Puppet? No. Whose steel puppet has the head of a monster? These 2 demigods had previously witnessed the steel puppets from the upper realms, yet these 2 under Ji Xin seemed somewhat different. Wu Nian coughed up blood, his physique remarkably fragile. The steel puppet's punch had nearly taken 1/3 of his health. Ji Xin patted steel puppet number 2 beside him, expressing his satisfaction. Just as I anticipated, your phasing skill cannot evade the attack of the cube. The term cube attack prompted Wu Nian to look closely, realizing that the steel puppet which had just sent him flying was wielding an obsidian cube. It had been this very cube that had struck him while he was phasing. How could this be possible? Wu Nian's heart filled with dread, for this weakness was something he had not even recognized himself. This is impossible. If you could evade the cube, then the ground-burrowing technique would be the true name of your ability. Wu Nian could stand confidently on the arena and fight others, fundamentally because his phasing could not penetrate the cube. Ji Xin's explanation elicited the most significant reaction from the younger Zhu Ling, who had never anticipated that such a counter to their brute force would be so easily unraveled. Incredible. Truly remarkable. This foreigner is astutely clever, they murmured. Daughter, in the future, when seeking a mate, ensure he possesses intelligence, not just brawn. Indeed, even a less attractive appearance would not be unacceptable. Ji Xin's revelation successfully garnered a flock of young sows, all vying to bear his piglets. So, it is. I have been defeated. My skills are inferior, and I acknowledge my defeat. Wunyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, astonished that not only was his opponent's combat strength formidable, but their observational skills were equally terrifying. This battle was a complete loss for him, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory. Ji Xin, not wishing to continue the fight, realized that if he were to kill his opponent, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon himself. Since you have lost, come with me. Trust me, this will be the most correct choice of your life. Ji Xin retracted the two steel puppets and reached out to help the fallen Wunyan rise. However, contrary to his expectations, Wunyan showed no intention of following him. With his head bowed, he could not bear to meet Ji Xin's gaze. Well, this is indeed disappointing. Take care of yourself. The Wong of Withering belonged to the undead clan, naturally harboring an innate hostility towards living beings. It seemed that Wunyan, the young one, had never played Minecraft, as he entirely failed to comprehend the murderous intent reflected in the Wong of Withering size. Chapter 39. The Aftermath of Wunyan's Defeat. Ji Xin exhaled a heavy breath, no longer insisting. After casting a deep glance at the fallen Wunyan, he refrained from saying anything further and turned to leave the stage. He had conveyed reasoning and demonstrated strength. If the opponent still refused to recognize his goodwill, there was nothing more to be done. At that moment, the Zhu Ling and the Wong of Withering were embroiled in a heated argument. Yet the Zhu Ling's momentum was notably stronger. The Zhu Ling Wong, upon seeing Ji Xin's somewhat dejected expression, chuckled to console him. Haha, my good ally, why are you not happy after such a victory? Though pig spirits were rare in the world, the Zhu Ling Wong undoubtedly counted as one. He immediately grasped Ji Xin's peculiar metaphor. Well, human plans cannot rival heavenly designs. Cheer up. Perhaps during the negotiations later, I can help you retrieve that individual. The Zhu Ling Wong was in good spirits. Unaware of Ji Xin's reasons for wanting to recruit Wunyan, such matters were of no concern to him. He only knew that the Zhu Ling clan had emerged victorious in this contest, and they had done so splendidly. Ji Xin had not employed flames, which would have decisively countered the Wong of Withering's ethereal powers. Instead, he had utilized the brute strength most adeptly wielded by the Zhu Ling clan. Even the Wong of Withering could not dispute this. Ji Xin's eyes glimmered with a different light as he spoke in a somewhat frigid tone. No, I find myself somewhat reluctant to recruit him now. All right, I yield to you. You are the greatest contributor to this battle. The Zhu Ling Wong laughed heartily, surprised that his ally would display such a minor temper tantrum, yet finding it endearing as it added a touch of humanity. Ji Xin inhaled a breath of fresh air, feeling a slight relaxation of both body and spirit. This battle had indeed drained a significant amount of his hunger value. It was time for a proper rest. I am a bit weary. The remaining matters can be resolved by your Zhu Ling clan. With that, he strode towards the Crimson Forest. The Zhu Ling Wong, upon witnessing this, promptly instructed several nearby guards to escort him. The Zhu Ling youths, seeing Ji Xin approach, were filled with excitement and eagerly rushed to introduce themselves. Hero, what is your name? How can I become as clever as you? Change your brain. Hero, what was that you summoned earlier? It was so impressive. Little Pig Peppa. Hero, can you share how you became so strong? Eat more, sleep more, and ask fewer questions. The Zhu Ling's inquiries were myriad and varied, overwhelming Ji Xin, whose mood continued to sour amidst the incessant hulu sounds. Ultimately, it was thanks to the intervention of the barbarian general that the youthful crowd was dispersed, allowing Ji Xin to escape. This arena battle had indeed been spectacular. You should go rest in the king's palace. There is no need for you to worry about the rest. The barbarian general remarked with a broad smile. Following this battle, Ji Xin's prestige soared among the Zhu Ling, and he was to be treated with the hospitality befitting a guest of honor. Thank you, barbarian general. I shall await you in the castle. Ji Xin replied with a slight bow, following the guards into the Crimson Forest. On the other side, Wen Yin descended from the stage, disheartened and moving slowly, his head lowered, unable to face the Wong of Withering. Is this how I have fallen? Such a useless fellow. It must have been deliberate. They are all players. Perhaps they have reached some agreement. Shameless. After taking so many resources from our king, you still turn against us. You are unworthy to be part of our clan. The expressions of the Withering soldiers were filled with skepticism and discontent, some even spitting their withering power at Wen Yin. He did not flinch. He accepted this scorn as his due. As the accusations escalated, Wen Yin became the scapegoat for the entire clan, facing the wrath of many. With his head bowed, he navigated through the crowd, each step feeling heavier. He wished to counter their words, yet found himself at a loss, for he had indeed lost, thoroughly. With no chance of victory, his expression became somewhat dazed as he stumbled before the Wong of Withering, collapsing to his knees with a thud. My king, I have been defeated, but I truly had no power to resist. Wen Yin dared not raise his eyes to meet the Wong of Withering, his voice trembling slightly. The Wong of Withering regarded him with a detached gaze, continually rubbing his fingers, making it impossible to discern whether he felt joy or sorrow. I understand. This matter cannot be wholly blamed on you. You may leave for now. Yes. Thank you for your understanding, my king. Wen Yin felt warmth in his heart, tears glimmering in his eyes. In that moment, he felt his decision had been justified. Even if the world abandoned him, the Wong of Withering would not. At that moment, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated, and he felt considerably lighter. My king, I will strive to level up diligently, and I shall not disappoint your expectations in the future. The Wong of Withering continued to speak in his indifferent tone. As Wen Yin was about to rise and depart, he suddenly extended a finger, the essence of decay swirling at its tip, slowly aiming at the retreating Wen Yin. A piercing scream escaped Wen Yin's lips as he beheld the penetrating force of decay. His eyes filled with disbelief. To the king of decay, this was merely a minuscule exertion of power. Yet this very force was potent enough to claim Wen Yin's life. Why, king? Wen Yin murmured as he collapsed to the ground, his bones shattered, resembling a lifeless dog. Ha! You have always been but a pawn in my humiliation of the Zhu Ling Wong. Did you truly believe that your mere decay aura could grant you membership in my clan? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. The colossal figure of the king of decay lifted the severely injured Wen Yin with a single finger, discarding him like a tattered sack over the precipice. Devoid of any sympathy, the fate of the worthless is death. As Wen Yin felt his body plummeting, his face was etched with numbness, his heart shattered. The deity residing within him lay in ruins. Ha! He spoke the truth. The jester was indeed myself. The sound of his heavy fall echoed, plunging both parties into silence. The Zhu Ling Wong, witnessing this scene from afar, could not help but shake his head. You old scoundrel, discarding once used, who will serve you henceforth? I shall manage my own affairs. There is no need for your interference, retorted the king of decay, his eyes ablaze with fury. The Zhu Ling Wong chuckled, acknowledging the truth in the king of decay's words, realizing he indeed had no say. Yet, poor Ji Xin was left in a predicament, though he expressed indifference. Deep down he did not wish for the demise of that decay fellow. Ji Xin, while cunning, possessed a kind heart, particularly towards his kin, a rare quality indeed. Chapter 40. 2 Gifts from the Zhu Ling Wong. Seeing the plan unravel, the king of decay turned to depart with his legion of skeletal minions. Wait! The entrance to the Zhu Ling clan is not one you can simply block. The Zhu Ling Wong's thunderous voice sent a shiver through the skeletal army. The king of decay gritted his teeth, silently cursing. Now that Wen Yin had lost, the repercussions fell upon him. What do you want, you stubborn pig? What do you desire? The Zhu Ling Wong chuckled, amused. The rules of blocking the entrance dictated that the loser must bow. Now, this old scoundrel feigned ignorance. Kneel before me and bow your head in front of both clans. These words stirred a tempest of excitement among the Zhu Ling clan, as the prospect of their clan leader bowing to another was indeed a rarity. The king of decay's countenance soured, grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "Must you make the situation so tense? When you obstructed the entrance, did you feel any tension?" The Zhu Ling Wong, sharp as ever, offered no opportunity for the king of decay to escape. Very well, as you wish. The king of decay, biting down on his anger, forcefully tore off one of his skeletal arms, a surge of decaying energy pouring forth, his very lifeblood. Kneeling before both clans was out of the question. The Zhuling Wang's desires were clear. Pretending to tremble in fear, the Zhuling Wang said, "Why so violent? If you do not wish to bow, just say so. A demigod's arm will be quite troublesome to regenerate, won't it?" Enduring the excruciating pain, the King of Decay seethed. "What concern is it of yours? You want my arm? Take it." With that, the smoke-emitting skeletal arm was cast towards the Zhuling Wang. Unfazed, the Zhuling Wang grasped the arm despite its potent decaying energy. A hissing sound erupted as the powerful decay corroded the Zhuling Wang's flesh, exposing bones. Yet in an instant, flesh regenerated anew. This cycle continued until all the decaying energy was eradicated. A demigod's arm was indeed a treasure, easily transformable into a formidable weapon. "May I leave now?" The King of Decay stifled his bleeding wounds, his voice laced with weakness. The Zhuling Wang, caressing the skeletal arm, grinned. "You've merely lost an arm, not a leg. If you wish to depart, I cannot detain you. Wait, I shall remember this grudge." The King of Decay scoffed, departing with his million-strong skeletal army. The Zhuling Wang was unperturbed by the threat. The enmities forged between their clans were far too numerous to count. One more would bear no consequence. Suddenly, the Zhuling Wang seemed to recall something. Glancing towards the direction where Wu Nian had been discarded, he commanded his guards, "Go rescue Wu Nian from the base of the cliff and bring him to my palace." "Wu Nian? The one who wields decay energy? Why would you save him? He is likely dead from a fall." One guard queried, puzzled. "Indeed." The guard scratched his head and hastily set off. What a pity! Though he had triumphed, a sense of defeat lingered. Just as Ji Xin simmered in solitude, a hearty laugh erupted from the Zhuling Wang. At last! Bring forth all the Yu meat." The Zhuling Wang bellowed, as a dozen Zhuling prepared a grand table in the palace's center. A myriad of dishes were laid out, predominantly featuring Yu meat and mushrooms. The upper and lower realms remained disconnected, and turmoil brewed above. He genuinely feared those reckless beings would bring ruin to his home. With no other option, Ji Xin resigned himself to partake in the feast. Noticing Ji Xin's presence, the Zhuling Wang resumed, "My dear brother, today I have two gifts to present to you." "Dear brother? Elder brother?" Ji Xin chuckled, bemused. Such familiarity surely masked ulterior motives. The Zhuling Wang, acting modestly, claimed this act was merely a trifling effort, hardly worthy of mention. "You, however, bring gifts in return. It seems you do not intend to repay the favor." "Oh, not at all. Rest assured, these two gifts I offer are of far greater value than any favor you speak of." The Zhuling Wang smirked mischievously, clearly intent on evading any debt. Ji Xin, feeling somewhat cornered by the Zhuling Wang's statements, was eager to discover what could possibly outweigh the favor of a demigod. Without delay, the Zhuling Wang produced the severed arm of the King of Decay. Severed arm of the decaying skeleton, refined, demigod level, incomplete. When do you fancy it? The Zhuling Wang grinned widely. Indeed, a demigod's arm is an invaluable treasure. Ji Xin marveled at the unique weapon, and with a thought, its detailed description materialized. Name, Claw of Decay attack, 60 points. The description was simple and unambiguous. It was powerful. An attack power of 60 points rendered Ji Xin nearly invincible among those below demigod status. "Ha! That is merely the first gift. I have a second for you," the Zhuling Wang remarked, munching on a piece of Yu meat. Ji Xin's eyes sparkled. A second gift parallel to the Claw of Decay must be extraordinary. The Zhuling Wang held off on revealing it immediately, teasing, "Dear brother, do you reckon these two gifts can equate to your favor?" "Indeed," Ji Xin answered without hesitation, realizing that even the Claw of Decay far surpassed his original favor. Chapter 41, Subduing Wu Nian, the accomplishment of the Undying Totem. The Zhuling Wang, seeing his objective fulfilled, leisurely retrieved the second gift from his robes. With a hint of pride, he declared, "Dear brother, this second gift surpasses the Claw of Decay immensely." Ji Xin's face lit up with anticipation as he turned to gaze upon the Zhuling Wang's hand, where lay an undying totem and a vial of healing potion. Ji Xin hesitated, feeling that the Zhuling Wang was intentionally toying with him. The healing potion, as its name implies, could restore health, and its crafting process was quite straightforward. One merely needed to place fiery powder, hellish warts, and shimmering melons in the brewing station in succession and wait a moment for it to be successfully concocted. As for the undying totem, it was somewhat more precious. In the game, one could acquire it by defeating the summoner. Wearing it would allow one to withstand a fatal blow and trigger significant health restoration and a shield. However, it was a one-time consumable, and once used it was gone. Although both the undying totem and the healing potion could be considered valuable, their worth paled in comparison to the first gift, the Claw of Withering, which was far more significant. The Zhuling Wang seemed quite pleased with his prank and offered no explanation. Ji Xin narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. This old pig relished speaking in half-truths, prompting others to decipher his meaning. These two items likely held ulterior motives. Senior, this is not in line with your usual behavior. Do you have something else that you haven't revealed? Ha ha, clever, truly clever. If you're just a few years older, I would consider swearing brotherhood with you. The Zhuling Wang laughed heartily, patting his belly. Typically, when he posed a riddle, it would take others 3 to 5 days to decipher its meaning. Yet, Ji Xin could engage in seamless communication, accurately extracting the essence of his words. Having such a confidant was a significant blessing in life. After finishing his laughter, the Zhuling Wang turned to his attendant and instructed, "Go, bring that living dead person here." The attendant nodded and swiftly disappeared. Living dead person? Ji Xin was puzzled about what the Zhuling Wang intended. About half an hour later, 2 Zhuling warriors entered, carrying a bloodied player. Ji Xin immediately recognized the individual as Wu Yin by his attire. The Zhuling Wang pointed at the barely conscious Wu Yin and remarked, "This fellow has a tough life. He took a hit from the Withering King, fell from a 100-meter cliff, and still clings to life, truly a testament to his resilience." Previously, when he instructed his subordinates to retrieve him, it was merely a stroke of luck, as Wu Yin was only an 11-level player, and the chances of surviving 2 heavy blows were slim. The undying totem and healing potion in his possession were essentially meant for him. Observing Wu Yin, enveloped in dark energy and in a pitiful state, Ji Xin couldn't help but smile. He had long suspected that the Withering King would not allow Wu Yin to join the Withering clan and might even secretly eliminate him. However, he never anticipated that the Withering King would be so direct as to incapacitate Wu Yin in front of both clans. Ji Xin shook his head, grinding his teeth as if speaking to himself. "I told you long ago that the Withering King is no good. The way he looks at you is like viewing an object. How could he possibly be a wise ruler? In the end, he still fell into my hands. But this is for the best. Let him endure some hardship, and he will become more loyal to me in the future." Ji Xin picked up the healing potion and approached Wu Yin. The potion was ample, but he did not pour it all into Wu Yin's mouth. Instead, he allowed him to drink only a sip. As the potion entered his stomach, its effects were immediate, and the near-death Wu Yin slowly opened his eyes. "Ji Xin, brother." Wu Yin's voice was extremely faint, as if he were on the verge of passing away. Ji Xin sneered, showing no mercy. "Who is your brother? Don't make unfounded claims. We are not familiar." Wu Yin attempted to prop himself up, but the overwhelming hunger and his shattered bones prevented him from achieving such a strenuous feat with a cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his health rapidly diminishing. "Save me. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die." Death was cruel, and even the strongest of characters would inevitably feel fear when faced with such a fate. Ji Xin, however, was not in a rush. He was mentally timing the effects of the healing potion and, with a hint of mockery in his voice, said, "Why should I save you? In other words, what benefits would saving you bring me?" Benefits? Wu Yin's pupils constricted. A wave of bitterness surged within him. He had nothing. Even his life depended on the charity of others. What benefits could he possibly offer Ji Xin? The potion's effects began to wane. The Withering King's residual power erupted within Wu Yin. His heart raced, and the countdown of his life officially commenced. "It seems your time is running out." Ji Xin maintained his signature smile, yet to Wu Yin, it appeared as a demonic visage, no longer the amiable and harmonious figure he once perceived. "I will seek revenge. I cannot die yet. I am willing to serve you as my master, to toil for you. If only you would allow me to live. Ji Xin not dead. This was precisely the phrase he yearned to hear. All right, but that is not enough. How about this? If you can endure a punch from me, I will save you. What do you say? Ji Xin, brother, such jokes should not be taken lightly. Wu Nian's face turned pale with fright. Ji Xin was a level 10 player, capable of dealing a full 40 points of damage with a single punch. If Wu Nian were in his prime, he might have considered it. However, in his current state, receiving even one punch would surely be fatal. I must strike you to ease my resentment. Ji Xin seemed oblivious to Wu Nian's protests and began to wind up his arm. Ji Xin, brother, what conditions do you desire? We can negotiate further. I truly cannot withstand that punch. Wu Nian's voice had grown hoarse, instinctively wanting to retreat. The Zhuling Wang watched from the side, his face beaming with delight. Yet he showed no intention of intervening. You are becoming increasingly interesting. With that, Ji Xin unleashed a punch, holding nothing back, delivering the full 40 points of damage. The Undying Totem's effect activated. Countless particles erupted around Wu Nian, and his wounds visibly began to heal. Chapter 42. Return to the Trial Grounds. After Ji Xin landed the punch, he felt elated and twisted his wrist, saying, "Are you not going to kneel and acknowledge your master?" Upon hearing this, Wu Nian seemed to awaken from a dream and immediately understood that the Undying Totem had saved his life. He promptly knelt. "Thank you, Brother Ji. Ding. Wu Nian has established a master-servant contract with you. When the other party gains experience, you can extract 10 of the experience. Ji Xin not det in sa ti fai gon." This time, he did not demand Wu Nian to call him boss as he had with the Ironclad gang, for Wu Nian had previously rejected him. Thus his status would naturally be lower. "Rest assured, brother, I will not let you call me in vain. The Withering King's head will eventually become my puppet." Upon hearing this, the Zhuling Wang, who had been eating, suddenly paused, his heartbeat momentarily slowing. It is known that the Withering King is a demigod. To turn a demigod's head into a puppet is indeed a bold proclamation. Wu Nian did not express further gratitude, but merely nodded vigorously. The Zhuling Wang waved his hand, smiling, "No rush, no rush." Regarding the land grant, do you have any specific requests? Specific requests? The more Ji Xin pondered this question, the more he sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped its meaning. The power structure of the Zhuling clan was largely tied to land ownership, with the Zhuling Wang being the largest landowner. In other words, the amount of land one held signified power and status within the Zhuling clan. Some prominent lords could even voice their dissent in crucial meetings. However, maintaining this system required a crucial prerequisite. It must be among the same race. Should the Zhuling Wang truly grant land and a position to Ji Xin, an outsider, it would significantly disrupt the political framework of the Zhuling clan, potentially inviting unrest and discontent among the major landowners. Some ill-intentioned Zhuling might even seize this opportunity to openly oppose the Zhuling Wang's commands. The Zhuling Wang was acutely aware of this, which is why today's banquet featured these two gifts, intended to encourage Ji Xin to gracefully decline the matter of the fiefdom. Ji Xin, adept in the intricacies of human relationships, recognized that accepting two favors from the Zhuling Wang would render it impolite to subsequently request the fief. After all, he had already perceived the sincerity of the Zhuling Wang, as evidenced by the withering claws that spoke volumes. The next step was to assist the Zhuling Wang in theatrically dismissing the fiefdom issue. Ji Xin cleared his throat and spoke gravely. "Let us forego the matter of the fief, for I am, after all, a being of the upper realm and am not accustomed to residing in the lower realm. Such a thing cannot be. As the leader of my clan, my words must carry weight." The Zhuling Wang feigned indignation. Ji Xin was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a conflict between his true desires and his outward demeanor. How disingenuous! After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a brilliant excuse. Since the elder desires a fief, let it be conferred upon the first Zhuling, a Wang, who steps forth. Without his preliminary probing, I would not so easily overcome Wu Nian. The Zhuling Wang's eyes brightened, discreetly giving Ji Xin a thumbs up. This method of handling the situation was truly remarkable, one he had not anticipated. If the Zhuling Wang were to grant the land to an outsider, he would undoubtedly face opposition from the local landowners. However, bestowing the land upon a member of his own clan was entirely reasonable. After all, it is only natural for a clan leader to support a new landholder. Ha! Just as you suggest, summon Zhuling Wang quickly. Before long, the battle-scarred Zhuling Wang was summoned to the palace of the Zhuling Wang. Cautiously, Zhuling Wang stepped into the palace, his heart racing with apprehension, speculating the reason for the king's summons. Could it be that I am to be punished for my defeat? I was so foolish not to seize such a splendid opportunity. I deserve punishment. Encouraging himself, Zhuling Wang felt he had shamed the king and would accept any consequences without regret. Zhuling Wang pays his respects to the king. Rise. From now on, when you enter my chambers, you need not kneel. The Zhuling Wang waved his hand, dismissing the customary act of reverence. Not kneel. Zhuling Wang felt as if he had misheard. In the Zhuling clan, only certain landowners had the privilege of standing before the king, and now he was afforded the same honor, leaving him both astonished and flattered. Clearly, Zhuling Wang lacked Ji Xin's astuteness and failed to grasp the true significance of the Zhuling Wang's words. As Zhuling Wang raised his head, the figures of Ji Xin and Wu Nian came into view. He recognized Ji Xin on the left, having been deeply impressed by him after awakening from his stupor, when Ji Xin had just vanquished Wu Nian. However, he was perplexed as to why Wu Nian was present in the king's great hall. The Zhuling Wang, disinterested in elaborating to Zhuling Wang, promptly announced the decree regarding the fief. Zhuling Wang, due to your valor in resisting outsiders, you are hereby conferred land and elevated to nobility for generations to come. Generations of nobility. Zhuling Wang felt a surge of disbelief wash over him. For a common Zhuling like him, receiving a fief was a monumental blessing, an opportunity to alter his destiny. Should he achieve further military merit, he might even ascend to the ranks of significant landholders. But, my king, I have not achieved victory. Why? Zhuling Wang quickly inquired. Processing the information, you must credit our young friend Ji Xin. It was he who proposed that the land be awarded to you. Zhuling Wang's gaze shifted once more to the foreign youth, his eyes welling with tears of gratitude, yet his simple mind struggled to articulate his thanks. Ji Xin's single utterance had irrevocably altered the course of an ordinary Zhuling's life. Ji Xin stepped forward and patted his shoulder, declaring, I admire those who dare to take risks, work hard, and strive for elevation to the ranks of significant landholders. Yes, Zhuling Wang nodded vigorously, embedding the appearance of this foreign youth deeply into his memory. Zhuling Wang, I take my leave. Very well. Go, and I shall not see you off. Do visit often. The Zhuling Wang had reverted to his rotund form, each movement a laborious effort. Ji Xin exited the grand hall, guiding Wu Nian with ease to the location of the Hell Gate. Prepare yourself. The dangers of the trial grounds, upper realm, surpass those of the lower realm. I cannot fathom the extent of the zombie outbreak during my absence. In a dim tunnel of the trial grounds, countless zombies appeared to be feasting upon something. The sounds of flesh being torn and bones cracking transformed the tunnel into a veritable hellscape. Suddenly, an arm burst forth from the mass of decaying corpses, swiftly severing the head of a nearby zombie. Get away, you wretched filth! All of you be gone. Immediately after, another zombie's head was obliterated by a powerful punch. I shall not perish. The divine shall protect me. You cannot kill me. A player, brandishing a golden carrot and clad in tattered red garments, slowly rose from the sea of corpses. His eyes radiated a blinding white light, and his aura compelled the surrounding zombies to retreat in fear. His body bore the marks of countless bites, purple veins coursing through his neck. Yet this player had survived, sustained by an unparalleled conviction. Perhaps he could no longer be classified as merely a player, for his appearance now mirrored that of the surrounding zombies. The sole distinction being that he retained the consciousness of his former self, becoming the first intelligent zombie. Thus, the Zombie King was born. The purple haze dissipated rapidly, and the system's voice resonated in Ji Xin's mind. Ding! Day 15 of the outbreak, ding! Congratulations, host level up from level 10 to level 11. Ding. Congratulations. Host level up from level 11 to level 12. Ding. Congratulations. Host level up from level 12 to level 13. As Ji Xin listened to the continuous system notifications, his aura surged, causing Wu Nian to retreat, his expression akin to someone who had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Once Ji Xin's energy stabilized, Wu Nian timidly inquired, "Have you hacked the system?" Ji Xin shot Wu Nian a glance, slightly exasperated. "What nonsense! This is merely the experience accumulated by Wang Chong and the others during my absence. As the lower realm and the trial grounds are disconnected, the experience simply experienced a delay. It must be noted that the amount of experience was substantial, propelling his level from 10 to 13 in one fell swoop. Clearly, Wang Chong and the others had not been idle during his absence. Time in the lower realm was constant. Ji Xin had been away for 6 days, leading to the outbreak reaching its 15th day. The zombies had received a significant enhancement, undoubtedly yielding far greater experience than before. Once he amassed sufficient obsidian, he would construct an obsidian training ground, thus alleviating safety concerns during leveling up. Ji Xin surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of the Tai Jia gang and Chu Ling heir, likely engaged in leveling up within the training ground. He then led Wu Nian on a brief tour of the internal base, observing that the various redstone structures were nearly complete, showing no signs of damage. The 100-layer farm had reached its 65th layer, indicating that Chu Ling heir and the others had not been negligent in their efforts. Recruiting a few subordinates to guard the home had indeed proven to be a wise choice. After muttering to himself, Ji Xin beckoned the still-dazed Wu Nian toward the cave. Wu Nian stood before the unfamiliar world, mouth agape, his eyes filled with disbelief, resembling an infant encountering the outside world for the first time. The azure sky, the verdant grass blocks, and the swaying green trees in the wind were sights he had never encountered in the lower realms. Finally, his gaze fixated upon a magnificent structure towering over 60 stories, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What masterful craftsmanship! You can appreciate these sights later. For now, tell me about your specific abilities," he urged as he noticed Wu Nian lagging behind. Prompted by this reminder, Wu Nian hastily caught up. "My innate ability is called Withering Illusion, which you have already witnessed in the lower realms. Upon unlocking the first-tier gene lock, my profession remained unchanged as the Withering Prince. But I gained an additional ability known as Withering Infestation." "Withering Infestation? That sounds intriguing. Please elaborate." Ji Xin raised an eyebrow, recognizing the potential value inherent in the name alone. Withering Infestation is not an offensive ability per se. Rather, it allows me to infuse my withering power into a specific block or item. Anyone who comes into contact with them will suffer from the effects of withering poison. Ji Xin stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering Wu Nian's second ability. While Withering Infestation may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it is certainly not weak. After all, it is a skill derived from a high-tier profession. There is ample room for development, and its applications are quite extensive. For instance, Wu Nian could regulate the strength of the infestation, directly bestowing withering power upon weapons, effectively enchanting them. Another potential use would be to coat the walls surrounding our territory with withering power, which could significantly diminish the undead that assail our domain. Once Wu Nian acclimates to life here, I will promptly assign him to work 996 with no weekends off, until every wall within a radius of several dozen kilometers is coated in withering power. The joys of a capitalist are simple yet unadorned. In this manner, the defensive capabilities of our base would be considerably enhanced. Upon returning to the cave, Ji Xin led Wu Nian to the warehouse where the storage boxes were kept. This warehouse was vast, occupying nearly half the mountain, and was divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, each impeccably organized. Rows of large boxes were neatly arranged around, each adorned with various display and notice boards for classification. With resources now plentiful, proper categorization was essential. This mountain warehouse was a project he had previously assigned to Chu Linger, and she had executed it splendidly, surpassing his expectations. The items within the boxes were systematically organized. One merely had to locate the corresponding area and follow the classification numbers to quickly find what they sought. Ji Xin approached a box marked with a golden caret sign, and without hesitation, He retrieved 2 sets of golden carrots, handing 1 set to Wunyan as he spoke. Do not be too reserved. Feel free to take whatever you wish, be it weapons, armor, or food blocks. Everything you could possibly need is here. Wunyan gazed at the array of large boxes surrounding him. Swallowing hard, uncertainty tinging his voice as he asked, "Can I really take whatever I want?" "Indeed, take what you like. As my subordinate, you should relish this opportunity." Ji Xin felt quite competent as a boss, providing food and shelter while overseeing distribution. Where else could one find such a conscientious capitalist? Chapter 44. The Ironclad Gang's Mass Reassignment. All right, you may choose for yourself. I have other matters to attend to. Ji Xin waved his hand, no longer paying attention to the still-dazed Wunyan. Turning towards the area storing the ore boxes, he needed to address the matter of the golden carrots promised to the Piglin King. Delivering nearly 100,000 golden carrots in 3 months was no small feat, having made such bold claims. Failing to fulfill them would indeed be awkward. Wunyan busily traversed the warehouse, his eyes wide with disbelief. Food, equipment, blocks, everything one could desire. He felt akin to a penniless youth newly arrived in the city, murmuring, "Is life in the upper realms truly this affluent? No, to be precise, I alone possess such wealth in the upper realms." Ji Xin's voice echoed from afar, interrupting Wunyan's musings. It was no jest. The world was currently undergoing a cataclysm, and simply peeking outside could lead to dire consequences. Had Wunyan witnessed the scenes beyond the walls, he might have refrained from making such comments. 15 days into the upheaval, the zombies had undergone a significant transformation. Whether individual players or major guilds, everyone had initiated a level 1 alert. Sleepless nights and insufficient meals had become commonplace, along with a constant state of anxiety. Ji Xin's ability to amass such a vast store of supplies amidst chaos was unparalleled in the trial grounds. Upon reaching the ore area, Ji Xin quickly located the box containing gold ore. These ores had been smelted in advance, ready to be retrieved as gold ingots. 3 large boxes filled with gold ingots, almost 100 sets in total, were taken out. Ji Xin had not actively sought out this gold. Rather, these were byproducts from mining stone. After establishing the stone golem system, the task of mining had been entrusted to Wang Chong. With nearly 100 sets of gold ingots in hand, it was insufficient to produce 100,000 golden carrots within 3 months. Thus, he contemplated an alternative method to create gold block golems. From Ji Xin's observations, it seemed that only iron ores yielded golems with formidable offensive capabilities. Golems made from other ores bore similar base attributes to stone golems, categorizing them as functional golems. It was not hard to surmise that gold block golems would likely gravitate towards the same functional aspect. Ji Xin speculated that their abilities would probably relate to gilding food. If this were the case, producing 100,000 golden carrots would pose no challenge for him. After all, his farm had already reached over 60 layers, ensuring an ample supply of carrots. The only concern was the yield of gold. Thus, the creation of gold golems became particularly crucial. Exiting the warehouse, Ji Xin ventured outside the cave and found a spacious area to commence his experiment. He set up a workbench and began to craft gold blocks from the gold ingots. 1 gold block, 9 gold ingots. Then he took out a prepared pumpkin head. Activating the golem-making spell, and the lifeless pumpkin head sprang to life. Pumpkin head 1. May my hypothesis prove correct, Ji Xin silently prayed, deftly combining the golem-infused pumpkin head with the gold blocks. In an instant, a gold block golem materialized before him. Name, Gold Golem. Health, 50. Attack, 20. Defense, 10. Speed, 10. Special attribute, can gild any food, imparting various special effects. The Gold Golem bore a striking resemblance to the Iron Golem, its body radiating a lustrous golden hue that shimmered in the sunlight. Indeed, Ji Xin's heart soared with joy as the Gold Golem's capabilities matched his expectations precisely. Gilding food in my world is a remarkable feat. A regular carrot consumed only replenishes 3 hunger points and 36 saturation points. However, a gilded carrot can restore 6 hunger points and 144 saturation points. This elevates the carrot to the highest saturation restoring food in the game. The effects were immediate. Naturally, apples and watermelons could also be gilded to enhance their special effects. Moreover, The enchanted golden apples crafted from gold blocks are often referred to as the king of foods by players. Yet, the potential of the gold golem extends far beyond this. It can gild any food. In other words, it can gild foods that can be gilded in the game, and it can gild those that cannot be gilded. Jin Xiaomai, Jin Malingzhu, and Jin Tyanabagan are all entities that could never be created in the realm of games, yet they can all be manifested here in Jin Gui. When Ji Xin ventured down to the lower realms, he did not inform them, but Wang Chong and the others had long grown accustomed to their boss's penchant for wandering. Shortly afterward, all members of the iron-armored gang gathered around. During Ji Xion's brief sojourn in the lower realms, all operations at the base continued in a structured manner. But without Ji Xion's oversight, they felt as though they were missing their central pillar, leaving them with a profound sense of insecurity. Had Ji Xion not previously left them with upgrade plans, they would have been at a loss for what to do. Ji Xion turned to observe the members of the iron-armored gang. Noting that they had all gained considerable size, their aura transformed dramatically. Particularly, Wang Chong seemed to emanate a formidable aura. Upon closer inspection, the intensity of this aura was so potent that it appeared it could solidify at any moment. Wang Chong, what has happened to you? Where did you acquire such a heavy aura? Wang Chong, taken aback by the inquiry, chuckled and replied, Boss, this is not an ominous aura. It is the murderous intent I have cultivated as a berserker after my job change. Job change? Murderous intent? Ji Xin did not hesitate and immediately activated the system to examine Wang Chong. Name, Wang Chong level, 10 class. Vanguard warrior, berserker special ability. Can continuously accumulate murderous intent during combat, increasing both attack and defense corresponding to the accumulated intent. Since Wang Chong was his subordinate, Ji Xin could directly access all of Wang Chong's information displayed on the system panel. Not only had Wang Chong completed his job change, but the others had done the same as well. To Ji Xion's surprise, the 8 members of the Iron Armor Gang had diversified into 4 distinctly different warrior classes. Wang Chong's Berserker was particularly representative. Chapter 45, Crafting Obsidian Puppets. Wang Chong pointed to the remaining members of the Iron Armor Gang and introduced them one by one. The 2nd and 8th members have transitioned into Shield Warriors, with a 50% increase in health. The 3rd and 6th members have become Scout Warriors, with a 50% enhancement in vision. The 7th, 9th, and 10th members did not change classes but remained Vanguard Warriors, yet their base attributes have significantly improved. When a player's level surpasses 10, they unlock the first layer of the gene lock. At this juncture, players have a certain probability of job changing, with a new class emerging from the foundation of the first. For instance, Wang Chong's first class was Vanguard Warrior, and after the change, he became a Berserker, yet he fundamentally remained within the Warrior category. Thus, the 2nd class can also be viewed as an upgrade or derivation of the first. Job changes vary by individual. Not everyone will job change after breaking the gene lock. However, it is certain that the more gene locks activated, the rarer and more unique the resulting class will be. Ji Xin nodded, scanning the group with the system, and found that the information matched closely with Wang Chong's introductions. A stronger team was indeed a cause for celebration, especially with Wang Chong's unexpected development of a divine power that accumulates murderous intent. Though this divine power was feeble, it was better than none, providing an opportunity to exploit information gaps and gradually wear down enemies. After understanding the upgrades of the group, Ji Xin realized he had not seen Chu Linger or Zai Bai Ling, so he curiously inquired, "Where are those two?" Wang Chong, understanding whom the boss referred to, immediately responded. Bai Ling mentioned he has sensed fluctuations in the fabric of time and space around the base. He and Chu Linger should be investigating the source of the sound. The sound from the fabric of time and space? How the people from the Zai kingdom arrived? Ji Xion's pupils constricted suddenly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He had previously eliminated 2 reconnaissance squads from the Zai kingdom and captured a Zai, escaping unscathed. This act was akin to slapping a nation in the face, leaving it bruised. It was impossible for them not to seek retribution. Yet he had not anticipated that the consequences would manifest so swiftly. Seeing Ji Xion's startled expression, Wang Chong tentatively asked, "Boss, is this matter truly serious?" In his view, while the Zai's abilities were extraordinary, Given Ji Xion's overwhelming combat prowess, there seemed little reason for concern no matter how many adversaries appeared. Serious. Extremely serious. Have Zai Bai Ling come to see me immediately. A grave expression adorned Ji Xion's face as he began to contemplate the worst-case scenario. He was not particularly afraid of Zai, but was wary of the Zai kingdom behind them and the potential demigod-level threats that might lurk in the shadows. It was now evident that a sentient race would likely produce at least one demigod to serve as their guardian. His decision to ally with the Zhuling tribe was meant to add a layer of insurance, affording him the means to confront such formidable foes. Wang Chong and the others, sensing Ji Xion's tension, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Their smiles vanished, and the 8 members dispersed in an orderly fashion, leaving no room for idle chatter or doubts, only efficient execution. Ji Xion's eyes illuminated with determination as he waved his hand, causing dozens of blocks to levitate and form a cloud ladder leading directly to the cave entrance. At that moment, Wen Yin had just completed selecting supplies and emerged from the warehouse. Seeing Ji Xion in a hurry, he curiously asked, "Have you encountered some difficulties? You've come at the perfect time. Help me out." Ji Xion called to Wen Yin while frantically tossing magma buckets from his backpack space, which he had gathered during his initial foray into the nether. Now was the time to put them to use. "Help me create an infinite water source over there." "Oh." Wen Yin promptly took the water bucket, and seeing Ji Xion's urgency, he did not ask further, following Ji Xion's instructions. In the blink of an eye, a group of magma buckets stacked together, quietly hovering above the ground. In the game, magma buckets were classified as non-stackable items in a player's inventory, with each occupying a single inventory slot. However, in reality, this trait seemed to be removed, allowing magma buckets to stack up to 64 like other items. Ji Xion waved his hand, initiating a collection, causing the ground beneath him to crack open, creating an 881 pit. Wow, this scene left Wen Yin wide-eyed. He only knew that Ji Xion could summon puppets and control flames, but he never expected Ji Xion could also instantaneously destroy blocks. What are you waiting for? Quickly pour all these magma buckets into the pit. Remember, spread it evenly and do not waste. Wen Yin quickly shook off his stupor, seized the magma buckets on the ground, and began to pour magma into the cavity Ji Xion had just created. Ji Xion's movements were swift, not daring to waste a moment, with the Zai kingdom operating in the shadows and himself in the light. He felt a genuine lack of security without a few obsidian puppets by his side. With Wen Yin's assistance, they soon completed pouring a full set of magma, transforming the cave into a sea of lava, with temperatures rising dramatically. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wen Yin remarked, "Ji Gu, are you planning to create obsidian?" At this point, he had begun to discern the implications of their actions, given the combination of magma and water. Indeed, Ji Xion nodded, not concealing his intentions. Wen Yin glanced around, seemingly searching for something. "Ji Gu, where's your diamond pickaxe? You can't break obsidian without it." "I know, but I can dig it out with my hands," Ji Xion replied nonchalantly. Wen Yin felt as though he was falling short in understanding. "You know you can't break obsidian without a diamond pickaxe, yet you plan to dig with your hands? Are you perhaps attempting to practice the long-lost iron sand palm?" Ji Xin paid no heed to Wen Yin's perplexed expression and proceeded to pour a bucket of water over the lava. With a sizzling sound, several dark, purple glimmering obsidian stones materialized beneath his feet. He continued with a second, third, and fourth bucket until the 8th, at which point the entire pool of lava had been transformed into obsidian. Wen Yin stood nearby, lost in a fantasy of Ji Xin casually breaking obsidian with his bare hands, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Ji, please do not tell me you can shatter obsidian as effortlessly as you did the stone moments ago. The hardness of stone and obsidian is not on the same level." And he truly found it hard to believe that Ji Xin could destroy a group of obsidian in the blink of an eye. Why not? Chapter 46. The limitations of puppet creation. Ji Xin sensed that if he did not clarify soon, Wen Yin might spend the night awake with curiosity. "All right, since we're on the same side, it is fine to share. I possess a unique ability that allows me to instantaneously gather all blocks within a certain range without the aid of any tools, and it does not consume hunger points. Although obsidian is indeed hard, it does not exceed the limits I can handle. Hence, in my eyes, it is no different from other blocks. After explaining, Ji Xin produced 5 obsidian stones to demonstrate once more for Wunyan. As Wunyan had already joined his team, there was no need for Ji Xin to conceal any of his abilities. A competent leader must be sincere with their subordinates, for only then will they earn their loyalty. Of course, his sincerity was reserved for allies. Should an enemy attempt to play the same game, he could easily deceive them until they were left with nothing. Wunyan nodded. Although the notion of instantaneously breaking obsidian still sounded somewhat alarming, he could at least accept it now. Ji Xin collected the obsidian from the ground and continued now. I require an absolutely quiet environment to create puppets. You may wander around the base to familiarize yourself with life in the upper realm. If you encounter a group of muscular blockmen, simply mention my name. They will not trouble you. The creation of puppets differs from collecting blocks, as it requires a tangible expenditure of hunger points, making a tranquil environment essential. Understood. Wunyan grasped Ji Xin's intent and left with understanding. Once Wunyan departed, Ji Xin summoned all 5 iron puppets. With a formidable enemy looming, enhancing his combat strength was paramount. Achievable through 2 means, leveling up or increasing the number and power of his puppets. Now at level 13, the experience required for each subsequent level was astronomical. In the ordinary mode of my world, an unarmored adult zombie would yield only 5 experience points. Even if a transformed zombie dropped more experience, it would max out at 30 points, meaning he would need to slay 50,000 zombies without pause. This world operated on an entirely new leveling system. Each unlocking of a genetic lock would cause experience requirements to surge exponentially. Ji Xin had ascended from level 0 to level 10 by defeating just over 100 monsters. Yet the leap from level 10 to 20 required him to conquer 50,000 monsters. The experience needed for the 3rd and 4th genetic locks would be even greater. While achieving level 50 and attaining divinity might sound simple, the reality was exceedingly arduous, a long and arduous journey indeed. In the short term, the only viable method for rapid enhancement was to create an army of puppets. Ji Xin extracted 40 obsidian stones from a set and upgraded the 5 iron puppets. 40 pieces were sufficient. Puppet technique activat. His hunger points plummeted dramatically. Ji Xin felt a sharp pain in his palm as these 40 obsidian stones consumed his hunger points voraciously. At level 13, his hunger points had reached 80, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished entirely. Without hesitation, he quickly consumed a golden carrot, which provided substantial recovery, restoring his hunger points only for them to deplete again, eventually reaching a delicate balance. Ji Xin resembled an emotionless puppet manufacturing machine, continuously producing puppet power. However, at times, his hunger points diminished too rapidly for him to replenish them, leading to direct health loss and forced strain on his body. Approximately 10 minutes later, the system chimed, ding, obsidian 40, puppet transformation successful. Ji Xin's body softened, collapsing onto the ground. Goodness, those 40 obsidian stones nearly drained him entirely. Indeed, obsidian possesses tremendous potency. Ji Xin managed a wry smile, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of fear, had it not been for the golden carrot. The obsidian's drain on his hunger points might have left him bloodless. At his current level, crafting obsidian puppets was still a stretch. Thankfully, he had successfully created 40 obsidian puppets without serious harm. Before he could revel in his success, a system notification sounded. Ding! Host has suffered physical damage due to excessive use of abilities, permanently reducing hunger points by 4. Hunger points, 8076. Ji Xin felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His hunger point limit was too low, and in his eagerness to achieve results, he had recklessly refined 40 obsidian blocks, indeed mistreating his body. After all, he was not a machine. The system merely conveyed the consequences of his actions in numerical terms, allowing Ji Xin to viscerally understand the risks involved. It was apparent that insufficient hunger points were a critical limitation to one's development. Shortly thereafter, the system provided a more reasonable ability guidance. Combat puppets, stone puppets, iron puppets, obsidian puppets, nether alloy puppets, bedrock puppets, stone and iron puppets. No level requirement for creation. Continuous crafting poses no risk to the host physique. Obsidian puppets. Minimum level of 20 required. Failure to meet this requirement results in physical damage. Nether alloy puppets. Minimum level of 30 required. Failure to meet this requirement results in health damage. Bedrock puppets. Minimum level requirement of demigod 49. Failure to meet this level prevents material collection. Functional puppets. No level requirement for creation. Continuous crafting poses no risk to the host physique. Indeed, one must not rush in any endeavor. Ji Xin sprang to his feet, equally dividing the 40 transformed obsidian blocks into 5 portions and tossing them toward the iron puppets. A mere 4 hunger points, though painful to part with, yielded significant rewards. At the very least, he could gain early insight into the power of the obsidian puppets. As the 5 iron puppets began to merge with the obsidian, a wondrous scene unfolded. The resilient obsidian began to liquefy into countless nanobots, flowing into the iron puppets' bodies like viscous purple oil. The iron puppets expanded, their size increasing threefold, with obsidian patterns emerging on their surfaces, harmoniously blending with the existing iron skin. Ding! Iron puppet transformed into obsidian puppet. Upgrade successful. 5. Obsidian puppet 5. Health 1000. Attack power 80. Defense 40. Speed 40. Iron attributes. Immune to fall damage. 100 knockback resistance. Can be repaired with iron ingots. Obsidian attributes. Immune to explosive damage. Immune to lava burns. Attacks can shatter all blocks below obsidian hardness. Unrestricted by terrain. After upgrading from iron puppets to obsidian puppets, their health soared from 100 to 1000, while attack power, defense, and speed all doubled. Although the puppets are formidable, their colossal size reveals a critical vulnerability. They are easily confined by blocks, rendering their mobility severely restricted. Under the crafty design of their foes, these puppets may gradually be worn down. The obsidian attribute, which disregards terrain constraints, is indeed an epic enhancement, effectively erasing their final weakness. Ji Xin raised his hand, and 5 obsidian puppets transformed into a pool of shadows that melded with his own. With these 5 obsidian puppets at his disposal, any foe below level 30 would find it impossible to defeat him. Chapter 47. A visitor from the land of calamity. Outside the base, 5 steel puppets forged a path ahead. Zai Bailing and Chu Ling Air followed closely, scanning their surroundings. Just moments ago, Zai Bailing sensed an intense surge of cursed energy. This cursed energy, unique to the land of calamity, is ethereal yet palpably real, permeating every corner of this desolate realm. Over centuries, the villagers of calamity have fully adapted to this force, acquiring some astonishing abilities, with the most notable being the spatial leap of Xian Pan. Naturally, the cursed arrows capable of sealing divine power also draw upon this same curse. Zai Bailing closed his eyes, striving to perceive the temporal fluctuations around him. The number of zombies here seems somewhat sparse. It appears they have been cleared out. He remarked, "Are you suggesting that our adversaries are nearby?" Chu Ling Air inquired tentatively. They had been searching the area surrounding the base for over 3 hours, encountering no living beings aside from the zombies, which led Chu Ling Air to doubt whether Zai Bailing might be overly sensitive in his perceptions. Zai Bailing nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I am Xian Pan, a denizen of calamity, thoroughly familiar with cursed energy. I cannot be mistaken." Chu Ling Air nodded in agreement, choosing not to voice any further doubts. Instead, she summoned her small spiders to assist in the patrol. At this juncture, she had completed a transformation of her first genetic lock, significantly enhancing her abilities across the board, particularly in terms of summoning. She could now conjure hundreds of spiders at once, albeit each only the size of a thumb, with an attack power merely half that of ordinary spiders. Observing the multitude of spiders densely clustered among the trees, Zai Bailing expressed his curiosity. "Sister Ling Air, I have heard that your profession is spider mage. Is that true?" Zai Bailing scratched his head, contemplating. "It doesn't seem quite right." "Doesn't seem right?" Chu Ling Air's expression gradually turned serious as she probed. "If I do not resemble a spider mage, then what do I resemble?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Air's demeanor lightened, and she chuckled. "You truly have a knack for guessing. Now that you mention it, there is a slight resemblance. But the witches are far too unattractive compared to me, haha. Zai Bai Ling refrained from responding, continuing his analysis. From what I understand, the professions awakened by players seem to be tiered. Players of higher levels can even awaken some divine powers. Yet, Sister Ling Air, your profession is merely a tiered spider mage, and yet you possess two immensely powerful divine abilities, summoning and healing. This is rather unreasonable. Chu Ling Air furrowed her brow, taken aback by how perceptive Zai Bai Ling, a villager of calamity, was regarding player professions. She approached him slowly, her voice tinged with a cold edge. What exactly are you trying to convey? Zai Bai Ling turned to meet Chu Ling Air's piercing gaze, causing him to instinctively step back as he hurriedly replied. Sister Ling Air, I did not mean to mock you. I merely feel that the system has assigned your profession a tier far too low. It should at least be a tiered profession, wouldn't you agree? Feeling somewhat awkward, Zai Bai Ling had intended to lighten the tense atmosphere, but inadvertently caused Chu Ling Air to be displeased. She playfully flicked his forehead, half jokingly, half reprimanding. Words can lead to trouble. Refrain from such remarks in the future. Zai Bai Ling, still youthful and shorter than Chu Ling Air by half a head, rubbed his sore head, pleading, understood, Sister Ling Air, I shall not dare again. With a sigh, Zai Bai Ling remarked, Sister Ling Air, if it were not for watching over my dear disciple Ji Xin, I would not have braved the risk of being overwhelmed by a horde of zombies to venture out of the base. Zai Bai Ling, my good nephew, where do you think you're going? This is not your home. A villager from Calamity had appeared behind them, grinning as he fixed his gaze upon them. This individual was Zai Xin Quan, Zai Bai Ling's uncle, one of the masterminds behind the uprising in the Kingdom of Calamity. Much like Zai Bai Ling's parents. However, in Zai Bai Ling's memory, his uncle had been brutally slain by the oppressive forces during the uprising. Now, witnessing him standing here in good health was utterly incredulous. Uncle, you're not dead? This is truly wonderful. Tears welled in Zai Bai Ling's eyes. Having lost his parents, an entire lineage, he yearned for family more than anything in this world. Just as he was about to embrace his uncle, Chu Ling Air seized him from behind. Do not approach him. He harbors ill intentions. Chu Ling Air's eyes glinted with a myriad of emotions. Her beautiful spider-like eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the world's filth. Initially taken aback, Zai Bai Ling soon smiled calmly, wiping away his tears with his sleeve. Sister Ling Air, you misunderstand. He is my uncle. Aside from my parents, he has treated me the best in this world. He may have once been your good uncle, but he certainly is not anymore. Chapter 48. The Truth Behind the Destruction of the Xian Pan Uprising. After breaking through the first genetic lock, Chu Ling Air's spider-like eyes underwent slight mutations. When she concentrated, she could perceive the morality within others' hearts. If someone held goodwill, they appeared white in her eyes. Conversely, those with ill intent appeared black. At that moment, Zai Xin Quan appeared as a quintessential villain in her eyes, enveloped in darkness that seemed poised to consume him entirely. Chu Ling Air positioned herself protectively in front of Zai Bai Ling, guarding him closely. Their current situation was precarious, and every second lingered with danger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zai Bai Ling grasped Chu Ling Air's arm, preparing to use spatial leap to escape. However, Zai Xin Quan, being of the same Xian Pan lineage, anticipated this move. He casually tossed a small blue orb, which erupted in a flash of blue light, saturating the area with a potent curse that sealed the surrounding space. In the realm of calamity, the spatial leap ability of Zai Balan was suppressed, and his form, once airborne, plummeted abruptly. I exclaimed, Zai Xingquan, why waste words on a mere child? Let us act together and subdue him directly. A white-clad summoner chuckled ominously, beginning to chant an incantation, as two pale blue vexations materialized above him, poised for attack. Zai Xingquan raised his hand to obstruct the advancing white-clad summoner, speaking with a calm demeanor. After all, he is my nephew. My dear brother's actions have led to the ruin of our entire family. Balan is, in truth, my only kin in this world. It is only fitting to extend courtesy before conflict. The white-clad summoner scoffed disdainfully, his gaze filled with contempt. What act are you putting on? If it weren't for your clandestine reports to the suppression forces, the rebel army would not have been so easily crushed. Now you speak of righteousness? How laughable. The summoner showed no regard for Ji Xin, revealing his betrayal of the Xinpan rebel army. Although Ji Xin was one of its leaders, he had little faith in the uprising. At the most critical juncture of war, he opted to betray the entire rebel faction in exchange for the promises of status and wealth from the Ji kingdom. Thus, the downfall of the Xinpan rebel army lay squarely on his shoulders. He not only betrayed the entire movement, but also personally captured Balan's parents. Yet, contrary to his intentions, even with his elevated status, he remained scorned for such actions. Trading virtue for position were met with disdain. To discover that his esteemed uncle was the true architect of his parents' demise was a bitter revelation for Balan. Ji Xin paid no heed to the summoner's mockery. This was no secret, for only his naive nephew remained oblivious in the land of calamity. Should they fail to capture Ji Balan, this group would utilize him as a mere disposable teleportation talisman. Ji Xin's gaze shifted back to his nephew, Ji Balan, as he spoke softly. Why have you chosen this path? My parents believed in you wholeheartedly. Ji Balan cried out in anguish. Ji Xin felt no remorse. His voice icy. All of this is for survival. I have done nothing wrong. No, you are the true traitor. I want you dead. Ji Balan's eyes gradually turned blood red, his consciousness enveloped by a curse, awakening his wrathful persona. The aura of calamity surged explosively within him, his form beginning to flicker. As the spatial restraints around him strained to contain his power, 5 iron puppets received Ji Balan's command and surged forward, their iron fists aimed at Ji Xin. Realizing persuasion was futile, Ji Xin had no choice but to retreat, urging his companions to take the lead. Do not harm him. The king wants him alive. With that, over 10 individuals from Ji's faction launched their attacks simultaneously. Balan, do not engage in prolonged combat. We cannot defeat them. Su Lingya, witnessing Ji Balan's descent into madness, felt a sense of dread and rushed forward to help him escape. In his fury, Ji Balan could not discern friend from foe, and he turned, striking Chu Linger in the abdomen. Get away. Though Ji Balan's blow was not particularly strong, Chu Linger only lost a drop of blood, yet she was sent flying. The usually serene Ji Balan revealed a side unknown to many. Her mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. They were outnumbered 10-6, and she needed to find a way to signal for help from their base, or they would both perish here. Should I go for reinforcements, leaving Balan here to hold the line? No, that won't do. Balan cannot withstand this alone. She shook her head, quickly dismissing the thought. With his spatial leap ability sealed, he was now an ordinary person. If she left, everything would truly be lost. By staying, she could at least buy them more time. In the midst of battle, every second of hesitation could lead to defeat. The 5 puppets, though made of iron, clearly struggled against the relentless assault of the 10 adversaries, leaving Chu Linger little time to ponder her next move. With a flicker of determination, she resolved to take a gamble. Summoning a small spider into her hand, she forcefully broke one of its front legs, whispering her intentions. Having conveyed her message, she exerted all her strength to hurl the small spider toward the direction of the base. The spider was weak, far inferior to Ji Xin's puppets. It would only carry out its owner's commands without adaptability. Breaking its leg was her means of transmitting a signal of danger to those within the base. If anyone understood its meaning, they would surely come to their aid. However, this approach was fraught with risk. If the spider failed to encounter anyone, she might perish alongside Ji Balan. Taking a deep breath to bolster her resolve, Chu Linger reminded herself, in the past, others protected you. Now, you cannot waver. Gritting her teeth, she donned her iron gauntlets, drawing her sword to join the fray. At that moment, the 5 iron puppets were battered and cracked, but remained fiercely brave, unyielding in the face of danger. Ji's faction held a clear advantage in numbers and strength, yet they found themselves perplexed against the fearless iron puppets. Suddenly, the white-clad summoner at the forefront was caught off guard and sent sprawling by a puppet strike, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. What the hell? Are these puppets truly made of iron? They can even coordinate attacks. The summoner spat blood, momentarily questioning his existence. They were not genuinely incapable of overcoming the 5 iron puppets. Rather, they feared pain and bloodshed. Faced with the iron puppets willing to exchange blows, they struggled to find an effective strategy. As Chu Linger joined the fray, she spotted a vulnerable adversary on the ground, sensing an opportunity to strike. She lunged at the white-clad summoner with her sword. The summoner, seeing Chu Linger charge at him, felt a surge of anger. Unable to confront the iron puppets directly, he felt confident in dispatching a slender female player. "How dare you?" he sneered, employing his second skill as a row of sharp fangs erupted from the ground towards Chu Linger. "Hey girl, I advise you to mind your own business. Our only target is Ji Xin. If you leave now, you may yet preserve your life. If you persist in your folly, today shall be your last." Chu Linger gripped her iron so tightly, her blood quickening. She feared death, yet she could not flee. Even if she survived, she would have no explanation for Ji Xin. "You would be wise to depart now. The master of this realm has a foul temper. Should he learn you are here attacking him, he may very well twist your heads off and kick them like balls." "Huh, since we are here, we have prepared thoroughly. I refuse to believe he alone can take on 10 of us." The white-clad summoner was evidently unimpressed by Chu Linger's threats, laughing lightly as he summoned another pair of vexations to attack her. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Lao Suda were tirelessly searching for Chu Linger and Ji Xin within the base. Suda complained, "The vastness of the base has its downsides." The ironclad gang members, all middle-aged men, felt calling Ji Xin boss was a bit too formal, so they privately referred to him as Xiao Xin, which felt more endearing. "Oh no, why are there still little bugs in my world?" At that moment, Wang Chong felt a sharp pain in his calf, and his health inexplicably diminished slightly. Just as he was about to swat the creature dead, he was hastily stopped by Suda, who exclaimed, "Boss, doesn't that little bug look somewhat familiar? It resembles Linger's little spider." Indeed, Wang Chong examined the small spider closely and observed, "Look, this little spider has a deformed left front leg, as if it has been broken in half. Clearly, Chu Linger's summoning ability has not been honed to perfection. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, both of them felt a chill in their hearts. Summoned creatures could not possibly be deformed, which indicated that it had been manually broken. "This is bad. Chu Linger and the disaster songbird are in danger." After exchanging glances, Wang Chong and Suda swiftly made a decision. They split up. Wang Chong rushed to provide support, while Suda communicated the news to Ji Xin. Outside the base, Chu Linger was sent flying bloodied, as her shield was shattered by a swirling fiend. At that moment, 2 of the 5 iron puppets had already been destroyed, leaving the remaining 3 in a severely weakened state. It was hopeless. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was overwhelming. Chu Linger felt a chilling despair. The only solace was that after the disaster songbird transformed into a furious persona, it chose not to recklessly engage the enemy, but remained in place, seething with impotent rage. This undeniably alleviated some of her burden of protection. The white-clad summoner wiped the sweat from his brow and, in a moment of panic, crushed a small spider on his shoulder, muttering, "I never expected this girl, despite her delicate appearance, to possess such formidable combat prowess." Indeed, fragility can often be the deepest form of concealment. Chu Linger was undoubtedly an expert in this regard. If not for the sheer numbers on the side of disaster, the white-clad summoner might truly have struggled against the armored Chu Linger. "I see that you are weary from battle. Why don't we take a moment to rest before continuing?" Chu Linger, sensing her disadvantage, prepared to employ her verbal tactics to buy some time. At that instant, Ji Xin perceived her intentions and coldly interjected, "This is a trial ground. Lingering here is unwise. We must resolve this swiftly." Chapter 50. The First Battle of the Obsidian Puppets Fools. Ji Xingxuan's face flickered with irritation as he cast a deep glance at the white-clad summoner. Feeling helpless and muttering silently in his heart, lacking any combat abilities himself, he was relegated to a position of vigilance. The other's words implied he might be overstepping his bounds. Nevertheless, his concerns were not unfounded. Although this place appeared similar to the normal main world, it had been transformed into a player's trial ground by some unknown formidable power. Here, players were bestowed with professions, awakened abilities, and faced the prospect of growth or demise in their trials. The longer they delayed, the greater the unpredictability. The hearts of the enemy were not united within their ranks. There was no definitive leader, rendering them more akin to a hastily assembled team on an emergency mission. Perhaps this could be exploited. The white-clad summoner was not naive. He recognized the enemy's intention to stall for time and showed no inclination to relent, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the iron puppets barring their path. Leave this to us. After we capture the disaster songbird, the king will reward us accordingly. Blocking the axe of a righteous warrior with her sword, and continued the conversation. So, will the merits be divided individually, or will you all share the spoils equally? Why does it matter to you how the merits are distributed? The white-clad summoner responded with irritation, swiftly evading an attack from the iron puppet and regrouping with the other summoners to unleash a barrage of sharp fangs towards Chu Linger. She stumbled, as four fangs effectively sealed her escape route, forcing her to absorb the blow, resulting in a significant loss of health. With two iron puppets down, their defense was critically compromised. You 10 are fighting fiercely here, yet the merits will be shared among 11. Don't you find that unfair? Chu Linger exclaimed, unwilling to yield, directly addressing the pivotal issue. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the white-clad summoner abruptly halted, realization dawning in his voice. Indeed, why should we risk our lives while the merit is shared with Ji Xin? As the battle raged on, it became evident that some among them had sustained injuries. Particularly, the white-clad summoner, who had just endured a heavy blow from a puppet, now bore a disfigured face, while Ji Xin appeared untouched. However, this makeshift team resembled mercenaries working for pay, lacking any deep-rooted camaraderie. Chu Linger's words struck a chord within them. Observing the shift in atmosphere, Ji Xin slowly retreated a step, his voice stiffening. Do not blame me for not warning you. If the task remains uncompleted, we shall all face the consequences. Why the urgency? Did we say we would take your life? A faint smile crept across the white-clad summoner's lips as he exchanged knowing glances with his comrades. The status of the heartbound was already low, verging on that of second-class citizens. Although Ji Xin had gained a position by betraying the rebel forces in their eyes, he remained a lowly individual, easily expendable. Let it be so. Ji Xin's eyes glinted with caution, convinced that his so-called allies were contemplating his assassination. Finally, under their relentless assault, the remaining 3 puppets fell one after another to the disaster squad, without the iron puppets to absorb damage. Chu Linger found herself utterly overwhelmed and on the brink of collapse. Girl, I warned you to flee earlier. Now, you shall perish. Do you have any final words? The white-clad summoner grinned triumphantly. Chu Linger hung in the air, restrained by 2 fiends, blood dripping from her forehead, appearing utterly wretched. She had given her all, employing every tactic at her disposal. Yet in the face of overwhelming strength, her cleverness proved futile. In her moment of despair, she sensed something familiar approaching with incredible speed. She abruptly lifted her head, tears glimmering in her eyes. You have finally arrived. What? Who is coming? The white-clad summoner was momentarily puzzled. Chu Linger managed to smile through her bruises, declaring, I meant all of you shall suffer. No sooner had she spoken than an obsidian puppet descended from above, crushing the white-clad summoner into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. Following this, a youth radiating white light emerged from the forest, surrounded by a dozen obsidian puppets that seemed almost alive. Swirling around him, to strike a dog, one must first identify its master. In my domain, who dares to harm my people? You have audacity. Ji Xin's flames ignited with ferocity, incinerating the 2 fiends holding Chu Linger captive into ashes. As she fell, a grass block cushioned her descent, bringing her to Ji Xin's side. He smiled gently, unusually refraining from retorting Chu Linger this time. Despite knowing she was outmatched, she had chosen not to abandon her companions and flee, a decision worthy of kindness. You have done remarkably well. Leave the rest to me. Ji Xin set Chu Linger down and produced a bounty of golden carrots from his backpack, offering them to her. As she quickly replenished her hunger with the golden carrots, she suddenly recalled the disaster songbird nearby. Your precious disciple seems to have gone mad. Should you not check on her? Ji Xin, hearing her words, glanced at the furious disaster songbird with a sense of helplessness. It was imperative to address his disciples' psychological issues. Otherwise, the abrupt shifts into her furious persona would become intolerable in future. At this moment, the Ziyue Bai Ling was roaring furiously, not out of unwillingness to move, but rather an inability to do so. The blue orb cast by Ziyue Xingquan was designed to bind him. The individuals from the Ziyue kingdom stood frozen in place, their hearts gripped by terror at the hollow gaze of Ji Xin. Surrounding them were 5 colossal, obsidian iron puppets, their eyes glowing red, fixating on the group. The sheer pressure emanating from them, rendering the onlookers breathless. They understood perfectly that any movement on their part would result in being torn to shreds by these ferocious beasts, with no chance to retaliate. Ji Xin ignored the people from the Ziyue kingdom and walked straight toward the Ziyue Bai Ling, speaking softly, "Bai Ling, wake up. It's time to rise." Chapter 51. The despair of the Ziyue squad. The enraged Ziyue Bai Ling stared blankly at Ji Xin, the blood-red hue in his eyes swiftly receding, leaving only Ji Xin in his world. With a trembling voice, he murmured, "Master, my heart aches. Can you help me kill them?" Seeing the tear-streaked face of Ziyue Bai Ling, Ji Xin felt a surge of compassion. The annihilation of his family and the unshakable pain caused by the loss of his loved ones were likely the reasons behind his fury, provoked by the words of the Ziyue squad. "Fear not, they shall not survive." Ji Xin reached out to rescue Ziyue Bai Ling, but a thick aura of curses manifested as chains that bound his hands and feet tightly. As Ji Xin pulled, deep gashes appeared on Ziyue Bai Ling's wrists. Startled, Ji Xin attempted to touch the blue mist, but nothing happened. This blue mist was specifically designed to control the Xinpan, having no effect on others. Ji Xin turned his cold gaze toward the Ziyue squad and demanded, "How do we break this?" "I will ask only once," a trembling raider replied. "Cut off his hands and feet, and the cursed power will dissipate." A vein throbbed on Ji Xin's forehead. He had never encountered someone so audacious, still provoking him even as a captive. "Puppet number 1, tear him apart." "No, spare me, please. What I said is true." The raider collapsed in despair, only to be reduced to a puddle of mush in an instant. Ji Xin shifted his gaze to his summoner, asking, "Now you tell me. Spare me. What that man said is true." Even without hands and feet, the Xinpan's capabilities remain unaffected. Ji Xin couldn't help but laugh in anger, as they mistakenly believed he cared about Ziyue Bai Ling's abilities. "Send him off." The scream shattered the psychological defenses of the others, prompting them to kneel and plead for mercy. Just then, Wu Nian and his companions arrived late. Ji Xin had only learned of the situation afterward, but due to the incredible speed of the obsidian puppets, he had managed to arrive first. Wu Nian stepped forward, gazing at the blue mist. "Brother Ji, allow me." Wu Nian nodded with a smile, saying, "My decay corruption can also infect this energy form." With that, he placed his hand upon the blue mist, and a dense, potent force of decay rapidly consumed it, transforming it into a cloud of black mist in the blink of an eye. Ji Xin quickly caught the weakened Ziyue Bai Ling, marveling at Wu Nian's ability. It had proven to be a significant aid, and Ji Xin realized he had underestimated this skill. After resolving this, Ji Xin shifted his attention back to the Ziyue squad members, a faint white light flickering in his eyes as obsidian swirled in his hands, forming a cage that ensnared them. "You prefer to outnumber your opponents, do you? Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity. Do not say I did not offer you a chance at life. The rules are simple. If you 9 can defeat a single puppet of mine, you shall be free. I assure you, I will keep my word." With a wave of his hand, the obsidian cage expanded rapidly, merging with the stones beneath, transforming the area into an arena. The members of the Ziyue squad trembled at the sight, the sheer power of creation overwhelming them, rendering their legs weak with fear. Wu Nian, witnessing Ji Xin's true strength for the first time, felt a sense of awe. However, Wang Chong and Chu Linger remained composed, fully aware that their boss possessed extraordinary abilities. "This is a monster. We cannot win." Control blocks? No, it's impossible. Such power can only be wielded by God. How could you possibly command it? One of the defenders swung an axe toward Ziyue Xingquan's forehead. Ji Xin scoffed, fully aware of the Xinpan's capabilities, he had prepared adequately. 6 obsidian pieces flew from his hands, forming a cage in the air that enveloped Ziyue Xingqiuan entirely, pulling him from the arena. Ji Xin regarded Ziyue Xingqiuan with indifference, stating, "Thanks to your identity as Xinpan, you may die a little later." The spatial jump of Ziyue Xingqiuan was not as powerful as that of Ziyue Bailing. Having arrived in another area, his abilities were considerably restricted, leaving him trapped within the obsidian cage. Ji Xin's gaze returned to the individuals within the arena. "Do not think of employing any tricks. My rules are simple. Defeat it, and you shall be free." The remaining members of the Ziyue squad quaked before the giant obsidian puppet, their fighting spirit evaporating as they knelt and begged for mercy, hoping Ji Xin would show them leniency. Ji Xin scoffed, ignoring their pleas, having noted a clear pattern among the Ziyue squad. Whenever faced with overwhelming odds, they quickly surrendered, only to turn around and stab him in the back when his guard was down. He was all too familiar with their nature. Puppet numero uno. Eliminate them all. At Ji Xin's command, the obsidian iron puppet turned ferocious, charging at the group without a shred of fear. Seeing their pleas go unanswered, the Ziyue squad, driven mad, shouted, "Brothers, let us fight this black monster. Perhaps we still have a chance to survive. Yes, we are warriors of the Ziyue Empire. United, we are invincible. Brothers, form an attack formation." They were all villagers of Ziyue who had completed their first tier of ascension, their strength and physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary raider squads. Wunyan approached Ji Xin, worry evident in his eyes. This is a desperate struggle. Individuals in despair can unleash unprecedented strength. Ji Xin, unfazed by Wunyan's words, watched the battle unfold in the arena with keen interest. "Wunyan, do you know what true despair is?" "True despair?" Wunyan pondered, somewhat confused. Finally, under the relentless assault from the 7 members of the Ziyue squad, a small crack appeared on the obsidian puppet. "Ha ha ha! Brothers, hold on. We are close to victory." The Ziyue members rejoiced, seeing the crack in the puppet as a glimmer of hope. However, Ji Xin remained unperturbed, his voice icy. "True despair is when you glimpse hope, only to find a greater despair awaiting you." Inside the arena, the obsidian puppet, clearly agitated by the attacks, pulled out a pre-prepared iron ingot and began to consume it voraciously. The jubilant cheers from the Ziyue squad were abruptly silenced as they watched the crack heal at an alarming rate. Chapter 52. You are useless when given a chance. The obsidian puppet was not merely a simple construct of obsidian. It had evolved from a steel puppet and was now known as the obsidian steel puppet. Thus, it had inherited the ability to be repaired with iron ingots. Just like its predecessor, the Dread Squad, witnessing the scene before them, found their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. The narrow gap they had painstakingly created was effortlessly mended by the enemy with a mere clang of an iron ingot. What was the point of continuing this futile struggle? It is clear we cannot win. You never intended for us to triumph? Ha ha ha. One of the defenders, unable to bear the crushing despair that Ji Xin had so ruthlessly snuffed out, seized an axe and struck his own head, succumbing to death right there, thus ending his life in the northwest. Rather than allowing the obsidian puppet to crush him, he chose to take his own life and leave behind a complete corpse. Ji Xin, with a smile gracing his lips, observed the scene, clicking his tongue in mockery and saying, "What a pity, the experience for suicide does not count for me." These individuals were at least level 10. The experience they would drop was far greater than that of a mere zombie. In the arena, the obsidian puppet scratched its head, appearing somewhat adorably daft. Within the arena, a raider bellowed at Ji Xin in a fit of rage, "You promised that if we defeated this monster, you would let us go. What is the meaning of this? You are not keeping your word." Ji Xin raised an eyebrow and addressed Wunyan to his left. He says, "I'm not keeping my word. Wunyan, have I broken my promise?" Wunyan stifled a laugh. "You've kept it." Ji Xin then turned to Chu Ling'er on his right and asked, "Did you see me break my promise?" Chu Ling'er casually whistled and replied, "Our boss is the most trustworthy person there is." "Ha ha ha, that is more like it. I said if you defeated one of my puppets, I would let you go. The key point is that I gave you the opportunity, yet you proved utterly useless." Ji Xin clapped his hands, and his gaze instantly turned icy. The puppet stationed outside the arena sprang into action, leaping into the arena to commence a brutal slaughter. Furthermore, I make the rules. Even if I do not keep my word, what can you do about it? Trapped within the obsidian cage, Dread Xingqiuan beheld this scene, drenched in cold sweat and despair. Ji Xin's mere display of power had utterly shattered his worldview. If there were indeed deities in the mortal realm, this was certainly akin to their might. As the cleanup in the arena neared completion, Ji Xin directed his gaze towards Dread Xingqiuan within the obsidian confines. Dread Xingqiuan trembled under Ji Xin's scrutiny and quickly pleaded, "Do not kill me. I am of use. I can divulge some information about the Dread Kingdom. Just spare my life." Ji Xin remained silent, his eyes glowing with a white light as he brought his fingers together. The obsidian cage began to constrict, squeezing Dread Xingqiuan's body. Cough, cough, cough. The suffocating sensation from the pressure made Dread Xingqiuan struggle, desperately attempting to beat away the obsidian before him. However, he was merely a frail heartling. How could he hope to dislodge the obsidian? "Do not kill me. I am of use. I can serve you. I can be your dog." Under the threat of death, Dread Xingqiuan began to speak nonsensically, even abandoning the dignity he once held dear. Ji Xin, with a look of disdain, maintained his control over the power of creation, only relenting when he saw Dread Xingqiuan reduced to a mere drop of blood. "You look somewhat familiar," Ji Xin remarked, stepping closer to examine Dread Xingqiuan, then glancing at Dread Bailing. The more he looked at the two, the more they resembled one another. Dread Xingqiuan gasped for fresh air, his eyes filled with the relief of survival, and upon hearing Ji Xin's question, he quickly sought to ingratiate himself. "Dread Bailing is my dear nephew. I am his beloved uncle." "Oh, is that so?" Ji Xin turned to Dread Bailing and inquired. Dread Bailing clenched his fists tightly, nodding, then shaking his head. From this moment on, he is no longer. Ji Xin, being astute, exchanged glances and deduced the reason behind Dread Bailing's fury. Since there was no familial connection, then death was the only option. No, Bailing, my dear nephew, look at your uncle. I am now your only family in this world." Dread Xingqiuan, witnessing Ji Xin's intent to eliminate him, was filled with dread and repeatedly begged for mercy, knowing that to survive, he must placate his foolish nephew. At the mention of family, Dread Bailing's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse as the haunting image of his parents hanging lifelessly from the gallows resurfaced in his mind. The despairing gaze of that moment was one he could never forget, becoming a perpetual nightmare. Seeing his foolish apprentice on the verge of losing control, Ji Xin subtly signaled to Chu Linger. Understanding the cue, she quickly took Dread Bailing's hand and led him away toward their base. Once they had distanced themselves, Ji Xin revealed a sincere smile and addressed Dread Xingqiuan. "Since you are Bailing's uncle, then everything can be discussed." Dread Xingqiuan felt a flush of embarrassment. The last time someone had said something similar, his colleagues had met dreadful fates. "What would you have me do?" Ji Xin chuckled, saying, "I am a person who values honesty and kindness. I will ask you questions, and if I hear the answers I seek, I will spare your life." Dread Xingqiuan was drenched in cold sweat. He was no fool and understood the implications behind Ji Xin's words. The fact that he was not killed by Ji Xin could mean that someone else might take his life. Swallowing hard, Dread Xingqiuan tentatively inquired, "And they will not kill me either?" He referred to Wu Nian and Wang Chong among others. You are quite perceptive, able to discern the meaning behind my words." Ji Xin replied, somewhat surprised and openly acknowledging Dread Xingqiuan's insight. "Very well, I promise they will not harm you. Is that satisfactory?" Dread Xingqiuan wiped the sweat from his brow, still feeling uneasy, as he sensed Ji Xin had other motives to eliminate him. 3 questions. First, why are you pursuing Dread Bailing instead of me? However, the focus on Dread Bailing confounded him. With no escape left, Dread Xingqiuan reluctantly replied, "Dread Bailing is a unique heartling. Normal heartlings cannot leap through time and space, especially when entering another realm, as they typically lose their jumping abilities. But Bailing's heartling is different. He has no restrictions. Thus, his abilities make him the most powerful tool for traversing the Dread Kingdom across various worlds." "I see." Ji Xin nodded, realizing that the enemy had no interest in him at all. "Very well. Second, does the Dreadland have any demigods?" "You know, those who have ascended to the 4th tier and reached their peak. Dread Xingqiuan's eyes filled with confusion as he paused before replying. I have heard that the king keeps a demigod-level raider beast. Does that count? It does. Ji Xin note that, affirming that any being capable of posing a threat to him counted. Is that all? Ji Xin did not dwell on this and directly posed his most pressing question. Dread Xingqiuan. Huh? A chill surged through Dread Xingqiuan's mind. No, you cannot do this. I am telling the truth. Dread Xingqiuan panicked, knowing not how many blocks existed in this world. Ji Xin's question was clearly aimed at his life. With a calm demeanor, Ji Xin maintained his affable smile. 10 seconds have passed. The air grew cold. Ji Xin's golden cicada stone sword swept through the air, and in an instant, Dread Xingqiuan's head was severed from his body. In his final moments, Dread Xingqiuan could scarcely believe that his execution would be so abrupt. Ji Xin's once genial smile turned frigid as he spoke in a low tone. Those who dare to harm me, I will ensure your death 1,000 times over. He then seized Dread Xingqiuan's head, a burst of white light emanating from his hand. Did you not wish to be my dog? I shall fulfill this wish for you. The puppet technique activated, swiftly erasing Dread Xingqiuan's consciousness. In the vicinity, Wu Nian and Wang Chong swallowed hard, witnessing for the first time the ruthless side of Ji Xin. With a casual gesture, Ji Xin gathered several stones into his backpack. Come forth. A stone puppet adorned with the head of Ziyue Xingqiuan materialized before him. Notification. Stone puppet, health 50, attack 20, speed 50, no special attack skills. Can be repaired with raw stones, fond of moving stones and digging. New skill detected in the head. Spatial jump. Imperfect allows for point-to-point teleportation based on the memory of objects or individuals in the mind. However, bodily damage occurs during cross-regional jumps and must be repaired subsequently. Ji Xin raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this unforeseen boon. The flaw incurred from transforming Xin Pan's head into a puppet had been perfectly resolved. Abundant stones surrounded him. As long as Ziyue Xingqiuan's head remained intact, he could teleport endlessly, the only cost being a few stones. This realization echoed his desire to have Ziyue Xingqiuan perish countless times. At Ji Xin's command, the Xingqiuan puppet mechanically lifted its hands and tore open a rift in the air, revealing the cave of their base on the other side. Wang Chong noticed Wu Nian drenched in cold sweat and hastily reassured him, "Fear not. Although Xiao Xin's temperament may be peculiar, he is undeniably benevolent towards his own. You'll come to understand this in time." Wu Nian nodded, forcing a semblance of calm as he replied, "Brother Chong, I understand. But could you please wipe the sweat off your forehead first?" Meanwhile, the red-clad player, known as the Zombie King, donned tattered crimson attire and clutched a golden carrot, wandering aimlessly in the main world. Not a single zombie dared to approach within 10 meters of him. At this moment, he seemed to realize his own demise. His body marred by countless bite marks, the stench of decay intensifying. Even the most skilled healer would be unable to save him. Yet, his memories as a player remained intact, a suffocating pressure building in his chest. This very sensation, however, sustained his life. A curious feeling he referred to as faith in the true God. "I'm so hungry." The red-clad player glanced at the golden carrot in his hand, yearning to eat it, but quickly halted. This golden carrot had been his lifeline, and consuming it would surely spell his doom. Just then, a group of players hunting zombies appeared before him. "Boss, look, that zombie is holding a golden carrot." Huang Mao, with his striking hair, pointed at the seemingly lifeless red-clad player, laughing heartily. The blue-haired player, dubbed the boss, paused momentarily, his gaze honing in on the red-clad player. Their group belonged to an equipment guild, venturing out solely to hunt zombies for experience. The state of the red-clad player now rendered him more zombie-like than the undead surrounding him. Their voices quickly drew the attention of the red-clad player, who finally encountered humans. "Help! I'm so hungry." In his mind, the red-clad player still considered himself a player, not a zombie. As long as he was given food, he could survive on his faith. Whoosh! Before his thoughts could fully form, an arrow struck directly into his heart, sending his already frail body flying. His heart had ceased to beat, so the blow inflicted minimal damage, merely a slight reduction in health. Roar? Confusion flashed in the red-clad player's eyes as he failed to comprehend the reasoning behind the attack. Meanwhile, Huang Mao, who had released the arrow, scratched his head in bewilderment. Was it just my imagination, or did that zombie seem to signal us? The blue-haired boss narrowed his eyes, brandishing a sword as he chuckled. I think you're just going mad from hunger. Even if it's a player, we shall slay it. With that, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike toward the red-clad player. By this point, the red-clad player had already succumbed to his zombie form, enjoying the enhancements it brought. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the red-clad player managed to block the blow with his claws. Why? Why are you trying to kill me? He roared in anger. The blue-haired boss's pupils dilated. This zombie actually possessed awareness. Without further thought, he quickly distanced himself and warned his fellow players, be cautious. This zombie is peculiar. Huang Mao frowned, suggesting, boss, why not let it be? We don't need the experience of one zombie. No, this zombie is extraordinary. Its experience drop will surely surpass that of other zombies. The blue-haired boss smiled faintly, dismissing Huang Mao's retreat suggestion. Continuing the battle carried risks, but the greater the storm, the greater the reward. A risk worth taking. The red-clad player felt his body growing heavier, a fierce hunger overwhelming him as his zombie instincts took over. Food. You're all my food. Roar. The blue-haired player raised his hand, and 3 archers stepped forward, releasing a flurry of arrows that rained down upon the zombie red-clad player. He staggered backward, unable to advance an inch. At last, the zombie red-clad player collapsed, drained of health. Despite the enhancements he had gained, he proved too weak against the numerous players. The blue-haired player chuckled, picking up the fallen golden carrot and munching on it with delight. I expected something grand, but this is all it is. No, get back. Return the golden carrot to me. The red-clad player felt the zombie instincts recede as his humanity regained control. He struggled to rise, but the blue-haired player pressed down on him with a foot. This is the golden carrot, the most cost-effective food, truly living up to its reputation. The blue-haired player wiped his mouth, savoring the moment. Their team typically ventured out without provisions, resorting to gnawing on rotten flesh after slaying zombies. They would never dare consider the golden carrot as a staple food. Boss, hurry and slay it. Check if there are any remaining carrots in its backpack. We want some too. Huang Mao's eyes sparkled. The golden carrot was a luxury only the guild leader could indulge in. The rest of them could only watch enviously. The blue-haired player laughed heartily, gesturing grandly. All right, follow me, and you shall enjoy the spoils. If this zombie drops any more golden carrots, they will be shared among all. Yes, boss is mighty. Boss is formidable. The band of underlings cheered, knowing that food was scarce. And consuming a golden carrot held the same significance as eating dumplings during the new year. Without hesitation, the blue-haired player stepped on the head of the red-clad player, drawing his sword to strike at the frail neck. The red-clad player's gaze began to blur, and in the face of death, time seemed to freeze, the world halting in its tracks. He chuckled bitterly to himself, realizing that his life had been nothing short of a grand joke. On his first night in this world, he had nearly perished to a zombie, barely surviving through sheer luck. As a player, he had failed to awaken any class, belonging to the notoriously talentless. The forums labeled him a waste. Later, when the upheaval began, he met a similarly talentless friend in white. They journeyed together, eager to join a player guild, hoping to thrive through their efforts in this world. Yet they were turned away with a scornful reminder that the talentless and dogs were not allowed. Bito. Subsequently, as the upheaval unfolded, he and his friend embarked on a desperate escape, feasting on rotten flesh when hungry, dodging danger through tunnels, living a life of hardship, enduring untold suffering. How could one word encapsulate such misery? However, the worthless ultimately remain worthless. In the end, they were devoured by zombies in the underground, and his friend perished on the spot. Yet, through his faith in the divine, he transformed into a sentient zombie. Upon becoming a zombie, he acquired the coveted strength he had always yearned for. He believed he could finally shed the label of being worthless, join a guild, and strive to survive. Alas, he was naive once more. He could no longer be considered a player. The ever-looming nature of his zombie form eternally stripped him of his humanity. I'm still too weak. Even in this ghastly form, I remain too feeble. Oh heavens, why must you be so unjust? Why can others awaken powerful abilities while I am trampled and humiliated? It is so unfair. Everything is utterly unfair. The red-clad player roared, and as time resumed its flow, he abruptly grasped the sword's tip. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation triggered a second mutation within his body, and faint sparks of electricity flickered around him. Boom! The iron sword shattered instantaneously, and the red-clad player sprang to his feet, opening his bloodied mouth to bite through the neck of the blue-haired one. Save me! The blue-haired one's eyes widened, filled with confusion and disbelief. He wished to cry out for help, but it was already too late. The shattering of his spine robbed him of control over his body, his arms hanging limply. Clang! Clang, clang! The blue-haired one dropped a myriad of equipment, all of which was absorbed by the red-clad player. They could not comprehend how the seemingly lifeless zombie could unleash such formidable strength. In front of the blue-haired henchman, the red-clad player donned the iron armor he had just absorbed, moving with the grace of a true player. Ha ha ha! This is power, the power to fearlessly confront death. He laughed, filled with joy. This was his first encounter with armor, his first experience of feeling protected. Not bad. As the words left his lips, the red-clad player began to undergo a transformation. His charred skin gradually shifted to a bluish-green hue. The white light in his eyes grew ever brighter, and the flickering electric serpents within his body became increasingly pronounced. Soon, the bite marks from zombies on his body healed at a visible speed, arrows falling away one by one. The red-clad player had inexplicably morphed from a zombie into a drowned one. No, impossible. Without water, how could a zombie possibly transform into a drowned one? The yellow-haired one screamed, unable to believe the transformation before him. In my world, drowned ones are mutated zombies that have succumbed to water, belonging to the undead category. One essential condition for the appearance of drowned ones is water. Without water, a zombie could never become a drowned one. But is life not an ocean in itself? The red-clad player had always longed for a better life, yet time and again, he drowned in the struggles of existence. The waters of life are the most lethal. No, you are mistaken. Who says one cannot drown without water? Ha ha ha! The red-clad, drowned one laughed, a deranged cackle. I have drowned, but it was not water that submerged me. It was you, the injustice of the heavens, and all who trample upon the weak. The transformation from zombie to drowned one is not contingent upon water. Rather, it is the suffering and suffocating sensation that are paramount. Only through experiencing extreme hardship can a zombie possibly mutate into a drowned one. Water is merely a medium for suffering. The red-clad, drowned one closed his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, and continued, that sensation of being trapped beneath the water, powerless to struggle, powerless to resist, is the true reason for my rebirth. Though we are weak, we have the right to survive. What right do you have to trample upon us? The words of the red-clad, drowned one seemed to address the yellow-haired group, yet they also felt like a direct confrontation with the heavens, a frenzied outpouring of his grievances and discontent. As a lower-tier player, his sole desire was merely to survive in this chaotic world. Yet the hardships of life were akin to an endless ocean, repeatedly drowning him within. Since you wish for my demise, I shall transform into a specter to show you. The yellow-haired group was frozen in terror. All they could think was to escape, to flee as far away as possible. This drowned one suffocated them with his very presence, resembling a blue demon. Brothers, run. The red-clad, drowned one licked his lips, observing the panicked crowd with interest. I am hungry. Do you have any food? With a swift motion, the red-clad, drowned one appeared behind a player and bit a large chunk of flesh from him. Ha ha ha! This bloodiness is truly addictive. Clang, 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 the sound of equipment dropping. The red-clad, drowned one picked up a bow from the ground, examined it briefly, then knocked an arrow, aiming straight for the heart of the yellow-haired one. Was it not you who shot me with the first arrow? I shall let you taste it too. Chapter 55. The Birth of the Drowned King. The red-clad, drowned one continuously sifted through the equipment before him, surrounded by the blood of players, their corpses long gone. This world is incredibly unique, straddling the line between game and reality, between truth and illusion. Creatures possess distinct health bars, bleed, when injured, feel pain, and if not treated promptly, continue to lose health until death. 5 minutes after a creature dies, its body dissipates into a wisp of white smoke, as if it had never existed at all. The red-clad, drowned one felt an insatiable hunger. He picked up a piece of rotten meat from a player's backpack and attempted to take a bite. However, the pungent stench of decay made it impossible for him to swallow. Once reliant on rotten flesh for survival, he could no longer consume it, forcing him to confront the reality that he was no longer a player. The red-clad, drowned one donned equipment he had never before possessed, glancing left and right, his eyes reflecting boundless confusion. After the frenzy of slaughter, there comes a chilling calm. Where should I go now? What is the purpose of my existence? The red-clad, drowned one sat down, lost in contemplation about his next course of action. Should I seek the divine? Perhaps not. The divine is so powerful. Surely they have no need for me. Ever since the golden carrot was consumed, the anger within him dissipated. The true God became his faith, rather than a tangible entity. So what should I do? The red-clad drowned one had undergone a second mutation. He no longer needed to rely on faith to live. His consciousness was clear, devoid of any trace of death. The surrounding zombies began to gather, drawn by the scent of players' blood, only to discover there was no flesh to be found. They instinctively displayed moments of confusion, yet devoid of intelligence. They quickly succumbed to the chaos within. Meanwhile, the red-clad, drowned one appeared as if coated in a transparent powder, the surrounding zombies completely ignoring him. This rendered the hellish trial into a peaceful mode for him. With a headache from his thoughts, the red-clad, drowned one decided to shed his equipment and lay down on a grass block to sleep. Time flew by, and the sun began to set. The red-clad, drowned one felt a prickling sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a chicken. Cluck, 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 tilting its head. The surrounding zombies stared intently at the chicken, yet due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from the red-clad drowned one, they refrained from pouncing. The red-clad drowned one smiled slightly, seizing the chicken and stuffing it into his mouth. The chicken, instinctively sensing the danger, began to tremble and squawk more vigorously. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck the red-clad drowned one. He looked at the chicken in his hand, then at the surrounding zombies. Overcome with sorrow, he could not suppress his emotions. Once he was so akin to this chicken, weak, helpless, and pitiful, surrounded by peril, where a single misstep could lead to irreparable doom. In this contemporary era, he has acquired power. Is it not time for him to take action? Or rather, to utilize his newfound strength to benefit the world? At this moment, the red-clad drowned figure seemed to experience an epiphany and addressed the white-feathered chicken. Brother Chicken, would you be willing to become my companion in white garments, so that we may provide a haven for the weak and vulnerable? The chicken responded with a cluck. The red-clad drowned figure smiled, interpreting the lack of a headshake as agreement, and expressed his delight at forming a partnership. With that, he turned and roared, driving away the surrounding zombies. As the red-clad drowned figure discovered his life's purpose, the white-feathered chicken's eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality, as if it had gained sentience. Greetings, drowned figure. The red-clad drowned figure felt a shiver run down his spine as a profoundly sacred aura enveloped him. Without hesitation, he leaped back several meters to distance himself from the chicken. Who are you? What have you done to my brother chicken? He shouted, seeing the red-clad drowned figure's reaction. The white-feathered chicken chuckled. Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill will. Your brother chicken is unharmed. He is merely in a deep slumber. No ill will? The red drowned figure straightened up, though caution lingered in his gaze. At that moment, the white-feathered chicken exuded an aura that belied its earlier appearance, its eyes radiating an overwhelming sense of authority, each movement embodying divine intent. The white-feathered chicken flapped its wings and continued. Your existence is unlike that of ordinary drowned figures. You are special. You have yet to receive a name. How about I call you Drowned King? The red drowned figure pondered for a moment. He was no longer a mere player, and it was only fitting that he adopt a new name. Drowned King? That sounds quite appealing. Who exactly are you? Do not feign divinity with me. The Drowned King maintained his wariness. I can be any entity, any being, perhaps even a reflection of yourself. The white-feathered chicken laughed heartily, exuding an air of carefree abandon. The drowned king paused, captivated by the laughter, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, yet tinged with an echo of melancholy. "You must have sought me out for more than simply bestowing a name upon me," the drowned king remarked. The white-feathered chicken halted, its expression shifting to one of gravity, yet still resonating with the drowned king's voice. "Of course not. Your existence is unique, and so too is your ideology." "My ideology?" the drowned king murmured thoughtfully. "Yes, precisely your ideology. The essence of this world is constructed from myriad ideologies. To stand for the weak, to create peace for the vulnerable. This is your ideology. A concept entirely under your dominion." The drowned king felt his initial suspicion gradually replaced by astonishment. The words were profound, somewhat elusive, yet deeply impactful. After a brief contemplation, he queried, "So your purpose is merely to commend me?" "Ha ha ha. No, no, no. I have come to bestow upon you an opportunity. You are still far too weak, your strength akin to that of a level 20 player. How can you uphold such a noble ideology?" The white-feathered chicken displayed remarkable patience with the drowned king. "What you require is a suitable weapon. Soon, I will unveil a secret realm within the trial grounds, a place where treasures capable of enhancing your strength await. Of course, other players may also partake in this secret realm. Whether you claim the treasure will depend on your fortune." The drowned king scratched his head, puzzled. "Why not simply give it to me? Why complicate matters? That is not permissible, for it serves as a test for you. Now, my time is limited. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall take my leave." The white-feathered chicken began to flap its wings, its eyes shimmering with a white light, as if it were struggling to maintain its form. After a moment of contemplation, the drowned king posed a question that left the white-feathered chicken momentarily taken aback. "Did you create this trial ground?" Chapter 56. The Divine Conspiracy. The white-feathered chicken's expression turned serious as it nodded, then shook its head. "Yes, but I am merely one among many. There exist numerous deities in this world, more than you can imagine. Thus, do not act with reckless arrogance. You may encounter a player who is, in fact, the earthly incarnation of a deity." As the chicken spoke, the brilliance in its eyes visibly dimmed. The drowned king seized the moment to inquire about one last matter. Was an earthly incarnation? The white-feathered chicken's luminescence faded, and whether it was intentional or a deliberate evasion of the question remained unclear. In the instant the voice fell silent, the chicken's gaze regained clarity. "Oh, by the way, I've granted your brother chicken sentience as a gift. No need to thank me." The drowned king heard his own voice echoing from an unknown source, ethereal and elusive. The drowned king pondered deeply, sensing something peculiar about this deity, strangely familiar, so much so that he felt no doubt regarding its words. Could this truly be the nature of divinity? Indeed, it is formidable. Moreover, what exactly constitutes an earthly incarnation? The drowned king felt overwhelmed, as he had initially envisioned a carefree existence, effortlessly realizing his simple aspirations. Yet the entity insisted on bestowing upon him the weight of an ideology, which, in a sense, reflected his very being. "Never mind," he thought. "I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I shall treat this as a diversion. Come, brother chicken, I shall show you the wonders of this grand world." The white-feathered chicken, having just awakened its sentience, brimmed with curiosity. "Who are you, Cluck?" The drowned king gently lifted the chicken onto his shoulder, smiling warmly. "Your comrade. Though you may also call me boss." "What is a comrade, Cluck?" "A comrade is a kindred spirit, a friend with shared ideals. You will understand in due time. Are you hungry, brother chicken? Shall I procure some seeds from the player guild for you to eat?" "Very well, Cluck, Cluck." Time flew by, and a week passed swiftly. By the 23rd day, the undead received yet another enhancement. Within the base, Ji Xin had just vanquished nearly 1,000 zombies, rendering himself, along with 5 obsidian puppets, a veritable figure of blood, though all of it was from zombies. After a brief wash, he donned a fresh suit of iron armor. Thanks to his recent endeavors, his level had finally risen from 13 to 14. Leveling up was no easy feat. Ji Xin reclined on his pink bed, stretching luxuriously. A few days prior, Wang Chong had captured 2 sheep, intending to slaughter them for meat, but Ji Xin had intervened. Such wastefulness, without consideration for sustainable development, was unacceptable. Now, the 100-layer farm was fully established, brimming with crops beyond consumption. It would be a pity not to raise some cattle, sheep, or chickens. Thus, he entrusted Wang Chong with the task of breeding the sheep. Curiously, reality operated differently than the game. In the game, one merely needed to feed two compatible animals of the same species to produce new life. However, in reality, the probability of two species mating was random, and the chances of new life emerging were equally uncertain. Under this double randomness, the yield from the two sheep was disappointingly low. The wheat fed to them was essentially wasted, but fortunately, Ji Xin had an abundance of food. Had other players known of this, they would surely question whether his sheep pen lacked sheep. In the end, Wang Chong, in frustration, decided to slaughter the sheep, and thus the base's soul bed was born. Due to the challenges of breeding cattle and sheep, the profession of herder emerged, though it was largely monopolized by the Food Guild. Ji Xin opened the System Panels forum, eager to discover any recent developments. Shocking. The Food Guild was attacked by the Blue Demon, resulting in significant losses of seeds and meat. The Food Guild has suffered greatly. The Blue Demon? A player who has awakened? Haha, such delightful news. As soon as Ji Xin witnessed the assault on the Food Guild, his sinister nature was unmasked. The Food Guild and the Mason Association were essentially two sides of the same coin. Apart from the Mason Association, the Food Guild had been the most hostile towards him. Conversations were blacklisted, purchases were obstructed. It was not only he who suffered, but also those under his command. Now, with zombies rampant outside the base, all living beings have been devoured, leaving others without even a decent bed. Fortunately, he had taken in Wunyan, whose system allowed him to procure some meat from the Food Guild to vary their diet. Typically, they could only subsist on golden carrots. Ji Xin harbored thoughts of vengeance, but had long been at a loss for a strategy. Their food prices were incredibly affordable, a model of thin profit margins and high sales, making it impossible for him to engage in a price war. He had crafted over 100 golden puppets, but they were all busy making golden carrots for the Pig King, leaving no time to compete on quality. This predicament left Ji Xin in a state of exasperation, as his food production had no competitive edge. However, witnessing the adversary's misfortune today brought him a certain schadenfreude. Brother Ji Xin, the golden carrots have been delivered. The Pig King asked me to convey that you are welcome to visit and engage in conversation whenever you have the time. At that moment, Wunyan entered the cave, still radiating a hint of warmth, followed by several clumsy stone puppets carrying boxes. Ji Xin nodded, continuing to issue orders. Have the golden puppets expedite preparations for next month. There should be no slackening. Wunyan was well acquainted with the geography of hell. Thus the task of delivering golden carrots was naturally entrusted to him, allowing Ji Xin to assume a more managerial role. After Wunyan departed, Chuling Air entered the cave with a straw puppet atop her head, her face beaming as she announced, I have delightful news. Today our DE shop's food sales have tripled, and all reviews are positive. Currently, Chuling Air served as the food and logistics minister of the base, overseeing the sustenance of all inhabitants and the operation of the DE shop. Understood, Ji Xin replied with a smile. The Food Guild was in turmoil. It seemed the heavens were aiding him. Once the Food Guild recovered from its crisis, his golden puppets could also shift their focus to compete on quality. At that point, selling golden wheat would surely terrify the competition. After Chuling Air completed her report, she exited the cave, which, in a sense, served as Ji Xin's private chamber and leadership office. Others in the base had built their own homes outside the cave, usually congregating only during meal times for casual conversations. Lying on his bed, Ji Xin contentedly browsed the forum. Having a few more subordinates was undoubtedly beneficial. If he had to handle these matters alone, it would be overwhelming. Thus, he was more suited to leadership. Beep. The secret realm of the Watermarsh Kingdom is about to commence. Players wishing to participate should promptly head to the designated coordinates. Ji Xin exclaimed, What? Chapter 57. Brother, do you have any wooden doors left? Simultaneously, all players in the trial grounds received the notification regarding the impending opening of the secret realm. Instantly, both individual players and guild members stirred with excitement. The system provided scan information about the secret realm, only revealing its name, Watermarsh Kingdom, while the dangers and opportunities within remained a mystery. Ji Xin pondered, stroking his chin. unable to fathom why a secret trial would suddenly emerge. Water Marsh Kingdom. Could it be related to water? Such a situation necessitated thorough preparation. Apart from the disaster sprites, everyone in the base received the system's notification. They collectively turned their gazes towards the cave, their expressions filled with various emotions. Now, Ji Xin was their sovereign, and whether or not to venture into the secret realm required his counsel. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the cave, silent. Ji Xin reclined against a block, lazily stretching out, and said, "Share your thoughts." Wang Chong lowered his head in contemplation before speaking first. "Our ironclad gang has few members proficient in swimming, so we shall not go. We will stay behind to guard the base." "Not proficient in swimming? All of you?" Ji Xin scrutinized Wang Chong, quickly grasping his intention. The claim of not being adept at swimming was a facade. Even a fool could sense that this secret realm was extraordinary, surely containing some fortuitous opportunities. Yet, the ironclad gang chose to remain, undoubtedly wishing to relieve Ji Xin of any worries, as the various facilities in the base required daily maintenance. Naturally, Ji Xin chose not to expose their intentions, feeling grateful for their concern. "And what about the two of you?" Ji Xin turned to Wunyan and Chuling Air. Wunyan, with a respectful demeanor, stated, "I am willing to accompany Brother Ji Xin. I wish to go as well. My swimming skills are excellent," Chuling Air chimed in. "This is a secret realm, not a swimming pool. Wunyan is a high-level professional. You, on the other hand, might just drown." Ji Xin did not intend to belittle her. He merely felt that Chuling Air was too inexperienced. Chuling Air, upon receiving Ji Xin's admonishment, promptly quieted down and said, "I am not as weak as you think. If you don't allow me to go, I will just tend to the fields at home. Go if you wish." Ji Xin sighed, realizing he had no right to restrict others' choices. Life and death are fated, and fortunes lie in the heavens. Even if she were to perish within, it would be her own destiny. "All right, I will hand over the farm responsibilities to the disaster sprite." Recently, the disaster sprite had been spending time with Chuling Air, helping to manage the farm. As for whether to permit the disaster sprite to enter the secret realm, Ji Xin's answer was an emphatic no. Even if she wished to go, he would not allow it. Too perilous. There were numerous entrances to the secret realm, nearly covering the entire trial grounds. The coordinates recommended by the system merely indicated the closest entrance to the players. Ji Xin, Wunyan, and Chuling Air followed the system's guidance and soon arrived at an oceanic inlet. This inlet boasted an expansive coastline with a colossal whirlpool above the sea, undoubtedly the entrance to the secret realm. However, the secret realm had yet to open, and the whirlpool remained unselectable. Moreover, whether it was Ji Xin's illusion or not, since the notification of the Water Marsh Kingdom trial, the zombies had noticeably decreased. As if making way for the secret trial, Ji Xin remained unhurried. He had ample time, and waiting a bit longer posed no issue. "Brother Ji Xin, is the base truly safe? I worry that those from the disaster lands might." Wunyan glanced towards the base and spoke. Ji Xin paused, then smiled calmly. "Relax. I have constructed over 1,000 stone puppets, nearly 100 iron puppets, and close to 5,000 various functional puppets in the base. Even if a demigod were to arrive, they would have to endure a few slaps before departing." "Really? So many?" Wunyan's mouth twitched in disbelief, realizing his earlier concerns were unfounded. The three chatted and laughed, completely devoid of the tension one might expect before entering a secret realm. On the other side, the drowned corpse king, accompanied by the white feather chicken, arrived at another entrance. "Brother Chicken, it may be quite dangerous inside. I think it would be better for you to stay outside and wait for me." The drowned corpse king regarded the whirlpool before him with a serious expression. "Cluck, cluck. All right, just don't die in there. We can steal players' food together afterward." The white feather chicken hopped down from the drowned corpse king's shoulder, deciding that this secret realm was prepared for the drowned corpse king by that inexplicable deity, and he, being weak, should refrain from participating. "Brother Chicken, such words are ominous." The drowned corpse king smiled slightly, not taking offense. Suddenly, the whirlpool erupted, unleashing a dazzling blue light. Where the blue light touched, players began to vanish one after another. Ji Xin felt a flash before his eyes, and the system's voice resonated. "Beep. The realm of the mystic water marsh has commenced, and you shall be randomly teleported to various corners of this enigmatic world. The first task has been issued. compete for the heart of the ocean, and strive to survive. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped Ji Xin's body. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself submerged in water at the very depths of the ocean. However, Ji Xin remained composed. Following the deciphering of the first level of his genetic lock, his lung capacity had significantly increased, allowing him to withstand the water for the time being. He vigorously waved his arms, attempting to surface, but to no avail. Despite being at the ocean floor, there was a complete absence of buoyancy, as though the very laws of physics had been erased. Furrowing his brow, Ji Xin hastily retrieved a wooden door from his backpack and planted it firmly into the ground. With the door acting as a barrier against the water flow, a vacuum formed in the center, dissipating the suffocating sensation of drowning. He had anticipated this scenario. After all, a wooden door was an indispensable artifact for underwater exploration. It was clear that the development of a potion for underwater breathing needed to be prioritized. Suddenly, a few suffocating cries echoed nearby, and Ji Xin turned to see 3 other players in his vicinity. One player, upon witnessing Ji Xin's ingenious maneuver, widened his eyes in astonishment and immediately sent a message in the group chat. "Adhal, bro, do you have any more wooden doors?" "DXIN, none left. Blue sky and white clouds, bro. I'll trade a month of lifespan for one." "DXIN, I have birch and oak doors. Which do you prefer?" "Adhal." Chapter 58. The Unfortunate Drowned King. "Irha, didn't you just say you had no wooden doors?" "DXIN, the SC Char Dinger's door." "Irha, what the heck, you rogue traitor. I want one too. I'll trade you a month of lifespan." "Balala little fairy, I want one as well." A wooden door for a month of lifespan was clearly an act of opportunism, yet they found themselves compelled to make the purchase. In no time, 3 wooden doors appeared in the depths of the ocean. "Bro, how did you come up with the idea of using a wooden door to block the water?" "That's brilliant." "DXIN, it's common sense." After arriving in this world, everyone had been forcibly implanted with a certain worldview, yet only seasoned gamers would know such a simple trick. "What shall we do next? Are we to linger here indefinitely?" "Irha, how about we form a team? We could assist one another." "Balala little fairy, sounds good. I'm on board." Blue sky and white clouds. "I agree too." The 3 turned their gaze toward Ji Xin, their eyes filled with uncertainty. "Teaming up? Oomph." Ji Xin scoffed inwardly. Such transient alliances only served to protect the scheming individuals among them. Those who truly considered strangers as allies were often the first to perish. "Never mind. I prefer to walk alone. Farewell." Without a second thought, Ji Xin declined and prepared to leave with his wooden door. A flicker of displeasure crossed Erha's face. The team's suggestion had originated from him, and Ji Xin's dismissal felt like a slap in the face, leaving no room for dignity. "What are you so proud of? Selling a wooden door for a month of lifespan? I've been displeased with you for some time. Mark my words, if you leave the team, you'll be the first to die." The moment those words were uttered, silence fell over the area, with only the sound of bubbling water in the background. Ji Xin halted, narrowing his eyes as a faint white light emanated from them. "Oh, you possess such audacity." Erha was about to retort, but the sand beneath him suddenly vanished, causing both him and the wooden door to plummet. That was not the end. The surrounding sand, drawn by the power of creation, began to compress violently toward the center. Erha, alarmed, struggled to dig through the sand above him, gasping for air. Ji Xin's gaze was cold as he turned to face the 3. "The most dangerous ones here are you. Keep talking, and I could easily end you with a single strike." As his words resonated, Ji Xin's level 14 aura stirred the water around him, causing the wooden door to creak ominously. Even the mightiest of non-sentient beings can be dealt with. Once intelligence is involved, even the most mundane creature could pose a lethal threat. Level 14. The 3 collectively gasped. The average player level in the forum was merely 6, and Ji Xin had effortlessly surpassed that by more than double. "I am no longer the first to die." Noticing the 3 had quieted down, Ji Xin retrieved the wooden door once more to shield himself from the water as he departed. Balala little fairy and blue sky and white clouds exchanged glances, communicating through the system. "Should we help Erha? He seems salvageable. I fancy the iron armor he is wearing. Once he drops the gear, the iron boots are mine." deal. The visibility underwater was severely impaired. It was a murky darkness that enveloped everything, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Ji Xin advanced slowly, flanked by 3 obsidian puppets wielding the wooden door to forge a path, while 2 others collected the wooden doors behind him. This created a walkable vacuum of water for Ji Xin. The system's first trial objective was to locate the heart of the ocean. Within the game, the heart of the ocean served as a material for synthesizing the tide core, although its utility was rather limited. Ji Xin did not perceive the system's task as a means to craft the tide core. Rather, it appeared to be a key, a gateway to the ocean's surface. As he pondered, a distant glimmer caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the heart of the ocean he sought. Handsome and fortunate, Ji Xin signaled to Puppet 1, which marched forward with an air of indifference. He surmised that there would surely be fodder guards in that vicinity. As expected, the moment the obsidian puppet entered the 10-meter radius of the heart of the ocean, disturbances arose. A single-eyed ocean guardian sprang forth, unleashing a laser at the obsidian puppet. In the game, guardians were fish-like beings that spawned in underwater temples. They were green all over, possessing a single eye, and their primary attack methods included laser beams, ranged and sharp-toothed strikes, melee, making them formidable and deadly adversaries. Screech! The guardian's eyes flickered with instinctive anger as it prepared for a second attack. With a resounding clap, the obsidian puppet clapped its hands, forcefully dislodging the guardian, which fell lifelessly, akin to a mosquito, leaving no drops of loot behind. Ji Xin chuckled at the spectacle. It seemed that without level advantages, the guardian was merely an ordinary level 0 novice. The obsidian puppet presented the heart of the ocean to its master, its towering form nudging Ji Xion's arm in search of praise. Heart of the ocean, ocean key. 1. Function. Twisting it will teleport the player out of the depths of the ocean, officially entering the water marsh kingdom. This level was meticulously designed. While there were no particularly challenging monsters, the water itself proved to be exceedingly perilous. Had he not been prepared, he too would have likely succumbed here. The deep-sea purgatory was indeed aptly named. After receiving commendation, the obsidian puppet appeared elated, gradually melding into a shadow and merging with Ji Xin. Let us see what the true water marsh kingdom resembles. Meanwhile, the drowned king drifted aimlessly along the ocean floor, reveling in the sensation of freedom, power, and a hint of exhilaration amidst the suffocation. As a creature of drowning, he inherently craved the sensation of suffocation, as if he were destined to dwell beneath the waves. It was evident that the divine had bestowed upon him a boon, enabling him to eliminate numerous obstacles in his path. He was merely unfortunate, having searched 2 platforms for the ocean's heart only to find them empty, which naturally caused him some vexation. Suddenly, the drowning king spotted a 3rd platform. Please, let me uncover an ocean's heart, I beseech you. After his fervent prayer, he straightened his posture and swiftly swam towards the platform. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered a flattened guardian. The corpse could exist for 5 minutes. Alas, how tragic! As a fellow marine creature, the drowning king felt a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate guardian. What? Another empty platform? Chapter 59. The Divine Scheme Beyond the Secret Realm. A white-feathered chicken stood idly on a patch of grass, silent, motionless, breathless, completely out of sync with the dynamic world around it. Nearby, the zombies instinctively twisted their stiff necks, emitting mournful groans as they caught the scent of living beings. In an instant, their primal urge overtook their awareness, and they lunged towards the white-feathered chicken. Suddenly, under the clear sky, a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl struck down, obliterating the leading zombie into a mass of decaying flesh, leaving no trace behind. Begone! I have no time to play with you. The white-feathered chicken turned, its 2 eyeballs spinning wildly, magnifying its vision to reveal 2 scenes. One depicted the drowning king in despair for failing to obtain the ocean's heart, while the other showed Ji Xin manipulating the ocean's heart, being transported to the water realm. The scenes were separated by a mere 5 minutes. So close. Just a little more, but there is no rush. I still have a chance. The white-feathered chicken chuckled, flapping its wings and spinning in excitement, exclaiming, "We shall meet again soon. Though merely a mortal entity, I am still quite eager." As the ocean's heart shattered, A flash of blue light vanished. GXN opened his eyes to behold a glowing sea crystal lamp, surrounded by an eerie silence. Gazing upwards, he spotted a floating water city in the far distance, shrouded in mist, revealing only faint outlines. Overall, it indeed lived up to the title of the water realm. Surveying his surroundings, GXN realized he was on a small, floating island, with a tree behind him and a wooden chest quietly resting beneath it. Not only that, but there were thousands of similar islands scattered around the water city, resembling planets revolving around a sun. Floating island survival? No, this was a multiplayer floating island survival. Ji Xin Tuko, Instanti Injit. He was no novice in this realm. Starting with a tree, his home depended wholly on his efforts. This was a gameplay style that could produce miracles. Ding! Welcome to the water realm. Deep Sea Purgatory concluded, with 236 successful clearances and 127 for 156 deaths. Your next objective is to utilize all available resources to reach the water city and refine a demigod-level trident within it. Good luck. Goodness. So many have perished. Quite ruthless indeed. GXIN was secretly astonished. The death ratio was absurdly high, making him realize he was indeed fortunate. He wondered if Wu Yin and Chu Linger had managed to escape. After a brief prayer for their safety, he turned his attention to the chest on the floating island. The system's mission was quite clear. Use the resources on the floating island to build a path to another island, continuously gathering resources until reaching the water city. However, for GXIN, this was unnecessary. He could effortlessly use his creative powers to direct the entire island to fly over. As he opened the chest, the items inside revealed themselves. Water bucket 1, lava bucket 1, tree, sapling 1, bread 25, apple 3, diamond. GXIN's eyes brightened as he promptly placed the diamond into his backpack. The rarity of diamonds in the trial realm was astounding. After mining for over a month with his stone golem, he had barely managed to gather 8 diamonds. To create a diamond golem, he needed 4 blocks of diamonds, equivalent to 36 diamonds. Without a diamond golem, his enhancement spells would remain unused, leaving him in a state of stagnation. Were it not for the fact that others struggled to find them as well, he would have begun to suspect the bad feng shui of his base. Having secured the diamond, GXIN's eyes glowed white as he steered the island towards another one. Setting a small goal, acquire 100 diamonds on a distant desert-themed floating island. A player with a scarred face gleefully rubbed the diamond in his hands. Wow, this is a diamond. It seems this expedition was not in vain. Ha ha ha. The scarcity of diamonds meant that once they entered the trial realm, each one could fetch several months of life. As the scarred-faced player laughed heartily, GXAN maneuvered his floating island closer. Excuse me, have you seen the diamond I dropped here? What? Where did this floating island come from? The player, still reveling in his joy, had completely overlooked GXIN's arrival. Hey kid, go play somewhere else. There are no diamonds you dropped here. The player had yet to realize that GXIN was referring to the very diamond he held. Taking no offense, GXIN continued. I believe that diamond in your hand is actually mine. Yours? The scarred-faced player scratched his head, suddenly comprehending the implication of GXIN's words. Are you trying to rob me? Today was indeed an eye-opener. Someone dared to covet his diamond. I think you're asking for trouble. With a defiant expression, the player flexed his muscles, causing his body to swell. You should inquire about the origin of the Equipment Guild. Listen closely. The guild leader is none other than me. Now, kneel and apologize, and perhaps I might let you off the hook. Before he could finish, GXIN's level 14 aura bore down on him, making his skin wrinkle in response. While 14, GXIN offered a simple, honest smile, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as he said, Brother, I accidentally dropped a diamond in your possession. Would you kindly return it? Are you kidding me? The scarred-faced player's eyes nearly bulged out. He had never encountered such brazen audacity. Noticing the other's hesitation, GXIN swiftly produced the withering claw from his backpack, his smile gradually chilling. Sweat began to bead on the player's forehead. He indeed had the means to identify the equipment in another's possession, as his profession was a high-level equipment appraiser. To his perception, this withered claw possessed an astounding 60 points of damage. One strike could easily eliminate him. Hey, brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Diamonds are so precious. If you dropped it in my hands, what if it got lost? Here, take it. The player's demeanor shifted dramatically. A smile plastered on his face as he approached Ji Xin, respectfully placing the still cold diamond into Ji Xin's hands. Brother, here you go. I'm easy to talk to. Imagine if it fell into the hands of someone less amiable. Chapter 60. The contest for the trident at the summit. Ji Xin resumed his genial demeanor, addressing the player as a brother. Brother, I'll want to take your diamond for free. If the Equipment Guild encounters any issues in the future, feel free to reach out. If I'm in a good mood, I might just assist you through a crisis. The scarred-faced player chuckled nervously, not daring to utter a word. As the 60-point damage Withering Claw loomed ominously over him, Ji Xin pocketed the diamond and departed on his floating island. The player let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just escaped the gates of hell. The skeletal claw appeared lean and unassuming, yet was extraordinarily potent. He sensed that any contact with that entity would result in a swift and incurable demise. Furthermore, the opponent's ability to manipulate objects indicated that their professional level must be at least above a certain threshold, compelling him to maintain a cordial relationship rather than an adversarial one. Suddenly, the scarred-faced man seemed to recall something and called out loudly to Ji Xin, Brother, I still do not know your name. How shall I seek your assistance in the future? Ji Xin's voice echoed back. Search for Ji Xin on the forum. My detailed information is there. The scarred man scratched his cheek, feeling as though he had heard that name before. He opened the forum and typed in Ji Xin. The first post that appeared read, The world's greatest scoundrel, Ji Xin, dare to challenge? Images portrait of Ji Xin. The scarred man exclaimed in astonishment. Ji Xin was in high spirits, having collected a total of 18 diamonds during his exploration. Although not every sky island yielded diamonds, such efficiency was commendable. Just one more endeavor, and then he would cease his pursuits. He had not forgotten the primary purpose of his expedition into the secret realm. The trident was worth far more than a few diamonds, and he could not afford to let a sesame seed slip away while losing a watermelon. Soon, he spied a distant sky island, upon which another player was constructing a stone generator using lava and water from chests, continuously gathering stones to create path blocks. Ji Xin activated his facial muscles and donned a fabricated smile, declaring, Yes, he is the one. At that moment, the president of the Stone Mason Association, Ji Xin, was diligently chiseling stone, muttering in frustration. As the president, he had foolishly forgotten to prepare some cobblestone before setting out. What a blunder. Hey, is that not our President Jia? After a few days, why have you begun chipping away at stone yourself? Ji Xin's smile grew more genuine. Fate had brought them together once again. He recalled how, in a moment of kindness, he had let this man off the hook, only for Jia to subsequently spread rumors about him online. A grudge he had not forgotten. Ji Xin, oblivious to Ji Xin's presence, continued to laboriously chip at the stone and impatiently replied, Get lost. I'm not selling stone right now. I don't have enough for myself. Ji Xin chuckled, as Jia believed him to be just another player seeking to purchase stone for building. President Jia, are you selling your life? As he spoke, the sky island beneath Jia began to dissolve gradually, blocks inexplicably falling away to become items. Ji Xin, what are you doing here? Ji Xin collapsed to the ground, terror filling his eyes. At that moment, only a single grass block remained beneath him, the abyss yawning below. Clad in iron armor and looking quite splendid, Ji Xin grinned, astonished to find that the Stone Mason Association was on the verge of bankruptcy, yet Jia still appeared wealthy. Spare me. I was wrong. I am willing to trade my lifespan for my life. Jia's plea was cut short as the grass block beneath him shattered, sending him plummeting into the endless void. Ji Xin scoffed and piloted the sky island toward Shui Cheng, thinking to himself, Do I need your trifling resources? It would not be an exaggeration for me to claim the title of the richest in the trial grounds. His assertion was not boastful. The stone production line of his stone golem and the sale of crops from his 100-layer farm had already earned him a significant lifespan. Ji Xin resolved to cease his aimless wandering, amplifying his creative power to the maximum. The other blocks of his island crumbled instantly, leaving only a single grass block that propelled him forward at an extraordinary speed. It was time to conclude this expedition into the secret realm. Ji Xin's leisurely demeanor stemmed from his confidence that no one could match his pace. Ever since entering the secret realm, he had developed a sense of disdain for all and a fierce resolve, as if it were his rightful state of being. He retracted the grass block and ascended to the water city. From a distance, this city resembled a kingdom, but up close, it appeared akin to a mountain suspended in midair. Looking upward, he noticed a large pavilion atop the peak, where a golden trident was prominently displayed. Simultaneously, a blue-skinned demon arrived at the water city, and the two set forth toward the summit, one on the left and the other on the right. The mountain within the water city harbored no monsters. Its slopes were nearly vertical, with streams of water flowing intermittently. The two advanced unobstructed, singing joyfully. Upon reaching the summit, the figure of the drowned king appeared first in the pavilion. Breathing heavily and drenched, the electricity crackling around him evaporated the moisture from his skin. He looked ahead. The object of his quest lay before him. The trident shone a brilliant golden hue, its surface shimmering with undulating arcs of electricity that threatened anyone who approached. The drowned king slowed his pace, standing before the trident, his eyes ablaze with excitement. A divine gift, truly extraordinary. Though golden, the trident was infused with pure blue-white lightning. The drowned king closed his eyes to absorb the essence of the lightning, feeling a profound connection as if they were one. He extended his hand to grasp the trident, but at that moment, a shadowy figure materialized unexpectedly to his left. Startled, the drowned king was caught off guard and sent flying by a single punch. Ji Xin arrived late, and upon witnessing someone attempting to seize the trident, he instinctively dispatched his golem to intervene. "Are you the drowned?" A flicker of confusion crossed Ji Xin's eyes, quickly followed by a shake of his head, dismissing the thought. "No, you do not appear to be lacking intelligence." In this world, drowned beings like zombies were inherently devoid of intellect. Ji Xin did not rush to seize the trident. At that moment, he was more interested in discovering the identity of the individual who had reached it before him. The drowned king wiped the blood from his mouth and gazed at Ji Xin, wariness creeping into his expression. "So strong. Since my second mutation, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of sending me flying with a single punch." The presence of this man instilled a sense of profound pressure in the drowned king. Yet he remained undaunted, emboldened by the electricity coursing through him. With a sly smile, the drowned king summoned arcs of electricity that forced Ji Xin's obsidian golem to retreat. Having completed his second mutation, his power was now equivalent to that of a level 20 player. An obsidian golem was no match for him. The divine being foretold that a trial awaited me. "I believe you are that trial." Divine being? Trial? What nonsense is this? Ji Xin, having not experienced the drowned king's evolution, could not comprehend his words. "No matter. Just know that we are destined to clash." The drowned king charged forward, his fist infused with the power of thunder, striking Ji Xin's golem with tremendous force. Due to the obsidian golem's inherent 100 knockback resistance, the punch did not send it flying. However, the next moment, a crack rapidly spread across the golem's body, rendering it severely damaged in an instant. Chapter 61. The Drowned King's Defeat. The drowned king held nothing back with this punch. The immense force, coupled with the electricity, nearly obliterated 1/3 of the obsidian golem's health. Furthermore, the electric current coiled within the golem's body, wreaking havoc on its internal structure. Is this an iron golem? No, it resembles more of an obsidian golem. Such a sturdy physique. The drowned king observed the bloodstains on his hand, his earlier madness gradually subsiding, replaced by astonishment. That punch had been immensely powerful, causing his fist to bleed from the recoil. Yet the golem had withstood the blow. He beckoned, and the injured obsidian golem reappeared behind him in a swirl of shadows. He produced a set of iron ingots and infused them into golem number 1, which began to heal visibly before his eyes. The king of drowned corpses gazed in astonishment at the nearly miraculous regeneration speed of the obsidian puppet. After completing his tasks, Ji Xin turned his attention back to the blue-skinned figure and tentatively remarked, "You are not merely a player who has awakened the ability of the drowned corpses. You are a drowned corpse yourself." It was only then that he realized the other party did not seem to be a player. The king of drowned corpses paused. a shadow of melancholy crossing his features as he chuckled ruefully. If given a choice, I would still prefer to be a player. Becoming this ghastly form was truly a last resort. Last resort? Ji Xin found it somewhat perplexing. From his perspective, the entity before him possessed individual strength that far surpassed his own, a clear benefit derived from the thunderous power within the drowned corpse. He recalled the time he had been besieged by a dozen zombies in a dim tunnel, his body torn and battered. The excruciating physical torment remained etched in his memory. While he could endure the pain of his flesh, the humiliation and ostracism from his kin were far more fatal. Though the king of drowned corpses spoke with an air of calm, Ji Xin could detect the bitterness and hardships within his words, which piqued his curiosity regarding the experiences of this drowned corpse. Your words carry profound depth. You may yet become an exceptional philosopher. Ha! I merely wish to survive. Nothing more, he replied. I'm quite curious about what you have been through. Would you mind sharing? Ji Xin had seen various derivative animations in his past life, often portraying drowned corpses as bearers of tragic tales. The king of drowned corpses hesitated, then jestingly said, If my story brings you joy, you must gift me that trident. Ha! That depends on whether your tale is moving, Ji Xin retorted. The two exchanged laughter, the earlier tension dissipating entirely. After a lengthy silence, the king of drowned corpses spoke again. Enough. Time is short. If we continue chatting, other players may catch up. Let us settle this. They were not, in the absolute sense, enemies. Their opposition stemmed solely from a conflict of interests. There could only be one master of the trident. Ji Xin understood that this secret realm, whether through the prior depths of hell or the current golden trident, had been prepared for the drowned corpse before him. This trial ground seemed to be a forge for a ruler, while he himself was merely a variable within it. Why must we resort to violence when we could sit down and converse? How tedious, Ji Xin lamented, feeling a tinge of disappointment at not hearing the tale. Defeat me, and perhaps I will share my story. Oh, is that true? The king of drowned corpses' eyes sparkled with a hint of pride as he replied. Your solitary obsidian puppet cannot hope to defeat me. Be prepared for that reality. Ji Xin extended his hand, and the eyes of the other puppets within the shadows suddenly glimmered to life as he calmly stated, If that last strike was your strongest, then you're destined to lose this battle. As the words fell, 4 additional obsidian puppets slowly emerged from Ji Xion's shadow, their aura of lethal intent coalescing into something palpable. Upon witnessing this, the king of drowned corpses felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. No wonder he seemed so composed. He had a backup plan. I envy you players who possess such formidable power by nature. With that, the 5 obsidian puppets and the king of drowned corpses surged forward, colliding in a flash of brilliance. The king raised his hand, unleashing the thunderous power around him, attempting to repel the advancing puppets. To his astonishment, however, the puppets seemed to have coordinated their movements. 4 of them withdrew in unison, while one bore the brunt of the assault and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. The obsidian puppets were top-tier combat constructs, their battle instincts far from rigid. They could protect and cooperate, executing astonishing maneuvers. The king of drowned corpses spat blood, cursing under his breath, Damn it, how strong are you? Is there no respite? While his individual attacks were potent, facing 5 obsidian puppets left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Yet he did not entertain thoughts of surrender. He was born of oppression and would only die on the path of resisting it. He rose once more, engaging in fierce combat with the 5 obsidian puppets. Ji Xin, however, did not rush to intervene. Given the current capabilities of the king of drowned corpses, the 5 puppets were more than sufficient to subdue him. Is there no justice in this world? How can you be this strong? The king of drowned corpses found himself feeling self-doubt, the battle unfolding as a complete rout. He could easily overpower 1 obsidian puppet. Against 2, he had to be cautious, but victory was still possible. Yet against 5, he was nothing more than a bowling pin, utterly without the chance to retaliate. Throughout the encounter, he was consistently on the receiving end of blows, his thunderous power rendered useless. Outside the secret realm, Bai Ji flapped his wings in excitement, relishing the sight of the king of drowned corpses being pummeled, relishing the moment as he murmured to himself, Yes, this feeling of being beaten is so nostalgic. As he spoke, Arcs of electricity began to flicker uncontrollably within him, a golden trident mark manifesting on his forehead. Just one step remained. He must maintain his composure. King of drowned corpses, you cannot disappoint me. Chapter 62, The Creator God. Enough. I have won. The trident is mine. Ji Xin chuckled, reaching for the golden trident. The king of drowned corpses sighed, but accepted his fate, resigning himself to rest on the ground. One must accept the consequences of their bets. This demigod weapon is destined to elude me, though it feels somewhat ungrateful toward the deity's goodwill. In his view, this was a test from the divine, one he had failed, thus rendering himself unworthy of the trident. 5 minutes later, silence enveloped the scene. Hey, why are you not speaking? Share some words of gratitude for your award. The king of drowned corpses opened his eyes, puzzled by the sudden quiet. On the other side, Ji Xin held the golden trident, his eyes shining with a radiant light, while the surrounding blocks trembled incessantly. Failed to refine the golden trident. Please try again. Failed to refine the golden trident. Please try again. I refuse to believe it. If I can wield the power of creation, how can this mere demigod golden trident reject me? Ji Xin silently contested, persistently attempting to refine the trident. The king of drowned corpses turned his gaze, rendered speechless by Ji Xin's demeanor. The hollow white light, wielding the blocks. His pupils trembled uncontrollably, his mouth half open and unable to close. Slowly, the king of drowned corpses rose, moving closer to Ji Xin. As he observed the figure before him, the faith he held surged within his mind, ultimately merging into one. Is it you? The king of drowned corpses trembled with excitement, having envisioned countless times what it would be like to encounter his faith, even speculating on some potential dialogues. Yet he never imagined their meeting would be in the heat of battle. He had pondered that the deity he revered might very well be a player, and he questioned how he would confront such a being. However, at that moment, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Regardless of whether the other was a deity, it did not diminish his faith in them. Without the golden carrot left behind by that being, he would not have been granted a second chance at life. What? Ji Xin abruptly released the trident, his eyes filled with suspicion. Where? Where is it? He glanced around, but found no figure in sight. Are you seeing things? Where could it possibly be? Ji Xin zipped, somewhat exasperated, as he was interrupted mid-refinement of the golden trident. The king of drowned corpses, feeling a bit flustered, hurriedly rummaged through his backpack. 2 seconds later, a golden carrot appeared in his hand. This was not the one Ji Xin had inadvertently dropped. This was the one he had snatched from a player's guild. Do you recognize this? This. Ji Xin cast a lingering glance at the drowning corpse king and, somewhat uncertainly, inquired, Golden carrot? Yes, precisely the golden carrot. You remember it now. It's the golden carrot. The drowning corpse king resembled an infatuated fan, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Ji Xin found himself in a state of bewilderment. After all, was it not reasonable for him to recognize a golden carrot? Why did the other party seem as if they had encountered their long-lost mother? Noticing Ji Xin's prolonged silence, the drowning corpse king glanced around, and his gaze fixated on the golden trident. Just a trident. Allow me to help you refine it. With that, he swiftly stepped forward, single-handedly extracting the trident. As the semi-divine golden trident emerged, dark clouds quickly gathered above the realm of water sovereignty, with numerous lightning serpents swirling within. Players within the realm looked up in unison. Look at the sky, what's happening? Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Magnificent, my foot, run. Flee from Water City. Take refuge on the surrounding sky islands. In an instant, players congregating towards Water City scattered in all directions, screams echoing in the air. The next moment, countless bolts of lightning, each as thick as a bowl, descended with the intent to obliterate the entire Water City. Sensing the impending danger, Puppet No. One suddenly erupted from the ground, wrapping its arms around Ji Xin to shield him from the torrential deluge of lightning. The drowning corpse king gritted his teeth, bathing in the radiance of the thunder. Although he too harbored the power of lightning within him, the purity of this heavenly thunder was still a strain on him. Enduring the oppressive force of the lightning, the drowning corpse king retaliated by tearing apart the layer of electric energy enveloping the trident. Ding! Refinement of the semi-divine golden trident successful. The moment the trident was refined, The thick clouds in the sky exploded, and the lightning vanished without a trace. Done. Here. The drowning corpse king, his body slightly charred, handed the refined trident to Ji Xin, his smile growing ever more radiant. This. Ji Xin gazed at the soot-covered drowning corpse king, then at the trident resting quietly in his hand, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He was still somewhat perplexed as to why the other party would go to such lengths for him. However, considering the severity of the other's injuries, it wasn't unreasonable to accept this trident as a gesture of goodwill. After all, he had no shortage of weapons at present. I never partake in unearned gifts. This trident belongs to you. Ji Xin's expression revealed a hint of displeasure as he deliberately evaded the trident being offered. But I specifically refined this trident for you. The drowning corpse king hurriedly explained, noticing Ji Xin's irritation. What did you just call me? Ji Xin quickly seized upon this pivotal statement. What's wrong? Is there an issue? The drowning corpse king scratched his head, bewildered since Ji Xin had seemingly remembered him. Ding! His consciousness began to detach, and the white light in his eyes flared uncontrollably. In his perspective, the entire world turned black. The next moment, a starry sky materialized, and countless worlds began to float amidst the surrounding darkness. Ji Xin felt somewhat at a loss as he surveyed his surroundings, unsure of what was transpiring. Suddenly, he spotted a trial ground, or rather, a miniature version of it, merely palm-sized. Ji Xin felt a twinge of panic, unable to grasp the significance of this transformation. At this moment, all worlds in the universe illuminated, revolving around him. In that instant, he felt akin to a creator deity. Outside the secret realm, Bai Ji was already in tears, gazing upwards as if relishing the fruits of victory. Finally, Ji Xin has heard this name, and my efforts to set this up were not in vain. Everything unfolded naturally, without any deliberate manipulation. This name was given to Ji Xin by the drowning corpse king, and no one had previously guided him towards it. Now, this title was bestowed upon Ji Xin by him personally. Ji Xin, O Ji Xin, from this moment forth, you shall officially become a mortal entity. You must grow swiftly, for your resurrection depends entirely upon you. This secret realm was never a gift intended for the drowning corpse king. The true protagonist was solely Ji Xin. Bai Ji aimed to bestow the identity of a mortal entity upon Ji Xin through the words of the drowning corpse. Chapter 63, The Morgue, Detached from Reality. Ji Xin drifted aimlessly through the cosmos. The vastness around him seemed limitless, stretching infinitely into the distance. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared at the edge of darkness, rapidly expanding until it consumed the entire universe. Ji Xin raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding light, and when he opened his eyes again, the surrounding darkness had vanished, replaced by a sea of white. This space resembled a unique realm, devoid of cubes or creatures, filled only with an endless expanse of white void and an almost transcendent silence. The scene shifted rapidly, and a crystal coffin, constructed of cubes, materialized before him. The coffin stood solemnly and sanctified, quietly awaiting attention. As Ji Xin approached to inspect it, the surrounding space began to ripple. A bald man with a black beard emerged from nowhere, walking directly towards the crystal coffin, his eyes seemingly filled with tears. Ji Xin's heart raced. He recognized this figure as one of the creators. How is this possible? In this world, he truly existed. Ji Xin's pupils trembled uncontrollably, gasping in disbelief. In his previous life, he was one of the creators of the game Minecraft, and its co-founder. In other words, he was the creator of Minecraft, hence referred to by players as the god of creation. Yet now, this true god of creation stood before him, leaving him in disbelief. This unassuming old man, who would go unnoticed in a crowd, was the universe's creator, capable of birthing or destroying entire worlds with a mere thought. Just as Ji Xin pondered how to communicate with this deity, the old man completely disregarded him, approaching the crystal coffin directly. At that moment, Ji Xin felt as transparent as a glass block, drawing no attention whatsoever. Ji Xin helplessly stared at his somewhat translucent hands, confusion flooding his mind. Am I invisible? No, that's not right. The creator deity would see through any invisibility. Upon reaching the crystal coffin, tears streamed down the old man's face. large droplets falling as he spoke in a voice tinged with melancholy. I never imagined that you, as the embodiment of destruction and death, would one day find yourself resting here. My old friend, you are gone, and there is no longer anyone who can match me in battle. Fear not. Your funeral is being prepared by the gods. It will undoubtedly be the most extravagant in the universe. His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner, as if conversing with an old friend, reminiscing without a coherent flow. Time passed, and eventually he grew weary of speaking, rising slowly and vanishing into the white void. Ji Xin stood in a daze, his gaze shifting back to the crystal coffin as a name began to form in his mind. Just as he contemplated stepping forward to investigate, the surrounding space rippled once more. A blue-skinned deity wielding a golden trident entered the scene. Drowning Corpse King? Ji Xin exclaimed, halting in his tracks, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the drowning corpse he had encountered in the secret realm. The only difference being this drowning corpse was extraordinarily powerful, with a halo signifying divine status behind him. At this moment, the drowning corpse god appeared quite furious, gripping the trident so tightly that it creaked ominously, his eyes ablaze with anger. They insist that you have perished, yet I refuse to believe it. How could one as astute as you possibly meet such an end? Surely, you possess a contingency plan, do you not? You must have a means to resurrect yourself. The god of drowned corpses gazed at the figure lying within the coffin, his heart a tumult of emotions. After a moment of composure, he spoke again. Rest assured, even if you have left no contingency, I shall find a way to bring you back to life. Wait for me. You must wait. Those wretches are determined to bury you, but I shall not allow it. Whoever dares to inter you shall find their legs broken. With that, the god of drowned corpses stormed out of the white expanse. This is the mortuary, Ji Xin screamed, a cold sweat breaking out from his realization, his emotions beginning to spiral. How'd I end up here? Is this the past or the future? Who is it? Step forward. What do you intend by bringing me here? Growing increasingly impatient, he hurried toward the crystal coffin, desperate to ascertain the identity of the figure within. However, as he approached, his vision darkened. The person lying inside was none other than Ji Xin himself. No, this cannot be. Why am I inside? This is impossible. Panic began to engulf Ji Xin, as if some unseen force was manipulating his emotions and consciousness. The Ji Xin within the crystal coffin appeared middle-aged, his skin, no longer youthful and fair, now bore an unexpected bronze hue in the reflection of the white space. Stubble had grown over an inch long, neglected for quite some time. Pulling back, the figure within the crystal coffin bore an unmistakable resemblance to Ji Xin himself. Just as Ji Xin's composure was on the verge of collapse, a sharp and frenzied voice echoed in his ears. "Ha, come with me. If you don't hurry, you truly will become a mere mortal." As the voice faded, a mechanical puppet with glowing white eyes had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. The puppet spread its arms wide and suddenly lifted Ji Xin, throwing him to the ground. A black hole materialized beneath them, and both the puppet and Ji Xin fell into it. Ji Xin felt a sudden weightlessness, and when he opened his eyes again, he beheld Chu Linger's faint green healing energy, and the voice of Wu Nian filled with concern. "Ji Xiong, wake up. He has drowned. If we do not extract the water from his mouth, he will continue to bleed." As Chu Linger channeled her healing power to sustain Ji Xin's life, she urged Wu Nian to perform artificial respiration. Wu Nian hesitated slightly. "Do you really want me to do this?" "Fine, Ji Xiong, bear with it for a moment. It will soon be over." Chapter 64. The Emergence of the Puppet God Wasabi. Ji Xin, Vegan Conscience, quickly pushed Wu Nian's face away and turned to cough out the water from his mouth. "I'm awake. Finally awake." Chu Linger sighed in relief as vibrant green light surged into Ji Xin's body, replenishing his health and hunger. Wu Nian also breathed a sigh of relief. "Where am I?" Ji Xin's voice carried a hint of weakness. Everything around him appeared somewhat blurred. "Is it over?" "Yes, it is over. When we found you, you had already drowned and lost consciousness." Wu Nian asked curiously, "What on earth happened to you in the secret realm? What transpired? The white space? The crystal coffin? The creator god? The god of drowned corpses? And that peculiar mechanical puppet?" All of this felt like a dream, one that had lasted for millennia. Gradually, the memories of this dream began to blur, leaving him with a vague sense of forgetfulness. No, this cannot be a dream. The trial ground is the chessboard of the gods, and we, the players, are merely pawns within it. It must be so. How could I possibly be one of them? How could this be? Why do they go to such lengths to make me one? Ji Xin felt an unsettling sensation, as if an invisible hand were manipulating everything at will. Wen Yin observed Ji Xin muttering nonsensical phrases, casting a strange look toward Chu Linger. What is wrong with Ji Xiong? Chu Linger gasped, a terrifying thought springing to mind. Could it be that our leader has been rendered foolish by the water? Can your healing restore his mind? Wen Yin spoke in a somewhat panicked tone. Chu Linger furrowed her brow. Uncertain, let me give a try. I will not allow you, the gods, to use me as a mere pawn at your whim. This journey through the secret realm felt like a sharp blade, slicing open a corner of this trial ground and revealing some secrets among the gods. What makes you gods so remarkable? If you provoke me, I shall not hesitate to shatter everything. None shall play games with me. Ji Xin shouted at the heavens. Now certain of one thing, he would not easily perish before the gods achieve their unfinished goals. Meanwhile, the skies darkened, and the thunder above seemed to crackle with fury. Bai Ji soared through the air, eyes blazing with anger at the sight of the glowing-eyed mechanical puppet. Wasabi, I demand a reasonable explanation. The puppet, grinning wickedly, rubbed its iron arms excitedly, replying, What is there to explain? You saw it with your own eyes. I interrupted the mortal's inheritance ceremony. Wow, this is utterly insane. That was a mortal. Bai Ji's face turned a deep shade of anger upon hearing this, and he let out a primal scream. A surge of electricity erupted from his body, transforming into the god of drowned corpses, who brandished a trident toward the puppet god, Wasabi. Shameless! How dare you speak of it? Oh dear, god of drowned corpses, you are usually so refined. Why do you become so irate when it concerns this matter? Wasabi evaded the attacks of the god of drowned corpses with skillful maneuvers, but even so, the divine electricity still grazed the mechanical puppet. The god of drowned corpses unleashed a tempest of thunder, his fury palpable as he declared, Let us see how you evade this. Seeing his opponent preparing to unleash a powerful attack, Wasabi remained calm, responding, Even if you strike down this puppet, it will be of no use. I have countless puppets at my disposal. If you desire them, I can certainly provide you with a few. Ha ha ha. The god of drowned corpses, wielding the immense power of thunder, fixed his gaze intently on Wasabi. Resurrection through the mortal form is an agreement among the gods. Why do you persist in interfering? The mechanical puppet shrugged, saying helplessly, I have no objections to resurrection through the mortal form. I agreed to it initially. The crux of the matter is that you cannot use my mortal form. Your mortal form? What audacity! When did you ever bestow a name upon the other party that I am unaware of? The god of drowned corpses scoffed, clearly skeptical. In the imagery, Ji Xin, having gathered magma, piloted a grass block toward the base. Upon viewing a post from a player in red attire, he smiled softly, saying, Isn't this a bit premature? As soon as these words were spoken, the imagery abruptly ceased. Wasabi, grinning with satisfaction, remarked, What do you think? Isn't my claim more substantial? The god of drowned corpses stood in stunned silence at the scene. Although Ji Xin's words had been somewhat casual, even joking, they had indeed taken effect. Ji Xin was now Wasabi's mortal form. Wasabi, slightly smug, continued, Even if you report this to the father of the gods, I remain in the right. You have no recourse against me. Observing the god of drowned corpses remain speechless, Wasabi added, My inheritance program is flawless. Rather, it is you who are riddled with errors. You have incarnated in the realm of trials, bestowing a name upon your mortal form. This is inconsequential, merely a trifling error. However, it is inadvisable to attempt leveraging the drowning corpse king to elevate Ji Xin to this position, as it infringes upon the established principle of non-interference. Now, I can turn this leverage against you. How delightful and unexpected. It is evident that in the realm of power struggles, the drowning god cannot outmaneuver the puppet god, Jiemu. With narrowed eyes, the drowning god brought down the trident, and in an instant, thunder engulfed the iron puppet. a splendid tactic akin to the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows. The player's trials have only just begun, and we shall see. The resurrection is an inevitability, and Ji Xion's ascendance is equally certain, something you, Jimu, cannot obstruct. As these words echoed, the energy form of the drowning god, manifested through electricity, gradually dissipated into the ether. Chapter 65. Existence is justified. After the energy form of the drowning god vanished, a while later, another iron puppet, its eyes glowing white, emerged from beneath the grass blocks, appearing somewhat disheveled, unrefined and lacking etiquette, unleashing a powerful maneuver at the slightest disagreement. Jimu grumbled as he dusted off the dirt from his iron puppet. The previous iron puppet had been reduced to ashes by the opposing lightning, with even the dropped items vanishing in the electric tempest. Nevertheless, the drowning god, too, faced consequences. His energy form had exhausted itself and faded into nothingness. Neither of them had engaged in direct combat with their true forms. Otherwise, this modest realm of trials would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the might of two deities. Jimu seemed to sense something, gazing towards a distant direction, the location of Ji Xin. At that moment, the madness that had previously clouded his visage was replaced by an overwhelming anxiety for the future. He was inherently a profoundly introspective individual, and beneath the facade of madness lay a heart of exquisite sensitivity. The drowning god had succumbed to insanity. In his fervor for resurrection, he would sacrifice everything, including his own life. Ji Xin, Ji Xin. You have caught his eye. It is uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane. His predictions for the future were always shrouded in mist, with a significant variable, Ji Xin. Since the dawn of the universe, the gods have existed, devoid of a past, yet only a future. But regardless of whether they are gods or mortals, how can one possess a future without a past? Thus, the mortal forms of the deities are born, carrying the past of the gods, and in turn, the gods may become their future. In other words, everything the drowning king is currently experiencing mirrors the past of the drowning god. In a certain sense, they are the same entity. The faith in the drowning god has remained unaltered, even after ascending to divinity. Now that he is deceased, once Ji Xin takes on the mantle of a mortal form, he is fated to encounter a deathly tribulation. The moment Ji Xin embodies a mortal form, he is stripped of his future. The emergence of Jimu provides Ji Xin with an opportunity, a chance to ascend to divinity and thrive, to become his earthly vessel, a puppet god with a future. However, it seems a peculiar complication has arisen. Ji Xin, this anomaly, has undergone a strange chemical reaction, suddenly embodying the mortal forms of two deities. This is utterly unreasonable. How could one person possess two divergent futures? It is exceedingly illogical. The head of the iron puppet began to glow red, growing increasingly heated, until it exhibited signs of melting. The words spoken by the drowning god prior to his disappearance rang true. Resurrection is an inevitability, and Ji Xion's ascendance is equally inevitable. This is beyond Jimu's capacity to alter. Ji Xion now occupies a rather precarious position, with the potential to become the creator god or the current puppet god, Jimu. Something is amiss. There must be more to this than meets the eye. The axiom that existence is justified. Could there be hidden truths? For instance, a contingency plan from the creator god. A sudden spark of insight flashed through Jimu's mind as he gazed skyward. Beyond the cosmos, a towering and formidable silhouette began to materialize. It was the long-deceased creator god. You have hidden yourself well. Even in death, you maintain control over everything. I am most curious about the manner of your resurrection. I eagerly await it. Jimu's eyes widened as he succumbed to a renewed frenzy, laughing maniacally, his voice echoing sharply, yet leaving no impact on the surroundings. He smacked his lips, eager to move, but the head of the iron puppet had already melted into liquid iron, obscuring his vision entirely. Unfazed, he allowed his main consciousness to disengage, and the iron puppet collapsed to the ground, soon transforming into 3 iron ingots, quietly floating there. Outside the secret realm, the drowning king felt a moment of disorientation. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself outside the secret realm, Scratching his head in confusion, he observed his surroundings. He was at the very entrance he had traversed upon entering the secret realm, but now the vortex had vanished, replaced by a large crater. Holding the golden trident, a wave of warmth surged within him. It is a pity he had intended to demonstrate his prowess, yet it had backfired spectacularly. He sensed Ji Xin's goodwill. That final remark about not accepting charity was merely an excuse. His true intention was to gift the trident to him. After standing in place and chuckling to himself for a moment, he suddenly remembered his companion, the chicken brother. Where on earth has chicken brother gone? The drowning king jolted awake, scanning the vicinity in confusion, but found no trace of the white-feathered chicken. Could he have been consumed by a zombie? Panic began to rise within him. While he had been preoccupied with the dangers within the secret realm, the zombies outside posed an equally formidable threat. Though his chicken brother had gained sentience, he remained fundamentally a weakling. How could he possibly contend against a horde of zombies? Chicken brother, hold on. I'm coming to rescue you. With electricity crackling around him, the drowning king surged forth, moving at an extraordinary speed, frantically searching for the white-feathered chicken. After half an hour, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, his voice tinged with melancholy as he lamented, "It was my oversight. I've brought you harm, chicken brother. May you rest in peace." He had never anticipated that his partner would perish in such a manner. Just as despair enveloped him, a clucking sound echoed through the air. "Drowning king, what are you doing lying there? Has your journey in the secret realm concluded? Chicken brother, is that really you?" The drowning king sprang to his feet, eyes alight with joy as he gazed at the descending white-feathered chicken. Chickens in Minecraft possess innate gliding abilities, rendering them impervious to fatal falls from great heights. "Wonderful! Chicken brother, you are alive." The drowning king exerted his legs, enveloping the floating white-feathered chicken in an embrace. The chicken pecked at its feathers, slightly shaken, and remarked, "Drowning king, I believe I just witnessed two deities engaged in combat, with thunder roaring for thousands of miles. It was a magnificent spectacle. You must have seen it incorrectly. By the way, how did you think to fly up to evade the zombies? I did not miss-see. One of the deities appeared to be you." The white-feathered chicken hopped onto the drowning king's shoulder, irked by his skepticism. The drowning king paid no mind, grinning broadly as he swiftly alleviated the tension, saying, "If ever I ascend to divinity, I shall certainly take you to seize the finest seeds in the world." Is it a promise? It is indeed a promise. Chapter 66. The Truth of the White Void. The towering stone walls obstructed the advance of the zombies, who howled and roared, devoid of the intellect to breach this barrier. Within the base, in the cavern, Wang Chong linked two iron blocks with a fence, fashioning a square-shaped dumbbell. He joyfully picked up a dumbbell to test its weight, which was just right. "Ha! I am truly talented." After boasting to himself, Wang Chong began training his biceps with the dumbbell. Behind him lay Ji Xin, who was in a deep slumber on the bed. At this moment, Ji Xin's complexion was slightly pale, beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, a clear indication of extreme fatigue. He had slept for a full 3 days and nights, showing no signs of awakening thus far. During these days, everyone in the base took turns watching over Ji Xin to ensure that someone was present at all times. It was evident that Wang Chong was on duty at this particular moment. After a long while, Ji Xin slowly regained consciousness, his eyes falling upon the stones at the peak of the base. He shook his slightly dizzy head as a flurry of thoughts rushed in. This deep sleep had pushed his body to its limits, particularly his hunger, which was barely at 3 points. "Oh my, boss, you're finally awake," Wang Chong exclaimed, momentarily distracted, causing the dumbbell in his hand to drop onto his foot. Ignoring the pain, he limped toward the large box in front of him to search for food. Gulping down 5 golden apples and over 20 golden carrots, Ji Xin's weakened state improved just a bit. He looked at Wang Chong and inquired, "Where are the others?" "Don't worry, boss. I'll call them up right away," Wang Chong replied excitedly, rushing to the cave entrance to shout down a mountain, "Come quickly. The boss is awake." His voice echoed robustly down the mountain, reaching the ears of those at the foot. Upon hearing this, everyone paused their tasks, relief washing over their faces. It is worth noting that while Ji Xin himself was not heavy, his shadow concealed 5 obsidian iron puppets. This endeavor had almost exhausted Wu Nian and Chu Linger to the point of questioning their existence. They had attempted to summon the obsidian puppets from Ji Xion's shadow to assist, but without Ji Xion's command, the puppets were unwilling to emerge. Shortly after Wang Chang's announcement, a spatial rift opened, and the disaster sprite, along with others, emerged. "Master, you have finally awakened," the disaster sprite said, tears welling up, eager to cuddle. 3 days prior, this little one had nearly gone berserk upon witnessing Ji Xion's unconscious state, and it took much reassurance from the others to calm him down. Ji Xion forced a smile, gently patting the disaster sprite's head, assuring him, "I'm fine now, don't worry." The others, perceptive as they were, noticed Ji Xion's lingering weakness and chose not to say much, quietly awaiting his words. After comforting the disaster sprite, Ji Xion turned to the others and said, "Please report on your recent work." Having been in a deep sleep for 3 days, he felt completely cut off from the outside world, and thus his first priority upon awakening was to understand the current situation. Wang Chang spoke first. "Rest assured, boss, the quarrying project has encountered no issues. Recently, the stone puppets have unearthed 3 diamonds." As he spoke, he rummaged through the boxes to produce the 3 diamonds. Ji Xin merely glanced at them without taking them, shifting his gaze toward Chu Linger. "No worries. On the farm front, thanks to the assistance of the bone puppets, our grain production is measured in the tens of thousands. However, it seems that the Food Association has started selling food again, leading to a 10 drop in sales for the DE store." Ji Xion nodded, unsurprised. Wu Nian, seeing that everyone had finished speaking, finally chimed in, "The golden carrot puppets have produced 1 million golden carrots. Just give a command, and I can send them to the pig spirit tribe." That is indeed good news. The thoughts of the white void resurfaced in Ji Xion's mind, bringing to mind the words of the last iron puppet. What exactly is a mortal body? What does it mean to become a mortal body? After pondering for a long while without reaching a conclusion, Ji Xion decided to abandon the thought. The information available was still too scant to derive any valuable insights, and he was unaware of who was orchestrating events behind the scenes. Might this white void be an illusion that all who enter the secret realm must experience? A sudden possibility crossed Ji Xion's mind. Although this possibility was slim, it was not entirely without merit. After a lengthy pause, he spoke again. "Chu Linger and Wu Nian, stay behind. The others may leave. I wish to inquire about certain matters regarding the secret realm." Before long, the cave was left with only Chu Linger and Wu Nian. "What peculiar occurrences have you encountered in the secret realm? For instance, the white void?" They exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not experienced anything of the sort. "Upon entering the secret realm, I was transported to a place called Deep Sea Purgatory. But thanks to the wooden door you had prepared for us, I quickly found a key to escape without encountering any difficulties. As for the Sky Island, I knew you would certainly secure the trident, so I chose not to pursue it." As Chu Linger spoke, she suddenly realized that Ji Xion did not possess the trident, and her heart sank. In that instant, she seemed to comprehend everything. Could it be that her boss had not managed to seize it and had been beaten to this state? Would saying this be somewhat hurtful? As an exemplary subordinate, she spun in a frenzy, searching for words of consolation. Ji Xion paid her no mind, turning his gaze back to Wu Nian. "I see now. You may leave." Ji Xion took a deep breath, determination setting into his eyes. It was clear that the adversary was targeting him. Chapter 67, Diamond Puppet O. "By the way, I have 7 diamonds here, all scavenged from the Sky Island." Chu Linger suddenly had a brilliant idea, pulling out 7 diamonds from her backpack. While others frantically raced to seize the trident in the secret realm, she had taken a more astute approach. With only 1 trident, and so many vying for it, the chances of obtaining it were nearly non-existent. In a reverse mindset, it was far more practical to scour nearby Sky Islands for resources. "I have 5 as well," Wu Nian quickly added, prompted by Chu Linger. Both of them, being dependent on Ji Xion for survival, naturally offered the resources they had gathered. Ji Xion did not overlook this and meticulously compiled the diamonds collected by everyone, totaling 38. In the trial grounds, diamonds were exceedingly rare compared to iron and coal, reaching an almost absurd scarcity. "Excellent." Ji Xion inhaled deeply, shaking off the earlier despondency. Since he was unaware of who was scheming against him, he resolved to focus on self-improvement. As long as he grew strong enough, it mattered not whether the adversary was human or specter. They would face his wrath if they dared approach. To create a diamond puppet, 4 diamond blocks, 36 diamonds, were required, with the remaining 2 diamonds perfect for crafting an enchanting table. He retrieved the crafting table, noting that the enchanting table's materials required not only 2 diamonds, but also 4 obsidian blocks and a book. These materials were all present in the warehouse, not particularly precious. Arranging these materials in a symmetrical pyramid on the crafting table, he successfully created an enchanting table capable of enhancing equipment quality. Vunian Tulingia. Gather all the books from the warehouse. I wish to elevate the enchanting table's level, Ji Xin instructed. Merely crafting the enchanting table was insufficient. The enchanting table itself had levels, starting from level 1 and peaking at 30. Bookshelves were crucial for enhancing the table's level. With just 15 bookshelves, the enchanting table could reach maximum capacity. Wu Yin and Chu Linger nodded and hurried off to the warehouse in the cave. Ji Xin did not waste any time. He retrieved a pumpkin head and 4 diamond blocks from his backpack. Activating his puppet technique, a diamond puppet crashed to the ground. Immediately, an introduction regarding the diamond puppet appeared before him. Name, Diamond Puppet. Health, 100. Attack power, 40. Defense, 10. Speed, 20. Attribute 1. Experience saturation. Continuously bestows surrounding creatures with experience saturation, preventing level loss when using an enchanting table. Attribute 2. Experience extraction, capable of collecting or extracting experience to create experience bottles for the hostess use. Note, extracting experience from living beings requires their consent or they're being severely wounded and unconscious. The diamond puppet bore a striking resemblance to the iron golem in the game, the only difference being its transparency, resembling a genuine diamond. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The key lay in its 2 extraordinarily formidable attributes. The first attribute was quite easy to comprehend. In the game Minecraft, each use of the enchanting table incurs a loss of experience points. With the experience saturation of the diamond puppet, this issue would be perfectly resolved. The second attribute of the diamond puppet was particularly intriguing. It is well known that upon death, players lose a significant amount of experience, and the experience that drops in the world is often minuscule, sometimes even less than what a monster drops. However, the experience extraction of the diamond puppet was impressive. It could nullify this experience loss entirely. Consequently, all players in the trial grounds would become his walking experience bottles. Should Ji Xin wish it, he could even devour everyone's experience. I might truly become the Dark Overlord. Ji Xin could not help but chuckle, his mind racing with countless potential uses for the diamond puppet. He considered himself not a senseless murderer. On the contrary, he held life in the highest regard. As long as others did not provoke him, he would never casually decide the fate of another. Yet, this was where the limits lay. Resources in the world were finite, and competition for them was inevitable. Ji Xin was stronger than others. Thus, he was entitled to claim more resources, and experience was no exception. After all, the title of the strongest bandit was not bestowed lightly. Before long, Chu Ling, and Wu Yin hurried over, each carrying a small chest. Ah, so bright. Is this the diamond puppet? Could this be the radiance of wealth? Ah, it nearly blinded my spider eyes. Both of them stood frozen in place. The first thought that sprang to their minds was that this contraption should fetch a hefty sum if sold. Ji Xin, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked impatiently, "You all are such drama queens. Stop the act and quickly bring over the bookshelves." Chu Linger chuckled, saying, "The books and bookshelves we could find in the base are all right here. You count them." "No need to count. 15 bookshelves will suffice." Ji Xin's eyes gleamed with white light as he waved his hand, directing the 15 bookshelves to soar toward the enchanting table. Bookshelves serve little purpose beyond enhancing the enchanting table's level. Initially, he had encountered a player selling bookshelves while browsing the system store, leading him to purchase 15 to store away. The moment the bookshelves touched the enchanting table, countless white characters floated gently toward it, and in the blink of an eye, the enchanting table's level surged from 1 to 30. Ji Xin summoned the lapis lazuli puppet and handed a book to it, saying, "Give it a try." The lapis lazuli puppet nodded blankly and ambled toward the enchanting table with a nonchalant gait. Subsequently, the experience saturation skill of the diamond puppet activated, acting as a beacon, bestowing experience upon all creatures within a radius of 15. The lapis lazuli puppet raised its hand and placed the book on the enchanting table, unleashing a dark purple light that erupted from its body. The originally mundane book slowly became entwined in the purple energy, culminating in a piercing shriek as a dark purple enchanting book was born. Ji Xin and the others gathered around, curious about the random enchantment that would emerge from the enchanting table. Chapter 68, Returning to the Nether, A World of Difference, Enchanting Book, Looting, One Not Bad. Ji Xin reached out to retrieve the enchanting book, examining it closely. Looting, as the name suggests, allows one to seize the drops of creatures when affixed to a weapon. It increases the number of drops upon slaying monsters, making it an exceedingly valuable enchantment in the game. With this enchantment, collecting monster resources in the later stages would become significantly easier. Observing that Ji Xin had no intention of returning the enchanting book, the lapis lazuli puppet gazed at him with a pitiful expression, looking somewhat aggrieved. "Here, take it." Ji Xin was amused by its expression and handed the enchanting book over. One of the lapis lazuli puppet's characteristics was its ability to store and replicate enchanting books, functioning akin to a dedicated enchanting book conversion table. As long as Ji Xin fed the looting enchanting book to the lapis lazuli puppet, that enchantment would exist permanently. The lapis lazuli puppet received the looting enchanting book, its face brimming with joy, and promptly swallowed it with crunch. Immediately, a system panel popped up. Ding! The block enchanter has detected a new enchanting book. Enlightenment Enchantment 1. Looting Ji Xin felt an indescribable power surge within him, akin to a creative force, permanently inscribed within his genes. So this is it. At that moment, Ji Xin seemed to grasp the true essence of being a block enchanter. He swiftly retrieved the SSS-Claw from his backpack. Divine power coalesced on his fingertips, and in the next instant, a flash of purple light occurred. Ji Xin felt a slight drain on his hunger meter. Ding! SSS-Claw enchantment complete. Looting. The once blackened, desiccated SSS-Claw was now adorned with a layer of purple light, its oppressive aura intensifying. This spectacle left Wu Nian and Chu Ling beside him utterly astounded, since following Ji Xin, their worldview seemed to be continuously upended. The ability to enchant items without using an enchanting table was akin to stuffing a durian in one's nostrils. Ji Xin, are you sure our talents are merely a hair's breadth apart? Wu Nian asked, disbelief etched on his face. What kind of nonsense is that? As your boss, do you think I could deceive you? You must trust your boss. Ji Xin's actions did not cease. He then summoned his obsidian puppet and activated the enlightenment enchantment. Ding! Obsidian puppet enchantment complete. Looting. 5. The same operation left Wu Nian and Chu Ling numb to the experience. All right, you two can leave. Go about your own business. Ji Xin, slightly annoyed by their presence, issued an eviction order. 3 days passed swiftly. Within this span, Ji Xin had almost tested every effect the enchanting table had to offer. Whether it be attack or defense enchantments, he could apply his abilities to various items. Now, the name of the obsidian puppet was as follows. Name, Obsidian Puppet, Looting. Underwater Efficiency, Blast Protection, Deep Sea Explorer, Fall Protection, Fire Protection, Projectile Protection, Protection, Channeling, and a plethora of other enchantments omitted here. In Minecraft, Fire Protection is incompatible with other protections. Simply put, aside from Fall Protection, any other protection can only appear once on a piece of equipment, and multiple enchantments cannot coexist. However, Ji Xin's enlightenment enchantment defied this rule, allowing him to affix 2 incompatible protections to a single object and have them function simultaneously. This broke the game's mechanics. Wu Nian, accompanied by 2 stone puppets, ventured into a cave, stating, Brother Ji, the golden carrots for the Zhuling Wang have been prepared, and we can set off now. Wait for me below. This time, he will venture into the lower realm accompanied by Wu Nian. The old Zhuling Wang has lived for over a century and surely knows some secrets of the world, at least some that Ji Xin is unaware of. The golden carrots must not be given away for nothing. They should serve a purpose. The familiar sensations of dizziness and heat emerged. And when Ji Xin opened his eyes again, he found himself in the lower realm. Unlike before, upon hearing that Ji Xin intended to visit in person, the Zhuling Wang had specially arranged for someone to greet him. Zhuling A Wang approached to meet the Lord Ji. A rather plump Zhuling warrior hurriedly came forward to greet Ji Xin. The title Lord is a respectful term used by the Zhuling tribe for landowners. Although Ji Xin holds no territory in the lower realm, he is deserving of the title. Zhuling A Wang. Ji Xin's eyelid twitched. To his surprise, it was an old acquaintance who had come to welcome him. Yet, how could he have ballooned to such a size in just a few days? Zhuling A Wang scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, saying, "Thanks to Lord Ji, ever since I became a lord, the resources available to me have greatly increased." Ji Xin understood and smiled, saying, "Then I must trouble you to lead the way. Of course, it is my honor to guide Lord Ji." Zhuling A Wang replied with profound respect. Although Ji Xin is an outsider, he has done great favors for Zhuling A Wang, which he cannot forget. Ji Xin was no stranger to the Zhuling settlement. The Scarlet Forest is vast, and one could easily become lost. Since becoming a minor lord and gaining the Zhuling Wang's favor, Zhuling A Wang's status within the tribe has risen significantly. With him leading the way, no careless Zhuling warrior would dare to obstruct their path. Soon, a familiar palace appeared before them, and the same two guards stood at the entrance. However, this time the treatment was wholly different. Upon seeing Ji Xin, the guards rushed forward to make their presence known. "Lord Ji, the Zhuling Wang has prepared a banquet for you in the palace. Please come in." Ji Xin smiled broadly, pulling 2 sets of golden carrots from his backpack and handing them to the guards, saying, "You two have worked hard standing guard. Please accept this small token of appreciation." The 2 Zhuling guards' mouths watered at the sight of the golden carrots, a delicacy that only the Zhuling Wang and the High Lords could enjoy, while they, mere foot soldiers, had never even had the chance to catch a whiff. "Oh, Lord Ji, you are too kind. If you come again, we will personally welcome you. I will ensure no one dares to obstruct you." Ji Xin paid no heed. He had plenty of golden carrots, and giving a few more was merely a gesture of goodwill that would surely be useful in the future. Once Ji Xin entered the castle, the 2 Zhuling warriors eagerly began to devour the golden carrots. "Lord Ji is truly a great person. Can you believe that reckless fellow dared to obstruct him? Oh, I remember it was you who wanted to chop Lord Ji in half with an axe, pretending to be a good person now. I am truly damned." The 2 guards exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of guilt over the golden carrots in their hands. Chapter 69. The Ancestor of Zhuling, the Blood God. "Lord Ji, I will take my leave here. The Wang is waiting for you inside the castle." Zhuling A Wang did not accompany Ji Xin into the Zhuling Wang's castle. His duty was merely to guide Ji Xin. After all, this was the residence of the Zhuling Wang, and ordinary Zhuling were not permitted entry. Ji Xin note that, fully understanding the implication. The Zhuling have their own rules. Zhuling A Wang's current status was not sufficient to enter beyond the castle gates. "Thank you for your efforts. You may go about your business now." After Zhuling A Wang departed, Ji Xin entered the castle alongside Wen Yan. The castle remained as it had been before, desolate, with an overwhelmingly unpleasant odor. However, Ji Xin had grown accustomed to it. During his first encounter, he nearly retched, but now he could at least tolerate it. "Ha ha, Brother Ji, it's been a while." The Zhuling Wang beamed upon seeing Ji Xin enter the great hall, his already small eyes narrowing into slits as he spoke incessantly. The Zhuling Wang appeared unchanged, still a rotund figure slumped upon a grand throne, remnants of various foods scattered across his bulk. Ji Xin and Wen Yan both bowed and said, "We pay our respects to the Zhuling Wang." No need for such formalities. We are allies. Treat this castle as your home. If you continue with such formality, I may just become upset." The Zhuling Wang feigned irritation, though he likely rejoiced inwardly, continuing, "The most important thing in our alliance is courtesy. We must not neglect this." The Zhuling Wang chuckled, gesturing to a seat beside him. "Brother Ji, your words are ever so delightful. Please take a seat." Ji Xin did not hesitate and took a place beside him. After all, The ruler of a tribe deserves a certain distance. Moreover, the stench was unbearable at close range. After Ji Xin sat down, the Zhuling Wang picked up a golden carrot and took a bite, his eyes surveying Ji Xin from head to toe as he said, "Brother Ji, you seem a bit under the weather. Have you encountered any troubles recently?" As a demigod, the Zhuling Wang immediately perceived that Ji Xin's mental state was somewhat off. Ji Xin had indeed been getting ample rest, yet he still felt enveloped in a fog, as if the world around him was unreal. Without beating around the bush, Ji Xin stated directly, "I have come to inquire about something from you, esteemed elder, and I hope to receive the answers I seek." "Questions?" The Zhuling Wang paused slightly, then patted his belly and laughed. "Feel free to ask. After living for a century, I may know a thing or two about the various secrets of the world." "That is splendid. May I ask, esteemed elder, have you ever encountered a true deity?" Ji Xin's excitement surged as he asked. "A deity?" The Zhuling Wang's jovial demeanor abruptly halted, his entire being freezing in place, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. "Ha, Brother Ji, look at how generous I am. This entire feast is prepared solely for you. I haven't let anyone else in." Ji Xin frowned slightly, immediately grasping the underlying meaning in the Zhuling Wang's words. He turned to Wu Nian behind him and instructed, "Wu Nian, please check if there are any discrepancies with the exchange of the golden carrots." "Understood." Wu Nian was no fool and quickly grasped the implication behind the Zhuling Wang's words. Once Wu Nian had left, Ji Xin spoke again. "If there is something to say, please speak plainly. I am here in search of an answer." The Zhuling Wang took a deep breath and said slowly, "Brother Ji, do you wish to hear good news or bad news?" "I want to hear the truth. This world harbors many secrets. Please share whatever you know." Ji Xin's gaze was resolute. He had no interest in playing riddles at this moment. The Zhuling Wang exhaled a breath of stale air, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation as he said, "To be honest, despite my many years, I have never encountered a true deity, nor have I heard many tales of them. However, I can assure you that deities do exist in this world, and there are quite a few. Quite a few." Ji Xin's pupils constricted as he murmured softly. The Zhuling Wang nodded and continued, "In your view, what distinguishes deities from mortals?" "Indeed, it is the disparity in strength. In this world, there are actually only two supreme deities, the two creator gods born from the primordial chaos of the universe." ZHL-W paused momentarily before reiterating, "Moreover, other deities are merely more powerful mortals. Do you know the names of the two supreme gods?" JXN abruptly stood up, his countenance ablaze with excitement as he posed the question once more. ZHL-W, slightly displeased, gestured dismissively and replied, "You are far too insatiable, my boy. The mere knowledge of these two creator gods is already an impressive feat if you were to inquire of others. They might not even comprehend what a god truly is." "Ah, is that so?" Hee. JXN chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He merely sought to affirm his suspicions. One of the two supreme gods is undoubtedly known to him. That is beyond question. As for the identity of the other, there remains a degree of uncertainty. In his past life, this game character held numerous identities, the most renowned being the Monster King of FNCN. Though formidable, such an identity scarcely approached that of a creator god. However, based on his experiences in the White Void, it was highly likely that his current identity in this world was that of the other supreme god. Yet, who among the supreme gods could be associated with death? What trials had this being endured? Who possesses the immense capability to slay a supreme god? JXN continued to organize his thoughts. Observing his intense contemplation, ZHLing hesitated momentarily before stating, "In truth, our ZHLing clan also possesses deities. Although they pale in comparison to those two supreme gods, they have indeed existed." "The ZHLing clan has a god?" JXN retorted in surprise. "Indeed, this is a secret. Our clan is the only one in the lower realms to have manifested a deity, unlike other races. Ha ha." ZHLing puffed out his chest, radiating pride. JXN swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Then you must know the name of your clan's deity?" "Of course. He is our ZHLing ancestor, Su SHN." Chapter 70. the coming-of-age ceremony for the ZHL Ing Youth Su SHN. That name sounds so familiar, JXN mused. A flicker of recognition crossing his eyes, wondering if it referred to the same Su SH and he was acquainted with. You are aware of our ZHL Ing Clan Supreme God? Alas, I am destined to remain at the demigod level in this lifetime. I long to witness this world from the exalted perspective of my ancestors. Perhaps it would yield a different experience. As he spoke of their ancestor, Su SHN, a hint of melancholy and sadness washed over L Ing W Ing. Where did Su SH Ing go after attaining divinity? JXN's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he posed his final question for this journey. ZHL Ing W Ing scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. I do not know. The tales of our ancestor, the ZHSHN, only appear in ancient texts, and their veracity remains unverified. Unverified? So this is truly the mythos of the ZHL Ing clan. Ji Xin, realizing that his excursion to the lower realms had yielded little information. The only useful insight gained was the affirmation of his connection to the cosmic supreme god. ZHL Ing W Ing, shaking off his somber mood, picked up a golden carrot and declared, "Enough of such matters. You've made the effort to come. Let us reminisce." "All right," JXN replied with a renewed smile, having asked most of his questions. After days of tension, a moment of relaxation was indeed welcome. As the golden carrots and dishes circulated, JXN felt a satisfying fullness, his spirit rejuvenated. Though the surroundings were somewhat unkempt, it was undeniably a haven for relaxation. The jovial laughter of ZHL Ing W Ing was infectious, dispelling fatigue. Estimating the time, JXN stood and said, "I have gathered 1,000,000 golden carrots. I kindly ask you to take a moment to count them. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to depart. ZHL Ing W Ing straightened his face and quickly implored, "You have traveled so far. I have yet to extend my hospitality fully. Is this not a slight against me? How about this? It is currently the time for our clan's youth to celebrate their coming of age. Shall we not attend together? As an esteemed elder, I trust you will guide the younger generation." "Elder? JXN was momentarily bewildered, finding the rationale for the invitation rather flimsy. He could not reconcile being called an elder when he was barely 19. Contemplating the oddity of instructing those who had just turned 20. Without waiting for JXN to decline, ZHL Ing W Ing's corpulent form swiftly transformed into a robust battle pig, his appearance significantly tidied. In this vast world, the only constant is that those who have achieved greatness serve as teachers. I am well aware of your capabilities. You could effortlessly impart wisdom to these youths. With that, ZHL Ing W Ing approached JXN, throwing an arm around him and leading him toward the coming-of-age ceremony. JXN, with no choice but to acquiesce, thought to himself that refusing would be ungrateful. "I shall do my best. Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall personally guide you." Thus, the duo traversed the Crimson Forest, where all the ZHL Ing knelt in submission, whispering amongst themselves. "Who is that foreigner walking beside the king? I have never seen him before." "You don't know? He is the foreign hero who assisted our clan in defeating the dark foes. Truly remarkable. You must pay your respects when you meet him. Understand? Even if he is not a local, I must still pay my respects. You don't comprehend. If I ever walk alongside the king, you must be prepared to lick my toes." JXN heard these conversations crystal clear. Walking alongside HL Ing W Ing was a symbol of honor among the ZHL Ing, elevating JXN's status within their clan, hinting at a rise above even some minor landlords. He glanced up at the smiling HL Ing W Ing and silently acknowledged the shrewdness of the elder. Power and status serve as resources, yet they also bind one. ZHL Ing W Ing had already discerned JXN's potential for growth. How could he invest without sacrificing a modicum of capital? In the ZHL Ing clan, JXN's emerging status was a form of intangible investment made by ZHL Ing W Ing. JXN was not averse to this arrangement. ZHL Ing W Ing's genuine goodwill would surely benefit the ZHL Ing clan when he grew stronger, making it a mutually advantageous relationship. Engaged in lively conversation, they soon arrived at a vast clearing, the heart of the Crimson Forest, a sanctuary for the ZHL-ing clan. Here, all ZHL-ing, upon reaching the age of 20, would partake in their coming-of-age ceremony. Following this rite, they would earn the right to exchange military achievements for land. At the far right of the clearing, a high platform made of bricks from the lower realms provided an optimal vantage point for ZHL-ing W-ing. JXN, my brother, let's ascend the platform. The view is splendid up there. ZHL-ing W-ing pointed with his chubby finger and began leading JXN upward. Bring forth an additional chair beside me for my clan's ally. His voice resonated with authority and gravitas, echoing far and wide. JXN, feeling at ease, thought it only reasonable to accept the gracious invitation. The ZHL-ing youth and elders alike gazed at the platform with incredulity. They could hardly fathom that their king would allow a foreigner to observe the coming-of-age ceremony. Elder, am I not inviting hostility by sitting here? JXN felt a twinge of embarrassment under the collective gaze. Hostility? Ha ha ha, this is not hostility. This is honor, supreme honor among the ZHL-ing clan. Seated in a position of prominence, ZHL-ing W-ing retrieved a golden carrot from his robe and tossed it into his mouth, adding, "Let the celebration commence. Rest assured, I am the sovereign here. As soon as I speak, none dare utter a dissenting word." JXN chuckled lightly, glancing around but failing to spot the figure of the general of the man-soldiers. He likely had gone out on business. Otherwise, he would have jumped out to question him. Not one to be pretentious, he boldly took a seat upon the high platform. Below, the Zhuling, especially some Zhuling warriors, exhibited a flicker of discontent in their eyes, yet under the pressure exerted by the Zhuling king, they quickly reined in their feelings. Clearing his throat, the Zhuling king addressed the officiating officer beside him. Let us commence. Chapter 71. The enigmatic Zhuling clan with a single command from the Zhuling king. The cacophony beneath the high platform gradually subsided. The younger Zhuling formed groups of 3, lining up in 5 rows, their figures darting swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a battle formation materialized before the high platform. Subsequently, the Zhuling knelt on one leg, raising their golden axes above their heads. Their voices resonant and fervent as they proclaimed, "Grant us your blessings, O king. We pledge to fight for the Zhuling clan, to the death if need be." They shouted the final slogan 3 times, their voices thunderous, their spirit unyielding, and the entire process executed with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. The Zhuling king nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "JXN, my young brother, what do you envision for the future of our Zhuling clan?" Since the other party had invited him to provide guidance, he could not merely offer a few perfunctory words. If one were to perceive the younger Zhuling as a military force, the discipline and bearing displayed earlier were undoubtedly exemplary. This was a notion that drew alarmingly close to a modernized army. It must be said, the Zhuling king was not only a wise ruler, but also an astute military strategist. The existence of a leader like the Zhuling king was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Zhuling clan. Fortune flows like a vibrant river, flourishing and thriving. JXN bore no intention of flattery. This was the genuine sentiment residing within his heart. Truly, what a splendid fortune, what a thriving state. The Zhuling king beamed broadly, adding, "JXN, my young brother, when you achieve great success in the future, do not forget to extend a helping hand to our Zhuling clan. Elder, since you are willing to invest in me, I shall not let down your Zhuling clan." JXN's expression remained remarkably serene. He did not conceal his intentions, but spoke plainly. "Ha ha, how dull. You have laid everything bare." The Zhuling king chuckled, gesturing for the next segment to commence. Upon receiving the order, the Zhuling teams paired off, adopting stances as if preparing for a wrestling match. Just as JXN anticipated a fierce confrontation, a sound resembling a wooden board being struck echoed from an unknown direction. Instantaneously, the previously solemn Zhuling youth erupted into mischievous smiles, and to JXN's astonishment, they began to beat their bellies like drums. "Hey Yola, Wajiaho! Hey Yola, Wajiaho!" They danced with their hands on their hips, swaying their shoulders, singing lyrics imbued with special significance, and one by one, They engaged in a lively dance. Imagine the spectacle of over 1,000 hefty individuals performing a traditional dance before you, an utterly eye-watering sight. Ji Xin's lips twitched uncontrollably as he cast a sidelong glance at the Zhu King, disbelief etched in his eyes. How could a regiment of disciplined soldiers transform into a dance hall in the blink of an eye? Ji Xin, my young brother, do not be so reserved. Life is fundamentally about joy. If dancing brings you happiness, you cannot deny its value, can you? Ji Xin furrowed his brow, pondering the Zhu King's words, momentarily rendered speechless. This rings true. The Zhu clan is indeed a wondrous race. Ji Xin closed his eyes, savoring their unique customs and culture, finding himself somewhat entranced. Sometimes, living without a care truly embodies a form of happiness. After a considerable time, the rhythmic beat of their bellies gradually subsided, and the previously chaotic Zhu troops returned to a state of calm. What follows promises to be intriguing. The Zhu King chuckled, nodding to signal the commencement of the final segment of the Zhu coming-of-age ceremony, the highlight of the day. The competition. Yet, Ji Xin felt little enthusiasm, finding it uninteresting. Each Zhu brandished their respective weapons, while some of the larger ones donned portions of enchanted golden armor. It was evident that a contest awaited them. To the Zhu King, this competition might be a source of amusement, as he partook in it annually. However, for the Zhu below, it represented a chance to swiftly rise above mediocrity, akin to a life-altering examination. Some Zhu eyes were filled with combat fervor, while others were expressions of worry, reminiscent of students entering an examination hall. Ji Xin's gaze swept across the scene and soon landed upon a Zhu tense and unarmored. He questioned, "Isn't this competition a tad unfair? Look at that Zhu. He lacks even a piece of armor. How is he to compete? Life does not offer such a wealth of fairness. One's lineage and background are also symbols of strength. If we rigidly enforce equality, it would dampen the spirits of many. The reason our kin are so determined to achieve military merits is primarily to secure greater resources for their descendants. Are you not concerned about missing out on some talents?" Ji Xin nodded, recognizing the validity in this statement, yet the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. Indeed, the rules I have established may overlook some capable individuals, but this is an unavoidable reality. Perfection in systems is a mere illusion. As the ruler of a clan, the Zhu King understood this better than anyone, for it is said that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. That is the essence of the matter. Do you recall the Zhu Wang, to whom you granted land? You are now a noble among their entire lineage, and your name shall be passed down through generations. Ji Xin chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Should this elder pig genuinely wish to bestow land, he would certainly not decline. In the midst of their conversation, several Zhu wielding crimson wooden boards swiftly constructed a grand arena in the clearing. Surrounding the main arena were hundreds of smaller arenas. The rules were simple. Victory led to advancement to the main arena, while defeat meant exit. Today, my father specifically purchased me a set of enchanted protective golden breastplates. I am confident of securing a commendable rank in the coming-of-age competition. Oof, how boastful. I wonder if your enchanted breastplate is truly formidable, or if my sharp golden axe holds more merit. Those possessing enchanted gear among the Zhu were merely a minority. The majority wielded only ordinary golden axes, while some of the less fortunate even possessed broken axes. Ji Xin activated the system, observing the Zhu. Most were at levels 5 to 9, with a few exceptional individuals reaching level 10. The distinction between level 9 and 10 is of great significance. In the Zhu clan, ascending from level 9 to 10 is regarded as a leap in rank. Upon successful advancement, all attributes double, particularly attack power, which can soar to a terrifying 40 points. Coupled with their weapons, a level 10 would find it exceedingly straightforward to defeat a level 9. In the original game, during the hard mode, the health of the Zhu warriors was merely 195 points. It is evident that the champion of this competition will undoubtedly emerge among these level 10 Zhu. Let the competition begin. Display your valor, but remember to hold back. Maliciously harming your kin will result in expulsion from the clan. With a decree from the Zhu King, the Zhu began to ascend the arena in an orderly fashion. Chapter 72. The Withering of the Unfeeling Former Friend. Shao Ke. Meanwhile, upon the cliffs of Hell Rock, Wu Yin strolled alone to this place. The exchange of golden carrots was not particularly troublesome. He merely needed to direct the stone golems to place the boxes at the designated location, which would not consume much time. Ji Xin only used this pretext to send him away. At present, Ji Xin and Zhuling Wang are attending the coming-of-age ceremony of the Zhuling clan. Having no particular tasks at hand, he decided to revisit this place alone. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes to absorb the surrounding fervor. When he opened them again, they brimmed with nostalgia. The alluring crimson lava of the underworld remains captivating. Perhaps influenced by his profession as a withering, he cannot help but feel a sense of homeliness in the lower realms. No matter how splendid the upper world may be, he finds himself yearning for this intense warmth. Wu Yin strolled to the edge of the cliff, bent down, and sat to admire the breathtaking scenery. The view from the cliff is expansive, situated at the juncture of the Zhuling and Withering clans. To the left lies an endless expanse of scarlet forest, while to the right stretches the Valley of Soul Sand, teeming with wandering spirits. Strangely, there are no sentinels guarding this area. It seems both clans have tacitly agreed to treat it as a buffer zone. Of course, this place holds another special significance for Wu Yin. It was here that he was treacherously cast off the cliff by the Withering King, and also where he encountered the greatest benefactor of his life. This height is indeed daunting. Falling from it would surely be painful. How loyal I was back then, only to meet a fate of shattered bones. What a tragedy and a farce. After these thoughts, he turned his gaze towards the Valley of Soul Sand, fury surging within him. Just wait. One day, I will flatten the Valley of Soul Sand. The pain I have endured, both emotional and physical, will be repaid 1,000-fold. Although he is still weak, as long as he remains alive, he will surely avenge this grievance. After a long while, Wu Yin gathered his composure and prepared to leave. Considering the time, the Zhuling coming-of-age ceremony should soon conclude. If Ji Xin emerges and cannot find him, it would reflect poorly on his duties as a younger brother. Just as he was about to depart, a voice called out to him. "Is it you, Wu Yin?" "Oh no." Discovered. Wu Yin's hair stood on end, a chill running down his spine. It was the voice of a withering skeleton. The entire clan of withering skeletons believed he was dead. If they learned that Wu Yin was still alive, they would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Given the Withering King's nature, he would never allow a potential threat to linger in the world. "Wu Yin, is it truly you? You are still alive." The voice of the withering skeleton echoed from the cliff's base, now tinted with a hint of surprise. Wu Yin paused, his expression growing increasingly cold. Since he had already been discovered, it would be better to eliminate the threat outright. The secret of his survival must not be revealed. Otherwise, the ensuing complications would be immense. With this thought, his fists clenched tightly, the power of withering surging around him as he leapt from the cliff's edge. Just as he was prepared to settle matters swiftly, the newcomer left him momentarily stunned. "Shao Ke, is that you?" Wu Yin's clenched fist relaxed abruptly. He had not anticipated encountering a familiar face here. Shao Ke was his first friend, perhaps the only one who genuinely cared for him. As a player, Wu Yin was perceived as an outsider by the Withering clan, naturally becoming a target for exclusion. Before he demonstrated his formidable withering potential, Shao Ke was the only one willing to approach him. Consequently, this act of kindness led to Shao Ke's own isolation. It is no exaggeration to say that during those times, Shao Ke was a ray of light in Wu Yin's life, illuminating his entire world. It is worth mentioning that Shao Ke is a female skeleton. Now, with her presence here, Wu Yin found it difficult to take action. Upon seeing Wu Yin, Shao Ke's eye sockets brimmed with excitement as she spoke in a rush. "Do you know? When I saw you being thrown off the cliff, I cried for you all night. Now that I see you are well, I am truly overjoyed. Why are you here? How can it be you?" Wu Yin's heart was in turmoil as his fists clenched and unclenched, his murderous intent wavering. He genuinely wished that another skeleton stood in her place. That way, he would feel no guilt in acting. Shao Ke remained oblivious to Wu Yin's inner conflict, continuing to recount her own experiences. "After the ceremony, I rushed here, but unfortunately found no trace of your body. I thought I would never see you again. Just as I was about to leave, I was astonished to find no items had fallen to the ground. which led me to suspect that you might still be alive. So, every day I come to check. And lo and behold, you are indeed alive. As she spoke, Xiaoko reached out to embrace Wu Yin. Don't come any closer. Wu Yin concentrated the power of withering in his hands, forcefully suppressing his murderous intent, his voice cold. I am no longer one of the Withering clan. I am now their enemy. Out of respect for our past friendship, I will spare you today, but you must leave. Upon hearing this, Xiaoko halted, staring blankly at the man before her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. What are you saying? Don't be naive. Before Xiaoko could finish, Wu Yin interrupted sharply. I have always been but a pitiful pawn. The Withering clan is filled with others who wish for my demise. You should leave quickly. I beg you. Wu Yin's teeth ground together in frustration. As the most sentimental person he was, he could not bring himself to harm Xiaoko. Xiaoko was left speechless, unable to find any comforting words for Wu Yin, and could only silently gaze at him. Chapter 73. Annihilation of the Zhuling clan? Without having endured the suffering of others, how can one counsel kindness? Xiaoko refrained from further persuading Wu Yin, understanding that being betrayed by the one he trusted most would be unbearable for anyone. How had he been lately? Wu Yin retracted the withering power emanating from him, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. He did not wish to engage further with Xiaoko. This was not only for his own safety, but also to prevent Xiaoko from becoming entangled in this vendetta and becoming a casualty. After saying this, he turned to depart. He knew that sparing Xiaoko was irresponsible regarding his own life, but he felt he had no other choice. He would rather shoulder additional danger than personally take the life of his first friend in this world. Wait, don't go, let's talk for a while. I will keep your survival a secret. Xiaoko finally reacted, her tone laced with a plea. I just want to understand your current situation better. If you truly have no place to stay, I can help you find a solution. The lower realms are vast, and surely there is a place for you. Wu Yin paused, pondering the idea of a refuge. No, there's no longer a place for me in the lower realms. But you need not worry. I'm doing well. I have encountered a truly wise ruler. Upon saying this, he turned his gaze toward the Scarlet Forest, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief after surviving calamity. He did not name names, intentionally keeping it vague. He could disregard his own safety, but he would not endanger Ji Xin, who had taken him in. A ruler? Xiaoko followed Wu Yin's gaze towards the Scarlet Forest. The forest is the territory of the Zhuling clan, leading her to associate the Zhuling king with the ruler Wu Yin mentioned. However, it made sense. When Wu Yin was on the brink of death, the only one who could save him was likely the Zhuling king. Well, this is indeed a good choice. At least you can survive. Xiaoko settled herself on a rock, her tone imbued with a mix of emotions, akin to old friends reminiscing. The Withering and Zhuling clans are sworn enemies, irreconcilable. However, in the eyes of Jiaoling Xiaoko, there was none of the usual hostility one might expect from a member of the Jiaoling clan. She empathized deeply with Wu Yin's predicament and felt no disapproval regarding Wu Yin's alliance with the Zhuling clan. After a moment's hesitation, as if grappling with an internal conflict, she finally spoke. Aligning with the Zhuling clan is indeed a choice. Yet I must warn you that a catastrophe may soon befall them. It would be prudent to consider alternative avenues swiftly. Catastrophe? What do you mean? Wu Yin turned to gaze at the somewhat anxious Jiaoling Xiaoko. Jiaoling Xiaoko clenched her hands tightly, her tone laced with uncertainty. I stumbled upon this information. It seems that recently, the Jiaoling king is preparing to launch a campaign to annihilate the Zhuling clan. You should prepare yourself in advance. Annihilate the Zhuling clan? Huh, one audacious claim. The Zhuling and Jiaoling clans have coexisted in the lower realm for millennia, with neither side gaining a definitive upper hand. The notion of obliterating the entire Zhuling clan in a single war is utterly far-fetched. To be honest, I cannot confirm this. I too heard it by chance. They say our Jiaoling clan has an 80% chance of winning this battle. Jiaoling Xiaoko's voice dwindled. For Wu Yin was now a part of the Zhuling clan. Sharing such information felt like treachery against her own people. 80%? Wu Yin furrowed her brows. Such odds indicate a lopsided massacre between the two clans. Very well, I understand. Please take care of yourself and survive. With that, Wu Yin swiftly vanished, reappearing several meters away in an instant. It was best for them to part ways early, for neither belonged to the same path. Diaoling Xiao Ku rose abruptly, instinctively wanting to pursue her, but she halted, silently praying. You two must take care of yourself. Ji Xin stifled a yawn as he observed the Zhu Ling battling in the arena below. It was dreadfully boring. He found it impossible to muster any interest. The combat style of the Zhu Ling was strikingly similar. One struck with an axe, and then the other retaliated in kind, lacking any semblance of finesse. It was merely a contest of endurance, reliant on who possessed greater mass and thicker blood. The Zhu Ling king appeared to revel in this chaotic brawl, chuckling incessantly. What is the matter? Does my younger brother, Ji Xin, find this uninteresting? Would you prefer the truth or a falsehood? Ji Xin zipli uti sada. Was not the answer plainly written upon his face? The Zhu Ling king, unfazed, pointed toward the Zhu Ling Jr. who had yet to enter the fray. If you were to offer some guidance to that Zhu Ling, what would be the probability of their victory? Ji Xin activated his system, following the Zhu Ling king's gesture to behold a level 9 Zhu Ling. This Zhu Ling was formidable, clad in golden armor. However, securing the championship would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Challenging. There's not even a 1% chance of success. Do not be so pessimistic. As you can see, our Zhu Ling possess a rather straightforward combat style. If you were to teach them a couple of strategies, their chances of victory could at least increase by 10%. 10%? Ji Xin suddenly recalled his own enhancement abilities, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. 80%? That is an exaggeration. This junior has yet to complete a single step up in rank. How could they possibly contend with those who have? The Zhu Ling king clearly did not believe him, considering 10% an extravagant claim. Actions speak louder than words. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well engage. For the next match, arrange for a level 10 Zhu Ling for him. I shall provide some guidance and observe their performance. Such confidence. Just don't falter when the moment arrives. The Zhu Ling king's eyebrows arched, his competitive spirit ignited. Rest assured, I shall not engage in a battle without assurance of victory. Ji Xin leaped from the high platform, and as he landed, the obsidian puppet swiftly appeared, its steel properties rendering him immune to any falling damage. The Zhu Ling king's half-closed eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. The fleeting figure of the obsidian puppet was barely perceptible, yet as a demigod, he had caught sight of it. Is that an iron puppet? No. The aura has changed. Rather than an iron puppet, it resembles an obsidian puppet. How formidable. Chapter 74. Allow me to advise you. The obsidian puppet towered over the iron puppet, exuding an even more intense aura of battle, and its most striking feature was its monstrous head. Upon closer inspection, it bore no resemblance to the original puppet. Instead, it appeared as an entirely new creature. Previously, when Ji Xin aided the Zhu Ling clan against Wu Nian, he had showcased this ability, and the Zhu Ling king was well aware of Ji Xin's capacity to manipulate puppets. Yet, within a mere few days, Ji Xin had managed to train the puppet to such an extent. This rate of growth transcended the definition of genius. If the Zhu Ling king had previously been able to crush Ji Xin with ease, now he might have to exert considerable effort to accomplish the same. Your growth rate is truly remarkable. The Zhu Ling king inhaled deeply, feeling a pang of bitterness. He recalled a time when he too was considered a prodigious youth of the Zhu Ling clan, dedicating the better part of his life to ascend to the demigod realm, becoming a formidable force beneath the divine. Yet, in comparison to Ji Xin, his brilliance seemed somewhat diminished. If Ji Xin continues to develop at this pace, within 5 years, or even sooner, the demigod realm will be within his grasp. The Zhu Ling king waved his hand, summoning the chief officer to approach. The officer understood and respectfully inquired, "Your Majesty, what are your commands?" Henceforth, Ji Xin shall enjoy the privileges of a high-ranking landowner among our Zhu Ling clan. No one shall dare to offend him. Those who violate this decree shall be executed. A high-ranking landowner? The officer was taken aback. In all of history, he had never witnessed an outsider being granted such status within the Zhu Ling clan. The Zhu Ling king shot him a sidelong glance, his voice icy. "What? Must I repeat myself?" "No need." The officer hastily interjected, sensing the gravity of the situation. No, I shall inform them at once." Lacking the foresight of the Zhu Ling king, He could not comprehend the significance of this decree. Ji Xin was oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently secured a position akin to that of a high-ranking landowner within the Zhuling clan merely by unveiling the obsidian puppet. All the Zhuling present in the arena cheered for their kin, and as Ji Xin exercised caution in his movements, few noticed him. Ji Xin stealthily approached his target Zhuling, his voice gentle. "Brother, what is your name?" Ji Xin activated his system to assess the Zhuling. Noting that they were both level 9, akin to Zhuling Wuyu. He smiled slightly. "Brother Wuyu, do not gaze too long. Your next opponent is not him." "Not him? How do you know?" Zhuling Wuyu frowned, bewildered as he glanced beside him. Upon realizing that it was Ji Xin, he stood there momentarily stunned, then quickly bowed in respect. "Zhuling Wuyu greets Lord Ji." "Hush, keep your voice down." Ji Xin was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated such popularity. Zhuling Wuyu nodded, his voice tinged with excitement. "Your battle against the dark beings was truly spectacular. Many Zhuling now regard you as a role model, indeed." The location of Zhuling Wuyu was quite remote, and their conversation amidst the clamor of the arena garnered little attention. Ji Xin continued smoothly. "That Zhuling is your next opponent. Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Zhuling Wuyu shook his head, uncertain. "Although we share the same level, the opponent is noticeably larger than I. My chances of victory are slim." "Ah, Lord Ji, you mentioned switching my opponent. Is this true?" Zhuling Wuyu suddenly recalled Ji Xin's earlier statement, his heart racing wildly. This is no mere outsider. This is truly a benefactor. Now, all the Zhuling of his generation envied him immensely. Could it be that fortune smiles upon me today? Ji Xin confident not that. Indeed, I have arranged for a level 10 Zhuling for you, one who has stepped up in rank. Huh? ZHLingWyu found it hard to believe he had heard correctly, his mouth agape. JLNGZH. Could you be mistaken? How could I possibly compete against those at level 10? At that moment, he began to doubt the intentions of ZHSHing. This was no benefactor, but rather a living nightmare. What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking. JXN gestured for him to come closer for a more detailed explanation. ZHLingWyu, though skeptical, felt a flicker of caution in his eyes. Do you trust me? The unspoken but lingered in the air. And JXN understood that it implied his actions were rather unscrupulous. Had he been in WYU's position, he would have surely let loose a torrent of curses by now. With an air of mastery, JXN reassured him. Rest assured, I would never lead you astray. I will give you a few pointers, and if you apply them correctly, claiming the title of martial champion will be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, ZHLingWyu's doubts evaporated, replaced by a gleeful anticipation. He recalled how JXN had once triumphed over the formidable DOL-ing-Su-Hu-N by employing a singular cube attack. That moment of glory was still the talk of the town. If he could absorb even a fraction of JXN's knowledge, he might well seize the martial champion title today. Let SHJLNGZH's advice. Just as ZHLingWyu anticipated the imparting of some profound martial art secrets, JXN unexpectedly snatched the golden axe from his hands. JLNGZH, what are you doing? In the next instant, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Enchantment complete. Golden Axe 1, sharp, durability, flame enchantment, knockback, sweeping blade, looting, lightning strike, loyalty, efficiency, piercing, strength. JXN's enchantment was remarkable. He could cast spells without the limitations of an enchanting table or anvil, directly enchanting items. He even had the ability to force incompatible enchantments to adapt to the item in question. For instance, the lightning strike, typically restricted to tridents, could now be invoked with the golden axe even in the rain. With the enhancements of sharpness, strength, and the sweeping blade, who wouldn't he be intimidated? JXN gestured for him to remove his chest plate, eager to offer further guidance. Chapter 75. Today, I am a protagonist. ZHLingWyu stood dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting what he was supposed to do. The once mundane golden axe seemed to pulse with energy, a dark purple aura enveloping it, imparting an undeniable sense of pressure. Is this enchanted? He exclaimed in astonishment. His entire worldview as a pig was shaken. Was he enchanting an item supposed to require an enchanting table or anvil? What was this sorcery of hand enchantment? In the real world, enchanting was a complex and arduous task. Diamonds were rare, and the enchanting table required 2 diamonds to craft, making it even scarcer. Even after acquiring an enchanting table, one needed formidable levels and skills. Each enchanting attempt left the enchanter in a state of temporary weakness, causing their own level to drop and preventing consecutive enchantments. This made enchanted items exceedingly rare. Only small landowners could afford them, while common pigs like HL could only dream. Yet JXN had no such concerns. Thanks to the experience garnered from the diamond puppets in the shadows, his only cost was a bit of hunger. JXN had no intention of explaining. He examined the axe, then spoke coolly, "Time is of the essence. If you don't remove your golden chest plate soon, I shall take my leave." Only then did HLWYU snap back to reality, quickly shedding his golden chest plate and tossing it to JXN. His voice laced with eagerness. "I'll heed JLNGZH." The rarity of enchanted weapons meant even the most basic sharp golden axe could fetch a good price. For him, the ranking of the upcoming contest was of little consequence. Acquiring 2 enchanted items for free was a guaranteed profit. JXN glanced at ZHLWYU, seeing through his intentions. "You're quite astute. Rest assured, I won't deceive you. Consider these 2 enchanted items a gift from me. Perform well in the upcoming competition." "Thank you, JLNGZH." ZHLWYU exclaimed, overjoyed, and instinctively leaned against JXN. "Stop. Wipe that drool off." Ding. Enchantment successful. Golden chestplate 1. Blast protection, fall protection, fire protection, projectile protection, protection, durability, thorns, knockback, strength, sharpness, impact, flame enchantment. JXN smiled, satisfied with his handiwork, and turned to ZHLWYU. "I eagerly anticipate your performance on the field." JLNGZH. "I won't disappoint you." ZHLWYU replied, his hands rubbing together in excitement, eyes fixed on the enchanted items. Though he expressed confidence, he secretly resolved to surrender immediately if he found himself unable to compete on stage. Losing his gear would be a grave misfortune. JXN tossed the 2 items to him without further ado, turning to head back to the high platform. With these 2 pieces of equipment, even a level 9 true pig could likely chase down a level 10 ZHLing. As ZHLWYU eagerly examined the axe, he wondered whether JLNGZH had enchanted it with sharpness or durability. Sharpness? Durability? Flame enchantment, knockback, sweeping blade, looting, lightning strike, loyalty, efficiency, piercing, strength. He shrieked, drawing the attention of nearby pigs. "Did you finish your pointers already? What did you tell ZHLWYU to make him act so wildly?" ZHLWing scratched his head, having missed the enchantment due to his position. "No worries. Just a simple pointer. Perhaps he grasped some ultimate truth." JXN replied confidently, offering no further explanation. ZHLWing, still somewhat skeptical, suggested, "All right then, let me arrange for a level 10 pig to face him. Hurry, I can hardly wait." JXN had intended to quietly observe the match and gather data, but now found himself amidst a grand spectacle orchestrated by ZHLWing. ZHLWing chuckled, "I'm quite generous, halting the entire competition just for you." The King's authority was undeniable. In mere moments, the central arena was brimming with spectators. At the command of the official, a robust level 10 pig stepped onto the stage. "Look, that's the accomplished pig Adi, the most promising contender for first place in this competition. I knew it would be a clash of titans. Can you guess who his opponent is among the level 10 contenders?" Zhu Lingling and Shuangba. It seems he has recently reached the 10th level, but he is unlikely to defeat Zhu Ling Ada, who has already surpassed that level for over a month. The Zhu Lings in the front row were engaged in animated discussions, each expressing their thoughts. While battles between peers are commonplace, they had no inkling that the competitor in this match would be Zhu Ling Wuyo, who was merely inconspicuous among the 9th level Zhu Lings. Meanwhile, Zhu Ling Wuyo, clutching enchanted equipment, trembled all over, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was not fear, but exhilaration. He was trembling with excitement. He abruptly turned his head, fixating on the resplendent Zhu Ling Ada on stage, the madness in his eyes intensifying. "Thank you, Lord Ji, for this opportunity." He couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling as though he were a mediocre student who suddenly received the answer key before an exam, allowing him to triumph over the top achievers, even if it was just a fleeting peak of glory. This sensation filled Zhu Ling Wuyo with unparalleled ecstasy. Chapter 76. The outcome is clear. "Bro, move aside, Zhu Ling Wuyo exclaimed in despair as he was jostled out by the thronging crowd. He struggled to stand again, his entire body feeling numb. No one heard his cries, and he couldn't push his way back in, just when he hoped for a moment in the spotlight. He found himself unable to take the stage. The officiating officer on the platform was nearly hoarse from shouting, "Zhu Ling Wuyo, please come to the stage." "Is Zhu Ling Wuyo here?" The Zhu Lings in the audience looked at one another, their expressions filled with confusion. Who is Zhu Ling Wuyo? Is he also a 10th level Zhu Ling? No one knew him, nor recognized him. Perhaps he was a newcomer from a rising clan. What an audacious Zhu Ling Wuyo. Leaving Zhu Ling waiting here. Surely he would be in for a severe beating. Although Zhu Ling Wuyo possessed decent talent, he was hardly top tier, merely average, so few Zhu Lings recognized him. Ji Xin could no longer bear to watch, thinking how Wuyo, with such a mindset, could not seize this opportunity. "Puppet 1, go help him." As soon as he spoke, a shadow darted toward Zhu Ling Wuyo at incredible speed. In the next moment, the obsidian puppet hoisted him high and flung him onto the stage. The obsidian puppet was imbued with repulsion and impact enchantments. With this action, Zhu Ling Wuyo experienced what it meant to soar freely. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted on the stage. A pig fell from the sky, landing face first, losing 5 health points before the battle even began. The fall protection enchantments on his chest armor mitigated 80 of the fall damage. Otherwise, with the obsidian puppet as throw, Zhu Ling Wuyo would have been eliminated without a chance to compete. The surrounding Zhu Lings fell silent, bewildered by this sudden ascent. How'd he get up there? Was it a leap? It seemed as if he had flown up. His opponent, was equally startled. This method of entry was indeed quite rare. Only losing 5 health points. How was that possible? Was it due to his chest armor? The Zhu Ling King immediately discerned the issue and turned to Ji Xin with a gaze full of inquiry. "Senior, you'll find out shortly." Ji Xin, however, did not wish to reveal the secret just yet and kept them in suspense. The Zhu Ling King, feeling helpless, continued to watch the match. Zhu Ling Wuyo stood up again, turning to look at Ji Xin and the Zhu Ling King on the high platform, offering an awkward smile. Once the officiating officer confirmed everyone was present, he cleared his now hoarse throat and announced, "I declare this match officially begins. A 1 step up 10th level. Please enlighten me." This match had been personally arranged by the Zhu Ling King, so the pre-match etiquette was essential. Only 9th level. When Wuyo's rank was revealed, a stir erupted among the Zhu Lings, including Ada. The distinction between 9th and 10th level was starkly evident. A 10th level Zhu Ling could easily take on 3 9th level Zhu Lings without losing ground. This was the disparity. "I truly don't understand why the king wants me to fight you." Ada felt somewhat belittled. "You will come to understand." Zhu Ling Wuyo did not waste words. The golden axe in his hand gleamed coldly, and in the next moment, it appeared above Ada's head. Ada was no slouch either, summoning an enchanted golden axe to parry. The clash of metal rang out. How is this possible? Ada felt an overwhelming pressure in his hands. The axe he thought he could easily deflect was unexpectedly forced down. Wuyo chuckled, exerting more strength. With the dual enhancements of sharpness and strength, the 9th level Wuyo was able to overpower the 10th level Ada. Staggering back, Wuyo's heart raced in disbelief. Indeed, 10th level was formidable, without the aid of equipment. I would stand no chance. The spectators erupted in excitement, cheers echoing around them. Ada gasped heavily, his expression growing increasingly serious. Just as he was trying to comprehend what had gone awry, flames suddenly erupted from his body. Flame enchantment? How is this possible? The Zhu Ling King slammed his hand on the table, astonished as he looked at Ji Xin. "How did you manage to apply the flame enchantment to the axe?" Normally, flame enchantments could only be found on swords, Yet this restriction was ineffectual before me. As he spoke, he casually pried a piece of rock from the surroundings, and with a flash of purple light in his hand, he applied the flame enchantment. This is my new ability, Enlightenment Enchantment. It disregards all enchantment rules, allowing me to do as I please. He lightly tapped the Hellstone against the Zhu Ling King. Boom! Flames rapidly spread, enveloping the Zhu Ling King in a spectacular display. Although it looked impressive, it did not harm the semi-divine Zhu Ling King in the slightest. I see. Another manifestation of divine power. You players are truly favored by the heavens. Such astonishing abilities. Ji Xin smiled, but remained silent. In truth, ordinary players were not much stronger than ordinary Zhulings. The extraordinary divine power he possessed was entirely due to his high-level profession. The focus returned to the stage. Ada's astonishment matched that of the Zhu Ling King. Being a clever Zhu Ling, he quickly realized there was an issue with his opponent's weapon. No wonder the king wanted me to face you. So, you possess such powerful equipment. Ada took a deep breath, beginning to regard his opponent with renewed respect. Zhu Ling Wuyo gripped his axe tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. In terms of individual strength, I indeed cannot match you, but I am luckier. I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity. So from the very beginning, you were destined to lose this battle. Oomph. Arrogant. How will you know unless you try? Ada, enraged, flashed forward, braving the flames to confront the challenge. This time, his target was clear: disarm his opponent. Wuyo hurriedly responded, but his reaction speed could not keep pace with the 10th level Ada. In an instant, Ada executed a clever maneuver and successfully knocked Wuyo's axe away. Even the finest equipment was useless if one could not wield it. Ada struck again, sending Wuyo's still-falling axe flying, where it embedded itself firmly in a tree on the opposite side. Ji Xin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but nod in approval. If Zhu Ling Wuyo only had the axe, Ada indeed had a chance of victory, but the outcome was clear. Ada swung his axe towards the weaponless Wuyo for the final strike. Wuyo gazed at the ever-enlarging axe before him, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I told you, from the very beginning, you were already defeated. Wuyo sidestepped, and Ada's axe struck heavily against his golden chest armor. In the next moment, the thorns on the armor activated. The rebound damage, after being enhanced by the effects of repulsion, strength, sharpness, impact, and flames on the chest armor, was returned to Ade. To his astonishment, he found himself at a disadvantage. Ade's pupils constricted to pinpricks as the overwhelming force sent him, the pig spirit, hurtling out of the arena. Upon landing, he spewed blood uncontrollably, his health plummeting. In stark contrast, Zhu Ling Wuyo maintained an eerie calmness on his face, having sustained minimal damage due to the protection of his armor. Instead, Ade had absorbed a massive rebound, leaving him grievously injured and on the brink of collapse. The outcome was clear. Chapter 77. The saturation of experience from the diamond puppet Zhu Ling Ade appeared somewhat dazed as he trembled while gazing at his chest. There, a deep wound, visible to the bone, oozed blood profusely. His earlier strike had ostensibly struck Zhu Ling Wuyo, yet it felt akin to striking a cotton ball. The majority of the force dissipated by an unknown power. Subsequently, the one injured had turned out to be himself. His gaze shifted upward, where Zhu Ling Wuyo nonchalantly waved his golden axe, showing no signs of injury. How could this be? How did you defeat me? The fear on Ade's face intensified. Although he sensed danger in that moment, he could not discern how his opponent had executed the strike. The surrounding pig spirits were equally stunned, having expected Zhu Ling Wuyo to be the one defeated in a single blow. Yet, it was the level 10 pig spirit Ade who had been sent flying. An actor, is it? How amusing, one exclaimed. Who would dare to throw a match in a contest chosen by Wang Qin? That would be courting death. Another chimed in. Then why did the level 10 Ade fail against the level 9 Wuyo? The two pig spirits began to argue, each presenting their views. Enough of this. A more senior pig spirit intervened, pushing the two younger ones aside, and spoke in a measured tone. It was the thorns, the most elite thorns. While it had appeared that Ade had struck Wuyo, that blow had transformed through the thorns, redirecting the damage back onto Ade himself. In contrast, Wuyo, protected by his armor, had emerged relatively unscathed. The two younger pig spirits looked at their elder with skepticism. They were not fools and understood the implications of enchanted thorns. We may not be the most educated, but don't deceive us. No matter how formidable, thorns cannot rebound all the damage. One protested. Exactly. You're just making up stories. The other added. The elder pig spirit's face flushed with embarrassment. His authoritative demeanor faltered, prompting him to cough repeatedly. The truth was indeed, as the younger spirits had asserted. The rebound damage from the thorns could only reflect a fraction of the total damage. To witness a level 10 pig spirit Ade so severely wounded by a single strike was unprecedented for him. However, he was certain that the final blow Ade had received was the result of the thorn rebound damage from his equipment. Cough, cough. I am merely a few years your senior. This must be thorn plus otherwise. Do you have a more reasonable explanation? A person's understanding is limited, and they can only speculate within the confines of their knowledge, and pig spirits are no different. They would never conceive that the rebound from the thorns had been enhanced by the power, sharpness, impact, and flames. How could the damage be comparable to ordinary thorn rebound damage? The two younger pig spirits exchanged glances, and their skepticism began to wane, as this explanation seemed somewhat plausible. Zhu Ling Wuyo sheathed his equipment and leaped off the platform to help Ade to his feet. His expression was devoid of the joy of victory. Instead, it bore the calmness that follows a frenzy. He would not naively believe that, having acquired these two pieces of equipment, he could openly mock someone stronger than himself. Do not dwell too much on the outcome of this match. Under normal circumstances, I would be the one receiving the beating. Rest assured, you are far superior to me. Defeating you is merely a stroke of luck. With that, Wuyo extinguished the flames on Ade's body. Ade's eyes flickered, and he sighed, ultimately smiling as he said, I concede. Sometimes, luck is indeed a part of strength. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhu Ling Ade, pleased to make your acquaintance. Upon the high platform, Zhu Ling Wang's corpulent figure rose once more. He began to contemplate various related enchantments, saying, can the damage from thorn rebounds also be influenced by strength and sharpness? Is this not self-evident? Moreover, the rebound damage can trigger the flames from the armor and repulsion as well. Ji Xin added with a smile. He was not surprised that Zhu Ling Wang could deduce this. After all, he had shared the principles of his abilities, and as a sage of the Pig Spirit clan, it would have been problematic had he failed to grasp it. This match was not merely a game. Many scenes served as valuable reference data for Ji Xin, particularly the enchantment of loyalty, which had yielded unexpectedly impressive results. If utilized correctly, certain melee weapons could be effectively thrown. Transforming melee into ranged combat significantly enhances combat effectiveness. After a lengthy pause, Zhu Ling Wang spoke again. What is the price you must pay to utilize such an enlightening enchantment? Indeed, formidable abilities come at a steep cost. Otherwise, Zhu Ling Wang did not interpret Ji Xin's actions correctly and shook his head in regret. Ji Xin narrowed his eyes, sensing Zhu Ling Wang's intent. He could easily predict what Zhu Ling Wang would say next. He desired Ji Xin to create enchanted equipment for him, which he would then use to bolster the pig spirit strength and subsequently unify the lower realm. The most powerful aspect of the enlightening enchantment was its permanence. As long as the equipment's durability was sufficient, the enchantments could be utilized indefinitely. If this ability were to be disseminated among the entire pig spirit clan, the lower realm would indeed face a transformation. A novel idea suddenly sparked in Ji Xin's mind. Could he leverage this condition to exchange for something valuable? Perhaps lower realm alloy fragments. With this thought, he quickly seized the opportunity to speak. Otherwise, what will happen? The pig spirit clan could be blessed. Unifying the lower realm is not merely a dream. Oh, is that so? No problem. I can assist you. Ji Xin feigned enlightenment and continued. Are you certain? As long as you give the word, we can discuss the details right now. A grand business opportunity was at hand, provided the terms were favorable. Ji Xin would undoubtedly benefit greatly from this arrangement. He would welcome such mutually beneficial prospects without reservation. Zhu Ling Wang gazed intently at Ji Xin, his expression rife with disbelief. If I am not mistaken, the cost of this enlightening enchantment must be your very realm, right? I have yet to hear of anyone willing to jest with their own realm. Indeed, The price for enchanting equipment is the experience. However, how do you know I lack a solution? Ji Xin responded, waving his hand, and the experience saturation from the diamond puppet was immediately applied to Zhu Lingwang. Experience saturation? This, Zhu Lingwang clenched his fists and began to burn his own realm. Upon realizing that his realm did not diminish as a result, he was utterly taken aback. A monster? You are a monster. How can someone like you exist in this world? It defies reason. Chapter 78. The second collaboration between Ji Xin and Zhu Lingwang. Zhu Lingwang let out a snort, quickly realizing that his remarks had been somewhat impolite, and he chuckled awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. What a grotesque visage. Ji Xin internally scorned him. Moments ago, he had spoken of an entertaining match. Yet now he claimed it was unattractive. Truly, a capricious and despicable pig. The officiant of the coming-of-age ceremony noticed Zhu Lingwang preparing to depart and hurriedly followed, saying, "Your Majesty, are you overseeing the coming-of-age ceremony? You can take care of it. Just inform me of the name of the martial champion at the end." The Zhu Lingwang waved his hand in annoyance. The coming-of-age ceremony occurs annually and is nothing extraordinary. However, Ji Xin represents a significant opportunity for the Zhu Ling clan. If they were to miss this chance, they might not know when the next opportunity would arise. Please state your requests, as long as they are not excessive. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Even before discussions commenced, the Zhu Lingwang willingly granted Ji Xin the authority to make demands, demonstrating his sincerity. Ji Xin smiled and said, "Since we are already familiar with each other, let's not beat around the bush. I have 2 requests. If you meet them, I can provide the Zhu Ling clan with fully enchanted equipment." He added, "Of course, if you desire custom versions, just let me know, and I can accommodate that." The fully enchanted equipment refers to items with complete enchantments, which have no cooldown for enchantment activation, with the only limitation being hunger. However, with the aid of golden carrots, this is not an issue at all. All right, speak. The Zhu Lingwang nodded in agreement. Ji Xin opened his palm, and several obsidian stones began to spin in his hand, notably adorned with enchantments of a purple hue. First, I need to establish a magma production line in the nether to continuously generate obsidian. As far as I know, the magma seas in the nether are countless, and collecting magma should not pose a challenge for the Zhu Ling clan. Ji Xin was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the Zhu Lingwang to hesitate. However, we cannot place water in the nether, and without water, mass-producing obsidian is impossible for us. Furthermore, the Zhu Ling cannot remain in the overworld for extended periods, so we cannot provide labor for you there. Your proposal puts me in a difficult position. Labor? Ji Xin chuckled. With thousands of stone golems in my base, you claim a lack of labor? The Zhu Lingwang was unaware of Ji Xin's mastery of puppet techniques. He knew Ji Xin could summon multi-headed puppets, yet he was oblivious to the fact that there was no upper limit to this number. Thus, upon hearing about the construction of a magma production line, the Zhu Lingwang's immediate reaction was to worry about labor shortages and the inability to mass-produce obsidian. Ji Xin cleared his throat and added, "Perhaps I did not express myself clearly. You only need to place the collected magma into mine carts and transport it to the nether portal. As for the production of obsidian, leave that to me." "All right, you are quite generous." The Zhu Lingwang's earlier gloom dissipated. Ji Xin's words reduced the difficulty of this task by 90. There are many future collaborative projects between me and the Zhu Ling clan, so offering some concessions is only right. After all, as a senior, you hold me in high regard, and I must ensure you do not incur losses. Ji Xin offered a polite acknowledgement of social niceties, and the first request was satisfactorily fulfilled. For Ji Xin, obsidian is not only a raw material for crafting puppets, but also a weapon he can manipulate at will. Although he cannot yet mass-produce obsidian puppets, preparation is always prudent. Additionally, with the impending half-time of the impending calamity, in 50 days, the zombies will possess the ability to destroy stone, necessitating the swift replacement of the base's walls with obsidian. Now, my second request is quite simple. I need you to locate ancient remnants in the nether and mark their coordinates. Ancient remnants, when smelted, yield nether alloy fragments. These fragments can be combined with gold ingots at a crafting table to create nether alloy ingots. Given that diamonds are rare, nether alloy ingots are even scarcer. Without prior preparation, Ji Xin might not gather enough for a nether alloy puppet by the time he reaches level 30. Ji Xin was very considerate. He currently lacked a diamond pickaxe, and the Zhuling certainly did as well, making it unrealistic to ask them for assistance in gathering. His request was straightforward. Simply mark the location of any ancient remnants discovered, and he would personally collect them once he had enough. Ha ha! No need to mark the locations. I will personally assist you in excavating. The Zhuling Wang laughed heartily. His demigod strength was the finest tool for gathering. No matter how tough the nether alloy might be, it could not withstand his relentless assaults. He vividly recalled the time when, with bare hands, he nearly smashed obsidian in a loot with just 3 punches. Moreover, at that time, the Zhuling Wang had not even exerted his full strength. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Ji Xin exclaimed joyfully. It was even better that the Zhuling Wang was willing to help, saving him effort. Ji Xin extended his hand to take his leave again. This time, the Zhuling Wang did not insist on keeping him longer. He waved for a subordinate to bring over a box and said, "Inside, you will find brewing stations and nether warts that I prepared in advance for you. I guess you players would certainly find them useful." Ji Xin was taken aback. He had intended to develop his own alchemy system ever since his time in the Watermarsh Kingdom's secret realm. However, so many events had transpired since then that this plan had been forgotten. He opened the box to reveal 10 brewing stations, 10 sets of nether warts, and 10 sets of blaze rods. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Your gift comes at the perfect time. I am immensely grateful. Such a trivial matter. You need not be so polite. If you find yourself short on blaze powder or nether warts later on, do not hesitate to ask. I will find someone to assist you further." The Zhuling Wang was generous. These items were indeed trivial for him. Chapter 79. Wu Nian encounters misfortune. 2 kilometers outside the Scarlet Forest. Wu Nian, we initially intended to slay a few Zhuling to earn some war merits, but we never expected to encounter you here. Captain Withered swung his stone sword, his eyes filled with excitement. They lay in wait within Zhuling territory, poised to ambush solitary Zhuling for war merits. Wu Nian's luck was astonishing, granting him the chance to stumble upon such a large group. Captain Withered and a deputy captain unleashed their levels, 16 and 14. Wu Nian was secretly astonished, given his current strength. Dealing with these 2 withered skeletons simultaneously was already a stretch, not to mention the other skeleton minions surrounding them. I advise you to tread carefully. This is Zhuling territory. Wu Nian retreated slowly, buying time. War merits are of immense significance for both the Zhuling and Withered clans. The Withered spy squad engaged in perilous endeavors, and with a mere 10-member squad, they dared to infiltrate Zhuling territory, risking annihilation. They would hardly heed such warnings. I never imagined that you survived the King's strike. The deputy captain's excitement only grew. This time, we are fortunate. Brothers, charge forth. Opportunities for advancement and wealth are right before us. At the deputy captain's command, the skeleton minions surged forward, their stone swords wildly swinging at Wu Nian. Wu Nian summoned his iron armor and raised a shield to defend himself. With his retreat blocked, the only way to break free was to buy time. As long as he delayed long enough, whether Ji Xin or the nearby Zhuling noticed the battle, he would be rescued. In the midst of his thoughts, Wu Nian's shield cracked under the onslaught. Without hesitation, he seized the moment between their attacks to swing his iron sword and decapitate a skeleton minion. These minions were not yet level 10. If he found the right opportunity, he could almost eliminate them with a single strike. Seeing their comrade slain, the surrounding withered minions did not show fear. Instead, they pressed forward, catching Wu Nian off guard and causing him to sustain injuries. The Captain Withered did not rush to attack, but instead waited for the right moment, seeking an opportunity. Wu Nian's capabilities were well known to him. His innate ability, Withering Illusion, was exceedingly elusive. When used correctly, physical damage could hardly affect him. Currently, Wu Nian's use of the shield was purely out of caution towards the lurking Captain Withered. Both sides understood the stakes whenever Wu Nian employed Withering Illusion. It opened the window for the Captain Withered to strike. A 16th level Wraith unleashes a fatal strike. The stone sword cleaves through the air, crashing heavily against Wunyan's iron armor. Wunyan winces in pain, grasping the stone sword with a swift motion as the wraith's corruption takes effect. Dense black smoke swiftly envelopes the nearby wraith minion, steadily eroding its very essence. Now is the moment. The wraith vice-captain, sensing an opportunity, thrusts the stone sword directly at Wunyan's shield. Crack! The shield shatters, and the sword continues its relentless trajectory towards Wunyan's neck. In a critical instant, Wraith illusion activates. You wish to take my life. Do you truly deserve it? Driven to desperation, Wunyan's expression twists into a grimace as he channels the power of corruption, striking the Wraith vice-captain squarely in the face. "Oh, save me, Captain." The vice-captain's cry echoes, for despite his higher realm, he survives Wunyan's blow. In that fleeting moment, Wunyan, sensing the end of his illusion, is suddenly struck with immense force to his right temple. He is sent flying, rolling several times before crashing into and shattering a dozen hellstones, finally coming to a halt. "Captain, are you all right?" The Wraith captain smiles, extending a hand to lift the fallen vice-captain. "Cough, cough, cough. A few bones in my neck are broken, but I won't die." The vice-captain's glare is fierce. Had it not been for his higher realm, Wunyan's strike would have claimed his life. Wunyan is indeed a tough opponent. There is reason for Wong to regard him highly. At present, Wunyan's realm barely reaches level 13. Yet his full-strength strike nearly took the life of a level 14 Wraith vice-captain. "Fear not, the opponent has just endured my punch. Even if he survives, he will be left with but half of his life," the Wraith captain reassures. Meanwhile, Wunyan feels the world spinning around him, gazing at the approaching Wraith skeletons. Terror gripping his heart. "No, I cannot die yet. I must rise, I must rise." Wunyan struggles to stand, but collapses once more after just 2 seconds. The captain's blow struck his temple directly. Had it not been for the iron armor protecting him, his skull might have shattered. Moreover, the captain's strike infused Wunyan with the effects of corruption. Though Wunyan harbors his own corruptive power, it is of a different origin and remains vulnerable to erosion. Observing Wunyan unconscious on the ground, the captain does not rush to act, but instead signals to 2 nearby minions to investigate whether Wunyan is merely feigning death. The 2 Wraith minions exchange glances, both recognizing the fear in one another's eyes. That was a strike that nearly felled the vice-captain, even severely injured. They are not of the caliber to confront such a foe. Yet, rank has its privileges, and they must muster their courage to assess the situation. Before the minions can approach, Wunyan ignites his own realm, the corruption reaching its peak, thick black smoke billowing skyward. Meanwhile, Ji Xin has just exited the lair of the Pig Spirit King. Suddenly, he senses something amiss and swiftly turns to gaze beyond the Scarlet Forest. His heart racing with alarm, the obsidian puppet launches skyward, hurling Ji Xin into the air, empowered by the dual enchantments of impact and propulsion. He soars towards the source of Wunyan's released aura. Chapter 80. The Annihilation Fury from Ji Xin. Bang! A figure descends from the sky, feet shattering an entire layer of hellstone. The fragmented hellstone hovers silently above the ground. Ji Xin looks up, observing the trembling blocks and the faint white light emanating from his eyes. The traces of battle remain, yet the combatants have vanished. Wunyan's corruption flickered for less than a second. Ji Xion's perception was not keen enough to discern the details. Calamity, emergence, arise. Ji Xion commands, summoning the Shadowborn Heartbound puppet. A stone puppet adorned with a visage of calamity, emergence, emerges from the shadows, kneeling on one knee in submission. After scanning the area in vain, Ji Xin coldly demands, "Can you locate the source?" A hint of confusion appears in the puppet's eyes, and it slowly shakes its head. The Heartbound can only pinpoint places previously visited or with clear objectives. Although Wunyan's corruption was potent, it lasted but an instant before being interrupted, leaving no opportunity for calamity emergence to establish a location. A Wraith skeleton? Ji Xin picks up a piece of coal and a bone drops from the Wraith skeleton, his eyes narrowing as his fists crack ominously. "Excellent. You have successfully captured my attention. Should Wunyan perish, I shall not hesitate to annihilate you." Wunyan is a subordinate I am quite satisfied with. He is not only diligent and trustworthy, but also a capable ally. Now, with Wunyan's life hanging in the balance. I must not remain idle. Naturally, I am not the type to act recklessly out of anger. The Wraith clan is under the dominion of the Wraith King, a demigod. No matter how formidable I may be, I would not be so arrogant as to challenge a demigod. Ji Xin gestures for calamity emergence to tear open a rift in the air, leading directly to the Pig Spirit King's lair. To rescue Wunyan, I will ultimately require the assistance of the Pig Spirit clan. At that moment, the Pig Spirit King, having just seen Ji Xin off, ponders deeply upon his throne, muttering, "Wraith scoundrel, wait for it. I shall secure my position as the lord of the lower realms. Oh, how dare you, boldly intruding upon my lair. You must be tired of living." The Pig Spirit King, startled by the sudden appearance of a spatial rift, reacts with fury, releasing his aura and launching a punch. "Senior, spare me, it is I." Just as Ji Xin steps into the rift, a massive fist hurtles towards him, prompting him to urgently announce his identity to avoid harm. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the Pig Spirit King hastily retracts his attack, a look of mild exasperation crossing his face as he remarks, "Spatial jump? The ability of the Calamity clan? Little brother Ji Xin, you possess quite the skills, but such pranks should not be trifled with. Our Pig Spirit clan abhors unauthorized intrusions. You are the only one permitted. Had any of the barbarian generals dared such a thing, I would have taught them a lesson." The Pig Spirit King is somewhat perturbed by Ji Xion's breach of his lair. The form of calamity emergence explodes into dust, dissipating into the void. Ji Xin retracts the head of calamity emergence, bowing in apology, and states once more, "It was my oversight. However, given the urgency of the matter, I hope for your understanding. I have just sensed an overwhelmingly potent wave of corruption. If I am not mistaken, it must have been released by Wunyan." Ji Xian nods, his voice laced with anger. Indeed, the Pig Spirit King's eyes widen in surprise. He has never witnessed Ji Xin in such a state of fury. "Do not rush, please. Tell me what transpired, and if there is any way our Pig Spirit clan can assist, do not hesitate to speak." The Pig Spirit King has an inkling of what has occurred but refrains from voicing it. Ji Xin takes a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger as he begins. "Senior, the two conditions I proposed during my transaction with the Pig Spirit clan are hereby void. I offer to enhance your clan's equipment free of charge. The two conditions you mentioned are not difficult matters. There is no need to annul them. If you wish to add further terms, feel free to propose them." The Pig Spirit King's words prompt Ji Xin to drop his formality. The power of creation within him surges uncontrollably, his eyes glowing fiercely as he declares, "I wish to harness the power of the Pig Spirit clan to annihilate the Wraith clan, to obliterate the Wraith skeletons." The words seem to strike a chord with the Zhuling Wang, causing the look of astonishment on his face to vanish as he burst into hearty laughter. What a trivial matter it is to eliminate the Jiaoling clan. I had thought it was something of great significance. With a deep breath, Zhuling Wang continued, "I have long held a disdain for that old curmudgeon. Alas, as we are both at the semi-divine realm, neither side could truly overpower the other. However, with your assistance, the decline of the Jiaoling clan shall commence today." As he spoke, the general of the barbarian troops unexpectedly appeared outside the palace. Kneeling on one knee and proclaiming loudly, "My king, I have urgent news to report. This news is likely related to the war against the Jiaoling clan." "Ji Xin, dear brother, is this not what you have been hoping for? Quickly, let the general in." The general of the barbarian troops strode in with a commanding presence, and upon seeing Ji Xin present, he displayed a hint of surprise. Despite his astonishment, he refrained from ordering Ji Xin to leave, as the previous encounter had considerably altered his impression of him. Having met the general of the barbarian troops, Ji Xin performed a customary greeting. The general nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, before turning his gaze towards Zhuling Wang, hesitating to speak. "Speak freely. There is no need for reservations. We are all allies here." Zhuling Wang gestured, indicating that there was no need for caution. With this encouragement, the general raised his voice to report. "In the eastern and southern parts of the Scarlet Forest, a large number of Jiaoling are gathering. I suspect that the Jiaoling Wang intends to launch a large-scale slaughter." "Indeed," Zhuling Wang nodded, his expression becoming increasingly grave. This news did not deviate significantly from his own suspicions. For a millennium, The Zhu and Jiaoling clans have been at odds, routinely assassinating one another. Large-scale slaughter has occurred several times in the past century, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Zhu Lingwang then turned to Ji Xin and inquired, "Time is of the essence. What is your take on the equipment situation?" "No problem. I shall expedite production. However, I sincerely hope you can hasten the pace of the war. If it drags on, I fear Wu Yin may not survive." Chapter 81. The Purple-Robed Skeleton Elder. In the Valley of Soul Sand, the clatter of bones echoed incessantly, and the dense power of decay rendered the area barren. At a glance, it was hard to imagine any living beings residing here. Should they detect an invasion by outsiders, they would immediately enter a state of combat. At the very heart of the fortress stood an oddly constructed grand hall, the ceiling adorned with the skulls of decayed skeletons. Within the hall, the Jiaoling Wang sat upon his throne, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed those below. Beside him stood a purple-robed elder, noteworthy for the fact that beneath his cloak, he bore not black bones, but rather the white of ordinary skeletons. Below in the hall, several skeletal minions knelt, their heads bowed, unwilling to meet their king's gaze, seemingly in fear of something. "Have the 100 Zhu Ling been gathered, as I requested today?" The voice of the Jiaoling Wang was cold and languid. "Oh, one is still missing? Fear not, my king. We are in the process of locating it. Just wait an hour, and we shall surely capture it." Before the skeletal minion could finish his explanation, a massive hand shrouded in black mist suddenly seized him, enveloping him in an overwhelming force of decay. "No, my king, spare my life. I realize my mistake, please." The hand constricted relentlessly, the sounds of bones cracking mingling with the cries of the skeleton, all engulfed in the black smoke. The skeletal minion had vanished, leaving only a solitary skull behind. Worthless. With so many Zhu Ling in the Scarlet Forest, you cannot even manage to catch 100 day. You are nothing but a group of failures. The Jiaoling Wang waved his newly formed arm, still feeling a touch unaccustomed. The skeletal minions beneath him were too frightened to lift their heads. Indeed, there are many Zhu Ling in the Scarlet Forest, but they must be able to enter as well. The golden axes of the Zhu Ling barbarian troops are not to be trifled with. The skeletal minions exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared helplessness and sorrow in the other's eyes. Recently, their king had lost an arm and required a substantial number of decayed bones to restore his body. Any minor offense that displeased the Jiaoling Wang could result in becoming one with him. Bring this skull away, placing it atop the grand hall as a warning. And also, bring forth the other 99 Zhu Ling from today. Yes, a few skeletal minions, as if finding salvation, rushed to retrieve their fallen comrade's skull, eager to escape this place. The purple-robed elder, witnessing this scene, could not help but shake his head and chuckle, remarking, as a king of clan, "You resort to using your own subjects to restore your body. It is absurd, truly absurd." The Jiaoling Wang slowly turned his gaze towards the purple-robed elder, not angered by the mockery, but rather displaying a hint of surprise. "Regardless of how one looks at it, you are merely an ordinary skeleton. My ordinariness is not the crux of the matter. The crux is that I am able to sit here and converse with you as equals. Am I not?" The purple-robed elder's words were laced with barbs, offering no respect to the Jiaoling Wang. The fury in the Jiaoling Wang's eyes flickered. Yet he could not ascertain the elder's true nature and ultimately had to relent. Initially, the Jiaoling Wang was skeptical. He had spent most of his life exploring the semi-divine realm without making any significant progress. How could an ordinary skeleton from the upper realm possibly possess knowledge of the path to divinity? Yet, the reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. This purple-robed elder not only presented insights into achieving divinity, but also produced a box imbued with the essence of divinity. The divine aura emanating from the box was faint, easily dispersed by a gust of wind, yet the Jiaoling Wang was certain it was the essence of a deity. It was the realm he had sought for most of his life, but could never attain. Feeling as if his own realm had solidified in place, a surge of anger welled within him, and he spoke in a cold, hoarse voice. "You claim that the fundamental reason the Jiaoling clan cannot attain divinity is due to our lack of flesh and blood? Indeed, you Jiaoling have forsaken flesh and blood in favor of cultivating decay, which is itself an exceedingly biased approach. To aspire to become an omniscient and omnipotent deity is nothing less than a fool's errand. Humph. The Jiao Ling Wang scoffed, slamming his left arm down and shattering the throne beside him, gritting his teeth as he declared, "If I have followed your method, consuming the flesh and blood of 100 Zhu Ling daily for the past month, why have I seen no progress in my realm?" The purple-robed elder remained unfazed, not even glancing at the Jiao Ling Wang. Continuing, consuming the flesh and blood of 100 Zhu Ling daily is far too little, and a month is also far too short. As the king of the Jiao Ling clan, you cannot possibly lack this bit of patience. The Jiao Ling Wang forcibly suppressed his anger. As the king of his clan, being so openly disrespected by an outsider left him feeling unsettled. Your method had better yield results. Otherwise, you will meet a most gruesome end. The purple-robed elder did not respond, but instead turned his attention to the 99 Zhu Ling brought into the grand hall. Let us begin. Today's offering of flesh and blood is rather insufficient. The Jiao Ling Wang's expression was cold as he conjured a black star from the lower realm, the very essence of his decay. In the next moment, countless tendrils extended forth, piercing into the half-dead Zhu Ling. The Zhu Ling shrieked in pain, their corpulent forms visibly withering away. Ultimately, even their bones were eroded to ashes by the power of decay, vanishing into nothingness. The Jiao Ling Wang closed his eyes, savoring the flesh and blood flowing into his body. Then he suddenly expelled a breath of black mist, as though he had injured his very essence. You deceive me. The decay of my essence is fundamentally at odds with flesh and blood. How can absorbing flesh and blood elevate my realm? The Jiao Ling Wang abruptly realized something, his murderous intent intensifying. Should the purple-robed elder fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would ensure the elder's immediate obliteration and suffering. The purple-robed skeleton maintained an unwavering calmness, seemingly devoid of any intention to provide explanations. Seeking death, the Wang of Withering roared, raising his hand as if to strike the opponent down. Just as he was about to act, there was a sudden shift in his century-old semi-divine cultivation, as if it had loosened momentarily. Chapter 82. The Peril of Wu Nian. Is this truly real? The Wang of Withering found it hard to believe, his outstretched hand abruptly halting, mere moments away from annihilating the purple-robed skeleton before him. His long-stagnant realm had indeed shifted, albeit slightly. The old man in purple let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain, and spoke with amusement. "Kulme, kill me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that consuming flesh and blood is merely the first step to elevating one's realm. To solidify that realm, one must seek other means, and only I possess the knowledge of these means in this world." This statement from the purple-robed skeleton served as a blatant warning. Should he perish, the pathway to ascend to divinity would be irrevocably lost. The Wang of Withering inhaled deeply, his demeanor transforming in an instant. If the other truly possessed a method to achieve godhood, he must seize it by any means necessary. "Ha ha, esteemed sir, what remarkable talent you possess. How could I possibly bear to slay you?" The Wang of Withering feigned humility, expressing contrition. He was about to bow to the purple-robed elder. "No need." The elder interrupted with a wave, rising to depart. "Wait." The Wang's expression turned icy, the flattery vanishing as he voiced his curiosity. "I am intrigued. Why do you wish to assist me? If the method to attain divinity is indeed effective, what is your ulterior motive?" The purple-robed elder paused, the faint crimson glow in his eyes igniting. "Motives? Quite simple. I am merely awaiting a certain individual." Awaiting someone? The ambiguity of the statement left the Wang of Withering perplexed, prompting further inquiry. How does waiting for someone relate to imparting the method of achieving divinity? Of course it does, and the connection runs deep. The purple-robed skeleton chuckled, his tone adopting a grave seriousness. "Because this is also part of the plan." The fiery anger in the Wang's eyes constricted, his voice dripping with malice. "You're using me as a pawn." The skeleton had nearly made it explicit. He was indeed manipulating the Wang of Withering, and the intent was as straightforward as that. Unfortunately, the Wang found himself compelled to comply, for his desire for ascendance left him vulnerable to this manipulation. This was a blatant scheme, a transparent scheme. Even if the Wang understood it, he could not counter it. After a moment's contemplation, The Wong gritted his teeth and declared, "If you wish for me to be your pawn, that is entirely acceptable. However, I expect to receive the complete method of achieving godhood once you fulfill your purpose." "Certainly. It is only fair." The purple-robed skeleton turned to regard the Wong, the eerie glow in his eyes appearing exceptionally menacing. The Wong felt a shiver run down his spine at that gaze. Without lingering, the purple-robed skeleton descended from the high platform, preparing to exit the grand hall. The Wong's fists clenched tightly. The sensation of being toyed with was thoroughly unpleasant. Why not kill him here? A thought crossed the Wong's mind. If he eliminated this individual, no matter the schemes afoot, there would be no more threats. With that in mind, he began to gather the power of decay in his hand, slowly raising it, targeting the departing purple-robed skeleton. No way. That is the method to achieve divinity. I must secure it. The Wong, filled with desperation, extinguished the power of decay in his hand. His yearning for advancement was overwhelming. It was excruciating to remain perpetually stuck in the semi-divine realm. The purple-robed skeleton smiled knowingly, sensing the buildup of decay power behind him. Yet he also understood that the Wong would not dare to kill him. Meanwhile, a sudden loud laugh from a skeleton guarding the fortress drew attention. "Oh, isn't this the Wu Nian who was slapped to death by the Wong? How is he in your hands?" The heart of Xiao Ku of Withering sank as she hastily looked towards the fortress gate. There, a team of spies was escorting a fainted player. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as the Wu Nian she had just parted with. The deputy of the Withering team, rubbing his cracked skull, viciously kicked Wu Nian, proclaiming, "I've guarded this gate for a year, and my achievements may not even compare to your one outing." The deputy raised his head with a sense of pride. "Indeed, once we hand Wu Nian over to the Wong for punishment in exchange for military merit, we won't have to endure these life-threatening tasks anymore." The team leader of Withering chastised the deputy lightly. "Enough. Quickly deliver this person to the Wong. We must avoid lengthy delays." "All right, we will head in first. You guard the gate well." The deputy, grinning, dragged the unconscious Wu Nian inside. The guarding skeleton observed with envy as the squad departed. "Oh no, Wu Nian, how could you be so careless?" Xiao Kiskiviko fritted, fessing anxiosely. Just moments ago, she had pondered when they might meet again, yet now fate had turned against them. What should I do? If Wu Nian falls into the hands of the Wong, he will surely be devoured. I must devise a plan. What if I attempt to bribe the spy team to release Wu Nian? But what could I possibly offer? She held a relatively low status within her clan, hardly superior to the guards at the fortress gate, and it was impossible to leverage connections for his release. Moreover, Wu Nian's identity was widely known, a thorn in the side of the Wong of Withering. No matter how high one's position within the Withering clan, it could not shield them from such a situation. Now that Wu Nian had been captured, death was merely a matter of time. No, I must find a way to save Wu Nian. With determination, Xiao Ku hastened to follow the Withering spy team. If she were to abandon him, Wu Nian would stand no chance of survival. Shortly thereafter, within the grand hall of the Wong of Withering, the voice of the team leader rang out. "Wong, you must see what we have brought you." As they spoke, they released their hold, and the unconscious Wu Nian was unceremoniously tossed into the hall. The Wong, who had been resting, looked up in surprise. The fallen player was none other than Wu Nian, the one he had previously slain. "Wu Nian, you are still alive," the Wong of Withering exclaimed, intrigue sparking in his eyes. The team leader continued, "Wong, while we were capturing the Zhuling, we happened to encounter this one. We suspect he may have defected to the Zhuling tribe." The team leader and his deputy exchanged words, summarizing the events. The Wong nodded. Though he was unaware of how Wu Nian had survived, it no longer mattered, for he was once again within his grasp. "You have done well. Shortly, each of you may claim the corresponding military merit." "Thank you, Wong." The two members of Withering expressed their gratitude, elated, and promptly retreated. As they conversed, Wu Nian slowly regained consciousness. The familiar scene unfolded before him once more. Yet today was different. He had once been summoned by the Wong of Withering under the guise of a genius, but now he found himself as a prisoner. Wu Nian attempted to rise, but his hands and feet were pierced, blood oozing from his wounds. "Wu Nian, it has been a while. How have you fared recently?" The feigned concern in the Wong's voice made Wu Nian's stomach churn. "Bah, you wretched scoundrel. How blind I was to once call you Wong." Wu Nian spat, his face contorted with disdain. The Wong, unperturbed, was not inclined to take offense at a man on the brink of death. I am quite curious how you managed to survive. Would you care to enlighten me? The King of Decay caressed two bony fingers and voiced his conjecture. I have heard that you have sought refuge with the Zhuling clan? No, this is merely a fade. Although that dead pig does not harbor the same aversion to outsiders as we Decay do, it would never benevolently shelter you, a worthless outcast. If I am not mistaken, your new master must be that puppet master, correct? The words of the King of Decay caused Wu Yin's breath to falter momentarily, involuntarily quickening for a beat. Ha ha ha. It seems I was right. The King of Decay reclined lazily, his voice dripping with nonchalance. The King of Zhuling is astute and adept at seizing opportunities. The King of Decay, though ruthless and decisive, shares this trait of wisdom. Despite their differing natures, both are rulers of their respective clans. Wu Yin's allegiance to the Zhuling clan is merely superficial. His true attachment lies with that puppet boy. Wu Yin, filled with rage, declared, "If you wish to kill me, then do so. I need not your approval on whom I choose to serve." The King of Decay, seemingly bored, rose from his seat and remarked, "Very well. I do enjoy your defiant demeanor. Today, my blood feast is short a participant, so you shall suffice." Chapter 83. The King of Decay's Torture. TSK. This Wu Yin is truly hard to kill. He is still alive. Had I been struck by the King's palm, I would have long since been reborn. Humph. Though Wu Yin is an outsider, his talent is undeniable. You, with your paltry skills, cannot even begin to compare. Outside the hall, a multitude of skeletal soldiers gathered, gazing at the half-destroyed Wu Yin with profound sentiments. Once, Wu Yin had been favored by the King of Decay, receiving abundant resources, and in less than a month, he had ascended from obscurity to become a first-tier warrior, gaining widespread admiration. It is worth noting that a typical skeletal soldier with average talent requires at least a decade of cultivation to achieve a single rank advancement. Those with exceptional talent still need a minimum of 5 or 6 years. Yet, Wu Yin had traversed a journey that would take others over a decade in just a little over a month. A level of talent that was astonishing even within the Decay clan. What does talent matter when he is destined to die anyway? Indeed, what a pity. They, the skeletons, had come to witness Wu Yin's miraculous revival, only to find him facing death once more, eliciting a collective sigh of regret. The Decay and Zhuling clans exhibit differing traits. They do not possess such strong territorial instincts. While ranks exist, there are no rigid rules. Even the lowest-ranking skeleton can boldly enter the Great Hall to report crucial intelligence to the King of Decay without needing anyone's permission. Thus, eavesdropping and spying among the skeletons are common occurrences. Once the King of Decay learns something, if it reaches the ears of the patrolling skeletons outside, within mere hours, the news spreads throughout the fortress. No one remains unaware. The King of Decay is indifferent to this, finding no need to rectify such customs, as the flow of information also bears many advantages. At this moment, Decay Xiao concealed herself among the throng of skeletons, feeling uneasy. Upon hearing that Wu Yin was to be sacrificed, her hands instinctively clenched, silently praying, "Wu Yin, do not speak. Submit to the king. Perhaps you may have a chance to survive." If she could, she would do anything to prevent Wu Yin from facing death again. However, fate took a different turn. While Decay Xiao prayed outside, Wu Yin endured the pain in his limbs, rising to his feet and retorting, "Old wretch, do you still remember to inform me before you kill? This is not your usual style." A mocking smile graced Wu Yin's face as he taunted the King of Decay. "Once when I trusted you the most, you struck me. That blow remains etched in my memory. Today, how gentle you are. I am truly moved, haha." Wu Yin's tone was laced with sarcasm, each word barbed. After delivering his scorn, he laughed uproariously, entirely disregarding the King of Decay's threat. He now lacked the strength to resist, so he would seize the opportunity to mock before his demise. The last time he was struck, he had no chance to chastise this old wretch. This time, he would be audacious before death. The multitude of skeletons outside gasped in unison, the sounds of their bones clattering, echoing in the hall. Goodness, he is mocking the king, while he uttered no foul words. It certainly sounds as if they desire to strike him. This is the power of sarcasm. Wu Yin is doomed. No, he is deliberately provoking the king, seeking his own demise. The skeletons outside all felt a bead of sweat form for Wu Yin. Only the king of Zhuling and Wu Yin have dared to publicly mock the king of decay throughout history. Decay Xiaoke nearly broke into tears upon hearing Wu Yin's words. Wu Yin, you fool. You could have submitted and had a chance to live, but now, with those taunts, even if the heavenly king himself came, you would still die. Indeed, as those words left his lips, the king of decay's gaze sharpened. The power of decay coalesced into a massive hand that seized Wu Yin, tightening relentlessly. Gentle? Haha, I never knew you were such a master of mockery. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. With that, the essence of the king of decay surfaced, an overwhelming sense of corrosion enveloping Wu Yin in an instant. The intense corrosive force rendered Wu Yin nearly lifeless, as his flesh began to decay piece by piece. The king of decay chose not to devour Wu Yin's flesh, as he did with the Zhuling, but instead utilized his own decay power to slowly erode Wu Yin's essence, allowing him to witness the disintegration and rotting of his own skin and flesh. The entire process was excruciating. How does it feel to have your flesh gradually worn away? The king of decay's movements were gentle, akin to peeling a sanguine orange. Wu Yin gritted his teeth, abruptly stifling his cries, forcing himself to suppress the excruciating agony as he glared fiercely at the king of decay. If you possess the ability, then kill me. If I survive this, I shall remove your head and fashion it into a decorative piece. Provoking a demigod is not a wise choice. The more you desire to die, the more I shall torment you. The king of decay discerned that Wu Yin was deliberately inciting his ire, and thus his movements slowed further. The sound of flesh corroding amplifying in intensity. The overwhelming pain shattered Wu Yin's threshold of endurance, pushing him to the brink of unconsciousness. Gradually his vision blurred. The skin and flesh eroded to a grotesque state, revealing stark white bones beneath. The once handsome youth had become a hideous figure, his face contorted in agony, devoid of any intact skin. The king of decay, being a demigod, exercised meticulous control over his attacks. Despite Wu Yin's suffering, his vitality remained relatively stable, suspended in a precarious balance. The intent of the king of decay was unmistakable: to torment Wu Yin to the brink of madness through relentless suffering. The skeletons outside the hall, hearing the excruciating and anguished sounds, were suddenly overcome with a sense of shared grief. They did not pity Wu Yin, for they were the decay skeletons, and he was their enemy. The king of decay's torture of him was entirely justified, yet they did not rejoice. Lacking flesh, they could not truly feel that pain. However, their spiritual senses were interconnected. Witnessing Wu Yin's torment, their bloodthirsty natures unexpectedly settled, leaving only a lingering fear of suffering. Let us depart. There is nothing to see here. One decay skeleton grasped another's hand, preparing to leave. The other skeleton offered no resistance, nodding in silence. Gradually, the throng of decay skeletons began to dwindle. Xiaoke, the withering soldier, stood frozen in place, dark tendrils of withering power streaming from her eyes, tears of despair. No, I must find a way to save Wu Yin. Just as she contemplated rushing into the grand hall to plead for Wu Yin, the remnants of her rationality held her back. She was but a mere soldier. How could the lofty king grant her audience? Entering would only result in Wu Yin being subjected to greater torment by the withering king, stripped even of the right to perish. Just as her spirit waned, a voice, old yet gentle, whispered in her ear, "Do you wish to save him? I have a way." To her astonishment, there was no one behind her. Was it an auditory hallucination? Xiaoke felt the weight of despondency, as the voice had seemed so near, so real, that it momentarily clouded her perception. No, not an illusion. Turn your gaze to the tower ahead. The ancient voice persisted, seemingly attuned to Xiaoke's thoughts, patiently guiding her. Following the direction indicated, she soon spotted the source. 300 meters away, atop a lookout tower, the purple-robed skeleton stood, waving gently, embodying a softness that belied its skeletal form. High Priest. A shock coursed through Xiaoke, causing her to instinctively take a step back. She could not fathom how, from such a distance. The high priest could communicate with her. In the Withering clan, those holding office were referred to as priests, akin to landlords among the Zhuling, with distinctions of rank. The purple-robed skeleton, having imparted the divine ascension method to the Withering King, was revered as the high priest, admired by countless skeletons. High priest? Where? I see nothing. The other skeletons, still lingering, followed Shao Ku's gaze, yet found nothing amiss. The lookout tower stood empty. What is this? Such a jest is ill-timed. The surrounding skeletons grumbled, redirecting their attention to the Grand Hall. Though the Withering clan lacked a strong sense of territory, even lesser officials paid their respects to those of higher rank. The hierarchies of respect are immutable across races. Am I the only one who can see the high priest? Shao Ku was startled and quickly covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure she was not being observed. After confirming her solitude, she nodded vigorously. Good. The purple-robed skeleton smiled, and in an instant, transformed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing without a trace. Before Shao Ku could comprehend the sudden shift, a purple robe appeared in her hands. Enter and inform the Withering King that Wu Nian is the second key to his ascension as a deity. Do not let him lose his life. Once you save Wu Nian, drape this robe over him. Remember, elation surged within Shao Ku as she grasped the significance of the moment. Rushing into the Grand Hall with the robe clutched tightly. At that moment, Wu Nian was a mere shadow of his former self, ravaged by the Withering King's cruelty. His body was a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. My king, please show mercy. Spare Wu Nian. Shao Ku cried out, positioning herself protectively before him. The Withering King's eyes widened in astonishment, his displeasure evident. You dare plead for this outsider? Do you seek death? His voice loomed like an invisible mountain, pressing Shao Ku to the ground, her skeletal frame creaking under the immense pressure. My king, have mercy. Xiao Kiskiviko, inherent ultimate. Found herself overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, struggling to breathe. The words the purple-robed skeleton had imparted were trapped within her, unable to escape. Wu Nian, in a daze, turned his head, now reduced to a mere orb of an eye, and murmured, Why are you here? Leave, do not concern yourself with me. His voice was barely a whisper, a mere shadow of his former self, as the flesh in his throat had been all but stripped away. Had it not been for his innate connection to the power of withering, he would have perished many times over from such grievous wounds. Purple robe, summoning courage. Shao Ku pulled forth the robe she had clutched. The Withering King's grip loosened, and Wu Nian's battered body fell to the ground, the oppressive weight on Shao Ku dissipating. That damned fool. Speak, what does he wish for you to convey? The Withering King's irritation flared, tinged with annoyance from the earlier encounter with the purple-robed skeleton. Wu Nian is vital to your ascension as a deity. Please, grant him his life. Xiao Kiskiviko Ngaspeth. Not daring to hesitate for a moment, the Withering King's fury flickered, his gaze cold. What a coincidence. I was just about to execute him when you arrived. My king, I speak the truth. Every word is genuine. Shao Ku trembled, her bones rattling in fear. Then why did he not come himself, instead opting for you to deliver this message? You seem quite invested in Wu Nian's fate. The Withering King's words tore through Shao Ku's defenses like fragile parchment. I do not know. The flickering flames of anxiety ignited within her eyes, revealing her escalating dread. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall turned eerily still, silence enveloping the space, even halting the idle skeletons outside. After a prolonged pause, the Withering King waved his hand, reluctantly conceding, upon reflection, that does make sense. While the purple-robed skeleton may lack strength, he is undeniably unpredictable. His reluctance to appear in person may simply stem from a desire to avoid confrontation. It is not as intricate as it seems. Did he mention how the second method of ascension works? The Withering King inquired, experiencing an unusual headache at being maneuvered by an outsider skeleton. First, take Wu Nian away and find a few second-tier skeletons to keep a close watch on him. Oh, and secure some restorative potions. Do not allow him to truly perish. Understood. Xiao Kiskiviko nodded vigorously, hastily wrapping Wu Nian in the purple robe before lifting him and making her exit. Wu Nian's flesh had nearly vanished, leaving only a skeletal frame, with his heart, the sole remnant of life, still pulsating within his chest. "Wait!" The withering king called out suddenly, scrutinizing Xiao Ku, imprinting her visage in his memory. "What's your name?" "Skeletal soldier, Xiao Ku," she replied, her voice quivering. "Ah, a fitting name, though your rank is somewhat lacking. From this day forth, you are tasked with overseeing Wu Nian's care. Should he perish, you know the consequences." Xiao Ku felt a surge of joy hidden beneath her composed exterior. After bowing to the king, she hurriedly departed the grand hall. With this mandate, she could now watch over Wu Nian openly. The eyes of the withering king narrowed, a hint of unease still lingering within him. He gestured for 3 skeletal guards to approach. Each of these guards emanated a presence exceeding level 20. He reiterated, "Keep a close watch on Wu Nian. Should the adversary attempt to flee, sever their feet without reporting back." The 3 skeletal guards bowed in unison, affirming their understanding. Not to mention these 3 level 20 guardians, even a mere level 10 skeletal soldier could easily subdue the opponent. With everything in order, the withering Xiaoka finally departed, cradling the unconscious Wu Nian. The valley of soul sand stretched endlessly before them, resembling a vast ebony desert. As its name suggests, the soul sand is imbued with the spirits of the wronged, significantly impeding the movement of players traversing its surface, while simultaneously imposing an additional toll on their hunger. The withering race did not possess conventional prisons. The dark, decayed, and fearsome valley of soul sand served as a natural dungeon. Naturally, this effect did not pertain to the withering beings, as they were inherently a part of the undead lineage, thus unperturbed by the lost souls. Meanwhile, upon a high vantage point, a figure cloaked in purple observed the unfolding events. He refrained from intervening directly, but orchestrated everything with meticulous clarity. Everything was in place. All that remained was the right moment. The purple-robed skeleton, Nan, murmured to himself, his eyes swirling with various images, clearly engaged in deep contemplation. Suddenly, a snort broke the silence, disrupting the thoughts of the purple-robed skeleton. Turning his head, he noticed a hellish portal that had inexplicably appeared behind him. From within this portal, a pink creature leapt forth. This creature was not a spirit, but merely an ordinary domestic pig from the upper realm, seemingly devoid of any intelligence. A smile crept across the lips of the purple-robed skeleton as he rested his hands behind his head, using them as a pillow. "Ah, blood god, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" "Humph. Still putting on airs, are we? Since you are merely an ordinary pig, I shall feast upon your flesh." With that, the purple-robed skeleton summoned a dense mass of black mist, exuding a formidable aura of fear. As the threat became palpable, the domestic pig's expression sharpened, as if a surge of profound intelligence had awakened within it, allowing it to articulate human speech. Well, if it isn't Ji Xin, after all this time, is this how you treat an old friend? Can't take a joke, can you? As it spoke, a crown gradually materialized above the pig's head, bestowing upon it a newfound gravitas. "Ji Xin? Ha! It has been ages since I heard that name. Aside from the one I now follow, you are the only one who remembers." The purple-robed skeleton's spirits lifted, and he sat up, his gaze drifting towards the movements of everyone within the fortress below. He continued, "However, nowadays, people prefer to call me the Lord of Fear. At first glance, one might think I am a villain of the highest order." The blood god did not take on a human form, but instead crouched on 4 legs beside the Lord of Fear, jesting. "The title of Lord of Fear suits you well. It certainly aligns with your aloof persona. You know well that I despise my current state. Your so-called aloofness is merely my unwillingness to present this visage to the world." The blood god shook his head, swiftly diverting the topic. "You lot, one and all, treat your words as mere trifles, do you not? Do we not agree not to interfere? At this rate, you are on the verge of tearing the world apart. I have never personally meddled in the development of the mortal realm. Speak with evidence, lest I accuse you of slander." A vein throbbed on the blood god's forehead, momentarily leaving him speechless. Well, after such a long separation, when did your skin grow so thick? The principle of non-interference only applies to your own mortal form, does it not? Furthermore, using another's hand to intervene, does that not count as interference? If you wish to file a complaint, be my guest. I have not obstructed you. Brazen. Zitsai, you have changed. The blood god gritted his teeth in frustration, then sighed, I am not as petty as you. I have no desire to file a complaint. After venting his frustrations at the Lord of Fear, the blood god turned his gaze back to the fortress below, his eyes shining with a white light that transcended countless miles, piercing through all obstructions, ultimately resting upon Wunyan, who was ensconced within a matchbox constructed of nether bricks. His aura faint, as if he were on the brink of death. Your mortal form? The Lord of Fear nodded, offering no further commentary. Not yet registered. He replied coldly. Registered? Is it truly necessary? The blood god chuckled. You don the purple robe. Is that not more effective than mere registration? Not yet registered. The Lord of Fear reiterated, unwilling to elaborate further. With narrowed eyes, the blood god remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking in a low tone. I suspect your intentions lie elsewhere. Do they not? Upon hearing this, the Lord of Fear's gaze turned icy, his eyes smoldering with an otherworldly fire as he retorted, What do you mean to convey? The blood god was undeterred, meeting the Lord of Fear's gaze as he replied, It is quite simple. Even this pig brain of mine can deduce that you. Before he could finish, the domestic pig he possessed was abruptly engulfed by a swirling mass of black mist, instantly reducing it to nothing more than dust, with no remains left behind. I question why you would appear here unprovoked. It seems you are merely seeking to trouble me. The Lord of Fear waved his hand, dispersing the remnants of the ash. You are becoming increasingly unbearable. Can you not allow me to finish my thoughts? The hellish portal reappeared, and an identical pink domestic pig leapt forth, its eyes reflecting irritation. The Lord of Fear paid no mind to the pig's judgment, snapping his fingers. In an instant, the new pig was also enveloped in black smoke. Oh dear, not again. Must this continue? The domestic pig cried out, collapsing as it bled, its screams echoing far and wide. The hellish portal reopened. The blood god seethed. These are not even my true forms. Is this truly amusing for you? Stop. The Lord of Fear grinned, a glimmer of mischief in his voice. It is indeed amusing. After the demise of a dozen substitutes, the blood god finally wised up, hiding behind the hellish portal, his voice drifting out. Enough. I shall say no more. Do not provoke me. I have only a few pigs left in the upper realm. Leave me some semblance of a legacy. Upon seeing the Lord of Fear's silence, the blood god cautiously extended a foot, relieved when he felt no burning sensation, and cautiously peered out. The Lord of Fear glanced sideways, causing the little pig to tremble in fear. The blood god frowned, warning, I advise you to cease this game. In the upper realm, I have only this one piglet left. You have also received favors from that individual. Should they face adversity, you need not assist, but should you cause trouble, I shall end you. Though the words bore no trace of anger, they were imbued with an undeniable purity. The blood god swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Haha, you mentioned that individual has done you a kindness. They have also aided me. I could never be so ungrateful, rest assured. Yet at that moment, the atmosphere between the two had shifted dramatically, now steeped in palpable tension. The Lord of Fear's anger was not baseless. Though his wisdom may not rival that of the one he followed, it was far from lacking. From the very beginning, he discerned that the blood god sought to thwart him, prompting his display of intent. As for the reason behind the opposition to resurrection, only the blood god knew. Of course, the Lord of Fear had no desire to hear the blood god's rationale. Much like the god of drowned corpses, he was a fervent devotee. As long as resurrection was achievable, he was willing to do anything. Observing the Lord of Fear's unwavering resolve, the blood god's expression grew serious as he spoke. I am not your enemy, and there is no need for you to threaten me. Now is not the time for resurrection. You must wait. Time? Spare me such talk. I only believe in myself. The Lord of Fear rose, preparing to depart. The blood god wished to say something further, yet swallowed his words. At this moment, anything he said would fall on deaf ears. Do not think I am jesting. This matter regarding the human form must be settled. If you dare to cause trouble, I shall not only slay the little pigs you control. The power of fear quickly spread, instilling a sense of dread even in the blood god, who was momentarily startled. Indeed, the master of fear is not so easily trifled with. As the blood god contemplated this, black smoke began to emanate from the little pig. And in the next instant, its agonized cries echoed. Zitsai, Volri Nix Yanlan. This truly is my last one. Compensate me for my little pig. Meanwhile, within the base, the Zhuling Wang launched a war against the Withering clan, which merely served to delay the frontline battle. To delve deep behind enemy lines and rescue Wunyan, he would have to rely on himself. Of course, this was contingent on Wunyan not being dead. Should anything unfortunate happen to his subordinate, the nature of this war would change drastically. Ji Xin respected life. It was a principle he upheld. This did not imply he lacked the capacity to trample upon life. A massacre that could commence at a moment's notice merely required a fitting justification. Furthermore, the skeletons belonged to the undead clan, and the living and the undead were inherently adversarial. Slaying a few 100,000 withering minions as a form of tribute to Wunyan should not be considered excessive. After catching his breath, Ji Xin's eyes glimmered with white light as he commanded sternly, "All puppets, gather before me." His voice was not loud, dissipating before it traveled far. Yet this call resonated like an incantation, causing the entire base to tremble. The dormant reserve puppets beneath the base opened their eyes simultaneously, their blood-red orbs resembling hellish hounds. Upon receiving their master's command, they began to stir. Most of these were stone puppets. The trial grounds lacked villagers and could not function like an iron farm in a game. Naturally, the disaster villagers possessed intelligence, and there was no reason for ordinary villagers not to awaken. In the real world, the concept of an iron farm was utterly implausible. If it were feasible, Ji Xin could only express his deep regret. 1,000,000 steel puppets would not be a dream. Once the command was given, all puppets within the base, whether the reserve puppets underground or the working puppets engaged in mining and farming, froze in their motions. They first pinpointed Ji Xin's location, then hastened forward, not daring to hesitate even for a moment. Their king was summoning them. Over 100 steel puppets, 1,000 stone puppets, and nearly 5,000 functional puppets thundered forth, raising clouds of dust. The leaders, Chong and Chu Linger, were also taken aback. What was happening with the puppets? This is bad. Something must have gone wrong with Xiao Xin. Let us hurry and see. Ouch! Don't step on me. Chong, help me up. These puppets have gone mad. Thus, under Ji Xin's call, everyone in the base, be they human or puppet, rushed towards him. Half an hour later, Ji Xin found himself surrounded by puppets, each kneeling on one knee, awaiting their king's command. The bone puppets and ice puppets lacked legs. After a few more minutes, the first to arrive were the disaster larks, followed closely by Chong and the others. Upon seeing that Ji Xin was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, Ji Xin had long since become their spiritual pillar. Just as the disaster lark was about to embrace Ji Xin, she was restrained by Chu Linger. Hold on. Don't go over just yet. Ji Xin looks unwell. Something significant must have happened. The boss dotes on you, but you must understand the appropriate circumstances and actions. The disaster lark appeared to comprehend to some extent, yet upon observing the serious atmosphere around her, she felt that Linger's words bore some truth. As the leading figure, Chong stepped forward, steeling himself to inquire, "Boss, what has transpired?" Ji Xin nodded, his gaze sharpening. Wunyan is in trouble. Chapter 87. The division of labor among the base's inhabitants. Ji Xin recounted the sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Chong and the others displayed expressions of indignation. Wunyan was among the third batch to join the team. Although their time together had been brief, Wunyan's steady and humble demeanor had left a favorable impression on everyone. Now that Wunyan was in peril, there was no reason for them not to offer assistance. Ji Xin surveyed the group once more and spoke solemnly. This time is different from before. We are confronting an entire race, and there is a demigod overseeing them. To be frank, although I have clashed with demigods, I have yet to grasp the full extent of their power when they unleash their full might. Therefore, if things go awry, there is a high likelihood of fatalities. Demigod? Chong and the others exchanged glances, as it was their first time hearing of this realm. As players, their levels were segmented from 1 to 50, without detailed classifications of realms. In the original world, being simply divided realms into 4 ascensions, with the pinnacle of the 4th ascension being the demigod realm. However, whether demigod or true god, any entity associated with the divine was beyond human reckoning. Ji Xin nodded and continued. A demigod is akin to what we players refer to as a level 49. However, do not fret too much. I possess my own forces in the lower realm, and at the very least, the Withering King will not pose a threat to us on the front line. Chong, with his fiery temperament, took the lead and declared, "Boss, just tell us what to do. We will follow your lead." This declaration prompted the others to rally and exclaim, "Yes, let us take them on. What of the demigod? Anyone who dares to harm our own shall face our wrath. Indeed, even if we cannot triumph, we must demonstrate our resolve and take a piece of their flesh in return." With a clatter, the members of the Iron Armor Gang donned their armor, weapons, and shields, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Ji Xin was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that the Iron Armor Gang had misinterpreted his intent. Although they had all undergone one ascension, their combat prowess could only be compared to that of his 6 steel puppets. To send them in a battle? That seemed excessive. I appreciate your intentions. I will accept them on Wunyin's behalf. However, with so many puppets at my disposal, there is no need for you to risk your lives on the battlefield. My intent in speaking to you was merely to inform you that we are in trouble. Nothing more. Huh? The Iron Armor Gang's fervor was abruptly doused with cold water, causing their lips to twitch involuntarily. They were acutely aware of their weakness. However, to have their boss imply it was somewhat disheartening. Chong did not remove his armor. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze solidified once more. "Boss, we understand you are concerned for our lives. We will remember your kindness. However, we are not the same as the puppets you command. We possess our own thoughts. Even if it costs us our lives, we would do so willingly." Chong articulated the sentiments that had long resided in his heart. In these chaotic times, having a strong protector was a profoundly fortunate circumstance. Yet the longer such protection lasted, the more it became a burden for someone like Chong. They believed firmly that sacrifice should be mutual. Their weakness did not justify their acceptance of unreciprocated gifts. What profound words of sincerity! Ji Xin found it hard to believe. Chong, who usually presented as a robust and simple man, displayed such high awareness at a critical moment. Excellent. Since you possess this awareness, as your superior, I feel compelled to take you to the lower realms for broader experiences. Wang Chong felt a surge of excitement. He wanted to express his gratitude, but found the moment somewhat awkward, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. On his left stood the puppet destined for the lower realms, while on his right was the work puppet responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the base. The likes of the wheat puppet, devoid of combat ability, would serve no purpose in the lower realms. Rather, it would be more beneficial to produce additional food supplies for the ongoing war below. What are your thoughts? After finishing these arrangements, Ji Xin turned to inquire of Chu Linger, who hesitated slightly. "Can I choose not to go? I'm a bit afraid of the heat." "Absolutely. There is no issue at all." Ji Xin welcomed the prospect of having someone to oversee the base. "From this point forward, all systems within the base will be entrusted to you, including the operations of the D's shop. Do not let me down. By the way, it would be prudent to reduce the sale of food supplies. Warfare consumes vast amounts of provisions, so stockpiling is wise." Standing tall, Chu Linger declared, "I assure you I will complete the task." Ji Xin's gaze shifted towards the Calamity Lark, which widened its eyes in anticipation of its task. However, Ji Xin merely glanced at it before diverting his gaze, showing no intention of offering any advice. Frantic, the Calamity Lark suddenly called out, "Master, I'm also willing to accompany you to the lower realms to slay enemies." "Oh, your sentiment is appreciated, but it is not possible." Ji Xin ziplit nun tialen. Declining the request, the Calamity Lark grew increasingly anxious. Others received approval from the master, yet the tide had turned with him. "Master, I can also perform spatial jumps in the lower realms. I would be invaluable, so why not take me?" As Ji Xin guided the puppets through the gate to hell, he casually fabricated a reason, stating, "It is prohibited for minors to witness violent scenes." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong and the others struggled to contain their laughter. This excuse was rather flimsy. Ji Xin found their reaction perplexing. Was his reasoning not sufficient? Warfare entails bloodshed, and bloodshed requires blurring. What the absence of blurring adversely affects the innocence of minors. Wang Chong and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed, this rationale is utterly irrefutable. The Calamity Lark, noticing the others stifling their laughter, felt a wave of pity. As a native of this world, he was not accustomed to such humor and misinterpreted their mirth as mockery of his weakness. Chu Linger quickly stepped forward to alleviate the situation, reassuring him. Staying at the base is quite good. You can assist me in managing the farm. The Calamity Lark was reluctant to remain at the base and cast another hopeful glance at Ji Xin, yearning for an opportunity. Once you reach adulthood, I will certainly take you along, Ji Xin casually promised, fully aware that he had no need for the Calamity Lark's assistance. Should it accompany him, it would merely serve as a target, vulnerable to a single arrow. Hence, it was far more prudent for it to tend to the farm within the base. Chapter 88. A Step Away from Divinity. The tactic of painting a grand vision proved effective on the Calamity Lark, which chose to remain silent and obediently followed Chu Linger towards the farm. After arranging these trivial matters, Ji Xin contemplated the tasks ahead. In a little over 10 days, the apocalyptic zombies would acquire the ability to destroy stone. The walls surrounding the base must be swiftly replaced with obsidian. Otherwise, before the war in the lower realms even commences, the upper realm might be overrun by zombies, leaving him with no recourse. Ji Xin called out to Wang Chong, appointing him as the project leader for this crucial obsidian production line. I will contact the piglins to gather magma. You need only find a few stone puppets to handle the casting. Very well, boss. I will prepare immediately. Wang Chong, having previously operated mining production lines, found this task quite manageable. Once the instructions were given, Ji Xin produced the head of the Calamity Xingchuan and casually fashioned a body for it. In the next moment, a spatial rift opened, revealing the exterior of the Piglin King's chamber. The two guarding Piglin brutes trembled in fear, raising their axes in a defensive posture. Boldly, this is the chamber of the Piglin King. Who dares to act recklessly here? Ji Xin calmly stepped through the rift, respecting the Piglin's territorial awareness, refraining from directly jumping into the King's chamber. It has been a while, esteemed Piglin warriors. I have matters to discuss with the Piglin King. May I request an audience? It's Lord Ji. It has indeed been a long time, The Piglin on the left immediately lowered his axe, approaching with a broad smile. The Piglin on the right was incensed, delivering a punch to his companion's face. We just met yesterday, Lord Ji. You're being overly courteous. Go report now. 5 minutes later, Ji Xin found himself once again in the presence of the Piglin King. Is everything in the upper realm prepared? Yes, everything is ready. May I inquire when you plan to commence the war? Ji Xin cut straight to the heart of the matter. The Piglin King, clad in battle armor and brimming with fervor, replied, the general has already assembled a considerable force, ready to launch an attack at any time. Now, I await only your word. Astonished, Ji Xin responded, then I shall trouble you, esteemed one. Once I rescue Wu Nian and have sufficient time, I will certainly join you in obliterating the withering clan. As he spoke, Ji Xin's eyes gleamed with a bright light, and he pointed, invoking enchantments upon the Piglin King's armor. Various enchantments surged forth, enveloping him. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to forge an excess of enchanted armor, while Wu Nian's fate hung in the balance. Delaying would only prove detrimental. He needed the Piglin King to draw out the Withering King, a demigod. With the Withering clan devoid of divine oversight, Ji Xin could charge forward unimpeded. His life no longer threatened. While he dared not claim invincibility, he was assured of self-preservation. Once Wu Nian was successfully rescued, he could engage in the war with abandon, free from worries. Such formidable, enchanting power. Ha 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 ha. From the outset, I anticipated it would be strong, yet experiencing it firsthand brought unexpected delight. As they spoke, the Piglin King's aura surged, causing the surrounding blocks to tremble, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Ji Xin's pupils contracted, instinctively taking a step back. Could it be that he was on the verge of transcending? The Piglin King, currently at the demigod level, would ascend to true divinity upon breaking through. The true extent of divine power remains a mystery to all. However, If the Piglin King were indeed to break through, it would be a tremendous boon for Ji Xin. He could bypass the need for stealthy infiltration into the Soul Sand Valley, instead clinging to the Piglin King's coattails, fighting his way through. How exhilarating! This feeling is simply marvelous. The Piglin King's massive form gradually levitated into the air, merging with his armor, his aura reaching its zenith, with glimmers of white light emanating from his eyes. Just as Ji Xin believed that his ally was on the cusp of becoming a deity, alas, it was not meant to be. The Piglin King slowly opened his eyes, speaking softly. In that moment, he had indeed touched the threshold of divinity. Yet something obstructed him from succeeding. Nonetheless, there is nothing to lament. In this lifetime, I have glimpsed the visage of divine existence. Even if today were my last, it would be worth it. The Piglin King remained optimistic, recognizing that forcing what cannot be attained serves no purpose. Withering old fool, though I could not ascend to divinity, I have gained insight. In this battle, your defeat is inevitable. The Piglin King laughed heartily, his body fat beginning to burn away as he summoned his full power. In the next instant, his figure appeared in mid-air, striding purposefully towards the distant horizon, his target set on the Soul Sand Valley. How unfortunate! Ji Xin felt a tinge of regret. He was so close. He composed himself, retrieving the head of Zai Xingquan, and once again tore open a rift before him, leading to the very place where Wu Nian had mysteriously vanished. The Valley of Soul Sand, contained within a mere matchbox. Wu Nian gradually awakened, his vision clouded. At that moment, the skeletal figure of Xiao Ku was cautiously administering a restorative potion to him. Being a creature of the undead, any potion meant to restore life to the living would be akin to poison for them, hence Xiao Ku's delicate handling. Where am I? Wu Nian turned his lone eye, surveying the surroundings, his voice barely coherent. Wu Nian, you're finally awake, exclaimed Xiao Ku, excitedly leaning closer to hear what he might say. In her fervor, she accidentally splashed some of the potion onto herself, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. The skeletal guards outside, hearing the commotion, turned their heads to inquire, what is happening? The guards, all above level 20, held a status far superior to Xiao Ku. The lead guard peered inside, coolly stating, if he is revived, hurry and bring him out. Wu Nian is a tough one. Even if he has been rendered helpless, we cannot let our guard down. Unbeknownst to the guards, there was an acquaintance between Wu Nian and Xiao Ku, compelling them to persistently urge her. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will finish administering this potion, and then I shall emerge, Xiao Ku replied, raising the half-full vial of potion towards the window with an apologetic smile. Chapter 89. The Purple Robe High Priest? Wu Nian, how did you manage to save me? Wu Nian shook his slightly dazed head, his spirit somewhat waning. Previously, he had been on the brink of death, crushed by the enormous hand of the king of the undead, only to see Xiao Ku enter the grand hall with a purple robe before losing consciousness. He had no knowledge of what transpired thereafter, nor how Xiao Ku had rescued him from the wrath of the king of the undead. With a cautious glance outside, Xiao Ku lowered her voice significantly, saying, it wasn't me who saved you. It was primarily the purple-robed high priest assistants. Otherwise, even with 10 heads, I wouldn't have been enough for the king. The purple-robed high priest? Why would that priest wish to save me? What kind of authority allows even the supreme king of the undead to show such deference? It's understandable that you don't know. The purple-robed high priest was recently bestowed with honors and is from an outside tribe. We don't even know his real name, as he often dons the purple robe, so we simply refer to him as the purple robe high priest. Xiao Ku pointed at the purple robe Wu Nian wore, adding, of course, it was he who instructed me to drape this robe over you. Wu Nian understood, gently stroking the fabric of the robe without sensing anything extraordinary about it. To him, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary garment. An outsider? Is he also a player like me? Wu Nian inquired once more. If that were the case, it would make sense for the individual to intervene on his behalf. Do you think that is possible? Our kind, the undead, is notoriously insular. You know that well. He is a little white skeleton from the upper realm, so perhaps he could be considered our distant kin, Xiao Ku replied. As she spoke, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Now that you've become a skeleton, you and the high priest do bear a resemblance, don't you? She mused. Is that merely an illusion? Wu Nian felt a shiver at Xiao Ku's gaze. Turning to observe his own bloodied and mangled form, a wave of bitterness and inferiority washing over him. What's wrong? Do I look unattractive? You know as well as I that our skeletons judge beauty by character, not appearance. I just think you're starting to resemble a skeleton more and more. Haha. Regardless of whether they were little white skeletons from the upper realm or the skeletal beings of the undead, they all naturally lacked flesh. The reasoning behind the undead skeletons developing intelligence, akin to other races, stemmed from their innate source of decay, which served as their flesh and heart, allowing them to live like ordinary beings. Wu Nian's continued existence, despite losing most of his flesh, was attributed to this very source. His awakened profession was that of a decaying prince, possessing both flesh and a source of decay. In essence, this source was currently compensating for the lack of flesh. You see, there are guards outside. Escaping is simply not feasible. A gleam sparked in Wu Nian's eyes. His exposed teeth clenched tightly as he activated the system to peer outside. The three skeletal figures beyond the door were all level 20, and even at his peak, he would have only been beaten down. No, I must find a way to escape. Only then can I seek vengeance for this skinning and flesh extraction. Wu Nian seethed, his anger surging. Xiao Ku, feeling helpless, offered him another dose of the restorative potion, softly advising, "This is not something that can be rushed. Given your current state, you stand no chance of fleeing. It would be wiser to recuperate here and observe the situation, taking it one step at a time." Xiao Ku's thoughts were straightforward. She would be content as long as he could keep his life. Wu Nian took a deep breath, regaining clarity, realizing that her words held merit. Preserving his life was already a stroke of fortune. How could he still hope to escape? After more than half an hour, with the aid of the restorative potion, Wu Nian's injuries had finally stabilized, and his mental state had improved significantly. "All right, you should leave quickly to avoid suspicion." Wu Nian's voice was faint, barely escaping his throat like a whispering breeze. Xiao Ku understood his intent, tidied up a bit, and prepared to depart. Before leaving, she expressed her concern. "Take care of your injuries. If you plan to do anything, please consult with me first. Don't act alone." Xiao Ku's words were delicately phrased, a gentle warning not to entertain thoughts of escape. Even if he contemplated running, he should inform her. Perhaps she could assist him. Meanwhile, Ji Xin emerged from the spatial rift. He surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing in dismay. The Valley of Soul Sand was vast and without a guide. The likelihood of becoming lost was exceedingly high. Impulsive. Too impulsive. I was inadequately prepared. Ji Xin chastised himself, pacing as he pondered solutions. He was not one to act recklessly, but had always been thoroughly prepared. This was the first time he felt so helpless. Anxiety breeds chaos. This is something I must be mindful of in the future. Making mistakes is not dreadful. It's merely a matter of learning to avoid them, as there are no natural-born sages. Currently, the Zhuling King was hastening to the battlefield. Time was of the essence, and he had no choice but to steel himself and enter. Ji Xin gestured for a block to lift, then leapt onto it with force. The slowing effect of the soul sand was a hidden menace. However, for Ji Xin, it was not a significant concern. He possessed the head of Zai Xingquan and could control the block to fly. Even if he truly became lost, escape would be effortless. Just as Ji Xin prepared to enter the Valley of Soul Sand, a pig-like cry echoed behind him, and a squad of pig spirits appeared, having approached unnoticed. "Lord Ji, do not depart. Lord Ji, please do not leave." Ji Xin turned to see a familiar face, that of Wu Yu, the pig spirit he had assisted during the adult ceremony. "Wu Yu?" "Yes, indeed." Seeing he had caught up, Wu Yu let out a long breath, his demeanor notably humble. The man before him was one whom even the Zhuling King would treat with utmost respect, so he dared not adopt any airs. Chapter 90, The Terror of Demigod Powerhouses. "What brings you here?" Ji Xin cast a glance at the group of Zhu spirits, recognizing them as a patrol team in the area. Zhuling Wuyo wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled apologetically. "We are the Zhu Spirit Patrol team here. I have heard about your predicament. That group of black devils has gone too far. I have long desired to deal with them." Ji Xin felt somewhat speechless. His time was indeed precious. If this continues, I might have to take my leave. At that moment, a Zhu spirit teammate interrupted Zhuling Wuyo's complaints with a dismissive grunt. "Oh, haha, that's not the main point. Our strength is limited, and we cannot offer you much assistance, but please accept this." With that, Zhu Ling Wuyo produced an enchanted book and a fragment of a map from his backpack. "We pooled our resources to buy this for you, Lord Ji Xin. It may be of use." Ji Xin accepted the enchanted book and the map, their names appearing before his eyes. Enchanted book, Soul Stride. 1. Map, mostly blank. 1. Walking on soul sand would inflict a slowing effect, but with the Soul Stride enchantment, this effect would be significantly reduced, even rendered immune. However, this was of little use to him, especially since it was merely a first-tier enchanted book. What truly piqued Ji Xin's interest was the second item, the map. Although most of it was blank, it clearly marked a nether fortress. This discovery saved him considerable trouble, even if it were not a prison for Wunyan. He could capture a live one for directions. At the very least, he would not be floundering about like a headless chicken. Ji Xin smiled and inquired, "Wuyo, how did you know I lacked the Soul Stride enchanted book?" Not only did he lack Soul Stride, but he also did not possess the Experience Repair enchantment, as these enchantments would not appear on the enchantment table. All the enchantments Ji Xin could currently use were those that had appeared on the enchantment table. Other rare enchanted books would have to be collected later to be stored. Zhu Ling Wuyo scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "Lord Ji Xin, I examined the chest armor you enchanted for me. There are many types, but not all, so I speculated." "Ha ha, I did not expect you to be quite clever." Ji Xin nodded. Although the Soul Stride enchanted book was only a first-tier one, it certainly did not come cheap among the Zhu Spirit clan. Zhu Ling Wuyo's thoughtfulness was truly commendable. "With such good intentions, I shall not let you suffer." Saying this, Ji Xin tossed the Soul Stride enchanted book behind him. The lapis lazuli golem, lurking in the shadows, eagerly lunged forward for a bite. Ding! New enchantment detected. Soul Stride 1. Immediately, a brilliant purple light enveloped Ji Xin's fingertips as he directed a surge of enchanting power towards the Zhu spirits. Ding! Gold Boots 1 enchantment successful. Ding! Gold Axe 1 enchantment successful. In the blink of an eye, the equipment of the entire team was imbued with full attribute enchantments, with Soul Stride being the first. "My lord, you have misunderstood." The Zhu spirit team stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This entire team of Zhu spirits, being Wuyo's kin, had initially intended to present this gift merely to express gratitude for Ji Xin's assistance. Their intent was born from a desire to repay a kindness, not to seek favors. "Ha ha ha. No worries, this is my intention. If you truly feel indebted, then slay a few more wither skeletons for me." Ji Xin laughed heartily, controlling the block beneath his feet to sweep away, leaving the Zhu spirit team in a mix of surprise and concern. Once Ji Xin disappeared from view, Wuyo's father kicked him aside angrily. "I told you to buy the Soul Stride enchanted book, and you insisted on purchasing it. Now look at the embarrassment." Zhu Ling Wuyo felt a bit aggrieved. "I wanted to gift it, but our family could not afford it. We had to scrape together our resources for this." "Oomph. I am the one without ambition, and my son is just a pig." Wuyo's father snorted, continuing, "Let's go to the battlefield and slay a few black devils to purchase a Soul Stride for Lord Ji Xin." Meanwhile, the Zhu Spirit King had arrived at the southern battlefield of the Crimson Forest. His body hovered in midair as he surveyed the chaos below. The armies of wither skeletons and Zhu spirits clashed violently, the sounds of flesh tearing and bones snapping echoing in the air. The Zhu Spirit King looked around, but did not spot the presence of the barbarian general, suspecting he might be in another area of the battlefield. "Let us begin here. The simplest way to draw out the Wither King is to join the fray in a demigod form. No matter the foe, once one reaches the demigod realm, the number of enemies is no longer a limiting factor. In other words, the entry of the Zhu Spirit King into the battlefield would result in a massacre devoid of mercy. Wither, old man, come forth and face me. Otherwise, I will wipe out your entire army." The Zhu Spirit King inhaled deeply, his muscles swelling as he prepared to unleash his might. In the next moment, his form materialized at the center of the battlefield, his overwhelming aura crushing the ranks of unranked skeletons. Feeling unsatisfied, the Zhu Spirit King raised his hand, conjuring a colossal hand-shaped phantom adorned with radiant golden light. "Wither, old man, do not delay any longer. Come forth and engage me." The Wither clan raised their heads to behold the giant hand in the sky, their entire army frozen in shock as fear spread like wildfire, spiraling out of control. If that hand were to descend, those below the third tier would have no chance of survival. Run. Get out of the palm's shadow. Quick. Signal for the king to engage. The Zhu Spirit King has gone mad. The mere aura emanating from the demigod sent waves of panic through the ranks of wither skeletons. In stark contrast, the Zhu Spirit clan rallied. Steady. Steady the morale. A level 40 skeleton surged from the rear, charging directly toward the giant hand in the sky. Clearly, this skeleton was the commander of the army. All 3-tier and above skeletons. Follow my lead to break the Zhu Spirit King's grasp and buy time for the king's arrival. At the command of the skeleton leader, the elite forces of the Wither clan sprang into action. They had to block the Zhu Spirit King's colossal strike. Otherwise, their entire army might vanish in an instant. Reduced to dust, the Zhu Spirit King regarded the skeleton commander with disdain. You think you can stand against me with your mere 4-tier status? Call for the Wither King. You are not worthy. The skeleton commander unleashed his aura, declaring, do not underestimate me. Though I too am 4-tier, I shall see just how strong a demigod truly is. With that, the skeleton commander roared, charging toward the giant hand, prepared to withstand the blow. Equally 4-tier? Ha ha ha. What gives you the right to compare yourself to me at this level? The Zhu Spirit King sneered as the phantom hand extended a finger, effortlessly smashing the level 40 commander into the ground. His fate remained uncertain. Chapter 91. The nether fortress hidden in the mist, the commander has fallen just like that? A 4-tier powerhouse could not even withstand a single move from the Zhu Spirit King. How could this be possible? A dozen 3-tier skeletons gasped in disbelief. Upon hearing the commander's order, they rushed to offer support. Yet, before they could arrive, their leader had already perished. What is there left to fight for? Each of them understood clearly that the Zhu Spirit King's earlier strike had not been made with full force. However, such an attack effortlessly crushed a level 40 skeleton commander. As simple as squashing an ant. This group of 3rd-tier skeletons considered themselves superior within their army. Yet before a demigod, they amounted to mere trifles. Approaching would be akin to offering themselves as sacrifices. The Zhu Ling Wang cast a frigid gaze upon the 3rd-tier skeletons that had emerged from the ground and spoke. Do you seek to challenge me in a contest of strength? No, no, no. Upon hearing this, the 3rd-tier skeleton leaders all took a step back. The fervor for self-sacrifice for their race dissipated, and a collective sense of retreat took hold. The reason demigods are distinguished by their own title is due to their overwhelming power to trample over all beings of lower ranks, let alone a level 40 commander. Even a level 48 one will be dispatched in mere 3 strikes by Zhu Ling Wang. He pondered, contemplating whether it would be too ruthless to eliminate this entire group of 3rd-tier skeletons. Just as he was about to swat down the 30-level skeleton leaders, a thunderous voice resonated from afar. It was the delayed arrival of the dying king. You foolish pig, what madness has seized you today? The agreement states that demigod-level beings are forbidden from intervening in the war between our races. Do you treat this pact as mere trifles? The power of a demigod transcends mortal constraints. Even in the face of a myriad of soldiers, it is but a fleeting matter. Thus, demigods are prohibited from engaging on the front lines. If combat is desired, it must be king against king, soldier against soldier. This had been an established agreement between the two races for ages, and today, Zhu Ling Wang had clearly breached it. Zhu Ling Wang dismissed the illusionary giant hand he had conjured and nonchalantly replied, I shall naturally abide by our agreement. I merely dispatched a few reckless skeletons to issue a challenge. Surely, you wouldn't take offense at that. Silence, you wretched pig. The countenance of the dying king darkened. His fist clenched audibly. As he soared to the center of the battlefield, he beheld a massive pit beneath, where lay the silent remains of a skeletal frame. That was the commander of his dying clan. How dare you kill one of my 4th-tier commanders? Such insolence in issuing a challenge is unacceptable. A 4th-tier rank signifies a race's elite combat power, and nurturing a 4th-tier skeleton demands countless resources. Now, in the blink of an eye, Zhu Ling Wang had eradicated one. His heart bled with anguish. Zhu Ling Wang remained unfazed, ignoring the enraged dying king, and continued, I shall reiterate, I have not violated the agreement between our races. If I truly desired a massacre, your army of skeletons would not withstand me for even a second. He merely intended to slay a few skeletons to challenge the dying king. Yet the level 40 commander rashly collided with his hand. He had merely swatted a fly that was ignorant of its own limitations. He could not be blamed for that. You shameless scoundrel! The dying king seethed, conjuring numerous phantoms of decay that surged toward Zhu Wang's forces. If you lack compassion, do not expect mercy in return. With one level 40 commander slain, he sought to ensure that a pigling would die in retribution. Zhu Wang snorted coldly, spreading his arms wide, transforming his body into a colossal meat shield, absorbing all damage. Do you presume to speak of righteousness to me? Do not think I am unaware of your recent actions of capturing my kin and devouring their flesh. You would treat my kin as mere fodder. You old wretch, how brazen. Zhu Wang would not yield, and thus began a fierce clash with the dying king. On the ground, both armies withdrew to avoid being caught in the aftermath of their duel. Deep within the Valley of Soul Sand, a blue-purple mist enveloped the area, severely impairing visibility. The ground emitted eerie howls from the soul sand. Ji Xin piloted his block, with a golden carrot in one hand and a map in the other. As he munched away, he had been flying for nearly 3 hours, having consumed several sets of golden carrots. Yet he had yet to glimpse the border of the underworld fortress. The environment could only be described as desolate, with only the ghostly blue flames burning on the soul sand and the whispers of the undead in the air. Surely, Zhu Lingguo did not purchase counterfeit goods. It shouldn't be the case. The map was functional, so why had he not arrived? Perhaps he should inquire with a squad of decaying skeletons? Ji Xin felt an inexplicable frustration. After searching for so long, he had found not a single trace, leading him to doubt the legitimacy of the map. After a moment, he found a concealed spot to land, scrutinized the map in vain, and prepared to ambush a small squad of decaying skeletons for information. Throughout his 3 hours of flight, he had encountered numerous squads of decaying skeletons, but to avoid alarming them, he refrained from engaging in conflict. Just as Ji Xin concealed himself, a miraculous scene unfolded. The underworld fortress, which had eluded him for so long, suddenly appeared before him. The fortress was immense, thousands of times larger than in the game, complete with various pavilions and towers, resembling a city suspended in midair. The entire fortress was constructed from underworld stone bricks, grand and imposing. Upon examining the map again, he realized that his current location matched the marked point. A mirage? Ji Xin found it hard to believe his eyes. No, it was the surrounding blue-purple mist that was problematic. He quickly deduced that he had a keen sensitivity to the blocks themselves. The underworld fortress ahead was indeed real. Upon closer inspection, he noticed patrolling skeleton soldiers atop it. This could only mean that the surrounding purple mist possessed some line-of-sight obstruction effect. Ji Xin remained unhurried. Ensuring that he remained undetected, he once again controlled the block to elevate himself into the air. In the next moment, another astonishing scene unfolded. The entire underworld fortress vanished into the purple mist. Or rather, the underworld stone bricks had obscured their outline, as Ji Xin could now clearly see the soul soil behind the fortress, not only in the air, but if one were to distance themselves, the underworld fortress would automatically conceal itself with the aid of the purple mist, without specific coordinates and a map. Accurately locating the fortress would be akin to a Herculean task. Before coming here, he had heard the Valley of Soul Sand referred to as the Black Desert, and now it was evident that the name was well-deserved. Ji Xin was astonished. This place not only hindered movement with its soul sand, but the blue-purple mist was equally troublesome. Fortunately, his luck had always been on his side, which led him to this discovery. Chapter 92. A Probe in Words. Above the underworld fortress, 2 skeleton guards patrolled this area. They turned their gazes toward the boundless valley of soul sand, fatigue evident on their skeletal faces. We've been patrolling for 4 hours. Let's take a break. It's not time for a break yet. It would be unwise of us. What if outsiders infiltrate? The skeleton on the right replied impatiently. Where'd outsiders come from? This is the Valley of Soul Sand. No fool would venture here. Upon hearing this, the left skeleton pondered for a moment, finding some truth in the statement. This was indeed the Valley of Soul Sand, a desolate expanse where no life could survive apart from the decaying skeletons. Such an environment served as a natural barrier against other races. Thus, the two skeletons cheerfully accepted the notion of slacking off. They moved to the outer side of the fortress, looking down at the distant horizon, their fatigue quickly replaced by a sense of ease. I heard the Zhuling Wang has been slaying many on the front line. Aren't demigods prohibited from the battlefield? The Zhuling people are quite dishonorable. Who says otherwise? Rest assured, our race also possesses a demigod. This grievance will surely be avenged. The two skeletons chatted idly, completely oblivious to the figure that had stealthily approached behind them. The skeleton on the right stretched lazily, suddenly realizing that its stone sword was missing. Hey, have you seen my stone sword? It was just here. The skeleton on the left shook its head, a hint of schadenfreude adorning its face. Losing a stone sword could lead to punishment. You are in trouble now. The right skeleton looked down and glanced around, finding nothing on the ground, its expression turning anxious as it exclaimed, "Quick, help me look. We are a team, and if I get punished, you won't benefit either." The left skeleton sighed. "All right, you're always so careless." The two skeletons began to search the area, feeling around for some time. In the shadows, Ji Xin forcefully broke the stone sword, various glimmers flashing in his eyes as he pondered how to extract useful information from these two skeletons. After searching in vain for a while, the skeleton that lost the sword became truly panicked. How strange. I clearly had it in my hand, and now it's gone. Could be a ghost? Just as the two skeletons were at a loss, a third voice emerged. It's just a stone sword. Nothing to worry about. How about I give you an iron sword instead? Far superior to a stone one. Ji Xin produced an iron sword from the shadows and handed it to the skeleton that had lost its sword. The skeleton, overjoyed, quickly embraced the iron sword, exclaiming, "This is an iron sword. Brother, where did you get this iron?" "Wait, iron sword? Where did iron or come from in the lower realm?" Both skeletons felt a chill run down their spines as they raised their heads to see Ji Xion's kind smile. "It's simple. I mined it in the upper realm. Do you want it? I have another one here." Ji Xin cheerfully pulled out another sword from his backpack and handed it to the left skeleton. The two skeletons were completely immobilized by the pressure emanating from Ji Xin, unable to even reach for the iron sword. The skeleton that lost the sword suddenly snapped back to reality and was about to issue a warning when an iron sword was pressed against its throat. Ji Xion's gentle voice rang out again. "Life is short. Why make it difficult for one another? Cooperate obediently, and if you dare to shout, you won't keep your head." Ji Xion had no idea where Wunyan Pass was. He needed to ask these two skeletons for directions. The skeleton that lost the sword opened its mouth but could not utter a sound, trembling all over, ultimately nodding in cooperation. "That's more like it. With such little merit in a month, why risk your lives?" Ji Xion cheerfully snatched the iron sword from the skeleton's grasp and pressed it against the other skeleton's neck. This unexpected maneuver left both skeletons bewildered. It seemed quite fair. "I just want to ask one question. Where's Wunyan Pass?" Upon hearing this, the two skeletons exchanged glances, instantly grasping Ji Xion's intentions. After a brief silence, the skeleton that lost the sword spoke first. "We are just two withered minions. We don't know anything about Wunyan, nor do we know where it is." Suddenly, the iron sword flashed coldly, and the black withering power sprayed everywhere. One withering skull was promptly severed by Ji Xion. "I am connected with you. Are you trying to play tricks on me?" Ji Xion narrowed his eyes, realizing that the other party even knew about the Zhuling Wang participating in the front lines. Given Wunyan's previous affiliation with the Withered, how could they not have heard of him? This withering skeleton had essentially rubbed Ji Xion's intelligence in the dirt. The other withering skeleton was paralyzed with fear. Its companion's blood, withering power, splattered across its face, making its vision somewhat blurry. Ji Xion's eyes opened wide, the eerie blue hellfire reflected in his gaze, erasing any remnants of the previous amiable demeanor. "I'm not satisfied with your answer. You speak," he warned. "Remember, do not attempt any tricks. I am not easily deceived." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the severed head of the withering skeleton and placed it into his backpack. "You?" The other skeleton's eyes widened with terror. "Oh, since they are already dead, the head cannot go to waste," Ji Xion cheerfully explained. noticing the other's confusion. Ji Xin's explanation only intensified the other skeleton's fear. After its companion's death, there was not even a whole corpse left. The other was simply a devil. "Don't kill me. I will tell you everything," the skeleton pleaded. "We know Wu Yan. The entire Withered clan is aware of his recent resurrection. He is not in this fortress. If you want to find him, you must go to the center fortress of the Soul Sand Valley. That is where the king resides." The skeleton spoke hurriedly, and Ji Xin contemplated carefully. Indeed, it was not without merit. If he had found the right place from the beginning, he would have doubted the truthfulness of the other's words. Ji Xin sheathed the iron sword, his tone icy as he asked, "Do you have a map of the center fortress?" "A direction will suffice." The skeleton minion, seeing Ji Xin retract the iron sword, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, its eyes flickering with hellfire as if deep in thought. "I don't have a map, but I can point you in the right direction. Definitely." Clang. The withering minion's words were cut short as Ji Xin's blade struck again, severing its head. "I told you not to play tricks with me. You cannot outsmart me." Ji Xin's declaration was a test. Had the other been able to produce a map, he might have considered sparing its life. However, since the other chose to merely provide directions, there was no room for leniency. "I don't believe you." Ji Xin swiftly disposed of the two withering corpses, concealing himself and wandering through the fortress once more. Chapter 93. Everything is under control. "Don't kill me. I will tell you everything." Center fortress? I am merely a patroller. How would I know where the center fortress is? Clang. "Oh, I just remembered. It suddenly came to me. It's in that direction." Snap. The lower realm fortress was vast. Ji Xin turned left and right, and after half an hour, his backpack had gained 6 or 7 more skulls. These skeletons were but a group of minor minions, their average strength around levels 5 or 6, not particularly strong. Merely a matter of a single strike. However, what vexed him was how cunning these withering skeletons were. Faced with threats, they were both terrified and reluctant to tell the truth. Ji Xin had asked 5 skeletons for the location of the center fortress, and he received 5 completely different directions. All were crafty, not a single honest one among them. It seemed that obtaining a map to the center fortress was the true key to breaking the deadlock. Ji Xin sighed. He no longer wished to waste breath. He resolved to kill every skeleton he encountered, leaving no survivors. The Soul Sand Valley was vast, and the various fortresses must be interconnected. He did not believe that all these skeletons possessed the ability to navigate blindly, finding their respective fortresses with closed eyes. Surely, there would be some who were unfamiliar with the path. Uncovering a map would guarantee victory. After wandering for an unknown period, a cacophony drew his attention. At the end of a passage, a group of withering skeletons appeared to be discussing something. Ji Xin did not rush to act, instead concealing himself and peering sideways. In the distance, a second-tier skeleton gazed fiercely, commanding, "Withered Xiao Dao and Withered Xiao Mei, why haven't you gathered?" The assembled skeletons exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating ignorance. "I just saw them patrolling there. How could they vanish in an instant? Perhaps they've fallen asleep somewhere. Slacking off again?" The second-tier skeleton scoffed, adding a bunch of useless eaters. They're the only 2 in the team who are lazy, occasionally shirking their duties. Make sure to inform them that their battle merits for this month will be deducted. Seeing their superior's anger, the skeletons below lowered their heads, too fearful to utter a word, anxious not to be implicated. After unleashing a tirade, the second-tier skeleton's emotions began to stabilize. Without waiting for the 2 of them, "I have summoned you here today to share a tremendous piece of good news." Good news? The gathered skeletons exchanged puzzled glances and murmured amongst themselves. The second-tier skeleton, with a smug smile, continued, "The situation at the front lines is tense, and many personnel have been reassigned from the central stronghold, resulting in a relative shortage of defenders. The higher-ups have issued a temporary mission for us to garrison there for a few days, with rewards for our contributions doubled. On the battlefield, the Zhuling Wang inadvertently eliminated a 4th-tier warrior with a single strike. This compelled the decomposed king to dispatch another 4th-tier skeleton to command the troops. Consequently, the central stronghold requires reinforcements from the surrounding fortresses. After all, the loss of a border stronghold is one thing, But any mishap at the central stronghold would bring shame to the decomposed clan. The throne of the decomposed king lies unassumingly in wait. Such a lucrative opportunity is one I have seized with great difficulty. You all should rejoice in my fortune. The second-tier skeleton stood tall and proud, radiating satisfaction. The central stronghold is indeed the safest haven for the decomposed clan, a splendid opportunity. Who could argue otherwise? Not only do we have no concerns for our safety, but our achievements will also be rewarded handsomely. Long live the leader. The minor skeletons showered praises, causing the second-tier skeleton to bask in delight. Hiding in the shadows, Ji Xin smiled upon hearing this, his heart echoing a silent cheer. Such fortuitous tidings. He had been troubled by his inability to locate the central stronghold. With a sly grin, Ji Xin quickly dug a hole to conceal himself, preparing to stealthily follow the group. Wait. Do not celebrate too soon. The central stronghold is teeming with powerful beings. You must remain vigilant to avoid attracting the ire of a significant figure, lest you meet an untimely end, cautioned the second-tier skeleton, clearly someone familiar with the central stronghold. Though we are already considered high-ranking in our fortress at the central stronghold, second-tier skeletons are as common as cabbages, encountered at every turn. Remember, given your current ranks, do not be astonished by anyone you meet. Simply bow and address them as priest, and you shall not err. Excellent. Let's depart. Without hesitation, they moved towards the stronghold's exit. Leader, should we not search for Xiao Dao and Xiao Mei? After all, we are part of the same team, one skeleton suggested. The second-tier skeleton hesitated for a moment, but soon frowned and replied coldly, no time to waste. If we delay, other teams within the stronghold will seize this opportunity. If those two choose to be idle, they cannot blame us for their misfortune. The skeletons nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in their leader's words. Such a lucrative opportunity is indeed rare. Missing it would be a grave pity. Thus, the group of skeleton warriors hurriedly made their way toward the central stronghold. Ji Xin waved his hand to break through the nether stone bricks before him, then swiftly utilized his instantaneous collection ability to absorb all the blocks from a nearby building into his backpack. Though these blocks serve little purpose in the game, merely as construction materials in the Soul Sand Valley, he could leverage the nether stone's property of invisibility within the mist to mask his presence. With careful calculation of distance, he would be difficult to detect. A white light illuminated Ji Xion's eyes as the power of creation activated, causing the surrounding blocks to warp and distort. In the blink of an eye, a small house constructed from netherstone bricks materialized before him. The house was modest, with a base of only 99. It sufficed for Ji Xion's needs. Once Ji Xion departed, the shadow of the feared demon manifested in the area. He strolled toward the dilapidated building, his eyes aflame with crimson inferno. Beast's skin remains after passage, and feathers are plucked from passing wild geese. Even the netherstone bricks must be collected for future use. This is so in line with your character. The purple-robed skeleton laughed heartily, though his expression gradually turned serious as he gazed in the direction Ji Xin had departed. Filled with anticipation, everything seemed remarkably coincidental. Yet behind these coincidences lay an unseen hand orchestrating events. The architect of this unfolding drama was none other than the purple-robed skeleton before us. Chapter 94. The Power Beyond the Laws, with the patrol team guiding him. Ji Xin soon beheld a far more magnificent nether stronghold. The previous fortress paled in comparison. It was a mere trifle beside this grand structure. The number of skeletons atop the stronghold had multiplied several-fold. Ji Xion's eyes gleamed with determination as he hurled the netherstone bricks, swiftly raising a stone wall in front of the skeleton team. Now that they had reached their destination, their utility had been exhausted. They would all become skulls. Making use of their remnants, the angle of the stone wall was meticulously calculated, shielding the decomposed team from view, effectively concealing them from the patrolling skeletons above. Alert! All units on guard! The patrol team leader exclaimed in alarm, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. The patrol skeletons, unfamiliar with such a situation, huddled together in fear. How bold! This is the central stronghold. Those who are wise should depart quickly. The patrol team leader was equally flustered, standing in a most precarious position. His voice could not carry beyond the barrier of nether stone, and the patrolling skeletons above were unable to see him, effectively setting a trap for them. Oof. I sought the central stronghold. Ji Xin was disinclined to waste time here and ordered, "All of you, descend and finish this swiftly." Upon receiving their master's command, 5 obsidian golems opened their eyes in unison, their forms cloaked in shadows with red eyes, rushing toward the patrol team below. The obsidian golems moved with such speed that they reached the ground in an instant. Not good. The second-tier skeleton felt a surge of dread, unable to discern the source of danger, but instinct compelled him to evade. In the next moment, time seemed to slow, as black skeletons and shattered soul sand flew in every direction. The patrol leader watched helplessly as his comrades were pulverized into bone dust by the obsidian beasts. What on earth? Before the patrol leader could finish his sentence, a golem behind him delivered a crushing blow to his head. The obsidian golems, enhanced with the highest level undead slayer enchantment, possessed an extraordinarily terrifying combat prowess. Collectively, they might even contend with a level 30 skeleton. The patrol leader felt his body grow weightless, and in his fading consciousness, he saw a youth lift his own head. A flash of white light engulfed him, and his awareness disintegrated swiftly. Ji Xin gazed at the decaying skulls resting quietly in his backpack. The youthful innocence in his eyes faded rapidly, replaced by a chilling indifference. Once, he too had held reverence for life, but somewhere along the line, he had grown numb, even ruthless. This entire patrol team had done nothing wrong. They merely sought a better existence. They were among the most downtrodden of the decomposed clan. Yet, Ji Xin had ruthlessly annihilated them for a few skulls, leaving none alive. Had he become so indifferent? Is this the mark of personal growth? Or perhaps the cost of becoming stronger? Ji Xin sensed an unsettling change within himself. He no longer felt remorse for slaying skeletons. Had he been his former self, he might have acted similarly but would not have accepted it so readily. Now, it seemed he had shed a part of his humanity, transitioning toward a more rational existence, becoming somewhat divine in nature. What is happening to me? Ji Xin turned to his golems and exclaimed, "Look closely at me. Have I changed in any way?" The 5 obsidian golems, unable to comprehend their master's words, shook their heads in confusion. "No, certainly, something is amiss. I can feel it acutely." Ji Xin's eyes widened as he stared at his own hands, nearly roaring in anguish. For reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable pain surged within him. The obsidian puppets stood frozen in place, unsure of how to respond, before ultimately merging back into a shadow that slipped into Ji Xin's silhouette. Wait, have I fallen into a bout of adolescent delusion? Life and death are uncertain. And here I am losing my mind. He abruptly rose to his feet, struggling to comprehend the source of his recent torment. Sadness arrived swiftly, only to depart even faster, tinged with an eerie quality, as if a silent rebellion brewed within him. A mental affliction? Good heavens! Could I have been infected by the calamity of the lark? No, this must be treated. I wonder if this other world has psychologists. Ji Xin felt an ominous premonition in his heart. The stone brick cottage ascended once more, vanishing into the mist. The decaying skeletons atop the fortress remained utterly oblivious to any anomalies in this locale. He moved with utmost caution, for the central fortress was far more perilous than the previous border outpost. A moment's carelessness could invite an assault from level 30 skeletons. On the front lines, both armies had retreated 1,000 miles away. At the heart of it all stood the arena of the Withering King and the Piglin King. The Withering King struck out with his palm, colliding perfectly with the Piglin King's golden axe. In the next instant, a raging inferno erupted from the Withering King's form. His massive physique was enveloped by flames that seemed to adhere to some arcane principle, engulfing half of his body. I cannot endure this. The Withering King extinguished the flames upon his body, gazing at his cracked palm with an expression teetering on the brink of despair. Thorn enchantment, flame enchantment, repulsion enchantment. There seemed to be a hint of undead slayer essence as well. How could this be? What kind of infernal enchantment did you apply to your armor, you wretched pig? The Piglin King reveled in this moment, finally witnessing the expression he had long awaited. Yes, this is precisely the sensation, a blend of astonishment and disbelief, followed by profound incredulity culminating in a moment of shock. I recall reacting the same way upon first witnessing such a spectacle, my expression mirroring his. "Ha ha!" The withering king cursed inwardly, yet felt a tinge of trepidation, coldly inquiring, "Is this a new technique your kind has developed? Unlimited enchantments?" The piglin king merely smiled enigmatically, leaving his query unanswered. "Impossible. A principle is a principle. Even a demigod cannot transcend it." The withering king suddenly seemed to grasp something, continuing, "Unless someone wields power that surpasses the laws themselves." The piglin king's smile faded as he murmured, "Surpassing the laws?" The withering king's perspective was indeed unique. He had never contemplated such a notion. Unlimited enchantment was Ji Xin's ability. This lad is undeniably formidable, verging on invincibility among his peers. Yet, upon further reflection, he is not as invincible as he appears, for his current cultivation level would still render him vulnerable to a single strike from a demigod. And yet this boy, who could be easily vanquished, possesses the capacity to transcend the laws. For a moment, both the piglin king and the withering king fell into a profound silence. Chapter 95. This time, I was not abandoned. The piglin king's furrowed brow deepened. He had discerned Ji Xin's potential for monumental growth from the very beginning. His abilities were extraordinarily diverse, and he could even effortlessly master the Calamity Clan's spatial jumps. This transcended mere genius. It bordered on the miraculous, with the possibility of achieving ascendance 5 times over. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Despite the peculiarities of the Calamity Clan's spatial jumps, their weaknesses were glaringly evident, firmly grounded within the rules. Contemplating Ji Xin's inherent capabilities, it became clear that he could disregard the enchantment rules, amalgamating various enchantments onto a single item, even transforming an ordinary block into something of formidable aggression. This was not merely the defiance of laws. It was akin to grinding the laws into the ground. His puppets, too, pose a conundrum. They seem to flout the world's puppet laws. The piglin king's mind conjured an image of Ji Xin's black monstrosity. In my world, only iron golems and snow golems existed as puppets. Yet, a grotesque puppet adorned with obsidian was unheard of. The laws of the world would not permit such a creature's existence. Yet, Ji Xin had dared to create one. To transcend the established laws of the world was an act reserved for the divine, and yet here was Ji Xin, a mere first-tier being who had achieved it. This inevitably led the piglin king to ponder deeply. Thus, the battle between the two demigods came to an unexpected halt. The withering king gazed at the contemplative piglin king, utterly bewildered. "You strike me with enchanted equipment, and yet you are lost in thought?" He had anticipated mockery for his ignorance. Yet it seemed they were both experiencing this force for the first time. Why should I concern myself with this? Regardless of Ji Xin's strength, he remains my ally. Should my ally grow stronger, should I not rejoice? Moreover, Ji Xin possesses commendable character. He would not betray the piglin clan. Ruling a clan is no trivial matter. While one enjoys supreme authority, one must also bear the fate of an entire race. Any threat to the clan's progress would be met with careful consideration. After ruling for a time, even decisions that seem advantageous must be scrutinized. Old fool, how I wield this power is a mystery for you to unravel. I can assure you, the withering clan is destined for decline under your stewardship. Upon uttering this, the piglin king manifested his colossal axe, channeling the essence of heaven and earth, and brought it crashing down upon the withering king. The withering king reacted swiftly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he severed his own arm to wield it as a weapon, blocking the incoming strike. Ordinary weapons would be utterly ineffective against the piglin king's enchanted blows. From a certain perspective, a demigod's arm transcended the realm of mere objects. Only in this manner could he mitigate a significant portion of the enchantments upon the piglin king's axe, leveling the playing field once more. Excellent. Decisive enough. I have no objections to your claim as the king of the withering clan. The piglin king observed the withering king's severed arm, emanating dark energy, and offered genuine praise. The withering king seethed with frustration, yet felt powerless to retaliate, gritting his teeth in indignation. "You wretched pig, utterly shameless. In the central fortress, within a matchbox. Wu Nian lay upon the soul sand, utterly still. It was not yet time for his meal, and he was alone in the room. Outside, 3 skeletons of level 20 or so took turns on guard, encircling the matchbox. Aside from the withering little Ku, no one was permitted to wander within 300 meters. Inside the house, Wu Nian's solitary eye turned, a glimmer of cold light flickering within. He slowly reached his left hand toward the wall beside him, and with a flicker of his ethereal form, his hand passed through the barrier effortlessly. Since Ji Xin had disrupted his ethereal form with a block, Wu Nian had been diligently researching how to overcome this vulnerability. During this time, Ji Xin had provided him with numerous invaluable suggestions. Now his ability could potentially evade blocks. However, the sole limitation was its brief duration, merely a fleeting moment. It sufficed for passing through a wall, but was utterly inadequate for burrowing underground. Wu Nian exhaled heavily, striving to restore his recently depleted hunger levels. All of this transpired in silence, with the guards outside oblivious to any irregularities. Though escape seemed hopeless, opportunities always favor the prepared. Should a chance arise for him to flee, he would seize it without hesitation. Creak! The wooden door swung open as withering little Ku entered, holding today's restorative potion. "How has your recovery been of late?" he inquired with concern. Wu Xian clenched his fists, feeling a sense of unease within. Being confined here for an extended period had undoubtedly taken a toll on his mental state. Diaoling Xiaoke extended a restorative potion towards Wu Xian, her face betraying a hint of hesitation and unease, as if she had something to say but was holding back. Wu Xian, perceptive as ever, noticed her demeanor and took the initiative to inquire. "Speak freely. Has the Diaoling Wang issued another command?" Diaoling Xiaoke drew a deep breath, shaking her head. "No, I have crucial news to share with you." She glanced out the window and lowered her voice to a whisper. "The Wang is currently absent from the fortress. If you wish to escape, now may be your best opportunity." Upon uttering these words, Diaoling Xiaoke's breath became uneven with anxiety. By divulging such significant information to Wu Xian, she was effectively committing an act of betrayal against her kind. The crime of treachery against one's race is a grave offense, punishable by death. Yet, she could not bear the thought of Wu Xian becoming sustenance for the Wang. She desired for him to live. As for her own transgressions, she would face them when the time came. Upon hearing her words, Wu Xian's expression grew serious, and he did not doubt Diaoling Xiaoke's intentions. He was akin to a fish on a chopping block, with death looming at any moment. Diaoling Xiaoke had no need to fabricate lies to deceive him. "Is this true?" Wu Xian sat up slowly, fixing an intense gaze upon Xiaoke. She appeared somewhat flustered. "Shoo! Lower your voice. There are others outside. It is indeed true. I witnessed the Wang take flight myself. It seems the Zhuling Wang has slain an early-stage 4th Order warrior in the battlefield ahead, issuing a challenge to the Wang." The mention of the Zhuling Wang's actions struck Wu Xian as peculiar. A demigod, it was uncommon for beings of such caliber to act lightly, especially given that there was another demigod in Diaoling. The blatant provocation was unmistakable. The Zhuling Wang would be indifferent to Wu Xian's fate and would not concern himself with exacerbating the animosity between their races. However, one person did care, Ji Xin, Yixiong. "It must be you. You orchestrated all of this to save me. You did not abandon me. Ha ha ha." Tears welled up in Wu Xian's solitary eye, and his hands trembled involuntarily. "This time, I have not been forsaken. This time, I have chosen the right ally." Only Ji Xin could command such respect from the Zhuling Wang. The latter's actions were undoubtedly in accordance with Ji Xin's will. Chapter 96. Wu Xian's captivity. Wu Xian remained silent, yet tears streamed down his face. Nevertheless, he counted himself fortunate to have encountered Ji Xin during the nadir of his existence. Ji Xin was a wise leader, and heaven had not forsaken his loyalty once more. If he could evade this calamity and escape from this wretched place, he vowed to follow Ji Xin until the very end of his days. Diaoling Xiaoke stared blankly at the tear-streaked Wu Xian. Although he was weeping, she could distinctly sense that his tears were born of overwhelming joy. She had not anticipated that her words would ignite such hope within him. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her, further solidifying her resolve to rescue him. Wuxian, do not be afraid. If you truly wish to leave, I will find a way to help you escape. Diaoling Xiaoka's words jolted Wuxian from his reverie. He turned to his otherworldly friend, his heart a tumult of emotions. Xiaoka, why? Diaoling Xiaoka was momentarily taken aback. Why what? Why are you being so kind to me? I am an ill-fated individual. By helping me, you may be placing yourself in danger, Wuxian continued. Diaoling Xiaoka gazed quietly at the disheveled Wuxian, wanting to articulate something but swallowing her words. In the end, she merely smiled softly. We are friends, after all. It is only natural for friends to assist one another. There need not be so many reasons. Indeed, you are right. It should be so among friends. Although Wuxian was astute, his blunt nature prevented him from perceiving Xiaoka's innermost feelings. Seeing his obliviousness, Diaoling Xiaoka felt a tinge of disappointment but still maintained her smile. You should rest for now. I will procure a map of the Soul Sand Valley for you shortly. I will help you devise a plan. The most immediate obstacle to Wuxian's escape lay with the 3 second-order skeletons outside the cell. If they could be distracted, he would possess a chance to flee. As for the possibility of eliminating them, Xiaoka swiftly dismissed that option. Firstly, they were her kin. She could assist Wuxian, but she could never bring herself to harm her own kind. Secondly, her own combat prowess was only at level 7 or 8. How could she possibly contend with these skeletons of over 20 levels? Having concluded her thoughts, she prepared to depart. Wuxian pondered for a few moments before urgently calling out to Xiaoka in a hushed tone. Xiaoka, I need your help. Wuxian glanced around, casually brushing aside a piece of soul sand. As the Jiaoling corruption activated, a dense cloud of black energy surged forth. With precise control, he ensured that only half of the block was infected, preventing any further spread. Take this with you and wander outside the fortress. But be careful not to touch the black energy above. It is highly corrosive and can harm you. With that, Wuxian handed Xiaoka the untainted side of the soul sand. Diaoling Xiaoka accepted the soul sand, her eyes filled with curiosity. What purpose does this serve? Also, be sure not to harbor any murderous intent. What will happen if I mess it up? Wuxian lowered his gaze and sighed. You might die. Diaoling Xiaoka gasped in shock, suppressing her rising anxiety. Her determination rekindled. Rest assured, I will accomplish this. She promptly placed the infected soul sand into her spatial bag and hurriedly left. Assuming Ji Xin had already arrived at the central fortress, his primary concern would undoubtedly be locating Wuxian. With a plethora of powerful beings present, failing to ascertain his position would lead to inevitable exposure. The block he had infected was all too familiar to Ji Xin. If Diaoling Xiaoka could meet him, this dilemma would be easily resolved. The 3 second-order skeletons stationed outside posed no challenge either. Wuxian exhaled a long breath, shaking off the earlier oppressive atmosphere, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope. An hour later, Ji Xin concealed himself, constantly seeking opportunities in the shadows. To avoid alarming the enemy, he refrained from rashly entering the fortress. Instead, he ambushed numerous skeletal squads providing support to the central fortress. Of course, these squads were not composed of central fortress personnel and offered little valuable information. Skeletons emerging from the fortress were exceedingly rare. After waiting so long, he had yet to see a single team. He could not afford to leave empty-handed. Even if danger loomed, he had to venture inside. Ji Xin narrowed his eyes, prepared to take the risk and infiltrate the fortress in search of answers. Just as he was about to act, Diaoling Xiaoka emerged from the fortress, clutching the infected block. Hey, the situation is chaotic. Even the Soul Sand Valley is unsafe. You should not wander about. The guarding skeleton barked. Diaoling Xiaoka was startled and quickly tucked away the infected block, forcing a smile. Patrolling? The guarding skeleton's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Isn't the minimum number of patrollers 2? Why are you alone? 2 skeletons? Diaoling Xiaoka was momentarily speechless, her expression visibly tense. She had been so focused on concealing the block that she completely forgot the patrolling rules, fabricating a rather flimsy excuse. What to do? What to do? Diaoling Xiaoka, already burdened with guilt, felt her mind go blank, unable to think of a solution. The eyes of the gatekeeper's skeleton flickered with the flames of hell, as if it had come to a realization, gesturing repeatedly. Oh, I understand now. Slacking off is not exclusive to the border fortress. Such occurrences are quite common in the central fortress as well. The gatekeeper skeleton was no longer surprised. After all, they were colleagues. There was no need to make things difficult for each other. The withering Xiao Ku was overjoyed, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes. Thank you for your understanding, gatekeeper." With that, she hurriedly walked towards the fortress's exit, fearing that her secret might be discovered. The flames in the eyes of the gatekeeping skeleton morphed into a heart shape as it murmured, "Wow, what a lovely girl. I adore her shy personality." Chapter 97. The sincere heart of Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku walked slowly on the soft soul sand, her steps measured. The crackling soul flames around her added a touch of terror to the eerie atmosphere. The current turmoil meant that her kin could infiltrate the Scarlet Forest to assassinate the pig spirits. Yet the pig spirits could also ambush them in return. Even though this was the heart of the Soul Sand Valley, it was not safe. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Would someone truly come to her aid? What if Wen Yin had made a mistake? Xiao Ku's heart raced as she gazed at the ever-distant central fortress, a sense of unease swelling within her. Suddenly, she felt as if she had stepped on something. Looking down, she was startled to see a headless skeleton before her feet. A corpse! She screamed, stumbling to the ground. When she looked again, the skeleton had vanished, replaced by a quietly floating item, Coal 1 and Bone 1. It had died 5 minutes ago. In a panic, Xiao Ku scanned the misty surroundings, trying to find the enemy's whereabouts. After a creature dies, unless the body is forcefully destroyed, it typically remains for 5 minutes. After that, it disappears and drops its equipment. The skeleton disappearing before her eyes indicated that it had just died 5 minutes ago, meaning someone was surely hiding nearby. "No, help! I don't want to die yet." She scrambled to her feet, the instinct for survival overtaking her thoughts. Reaching down to collect the fallen soul sand, she intended to flee. But in the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The soul sand, which should have taken the form of dropped items, suddenly seemed to come to life, enlarging and reverting to its original block form. "What is this?" Xiao Ku had never witnessed such a phenomenon and stood there dumbfounded. "Don't move. Where did you get that sand?" A chilling voice rang out from behind her. Xiao Ku shivered, turning her head to find a sword of iron pressed against her neck. The residual decay power on it confirmed that the wielder had slain many skeletons. "Don't kill me. I still have so much to do." Her mind went blank, trembling all over as she completely forgot Wen Yin's warnings. The iron sword glimmered coldly, reflecting the hollow white light of the other's pupils. Ji Xin appeared somewhat impatient. Every skeleton seemed to be cut from the same mold, repeating the same phrases. He raised his hand, drawing the tainted soul sand into his grasp. The enchanting power surged, isolating it from the corrosive forces above, preventing harm to himself. Indeed, this was the block created by the decay, and the other party must have encountered Wen Yin. "Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck. I found you without much effort." Ji Xin squinted, the white light in his eyes intensifying. "Tell me, where is the creator of this block?" "It was you." So this was what Wen Yin meant. Xiao Ku's heart sank, fear quickly dissipating. Ignoring the sword at her throat, she boldly turned to face Ji Xin. Behind him stood another young player, similarly handsome as Wen Yin, with a hint of stubble suggesting he had not groomed himself in a while, coupled with the oppressive white light in his eyes. Xiao Ku's first instinct was to submit. She felt as if she were in the presence of a king, an exalted ruler. Even though the other's realm was far from demigod status, there was an overwhelming impulse to kneel. Shaking off her chaotic thoughts, Xiao Ku spoke again. "Do you know Wen Yin? He sent me to find you." The iron sword pressed closer to Ji Xin's neck, her voice still icy, testing the truth of his words. "Who is Wen Yin? Listen carefully to my question. Where is the creator of this block?" Xiao Ku was momentarily speechless, re-evaluating Ji Xin and confirming that he was indeed a player. "This block was personally crafted by Wen Yin in my presence, and he sent me out to find you." Did I get the wrong person? She felt a bit dazed, unable to discern the truth, sensing that she had found the right person, yet not entirely. Ji Xin smiled, sheathing his sword. "Excellent. It seems you really are the one that boy sent to guide me." "Wait a moment. Are you sure? I feel a bit perplexed." Xiao Ku found this person somewhat bewildering. Ji Xin nodded, affirming her thoughts. He was indeed the one she sought. However, he had no time to toy with her. Though his previous words seemed ineffective, upon closer inspection, they held deeper significance. Under high-pressure circumstances, individuals often enter a heightened state of anxiety, and even sentient skeletons are no exception. In this state, everything becomes more tangible, including lies. Ji Xin had made it clear from the outset that he did not know Wu Yin, establishing suspense and posing the first question. He then inquired about the whereabouts of the block's creator, setting a second question. If she were not sent by Wu Yin, she would instinctively focus on the latter question, likely providing a location for her survival. As for the truth of that location, it remained uncertain. Yet, if she were indeed sent by Wu Yin, she would be more concerned with the initial question. The conflict between finding the right person and the discrepancies in results would naturally reflect in her responses. Of course, this was merely a small linguistic test Ji Xin had devised for Xiao Ku. It could only serve as a reference and was not foolproof. Even if she answered incorrectly, he likely would not kill her. Having finally discovered a lead, he was willing to take the risk. Ji Xin shifted from his previous seriousness, smiling brightly. I never expected Wu Yin to have his connections within the Decay clan. What is your name? I am Xiao Ku of the Decay clan. Actually, Wu Yin and I are merely friends, she stammered, appearing somewhat shy. Ji Xin looked bewildered. What was problematic about his words? Why was she reacting this way? Since you can come to see me, it indicates you genuinely wish to assist Wu Yin. Please, tell me the specifics. Xiao Giskiviko nodded, succinctly recounting Wu Yin's current predicament, including his state and the surrounding guard forces, relaying everything to Ji Xin. The light in Ji Xin's eyes flickered as he gazed intently at the skeleton before him, pondering deeply. Once Xiao Ku finished speaking, Ji Xin stroked his chin and posed a question that had been on his mind. As a member of a Decay clan, why do you help Wu Yin so much? Or rather, if Wu Yin escapes, are you not afraid of retribution from the Decay King? Chapter 98. The Essence of Decay Among Skeletons. Xiao Ku tilted her head, wondering why this question arose again, as Wu Yin had just asked her the same. We are friends, she reiterated her previous words, even mimicking the same tone. As Ji Xin listened intently, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. As an outsider, he could distinctly sense the unique feelings that Jiaoling Xiaoke harbored for Wu Yin. The emotions were enigmatic and complex. At that moment, he realized that not only did the pig spirits have gender distinctions, but Jiaoling seemed to possess such qualities as well. Although the differences among the skeletons were minimal, Ji Xin could clearly perceive that the other was indeed a female skeleton. You must understand the implications of your actions should Wu Yin truly be rescued. Ji Xin's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Jiaoling Xiaoke nodded, acknowledging the gravity of betrayal, a capital offense. It is good that you understand. Are you afraid of death? Ji Xin continued to inquire. I fear death. Yet I am willing to sacrifice my life. Jiaoling Xiaoke began, but was abruptly interrupted by Ji Xin. That is sufficient. With your words, I am assured. As he spoke, Ji Xin raised his hand, and two shadowy figures instantly attached themselves to Jiaoling Xiaoke's shadow. She felt a slight change within her body, yet upon careful introspection, she found nothing amiss. Ji Xin, noticing her apprehension, smiled reassuringly. Do not be concerned. This will not cause you any harm. You need only meet Wu Yin once more, and I shall effortlessly rescue him. Effortlessly? Should we not strategize further? Jiaoling Xiaoke felt that his confidence was somewhat misplaced, for they were in the heart of the Jiaoling clan stronghold. Despite his formidable aura, he appeared to be merely at the mid-stage of the first tier. How could he possibly rescue Wu Yin amidst such heavy encirclement? No need. I sincerely appreciate your efforts for Wu Yin. I thank you on his behalf. Ji Xin had no intention of elaborating further. The stone brick from the lower realm flew from his hand, enveloping him as he vanished into the mist without a trace. Jiaoling Xiaoke shook her head, gazing at the direction in which Ji Xin had departed, murmuring, "What a peculiar character." After uttering this, she turned and walked toward the central stronghold, her silhouette tinged with melancholy, each step seemingly heavy with sorrow. In the shadows, Ji Xin observed Jiaoling Xiaoke with an expression of utmost rationality. His plan to rescue Wu Yin was quite straightforward. He intended to have the obsidian puppet and the heartbound puppet merge with Jialing Xiaoka's shadow. She would then carry these two puppets into the stronghold to deliver them to Wunyan. At that point, he could utilize the space-jumping ability of the heartbound puppet to infiltrate the stronghold. This process would entail no risk and would be exceedingly simple. However, every action bears a cost. Should this plan succeed, it would signify that Xiaoka could no longer find her footing within the Dialing clan. The deceased from Wunyan would likely transform into her own fate. After all, her crime would be consorting with an outsider. Am I perhaps a bit envious of that fellow Wunyan? Ji Xin shook his head with a wry smile, his mind racing to devise more prudent methods to ensure Dialing Xiaoka's safety as well. Could I take Dialing Xiaoka with me? That way, no one would have to die. My dear sister, have you encountered any dangers? Dialing Xiaoka jolted awake, lifting her gaze to the stronghold she had once called home, tears welling unbidden in her eyes. Her heart heavy with reluctance. The guarding skeleton felt overlooked and was slightly irked. I must have been blind to fall for such a character. I no longer care. Outside the matchbox, a second-tier skeleton obstructed Dialing Xiaoka's return, speaking in a cold tone. Did you not deliver the potion once already? Have you forgotten my instructions? Hee. The leading second-tier skeleton's eyes gleamed with disdain as he continued. I advise you to be compliant. If that fellow inside goes missing, we shall both meet our demise. Dialing Xiaoka felt urgency mounting within her. Ji Xin was still waiting outside, and she had to get in. Brothers, I truly have pressing matters to attend to. Please assist me. Grant me some leniency. Grant you leniency? How do you propose to achieve that? Another skeleton approached with a sly grin, reaching towards Xiaoka's cheek. Dialing Xiaoka's delicate demeanor piqued his interest. The other two skeletons burst into laughter, teasing him. Old 3. You actually fancy this type? Your taste is indeed unique. The skeleton dubbed Old 3 chuckled sinisterly, increasing the intensity of his advances. Skeletons did not judge beauty by appearance, but rather by character. Dialing Xiaoka swiftly retreated, evading the unwelcome grasp. Brothers, please, grant me some leniency. I truly slap. A sharp sound echoed as Xiaoka felt a tremendous force strike her face, sending her reeling. Dare you evade? You are fortunate to have caught my eye. You worthless creature who couldn't even complete a single step. Old 3 snarled fiercely. Inside the matchbox, upon hearing Xiaoka's cries of distress, Wunyan rushed to investigate. However, the window of the cell was too small, allowing him only to glimpse Xiaoka collapsed on the ground. Weeping. What are you doing? Upon hearing Wunyan's shout from within the matchbox, Old 3 paid no heed, continuing his advance towards the fallen Xiaoka. It is one thing if you two are oblivious to each other's relationship, but we have been thoroughly investigating for the past 2 days. No wonder you were always whispering inside. It turns out you're old flames. What a coincidence. I happen to be in the mood for this. With that, he lunged towards the prostrate Xiaoka. The eldest and second skeletons observed the scene, clicking their tongues, grumbling as they watched. Old 3's peculiar taste is becoming increasingly odd. TSK. Brother, shall we switch places? Your angle is simply superb. No way. Dialing Xiaoka struggled to push the skeleton off her. But due to the latter's second-tier strength, she was utterly overpowered, with no chance of resistance. Please, I beg you. The more Xiaoka struggled, the more exhilarated Old 3 became, gradually unleashing his decaying essence, beginning to invade Xiaoka's very core. The essence of a Dialing skeleton constituted their flesh and blood, and reproduction naturally occurred through the fusion of their essences to produce the next generation. We have long harbored disdain for you. As a member of the Dialing clan, how dare you dally with an outsider? Today, I shall deal with you. Let us see how you will continue to cavort with that pretty boy. Chapter 99, A Puppet Against 3. The shifting tide of offense and defense. Within a matchbox, upon witnessing Dialing Xiaoka's humiliation, Wunyan's eyes turned crimson. The ethereal Dialing, wall-penetrating version, activated. Get away. Let me out. In the next instant, he exerted all his strength, propelling himself to his utmost speed. The wall before him crumbled like paper, and he effortlessly passed through. Emerging, Wunyan seized the moment. before the other two skeletons could react. He delivered a powerful kick toward Old 3's essence. Crack! A shriek pierced the air as Old 3 was sent sprawling. Wunyan's entire being surged with decaying power, and in this unexpected turn of events, his kick delivered a devastating blow. Crack! Ah, my decaying essence, it hurts. The intense pain caused Old 3 to writhe helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. This wall-penetrating ability was a secret known only to Wunyan. Even Jialing Xiaoke was unaware of it. Initially, he had intended to use it as a means of escape. However, in this urgent situation, he could no longer afford to conceal it. What the hell? Old 3 has been sent flying. Is this little lady truly that fierce? No, wait. That kick was delivered by Wunyan. How did he manage to get out? The eldest and second skeletons, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, stood frozen in shock. If they had eyes, they might have been bulging out of their sockets. Glancing at the empty cell, then back at the fiercely determined Wunyan, countless thoughts raced through their minds. They had guarded for so many days without realizing that the opponent possessed such an ability. This was no trivial matter. They had no idea when he had made his escape. Old 2, go check on Old 3. I will handle Wunyan. The eldest skeleton brandished a stone sword, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wunyan. Now, their lives are inextricably bound to Wunyan. Should the latter flee, they would all meet their doom. Ah, the agony is unbearable. My decomposition origin has ruptured. Skeleton 3rd groaned in torment, his gaze fixated on the fissure in his essence, his heart heavy with anguish. The decomposition origin is akin to their very flesh and blood. The sensation of it being torn apart is indeed excruciating. Skeleton 2nd examined 3rd's injuries with a grave expression. Fortunately, Wunyan's realm is not particularly elevated. Otherwise, that kick could have rendered you utterly incapacitated. You may recover in time, with little impact on your overall strength, but here, 2nd paused, a barely perceptible smirk flickering across his face. Observing his companion's expression, 3rd became flustered. What is it that you wish to say? Well, it is highly probable that your origin may never regain its former vigor. As for those embarrassing matters, it would be best if you ceased to ponder them. 2nd feigned composure, striving to suppress his laughter. No, this is impossible. Skeleton 3rd concentrated on his essence, attempting to extract it from his body. The reproduction of the decomposition clan hinges upon the merging of their origins, resulting in the birth of a new essence, a new decomposition skeleton. This entire process necessitates the male skeleton to invade the female skeleton's body with its origin. Failing to extract his essence signifies, in a sense, that 3rd's reproductive abilities have been rendered null. Meanwhile, Wunyan helped decomposition Xiaoke to his feet, his voice gentle. Xiaoke, are you all right? I'm fine. But you, Xiaoke felt a tinge of anxiety, knowing that Skeleton 3rd, having been so brutally assaulted by Wunyan, would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Wunyan, however, appeared unfazed, chuckling as he said, "It's nothing. They wouldn't dare kill me. At most, they might amputate your limbs and turn you into a human stick." Decomposition leader interjected, echoing Wunyan's sentiment. Indeed, they would not dare to take Wunyan's life. However, this does not imply they cannot incapacitate him. Decomposition King made it abundantly clear. If the adversary attempts to flee, they may sever limbs, leaving only a living witness. Wunyan turned to face Skeleton Leader, sneering. Being confined in this wretched place is no different than having my limbs severed. Furthermore, if I fall into your decomposition clan's clutches, death is inevitable. Thus, taking one of you down before I perish is a net gain. Upon hearing these words, the frantic Skeleton 3rd cried out in a weeping tone, "Big brother, kill him! Avenge me!" Witnessing 3rd's desperate state, Skeleton Leader felt a sense of helplessness. The blade of desire cuts deeply, and he too has paid a price. Wunyan, we bore no enmity, but you have crippled 3rd's origin, and thus, I must intervene. I shall take one of your legs. Surely that is not too much to ask. Wunyan displayed not an ounce of trepidation, even refusing to meet the other's gaze. Defeating them was undeniably futile. Facing 3 second-tier opponents while he himself was merely a battered first-tier entity left no room for doubt regarding the outcome. Yet, Should he fear death? He would not have emerged just moments prior. Losing a leg holds no terror for him. Unbeknownst to everyone, in the shadows of decomposition, Xiao Ku, two pairs of crimson eyes suddenly flared to life. They sensed Wu Nian's aura. Subsequently, the shadow detached, merging with Wu Nian's form. A torrent of power surged forth, domineering and fearless. In that moment, these emotions flooded Wu Nian's heart, a sense of security bestowed by the obsidian puppet. Ji Xin, you have truly come. Wu Nian laughed heartily, a fierce glint emerging in his eyes as he abruptly turned towards the three skeletons before him. If you leave now, you may yet preserve your lives. Otherwise, when that esteemed individual arrives, calamity shall befall you. Leader and second exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the madness that had overtaken the other. Skeleton second, lacking the politeness of skeleton leader, scoffed dismissively. Just you? A half-broken first-tier individual? You have certainly miscalculated your drama of heroically rescuing the damsel. You must grasp the situation. Your adversaries are three second-tier powerhouses. What do you possess to contend with us? Skeleton second glanced at third, who had been kicked in a sensitive area, and felt a pang of sympathy. How unfortunate! Third, gritting his teeth against the pain radiating from his origin, bellowed, Today, no one shall escape my wrath. I shall also cripple your decomposition origin. With that, Skeleton third launched the first strike, the aura of a second-tier powerhouse bearing down upon Wu Nian. Halt! Third, he cannot die yet. Leader's voice conveyed a measure of reason. If Wu Nian perished, they too would be doomed. However, merely severing one limb felt insufficient. He too desired the adversary to share in his suffering. If Third's vengeance were not satisfied, this grievance would linger unaddressed. Faced with the onslaught of a second-tier powerhouse, Wu Nian remained unperturbed, deftly positioning himself to shield decomposition Xiao Ku from the oppressive pressure, internally whispering to his companion, Brother Puppet, I beg your assistance. In the next instant, a surge of violet light erupted, and an enormous obsidian hand emerged from an unseen realm. It effortlessly grasped Skeleton third, as though capturing a mere chicken. Ji Xin had previously instructed the puppet to ensure Wu Nian's safety upon entering, effectively transferring control to Wu Nian. At this moment, he was no longer a mere half-broken first-tier player. Possessing an obsidian puppet imbued with full attribute enchantments, he effortlessly engaged all three skeletons without the slightest difficulty. In the blink of an eye, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Chepter sto, Ji Xin entrance, obsidianis ruthless slaughter. What is this creature? Leader, save me. Third's cries echoed, feeling as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering. No matter how he struggled, escape proved impossible. Save Third. Skeleton leader reacted swiftly. Though he could not discern the nature of this black beast, instinct warned him of its perilous nature. A moment's negligence could lead to death. Skeleton second withdrew a stone sword, charging alongside leader in an attempt to subdue the ebony puppet. Ha ha ha! Wu Nian, it has been far too long. Have you missed me? The heart-bound puppet tore through a spatial rift beside Wu Nian, its hearty laughter resonating in the air. Ji Xin stepped forth, emerging from a luminous circle. Following this, several obsidian pillars, glinting with a cold light akin to dragons, erupted from his being, hurtling towards Skeleton Leader and Skeleton Second. Quickly dodge. Leader's response was rapid, yet Ji Xin's control of the obsidian was even swifter. Ah! Two anguished cries rang out as they were impaled mid-air. Mere trifles, daring to harm my kin. Ji Xin spat disdainfully, having effortlessly dispatched two second-tier skeletons. The obsidian he wielded was imbued with full attribute enchantments, boasting formidable offensive capabilities. Wu Nian observed the two skeletons hanging lifelessly in the air, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ji Xin, our disparity truly amounts to but a hair's breadth. What nonsense is this? Is this a demonstration of your lack of trust in your superior? You, my subordinate, are woefully inadequate. Ji Xin jested before continuing. You have yet to perish. One must admit, your luck is commendable. Before he could finish, Wu Nian's appearance startled him, causing his heart to quiver. Wu Nian's skin had long since rotted away. Upon closer inspection, One could see his beating heart through his chest cavity. As his gaze rose, Wu Nian's lips had vanished, leaving only 2 rows of pristine teeth exposed, and even his eyeball had dwindled to but one. Ji Xin's smile gradually faded, his voice turning cold. This was the work of Decomposition King? Indeed, Wu Nian nodded, offering no denial. Ji Xin clenched his teeth, his fists cracking with tension. He wished to inquire about the pain, yet ultimately refrained from voicing the question. With flesh and skin stripped away, how could it not hurt? Wu Nian, perceiving Ji Xin's unspoken query, chuckled softly and shook his head. At first, it was somewhat painful, but now it no longer bothers me. No pain? How could that be? Ji Xin's ire could no longer be contained. This is simply intolerable. One day, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Ji Xin's words were almost a growl, causing the surrounding blocks to tremble incessantly. Upon hearing this, Diaoling Xiaoku was taken aback and hastily spoke in defense. Your Majesty, he did not mean it. Could you please refrain from slaughtering our entire clan? Ji Xin stood awkwardly in place, the previously tense atmosphere swiftly turning cold, momentarily forgetting that Diaoling Erwu Zai was also present. In light of your face, I shall only slay half. Huh, half. Diaoling Xiaoku mumbled in grievance. Even half seems excessive. Many among the Diaoling are innocent. How annoying. Wu Nian, avenge your own grievances. This is too contradictory for me to resolve. Ji Xin, feeling helpless, waved his hands repeatedly, never expecting that such a monumental act of extermination would resemble haggling at a market. Wu Nian nodded and addressed Xiaoku. I promise you, once I have acquired sufficient strength, I shall only take the life of the Diaoling Wang. As for the others, I shall not touch them. TSK. I should not have saved this fellow. He truly knows how to woo the ladies. Ji Xin, weary of watching the two indulge in their affection, proceeded to craft a new body for the calamity, opening a spatial rift. The other end of the rift led directly to the upper realm base. Well, let's hope for the best. Wu Nian held little hope, considering that such injuries were beyond the remedy of even healing potions. Ji Xin turned his gaze back to Diaoling Xiaoku and spoke. You cannot remain with the Diaoling clan. Staying here is tantamount to death. Why not come work under me? All meals and lodging provided, plus weekends off. Ji Xin sincerely extended an invitation to form a team with Diaoling Xiaoku. Frankly, he admired the fact that the other party was willing to sacrifice their life for Wu Nian's safety. Such a skeleton was precisely the type he wished to recruit as a subordinate. Low in strength? No, he had never assessed his subordinates based on strength. He only valued character. Dual cultivation? How do we do that? Diaoling Xiaoku asked innocently. Ji Xin's expression darkened, and he hurriedly clarified. Not the kind of dual cultivation you are thinking of. Do not misconstrue it. Observing Ji Xin's intention to take Xiaoku under his wing, Wu Nian immediately grasped the latter's hand, exclaiming excitedly, yes. Xiaoku, come with us. Brother Ji is a good person. Without his support, I might have perished long ago. Diaoling Xiaoku looked at Wu Nian's joyful demeanor and couldn't help but smile. Gradually withdrawing Wu Nian's hand, her eyes brimmed with reluctance. Could you give me a hug? A hug? Wu Nian was filled with questions, unable to comprehend what Xiaoku was truly thinking. Let's not discuss that now. We must leave this place. Come, follow us. Wu Nian urged, pulling Diaoling Xiaoku towards the spatial rift. This was the central stronghold. If they lingered any longer, reinforcement from the Diaoling would soon arrive, and escape would become impossible. Ji Xin discerned Diaoling Xiaoku's sentiments and spoke coldly. Wu Nian, cease pulling her. Just give her a hug. Different perspectives mean some matters cannot be forced. Brother Ji, this is not the time for such discussions. Leaving here together is paramount. Just wait a moment. I'm certain I can persuade her. Wu Nian seemed to realize that Xiaoku was unwilling to leave, but as Ji Xin had stated, remaining meant certain death. Let go of me. I'm a Diaoling. I love my clan. To abandon you is already a significant betrayal to my people. I cannot afford to make another mistake. It is time to atone. Diaoling Xiaoku released Wu Nian's hand, recognizing their divergent stances. The Diaoling had birthed and nurtured her. If she simply fled after committing an error, She could never forgive herself. From the perspective of the Diaoling, Xiao Ku was a sinner, and she believed this to be true. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that a traitor like you still has a conscience? Stop pretending. You merely wish to be with that pretty boy. Go on. What a splendid opportunity, huh? An extremely discordant voice echoed from the obsidian puppet's hand, belonging to the still-breathing skeleton Lao San. Ji Xin's forehead twitched with a vein, signaling the puppet with a glance. In the future, do not seek my counsel for such matters. Simply crush them.